Warning: this fic is rated teen and may contain dark and adult themes. For the full list provided by the author, please check the description below and proceed with caution. Welcome back. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and visit the description to drop a kudos for the original author. This is I've Been Holding Back Tears While You're Throwing Back Beers by I'm Your Mom Now. Summary. After the deaths of his parents, Peter Parker, along with his two other siblings, were put under the care of his alcoholic aunt. 12 years later, Peter is juggling life as a 16-year-old caretaker of his four cousins, a prodigious student, and a Pizza King employee. Oh. Yeah, and he's Spider-Man. As things start to unfurl, Tony Stark, Peter's mentor, starts to suspect some issues at home. Peter can't let his role model know anything or else he risks losing their budding relationship. Or more importantly, his family. TLDR, Aunt May sucks. Peter has to pick up the slack because she's not only his guardian, but the guardian of his two other siblings and her own four kids. Peter is trying his best. Tony wants to help. Important. This is set just after Spider-Man: Homecoming. Tony recruited Peter after school. He never met Aunt May or saw the apartment. Peter has one older brother, Richie, one younger sister, Sid, and four younger cousins that are May's children: Nico, Bri, Chase, and Wheeze. Bri and Chase are twins. Chapter 1. Life seldom moves in slow motion. It's a blur of moments that bleed into days, that bleed into weeks, that bleed into years. It's poetic, and although Peter isn't one who is usually into all of that, he's a man of science, facts, and logic. Here he is, thinking about moments seeping like blood as he himself bleeds onto the floor. His thoughts probably don't make any sense, but considering he's pretty sure he just felt his brain rattle around in his skull like a jar of marbles, it's not all that surprising. With a wince, Peter turns his head and squints at his own blood pooling beside him on the kitchen tile. He lifts a hand and gently swirls a finger in it. "You killed him," Bri, the red-haired, freckle-faced little girl, shrieks. Richie scoffs and rolls his bloodshot eyes as he turns back to light his cigarette. He ain't dead. He kicks his little brother's leg. His eyes are open. Chase, the other redhead who is sitting on the table, says, "Dead people's eyes can be open." "Ketchup," Peter whispers under his breath, then scrunches his face up and reminds himself that it's his blood and that he shouldn't eat it. Heavy footfalls from across the cramped apartment bound into the room. Sid, a 13-year-old girl with her light chocolate hair pulled up in a haphazard bun on the top of her head, stops short in the doorway. What was that noise? Chase and Bri's heads whip to their cousin. Bri points at Peter's half-conscious form on the floor. "Richie murdered Peter. He's not dead, he's just a pussy," Richie snaps, taking a draw of his cigarette. Sid's hands ball into fists at her sides. That, along with the twitch of her left eye, are telltale signs that the youngest Parker sibling is pissed to hell. Taking 2 strides into the kitchen, Sid shoves Richie with 2 hands hard enough for his tall, lanky frame to slam into the counter. "Hey." She takes his cigarette too and throws it into the sink as she steps around Peter's limbs. "You can't smoke in here, Richie. Do you want to take Nico to the hospital for another asthma attack?" He's not even in the room. Richie throws his hands up and leaves the kitchen, shaking his head and muttering while rubbing his face. Sid leans over her other brother's form and pats his cheek. "Hey, focus up, Petey, you good?" Peter blinks long and slow, then focuses on his younger sister's face hovering over his. His eyes trail over the eyes that are almost identical to his, only a darker shade with longer eyelashes. Her nose isn't as crooked as his, a result of broken noses that never healed right, both on Spider-Man duty and from Peter Parker problems. But other than that, she's basically a feminine version of himself. It makes sense since they're only 3 years apart, but after having his brains knocked around from the backhand and bouncing off the floor, it's a little jarring. When Peter just stares at her, Sid frowns. She pats his face a little harder. "You don't need a doctor, do you?" The second pat brings Peter back. He blinks a few times, then scrunches his face when his fingers gingerly brush over the split in his skin at the back of his head. "No doctor," he hisses through bared teeth, wiping the blood staining his fingers onto his jeans. "I'm good, everyone else good." Sid rolls her eyes fondly and pats his shoulder twice before straightening and helping him up. "See, he's fine, guys." When his head spins, Peter catches himself on the counter. "Geez, that's a hard floor." "What you do to piss Richie off?" Sid asks, walking around him to lift Chase up from under his armpits and set him down on the floor. I gave him shit for smoking with Nico's asthma and everything. Might have said something else too. Petey said that Richie's a selfish asshole who only cares about himself and drugs and screwing Cherry. Bri pitches in, earning a look from Peter. Peter, in turn, gets a look from Sid. Peter turns back to his younger sister and lifts a dish towel to the back of his bleeding head. That's what I said. He gives the 5-year-old girl a strained smile. Thanks, Bri. The sound of the TV in the next room switching back from commercial grabs chases attention. He grabs his sister's hand and tugs her out of the room. It's back on. Ow, my arms. Come on, Bri, you're gonna miss it. With the two young ones out of the room, Peter sighs and drops the towel onto the floor. He uses his foot to mop up the drops of blood. Sid releases a sigh too and leans her back against the counter with her freckled arms crossed. She watches Peter clean up the blood and rinse the cloth in the sink silently, then says, I don't see why we haven't kicked him out yet. Running the cloth under the running faucet, Peter glances sideways at her. We have, he just keeps coming back. And Aunt May keeps letting him in, she adds, frustrated. You'd think she'd hate him the most for being the reason we barely make rent since he steals from the rent jar to buy drugs. He has always been her favorite nephew, Peter says, wringing out the cloth and hanging it on the oven handle to dry. He opens the fridge. Seriously, we're out of milk already. He shuts it and tosses the empty carton into the overflowing trash, harder than necessary. It knocks over a few beer cans out onto the floor. Sid gnaws on her bottom lip and watches Peter set his hands on the counter and lean on them. After a few deep breaths, he turns to Sid and says, Sorry, Sid. For what? Peter shrugs, although he isn't the eldest in the household. It goes May, Richie, and then Peter. He knows he's the most stable parent figure for the rest of the kids. He works hard in school to not only uphold his scholarship to Midtown Tech and to solidify a future, but also to set a good example for his younger sibling and cousins. He works hard at Pizza King to pay for rent, and he works hard as Spider-Man to protect those who can't protect themselves. Mr. Stark has offered a paid internship at Stark Industries after the whole homecoming fiasco, but Peter's pretty sure that's just because the man felt bad after he crashed his plane because his homecoming date's dad was evil, and he tried to warn Happy, but the man hung up on him and he still finds sand anyways. He's over it really. It has been 3 months after all. He doesn't get nightmares of dark wings rising like a fallen angel coming to drag him to his condemnation. He isn't scared of getting trapped in tight spaces, and he certainly doesn't get flashbacks to when he was trapped under that warehouse and feels his chest constricting like the metal beams and rubble are still grinding his bones against another fallen beam. Nope, Peter has practically forgotten about the whole ordeal. As bad as it may sound, it almost helps that he comes home to such chaos every day. Between school, work, patrolling every other day, raising his 4 nephews and younger sister, avoiding his junky older brother, and covering for his alcoholic aunt/legal guardian, he's too busy to think about homecoming night. Not that he needs the distraction because, like I said before, he doesn't ever think about that night. Never. And as much as he'd love to pick up an internship at Stark Industries, Peter's far too busy for it. There's no room in his schedule between working every day after school for 3 hours and then patrolling after he gets all the kids fed and put to bed. As far as Mr. Stark knows, Peter's too busy with marching band and academic decathlon. He quit marching band 4 months ago and Acadeka 1 month ago. As far as Mr. Stark knows, Peter's a semi-normal student/neighborhood hero who spends his free time doing high school things. And as far as his family knows, he's the best parental figure they've got. To Sid, he's her protective, loving older brother, and to their 4 younger cousins, he's their caretaker. A dad, basically. Wee's the youngest of the bunch at a whopping 1 year and 3 months old, probably thinks he is his dad. He probably thinks Sid is his mom, too, since his actual mother is always too busy either sleeping, sticking her head into a toilet to spill her guts, or searching for the bottom of a bottle. Where was he going with this thought spiral again? Oh yeah, Sid's question, what's he sorry for? Well, that's a loaded question, that's for sure. He's sorry his little sister has to wake up early every morning with him to get the other kids ready for school, instead of sleeping in to get at least 8 hours of sleep. He's sorry their parents' plane took a nosedive in the Atlantic 12 years ago. He's also sorry that life dealt their cousins a shitty mom who supports her insatiable taste for alcohol with sex work. He's sorry he can't replace their parents or earn enough for their own apartment away from May and Richie's substance abuse and flakiness, for the off-brand cereal and semi-empty cabinets. He is trying, though. Although Peter doesn't answer her, she's his sister. After all, she's the only one who can read his thoughts like a book despite only being 13. Before she can assure him he has nothing to apologize for, Peter asks, "Did you study for your social studies quiz last night?" "Yeah, but I'm probably going to fail anyways." She reaches around him for a cup and fills it up at the tap. "If only I inherited the genius gene." "Oh, shut up," Peter says, half joking. Sid smiles and turns the sink off. "Whatever. Hey, do we at least have any orange juice?" Peter pushes off the counter and opens the fridge. "Yep, for Nico. Yeah." "I've got it." Peter pulls the jug out and gets a cup to pour it in. Sid thanks him before walking out to convince the twins watching cartoons to get dressed out of their pajamas. With the cup of orange juice in hand, Peter wanders through the cluttered apartment towards the room he shares with Nico and Wheeze. Across the hall is Bry, Sid, and Chase's. The one by the bathroom is May's, and the old office is the room Richie took over a few years ago. It might as well be Richie and Cherry's, and May's might as well be May's and whatever guy she picked up from the streets that night for a quick buck. As Peter passes his aunt's room, he has to refrain from gagging at the overwhelming booze and sex smell. He peers in through the crack and frowns at the sight of a strange man sleeping with his arm around May's middle. The man's whole left butt cheek is out, so Peter silently pulls the door shut before continuing on to his room. The door is open, Nico standing in the middle, struggling to pull his favorite shirt on over his head. On one side of the room are bunk beds for Peter and Nico, and in the corner is Whee's crib. Peter smiles and sets the glass down on the dresser before stepping over to assist the 12-year-old. "You think you're getting too big for this shirt," he teases, pulling the shirt over Nico's head. He looks up at Peter with bright eyes and grins. "Never, it's my favorite shirt." "I know it's your favorite shirt, but maybe we can go shopping for a new one sometime," Peter says, adjusting his glasses on his face that got knocked crooked from the shirt. "Maybe you'll find a new favorite shirt that you'll like more than this one." "Don't think so." Nico runs his hands down his front, then pats his stomach. "What's for breakfast, Petey?" "What do you want, buddy?" Peter asks, stepping over to the crib when Wheeze starts to fuss. He scoops the baby up and sets him against his chest, his head lying beneath his chin. "I brought you some orange juice, so what do you think will taste good with that?" Nico's eyes locate the orange juice on the counter. He taps his chin with a finger as he contemplates the question. "Toast." "Toast it is. I'll go get that ready for you, so you can come over and get it after you change out of your pajama bottoms." Nico frowns, "But I don't want to change." "Well, you can't go to school in your pajamas." He sets his hands on his hips and says matter-of-factly, "I can if it's pajama day." Peter laughs. "You've got me there, but today's not pajama day." Nico pouts, but Peter stands his ground. "Get your shorts on and come out for toast, okay?" "Fine." Peter smiles to himself and walks out, lightly bouncing Wheeze to keep him from crying. The morning goes just as smoothly as it typically does after that. Peter burns the toast while multitasking with pouring the twins a bowl of dry cereal and feeding Wheeze. Nico comes out wearing his fuzzy Star Wars pajama pants, hand-me-downs from when Peter was younger, and refuses to take them off. Chase and Bry fight. Richie comes out of his cave to yell at them to quiet down. Wheeze starts crying, and then May trudges out of her room dressed only in her loosely tied robe while rubbing her smoky eyes to say, "Would someone shut that damn baby up?" While her hookup slithers out from behind her. Richie retreats to his room and slams the door shut, which only makes Wheeze cry harder. To make it worse, the strange man squeezes May's ass, and on his way out, Peter doesn't miss the way he eyes Sid. He steps between them and practically shoves the man out the door. After handing the kids their lunch money, Peter takes Chase and Bry's hands in his to lead them to the subway. It's the same routine every morning. Peter takes Chase and Bry to kindergarten early while Sid and Nico walk to their bus stop about 30 minutes after Peter leaves. After dropping the twins off, Peter heads straight to Midtown Tech all the way in Queens. He shows up a little late most mornings, so he's lucky his first class is with Mr. Harrington and not Mrs. Harden. Let's just say the kids call her Mrs. Hardass for a reason. It isn't until Peter's sitting down in his first period class that he feels like he can breathe for the first time that morning. It helps that Mr. Harrington's class is biochem, and that he has that class with Ned. Ned is the bridge between Peter's separate lives as Spider-Man and Peter Parker. Ever since middle school, they've been inseparable. Ned's also the only person in the entire world who knows Peter's secret identity and all about his home life. Well, not all about it, but enough. Peter doesn't want Ned to worry about his shit. As soon as Peter slumps into his chair and drops his heavy book bag onto the floor, Ned leans over to poke him in the arm with the butt of his pencil. Peter looks over his shoulder. "Rough morning?" Ned asks, motioning to the dried blood he missed on his neck. Peter scratches it off in small flakes and thanks God above that his super healing has already kicked in to make the once sharp pain dissolve into an almost non-existent strain. Peter leans over to pull out his school supplies. Isn't it always? Ned tilts his head. True. Hey, did you do anything cool last night as, you know, who? Peter snorts and twirls his pencil in his hands. I stopped a granny grand theft auto. No way. Way. Brew. Ned lightly slugs his shoulder. Your life is so cool. Peter grins and tiredly rubs his eye. I know, dude, I just wish it didn't mean I get, like, 0 sleep. Yeah, that does suck. Ned's excitement falters and Peter spots the concern on his best friend's face. It's not a big deal though, I'm fine, he assures. He taps his pencil to his desk. Crime never sleeps. Vax. Other than school, Spider-Man is Peter's only other break from reality and home responsibilities. He only gets to go out about every other night after all the kids are in bed, and some weekends during the day, too, if he isn't picking up extra shifts at Pizza King. He wishes he were able to go out more often, but it's just hard. Other than the thrills of flinging himself high over the city, the adrenaline rush of chasing a bad guy, and the satisfaction of making the streets safer with each patrol, Peter looks forward to interacting with Mr. Stark. Whether that be through leaving little updates every now and then while he's patrolling or calls through Karen, the AI in his suit, he always enjoys his time with Mr. Stark. He barely ever sees him in person, but they've still go-teen pretty close. Or Peter likes to think they've gotten close, at least. He almost thinks they've entered mentor-mentee status. Sometimes, when it's a bad day and Peter escapes from reality, he imagines Mr. Stark's his father. Not that he'd ever admit that, of course. It's just a nice thought. Tonight's a slow night, which Peter guesses is a good thing. All he has faced so far is one failed attempt at breaking and entering, stopping by a minor car accident just to make sure everyone was okay, and a long walk to assist a drunk, lonely woman home from a bar after her lousy boyfriend broke up with her and ditched her without a ride. As much as he enjoys the nights where he has lots to help with, slow nights are nice, too, particularly because those are nights where he and Mr. Stark talk the most. Peter's casually pacing across the Queensboro Bridge, his spidey senses on the down low, as he tries to convince Mr. Stark that time travel is possible. Say that I believe you, the man proposes. What would the rules be? What rules? The rules, Mr. Stark emphasizes. Would it be like Back to the Future or Hot Tub Time Machine, or are both of those movies too old for you? I'm offended you'd think that I've never seen Back to the Future or Hot Tub Time Machine before. I was Marty McFly for Halloween one year, you know, Peter rants, looking down at the headlights of the cars driving across the bridge below him. And I think it wouldn't be like either of those two, by the way. Okay, then what would the rules be? Peter's brow furrows in thought. You know what, I don't know. That'd be a first. With a fond roll of his eyes, Peter says, why does everyone think I'm some kind of genius? Maybe because you are, Mr. Stark retorts. And before you argue, remember that you manufactured your own web shooters and web solution. Also, don't think I don't check your grades. I know you're an all-honor roll. Peter's cheeks burn red. Did you actually check my grades? Yep. Is that even allowed? Don't know, don't care, Tony flippantly says. The rules don't apply to me, kiddo. Before Peter can continue their back and forth, an incoming call pops up on his lenses. A mixture of fear and dread pool in his stomach when he sees it's the home phone. I've got to go, Mr. Stark. Everything all right? Yeah, Peter automatically replies. Yeah, just getting a call. Thanks for talking with me for a while. You don't have to thank me for conversing with you, kid. Geez. Sorry, Peter chuckles, trying to squash all the worst-case scenarios popping into his head. Okay, talk to you later, bye. The call ends, then immediately picks up the incoming call from home. Peter's casual pacing turns nervous when he hears Weiss crying in the background. Hello, what's wrong? Hey, sorry to call you while you're at work, Sid's voice talks over the crying, but we started crying like 20 minutes ago and he woke up the whole apartment, and Aunt May and Richie keep yelling at me and… Hey, take a deep breath, Peter instructs calmly. It's okay, we're not that busy anyways, just take a second and breathe. He waits until he hears Sid catch her breath. Good, okay, did you check his diaper? He's completely dry. Is he hungry? He won't eat anything, he won't even take his bottle. Peter frowns. Okay, did you try to just hold him and bounce him for a while? I've been doing that for 20 minutes and he's still screaming. I don't know what else to do. As much as Sid can read Peter, Peter can read Sid. She's definitely close to hysterics. I was going to get off soon anyways, so I'll clock out and head home now. Ignore Richie and May and keep bouncing him, okay? He hears Sid sniff. Thanks, Peter. Sorry I couldn't handle it. It's fine, not your fault. Babies just cry sometimes. He checks the time in the corner of the lens. I'll be back in 10 minutes tops. Okay, thanks. See you in 10. See you in 10. Hello. Chapter 2. Peter dreams of a normal life, a normal family with normal problems. God decided to grant him a life that's never going to be normal, though. And that's before all of the radioactive spider shit that went down after that fateful field trip to Oscorp. He still has a grudge on that company, by the way. Mr. Stark just thinks it's because they're Stark Industries' biggest competition, not the root of his modified DNA. Peter knows better than to expect to have a normal day, but that doesn't mean he's used to walking in on his older brother balls, deep in his on-and-off-again girlfriend in the kitchen, the freaking kitchen. Peter immediately slaps his hands over Bry and Chase's eyes. His hands, while not large by any means, nearly completely cover their small faces. What the hell, get out of the kitchen. Richie curses Peter out under his breath and takes Cherry's hand, leading the two of them into his bedroom where they should have been in the first place, not bent over the freaking kitchen counter. Cherry sends Peter a wink on her way out. He shudders and takes his hands off the twins' faces once the two half-naked young adults are safely behind Richie's bedroom door. Peter can still hear everything, thanks to his super hearing, but at least he doesn't have to see anything. Richie has been with Cherry Lancaster since his sophomore year 3 years ago. She's 23 and he's 19, so there was definitely a time where they were screwing while he was underage. Not that it seems to bother Cherry at all. She flirts with Peter all the time. It never goes past the seductive looks, lip-biting, suggestive words, and the occasional brush of her manicured hands, but still, disgusting. Okay, Cherry's not totally disgusting. She has the heterosexual cis male's ideal female body type and a complexion that has never seen a pimple in her entire life, but her personality sure is. That was gross, Bry says, kicking off her shoes and dropping her backpack on the ground. Why did they have their pants off? Chase snickers and says, I saw her butt. Okay, Peter claps and sets his hands on his knees, crouching over to be the 5-year-old's height. You know the drill, homework time, then snack time when Sid and Nico get home. Sit at the table with your backpacks, I'll be back. Homework stinks, Bry groans but obeys. Chase lugs his backpack over the table and climbs onto the chair. Peter sets his own backpack on the table, which contains his own homework, only his doesn't comprise of coloring sheets and guided writing practices, and lifts a fussy wheeze from his bouncer chair. He instantly calms as Peter holds him on one hip. Hey there, buddy, you have a good day, he murmurs, then stops. He sniffs and pulls a face. Geez, did no one change his diaper? How long have you been sitting in your own mess? Peter frowns and carries him to the bathroom to retrieve a fresh diaper. His anger and frustration rises as he changes Whee's diaper. It looks and smells like he hasn't been changed all day. Technically, it's May's responsibility since she's his mom and all, but he knows better than to count on her for anything. Richie dropped out of high school 2 years ago and has no job, so he was supposed to watch Wheeze while everyone else was gone. Evidently, he was too busy screwing his girlfriend to notice the putrid smell radiating from the full diaper. That better? Peter asks, securing the fresh diaper around Whee's waist before tickling his feet. Wheeze shrieks with a giggle and shoves his hands in his mouth. Drool coats his small hands like slime. You happy? He tickles his sides. Wheeze hiccups on a laugh and kicks his feet. Peter grins and scoops the baby back up. Come on, big man. Let's go get you something to eat. I doubt Richie fed you, huh? Wheeze garbles nonsense, one hand still in his mouth. Peter nods along. Yup, that's what I thought. Later that night, while Peter's sitting at the kitchen table with his AP Calculus homework strewn around him, all the kids finally sleeping soundly, the pungent smell of regurgitated alcohol wafts through his nostrils. He straightens and stares at the front door, exhausted. The doorknob twists. As expected, an intoxicated May stumbles in. Unexpectedly, she's alone. The door knocks into the wall. Peter flinches, listens for any indication of one of the kids stirring, then pushes himself up from the table to stride across the room. He may not approve of his aunt's lifestyle and choices, but that doesn't mean he doesn't care at all. Without a word, Peter slings one of May's bony arms over his shoulder and lightly kicks the door shut behind them. One arm goes around her middle when she nearly faceplants. Thanks, Richard, May slurs, eyes slowly blinking open and shut. She ruffles Peter's hair. You're a good boy. Try to keep it down, the kids are sleeping, Peter whispers as he leads her to her room. She burps, then groans loudly, and then her hand is going to her concave stomach as she hurls down Peter's shirt. He stiffens and breathes deeply out of his nose. Oops, she says with no regard to the sleeping occupants of the apartment. Peter sighs and continues to direct her to her bedroom. It's okay, May, let's just get you to bed. Okay, she whispers, leaning her full weight against him. If she weren't so light and if Peter weren't so strong, this arrangement would have been much more difficult. As it is, Peter gives in and just picks her up with an arm under her knees and the other behind her back to carry her the rest of the way. She burps up a little more vomit and stomach bile that slaps against the floor on the way. Once she's discarded onto her bed, Peter grabs the wastebasket from the bathroom and sets it at her bedside, then makes sure she's lying on her side so she doesn't choke in case she vomits again. With May all taken care of, he shuts off the lights and shuts the door behind him. He peels the shirt from his body and cringes at the mess down the front. He rinses it in the sink, then tosses it into the washer to run in the morning. Before he can slump back into his chair to complete his homework, he remembers the puke on the floor. He stands there staring at it and contemplates his life. After a solid 3 minutes, he steps over the mess to grab the paper towel. I don't know, Ned, I'm pretty busy all weekend. Come on, dude, just one night. I saved up my allowance for a whole 4 months to pay for this game, and it feels like a crime to play it single player. Peter's brow furrows and he looks down. The flickering lights of the city that are merely distant stars below him look back up at him. It's true, he is busy. He hasn't patrolled all week until today, and it's Friday. He wanted to go out last night, but he picked up an extra shift at Pizza King and closed up shop. The night before, he had to study for a unit exam in biochem, and the night before that, he had to deal with a drunk off her ass May throwing up every 5 minutes. She woke Wheeze up, which, of course, woke everyone else in the apartment up with the incessant crying. Although it's Friday night, Peter's weekend isn't looking as open as most of his classmates. He has an early double shift tomorrow, then has to take Nico to his doctor's appointment. May also left the other day and hasn't returned yet, and Richie and Cherry are living it up at her house for the weekend to get away from the crying, so that leaves Peter with the task of watching over the bunch. Sid helps too, of course, but she has a basketball camp in the morning tomorrow, then she's spending the night at a friend's, and she deserves it, honestly. She needs a break from playing mom to just be a middle school kid. So yeah, Peter is busy. And tired. Sunday brings a whole other laundry list of things to get done, so it's not physically possible Peter could spare a night away to spend it staring at a screen as he and Ned play his new video game like zombies. He wants to hang out and play video games with Ned, don't get him wrong, he just can't, he has priorities. It still sucks to say no, though. How about another weekend? He winces, knowing damn well that his words are an empty promise. I'm sorry, I know you were looking forward to this game since the trailer dropped. Ned, ever the positive, cheery soul, says, hey, I understand. I guess I just forget sometimes you have more responsibilities than me. If you have to bring Wheeze or the twins over, I'm sure Nina would love to watch them while we game. Nina, Ned's 14-year-old sister, has mentioned babysitting for the Parker clan before. She seems responsible enough, but Peter can't afford a babysitter. Plus, Nina's at school during the majority of the time he'd need her to watch them. Another part of him is reluctant to let her into their family and relay back to Ned just how screwed up the Parkers are. Maybe, Peter says, though he's sure Ned can read between the lines of his airy tone. He's about to apologize again, but a distant alarm tears his attention southbound. Hey, I've got to go duty calls. I'll see you on Monday. Okay, yeah, Ned says, then hastily adds before he can hang up, oh, and Peter. What? Don't forget to do the reading for English. I'm pretty sure we're gonna have a pop quiz over it in class. Oh shoot, yeah, thanks. Yups, bye. Bye. Hanging up via Karen, Peter launches himself towards the ruckus. When it ends up being an old lady mistakenly trying to get into the wrong car, Peter patiently helps her find her actual vehicle. He also gets a confusing story about one of her grandchildren, or was it one of her cats, that keeps breaking things around her house, which is why she's out so late buying a new lamp. People like her make Peter seriously question why there isn't an age limit on how old you can be to drive, but whatever. He does his best with the situation and follows her from the rooftops to make sure she doesn't wreck. then heads back to Manhattan to survey a bar full of NYU students living it up. He watches from the shadows, only stepping in whenever he notices a drunk student climbing behind the wheel, or when he spots a guy slipping suspicious tablets or powers into girls' drinks. He does this most Friday nights, especially after learning about some disconcerting statistics about drunk driving and sexual assault in college-age students. While perched up high on a roof just scanning the crowds, Tony's face pops up on the screen and Karen says, "Incoming call." "Answer," Peter says without hesitation. His heart leaps in his chest. "Hey, my favorite radioactive teenager," Tony's voice speaks through the suit. Peter can't bite back the grin that spreads across his face. "How's patrol going?" Same old," Peter replies, sitting back and getting comfortable. "Why are old ladies so crazy? Like, does every person lose their mind when they reach a certain age?" Most probably do," Tony says. "You currently busy?" "Like right now." "That's what currently means," Peter smiles. "Nah, I'm just making sure these college students don't kill each other or themselves. What's up?" "I was up late last night and drew up some designs for your suit that incorporated those fancy new web shooters you sketched out in your little notebook." Peter frowns, then blushes. "Shit, that's where he lost his notebook. He has been looking everywhere for it. You went through my stuff." "Just flipped through some of your sketches. You know, some of your designs are pretty impressive." Tony pauses, then adds, "More impressive than some of my employees." Despite the increasing red tint on his cheeks, Peter rolls his eyes. "They're just some stupid ideas I was playing around with. Which web shooter design did you see?" "Why don't you stop by the tower if you're close by and see for yourself?" "He's already in Manhattan, so why not?" "Okay, I'll be there in like 5 minutes. I'll leave the window open for you." They hang up, and after a quick scan of the drunk college students, Peter throws out an arm and slingshots himself into the open air. It takes closer to 8 minutes for him to arrive at the tower, and when he does, he aims himself to fall right through the wide-open window on one of the top floors. In one fluid motion, he flies into the tower and rolls, pops up, and looks around. Man, too bad Tony didn't see his sick landing. Peter wanders through the vacant level until he reaches the door to Tony's personal lab. He remembers walking into it for the first time, how excited and awestruck he was to be in the very room that Tony Stark manufactures and creates the world's most advanced tech, not to mention repairing and upgrading the other Avengers' weapons and suits. It's still cool, obviously, but Peter has learned to tone down on the fanboying. "Hey, Mr. Stark," Peter greets, waltzing in and jumping up onto a workbench by Tony. The man looks up from his phone and rolls his eyes at the kid. "You can take the mask off, Pete. There's no one else here but us." "But what if someone on the team walks in and sees my face?" Tony raises an amused brow. "Then they'd probably scold me for enabling a baby-faced kid from Queens to fight bad guys in a flimsy spandex suit." Peter frowns. He doesn't have a baby face. Pulling the mask off his head and he tossing it onto the table beside him, he says, "I think this suit is a little more durable and advanced than flimsy spandex." "They wouldn't know the difference." Peter hums and tilts his head, examining the blueprints spread out in front of his mentor. "So what you have to show me?" Tony hands the prints over. He crosses his arms, watching for Peter's reaction. "Spidey too. I lost the dorky bright blue, replaced it with black, kept the red. Got my hands on some vibranium too, thanks to T'Challa, so the plan is to weave that into the material. That way your petty criminals will have a harder time turning you into a spider shish kebab." Peter's eyes devour the page. They light up as the designs get the gears in his brain turning. As much as he loves the suit he's wearing, this one, the one that's barely even a concept, looks sick. He grins when he notices some details taken straight from his misplaced notebook. "Badass." "Language," Tony scolds, eliciting a snort from Peter. He turns and leans against the desk the teen is sitting on. "You like it?" "Hell yeah." Again, language, Tony emphasizes. "What does Aunt May think of your potty mouth?" Peter shrugs, opting not to answer. If only Tony knew his hot aunt, Tony's words, definitely not Peter's, was the one who taught him curse words. "This is literally so sick," Peter says, admiring the design. "Are you actually going to make it for me?" Tony lifts one shoulder in a half shrug. "Sure, you want to get in on the action." Peter lowers the prints and stares at Tony. "What do you mean?" "Do you want to work on it with me?" Peter blinks the suit. "Yeah." Peter's still staring at Tony like he just suggested they blow up the moon. He may be a genius in the making, but he can't process the fact that Tony Stark wants him, Peter Parker, to work on a multi-million-dollar vibranium suit with him. WI. Tony gives him a funny look, because it's your own suit and you're damn near as smart as I am. Peter shakes his head. No, I mean, do you really want some high schooler hanging around your lab? Kid, you're not just some random high schooler, Tony says. You've been in and out of my lab at least a dozen times. Plus, you clearly have good ideas, just know where to bring them to life. He lightly smacks Peter's notebook on the desk. He looks at Peter with confusion. I thought you'd be more excited. Why aren't you excited? I am, Peter admits. I guess I'm just confused. Don't bathe. Okay, Peter stutters, brow pulling forward. So you actually want me to work on the suit with you, like here in your lab at the same time as you? Tony sighs in exasperation and pushes away from the counter. Yes, geez, you in or not, 'cause you can say no. I just assumed you'd jump at the chance since you're a nerd and all that. I want to, Peter says, but his tone sounds disappointed. I really do, but I don't think I'd have time to between school, my job, and he cuts himself off before he can mention the kids and patrol. Speaking of patrolling, Tony says, eyes narrowed slightly, is that why you haven't been out as Spidey lately? You're too busy working. Well, yeah, sort of. Tony nods, pursing his lips. All right, then how about this? You quit your minimum wage job and I hire you as a personal intern. Peter's heart leaps in his chest, but he has to swallow it back before he can get his hopes up too high. That sounds amazing, really. Thank you for the offer, but I kinda need the money. His cheeks flush red at the confession. Tony is a billionaire, raised by a billionaire. Fine, Tony says, waving a hand, seemingly not even aware of Peter's embarrassment from the admission. Paid internship. You'll make more than the pocket change Pizza Hut gave you. Pizza King. Same difference. Point is, you can work for me and actually use your big brain, or you could continue washing dishes and mopping floors in a grimy old pizza shop. Tony raises his palms. Your choice, kid. It should be a no-brainer. Keyword should, yet Peter finds himself hesitating and second-guessing himself. What if Tony gets tired of him? What if Tony realizes he isn't as clever as he thinks he is? What if Peter accidentally lets something slip about his home life, and Tony causes his family to be split up? Jaw-clenching, Peter says, can I think about it? Tony nods, yeah, of course, don't know why you'd need to, but sure. Thanks, Peter offers a smile. He jumps down from the workbench and sets the design back on the table. I should probably head back home. Why, it's a school night, Tony points out, rolling up the blueprints. Peter snatches his mask and tugs it on. Karen flickers to life. I work in the morning. You wouldn't have to if you accepted my offer. Peter rolls his eyes. I would, 'cause they're short-staffed right now. Wouldn't be your problem if you quit. It'd be rude, Peter counters with a grin. I'll sleep on your offer and let you know what I've decided soon. Don't forget your notebook again. Tony tosses it at Peter, who catches it without even looking. The teen tucks it under his arm, but before he can leave, Tony says, and grab a protein bar on your way out, yeah. I could hear your stomach grumbling from a mile away. Peter snickers, giving a little mock salute on his way out, he says, yes, sir. You won't believe what happened over the weekend. Ned leans forward in his seat as Peter sits down at his desk and turns around to face him. With curiosity swirling in his dark eyes, Ned guesses, you saved a millionaire's son in a car crash, and he gave you a bunch of money for being a hero. Peter gives his friend an odd look. No, Mr. Stark offered me a paid internship. You're going to be Tony Stark's intern, Ned exclaims, much louder than necessary. Peter winces and glances around at the other students, waiting for class to start. I didn't say yes. You didn't, Ned frowns, his face twisting with bewilderment. Why the heck didn't you say yes? I can't just make impulsive decisions, Peter defends himself. I mean, I wanted to say yes, but I need to think about it first. What is there to think about? You'd be Iron Man's intern. SHHHH, Peter gives his friend a stern look. The whole class doesn't need to know. Know what? Flash Thompson butts in as he passes, sliding his backpack to the floor and taking his seat. That Parker's a loser, 'cause we all already know that. Peter rolls his eyes and turns back to Ned, who is glaring at Flash. Peter moves his head to block Ned's line of sight and warns, don't. Ned's eyes flicker to his friends. Fine, but you are going to say yes, right? Maybe. Peter. I'm still thinking about it, he assures. Mr. Harrington, his glasses crooked and his folders and papers haphazardly stacked in his grip, strides into the room with some out-of-breath apologizes. Turning around in his chair to face the front, Peter mutters, "I'll figure it out later." By the time lunch has rolled around, Ned has probably asked Peter if he was done thinking about Tony's offer 20 times. They only had 2 classes together before lunch, too. To say Peter was annoyed would be a bit of an understatement. "I don't know, Ned, I'm not done thinking about it yet," Peter says as he drops into his chair at the lunch table, his frustration slipping through his tone. Ned plops down beside him with his lunch box. "You should probably decide soon. Did he give you a deadline?" "No," Peter folds his arms on the table, "but I did say I'd tell him soon." The busy cafeteria usually overstimulates his senses, the incessant chatter, the pungent smells, but today it's just worse with the added pressure of Tony's offer weighing down on his shoulders. He knows he shouldn't let this opportunity slip away, but he's just scared. A poke on his arm has him turning his head to Ned. The boy offers him an apple. No lunch again. Peter gratefully takes the fruit and bites into it. "Gave the rest of my money to the kids for their lunches. I usually get paid on Saturdays, but something happened and they had to postpone pay day till tomorrow." "That's stupid." "Tell me about it." Peter takes another bite of his apple. Before he can swallow, his phone vibrates in his pocket. With a frown, he pulls it out. "Shit," he whispers when he sees it's the middle school. He wipes the apple juices from his lips as he answers the call, ignoring Ned's inquisitive look. "Hello." "Hello, this is Jennifer McCoy calling on behalf of the Bayview Middle School. Is this the guardian of Sydney and Nicholas Parker?"
"Shit."
"Yeah," he says, panic rising. "What's wrong? Are they okay?" "They're both okay, but unfortunately there was an altercation." The fear dissipates and morphs into anger. Rubbing his temple, Peter asks, "What did Sid do?" "There was some sort of confrontation between Sydney and another student during their lunch period. She harmed this student, but she is lucky his parents are not looking to press charges." "What's going on?" Ned mouths, but Peter raises a finger to silently tell him to wait. "You mentioned Nico earlier. Is he all right?" It does not seem as though Nicholas was involved, but he is refusing to return to class. "So I need to come in and pick them both up." "Yes, and Sydney will be facing a 2-day suspension starting tomorrow." Peter squeezes his eyes shut in exportation but nods. "Okay, I'll be there in about 20 minutes. When he hangs up, he sets his phone down on the table and releases a deep breath. Ned leans in. "What happened?" "I need to go pick Sid and Nico up from their school." Peter sighs and stands, and takes the apple, of course, while throwing his backpack over one shoulder. "I'll have to miss the rest of my classes. Let me know if I miss anything important in Smith's class, okay?" "You're going to miss the quiz." Peter groans, rubbing his eyes with exhaustion. "Shit, it's fine, I didn't study for it anyways." Ned frowns, "Hope everything turns out okay." "It never does, but thanks." He lifts the apple. "And thanks for the apple, by the way." Without another word, he turns on his heel and heads for the doors. The subway ride takes a good 15 minutes, then he walks for another 10 until he reaches the middle school. With a deep breath, he walks inside and heads to the front office. There's a woman at the front desk clicking away at a dinosaur-age computer. Her hair belongs in Texas, but her lipstick is straight out of Jersey. He flashes her a tight-lipped smile, "Here to pick up Sid and Nico." She looks over her glasses to give him a once-over. "You're their guardian." Peter nods. She stares for a moment longer, then nods to a door. They're waiting in the guidance counselor's office.
"Thanks."
He slides one hand in his pocket and uses the other to open the door. As soon as his eyes land on the two, he's scanning Sid for injuries. "Mr. Parker," the guidance counselor greets, her voice twinged with slight confusion. Peter looks at her and realizes she's new. The last guidance counselor was a bald man who was too short to play high school basketball. At least that's the vibe he always got from him. This new counselor is a tall, slender woman. Her chunky jewelry looks like it's meant to weigh her down to the ground to keep her from being whisked away by the wind. His eyes flicker to the name plate on the desk. "Mrs. Julie Hands." "Hi," Peter says, then turns his attention to the two sitting in the chairs across from the woman. "Ready to go?" "Hell yeah," Sid mutters, standing and slinging her backpack over her shoulders. Nico stands up too. "I'm hungry, Petey. Can we stop by McDonald's?" "Hold on," Mrs. Hands says, standing and holding out a hand. They cannot be signed out by anyone other than the guardian Jennifer spoke with on the phone. Peter glances between the kids and the woman. That was me. He's my brother, Sid chimes in, inching closer to the door. Nico stands on the other side of Peter. Peter sets his arm around his cousin's shoulders. When Mrs. Hands squints her almond-shaped eyes, Peter says, "Our mom was busy at work, so I answered the phone. I let her know the situation, and since she couldn't leave work, I told her I could come take them home." Neither Sid or Nico add anything to the story. Luckily, Peter is an experienced liar, so the woman accepts it. "Very well, but if there is a next time, we'll need your mother to come in." Of course, Peter starts to usher them out the door before Mrs. Hands can speak again, but the woman is quick to say, "Would you care to take a seat, Mr. Parker?" He stills, glances at Sid, Nico, then Mrs. Hands. "Sure." Peter nudges Sid and gently pushes Nico to the 3 chairs pulled up to the desk facing the woman. Peter sits in the middle of the two. To his left, Nico, and to his right, Sid. He laces his fingers together and gives a forced smile. Mrs. Hands sits back in her chair and reflects Peter's smile. "Now, it is my understanding that Sydney has had similar behavioral issues at her last middle school." Peter shoots Sid a look when she ducks her head to hide the smirk on her face. "Yes, ma'am, but she isn't prone to violence. Whatever occurred today will not happen again." "Good," Mrs. Hands cuts him off, "because at Bayview we do not tolerate violence." Sid crosses her arms and slumps back in her seat as Mrs. Hands starts to talk about some dumb 3-strike rule, but Peter zones her out when he spots a scrape on Nico's knee, a scrape that definitely wasn't there this morning. "What happened to your knee, Nico?" Peter blurts, his voice carrying over Mrs. Hands's. The woman, indignant, shoots him a glare. Peter could honestly care less as he awaits Nico's response. "Oh," he says, pulling up the hem of his cargo shorts to better reveal the red scrape on his knee. "I fell down." "Excuse me, Mr. Parker, but I was talking, and I do not see how a random scrape is relevant to." "How'd you fall?" Peter plows on, completely ignoring her. Nico shrugs and turns sheepish, so Sid says, "Ronnie tripped him." Peter's head snaps to her. She holds up her fists. "It's why I gave him a black eye." Anger bubbles up to his chest as he turns to Mrs. Hands. Keeping his temper in check, he asks, "Where's Ronnie?" "I don't believe that is pertinent to the situation." "Like hell it isn't," he gesticulates widely. "Some punk tripped Nico and you're punishing Sid for standing up for him." "Ronnie said it was an accident." Peter scoffs and sits back. "Accident my ass, what happened to not tolerating violence?" Mrs. Hands's nostrils flare. "I advise you watch your language in this room, Mr. Parker." "And I advise you punish the kid who actually deserves it," Peter fires back, leaning forward. "There's no way in hell you're suspending Sid and letting that Ronnie kid off the hook." "Ronnie wasn't the one who threw the first punch. He was the one who harassed Nico," Peter explodes, jamming a finger onto the desk. "And I'd be willing to bet this wasn't the first time he has bullied him either." "Mr. Parker," Mrs. Hands shouts. Peter barely manages to hide the flinch her volume elicits. "Sid is facing 2 days of out-of-school suspension starting tomorrow, and that is the end of it. She has a past of expulsions from other schools for outbursts of violence, and I want to make myself clear when I say that will not be tolerated here. We pride ourselves as a bullying-free school, and we will not have one troubled student come in and create chaos." The 3 sit there in a tense silence. Peter's jaw clenches as he holds back expletives. "Now," Mrs. Hands continues, voice full of unbridled fury and impatience, "next time we have an issue, I expect an actual adult to come in to speak with." She turns to her computer and starts typing on it. With a flick of her hand, she says, "You can go, have a nice day." Peter nods to the door and the 3 rise from their chairs. With Mrs. Hands's back to them as they exit, Peter flips her off.
Hello.
Chapter 3. It has been exactly 12 years, 2 months, and 14 days since the unexpected, tragic deaths of Richard and Mary Parker. Peter knows this. It's not like he keeps track on his calendar or that he's constantly checking. He just knows. Each day that passes, he adds another number. It's not hard to remember a date when it's the day your life turned to shit. He remembers the day through a fogged glass. He was 4, naive and happy. He didn't understand the shocked gasps of his aunt clutching the phone like a lifeline, or why 7-year-old Richie ran off and didn't come back home until hours passed and he came back flanked by tall police officers. Peter didn't understand what foster care meant, but from Richie's reaction, he knew it was bad. He held his baby sister closer to him and cried. All he knew was that he wouldn't be able to see his mommy or daddy again. He didn't know it meant he'd be living a life that could land his beloved aunt in jail for neglect and endangerment. He didn't realize he'd have to deal with his older brother pummeling him and taunting him nearly every day without anyone scolding him, or that he'd be the one to raise his little sister, and then May's own children after May quit her job as a nurse to become a sex worker after Uncle Ben's death a year later. Peter doesn't remember a lot about his parents, Uncle Ben, or Aunt May before the death of her husband. All he knows now is the woman who has risen from the ashes of her deceased family, but refuses to take care of the family that is left. He thinks she was nice once, though. He isn't sure if it's a result of the trauma of losing his parents at a young age, but whenever he looks back on his childhood, it's a murky bog as opposed to a crystal lake. He can make out some shadows of shapes here and there, but nothing's clear. From what he can collect from the vague outlines of his memories, May wasn't always an alcoholic, neglectful guardian. She probably baked cookies and watched cartoons with them. She probably ran them baths, tucked them in, and told funny stories. Peter doesn't remember that version of May, if she even existed, but he misses it sometimes, like how he misses his parents. It's a deep ache similar to grief, but not quite, probably because he doesn't remember them at all. It's a cross between nostalgia, sadness, and feeling cheated. How was it that he, out of the 7 billion people on Earth, was handed a life that seemed to laugh in his face? Obviously, it could be worse. It could be so much worse. He could have been in child trafficking, could have cancer, could have been alone. He could have never been bitten by that radioactive spider. But still, he has his days where he feels so incredibly alone, and as if the entire universe is against him. Today is one of those days. It starts off with Wheeze waking him up at 3 in the morning, which honestly isn't even all that abnormal. Rubbing the sleep from his eyes, Peter rolls out of bed and tends to the baby. He feeds him, but while he's burping him, Wheeze spits up down the length of his flannel pants. He cleans that up. He rocks Wheeze to sleep. He tries to lay him back down, but he whimpers and starts to whine whenever he tries. Having stayed up until 1 patrolling that morning, Peter is just too dead on his feet to do anything other than sleep, so he lies back on the couch and nods off as Wheeze does the same on his chest. 15 minutes later, he wakes up to the smell of shit, literal shit, and forces himself to get up to change Wheeze's diaper. On his way over to the bathroom, he stubs his toe against the door and knocks over the soap and bottles on the vanity. Shit, he hisses under his breath, hopping on one foot to retrieve the diapers. Wheeze fusses. Hey, it's okay, shhhh. Light footfalls approach the door. Chase peers in, his red hair spiked this way and that. What was that noise? I just knocked some stuff over. Go back to sleep, bud, Peter whispers back. With his fist rubbing his eye, Chase yawns and says, I'm not tired. Just try to go back to sleep for me, okay? Chase grins cheekily and crosses his arms. Not tired. He's doing this on purpose, isn't he? Peter grabs a fresh diaper and, adjusting his hold on Wheeze, walks around Chase to get to their bedroom where he sets the baby onto his changing table. Chase follows with dragged footsteps. Well, if you're not tired, and I am, then why don't you change your little brother's diaper? Peter asks, lifting Wheeze from under the armpits and waving him in front of Chase's face. The little boy's nose scrunches up and he pretends to gag. No way. Peter lays Wheeze back down on the table and shoots Chase an amused look. You sure? Then go back to bed, Peter says, and thankfully, Chase scampers back to his bed. The rest of the morning follows the pattern of overall shiftiness. Peter tries to take a shower, but there's no hot water or shampoo. After that, he wakes the kids up, which earns him a punch to the groin from Sid for waking her up early even though she's suspended. Once everyone's up, even a resentful Sid, Peter starts on breakfast. May isn't home again, which always gives the apartment a lighter atmosphere. Well, for Peter at least. Bri and Chase usually get upset and scared when May isn't home for more than 2 or 3 days. After breakfast, Peter does the dishes Richie left in the sink last night, then changes Wheeze's diaper again. He nearly gets peed on in the process. By the time everyone's dressed, Peter starts to think the day's starting to turn around, but then Nico announces that he's not going to school because Sid also isn't. Nico and Peter go back and forth. Nico starts to cry. Peter feels like crying. Fine, he finally exclaims, raking his hands through his hair. Stay home, I'll call the school and tell them you're sick. Nico sniffles and frowns. That's lying. It's fine, Nico. No, lying is bad, he argues with a pout. You always say lying is bad and you're lying. Peter has to take a deep breath to collect himself before he could snap. Patient, he reminds himself. Be patient. Exhale, okay, he says, voice calmer than before. Okay, how about you come with me while I take Bri and Chase to kindergarten, and if you change your mind, I'll take you to your school too. Sound good? Nico shakes his head and crosses his arms, not going to school. Bri runs up to Peter, grabs his arm, and gives it a firm yank. If he didn't have superpowers, she probably could have ripped the entire limb off. Minty fresh see, she says, stretching her mouth wide open and breathing in Peter's face when he crouches. It's not minty fresh, but he does catch a strong whiff of Very Berry Children's toothpaste. Good job, he praises and pats her head. Did Chase brush his teeth too? I'll brush my teeth later, Chase says, waltzing into the kitchen with his shirt on backwards. Are we leaving soon? No, Nico shouts, making Peter wince. I'm not going to school without Sid. With a sigh, Peter gets eye level with Nico and asks, why not, buddy? It's just 2 days, she'll go back with you on Friday. Nico's pout only deepens. When Peter doesn't get a response, he straightens and rubs his temples. Luckily, Sid comes in then, strawberry Pop-Tart in hand, and notices the dilemma. Hey, what's wrong, Nico? Nico turns to her and says, I'm not going to school without you. Because of Ronnie, Jace, and Hannah. Peter crosses his arms and looks to Nico for his response. He nods. I don't want to deal with them at lunch all by myself, Nico admits, wringing his hands together in front of him. Ronnie's the kid who tripped you, right? Peter cuts in. Nico sheepishly nods, which just adds fuel to the fire burning in Peter's eyes. Yeah, and Jace and Hannah like to pick on him, too, Sid adds, jumping up to sit on the counter and taking a bite out of her Pop-Tart. You can ask Ms. Cleason to eat lunch in her room. No.
Nick.
I said no, Nico shouts, then storms off to his room. The door slamming shut echoes throughout the apartment and shakes the walls. Sid slips off the counter and shoves the rest of the Pop-Tart in her mouth. I'll go get him. It's fine, Sid, Peter relents. We're already running late, I'll just call the school. But if that Mrs. Hand's lady picks up, he'll probably immediately hang up. Judging by the fact she wasn't the one who made the call the day before, odds are she's not going to be answering calls either. He just hopes Nico doesn't get it in his head that he can just skip school whenever he'd like. It's hard enough most days getting him out the door, but now that he knows he can get away with staying home, well, Peter will just have to cross that bridge when he comes to it. Nico is going to school tomorrow, though no matter how hard he refuses. Peter slings his backpack over his shoulder and swipes his keys and phone off the counter. Checking the cracked screen for the time, he curses under his breath. Let me know if May comes back, he says, ushering Bri and Chase to the door, or if Richie is giving you or Nico trouble. He opens the door. Bri and Chase step out. Peter turns around and adds, or if... We'll be fine, Peter, Sid assures, annoyed. I've stayed home before. Peter nods. Okay, yeah, just call me if you need anything. Bye, Sid enunciates. Peter flashes a tight-lipped smile. Sorry, bye. Once the door is shut and locked behind him, Peter takes one of each of the twins' hands and they start for the stairs. Why does Nico get to stay home? Bri asks, looking up at Peter as she swings their interlocked hands. I want to stay home. Me too, Chase agrees enthusiastically. Not them too. Let's just get you two to school, yeah. Thankfully, the twins don't push it. They latch onto a new topic that grabs their attention, a dog they pass, and start chatting about wanting a puppy. They throw out names and say what they'd do with the puppy with wide eyes. Bri would name hers Taylor, after Taylor Swift, of course, and they'd go to concerts together. Chase would name his Killer, and they'd chase the other kids around at recess. When Peter tells him that's not very nice, Chase just shrugs. As anticipated, Chase and Bri arrive late to school, which inevitably means Peter is late, too. A whole hour and 15 minutes late. That puts him into second period, which is Mrs. Harden's econ class. It's just Peter's luck that Mrs. Hardass does not hold back today. Mr. Parker, she drawls, voice high-pitched and nasally. Peter cringes in his seat as he lowers his backpack to the ground. The entire class's eyes are on him. Mrs. Harden's black heels click against the linoleum as she walks around her desk and crosses her arms, like she's holding herself back from literally tearing his head off. Her claws tap against her arms. What makes you think you can come into my class late? Do you not value what I teach in my class? From the back of the room, Flash Thompson whispers, Ooh. Of course not, ma'am, Peter says, trying his best to hide his impatience and over his I'm tired, please leave me alone mood. I just got caught up this morning, I promise it won't happen again. It better not, she agrees, though she's still glaring. I'll just give you a detention this time, but next time you'll have to face higher consequences. Only Mrs. Hardass would give detention slips out as a warning. Peter deflates but doesn't argue when she scribbled out a yellow slip, then slaps it onto his desk with an indignant hum. Great, just what this day needed. The thing is, he doesn't have time to attend detention. He has to take Bri and Chase back home, then go straight to work. He usually ends up having to swing to work if he wants to make it on time. Maybe he can text Sid to go get the twins, but then Sid would have to also take Nico, and he can't have a 14, a 12, and two 5-year-olds traveling from one side of Queens to the other. Not only would that be dangerous because of creeps and child abductors on the streets, it would be impossible for Sid to contain the 3 others without someone else's help. Peter knows better than to ask Richie to pick the 2 up from school. It's not even in the realm of possibilities. Even if Richie said yes, which he wouldn't, he'd probably show up higher than the Avengers Tower and grab the wrong kids. He'll just have to make a call to their school, apologize for the inconvenience, pick them up after detention, and then show up late to work. If only Peter could skip detention and carry on his with regular after-school schedule. But no, he can't skip more than 3 detentions before his scholarship to Midtown Tech is re-evaluated and possibly taken away. He can't have that. His future depends on his scholarship. If he gets kicked out of Midtown Tech, then his chances of getting a full ride or nearly full ride to MIT will dwindle rapidly, not to mention the fact that most other schools don't offer classes at or above his level. In other words, Peter has no other choice than to attend detention. It's no secret Peter's been having a shitty day. It's so obvious that Ned isn't even the only one who asks if he's okay during school. He assures them that he's fine, of course. After all, it could be so much worse. After serving his time in detention and taking Bri and Chase back home, and then venturing back out into the city to go to work, Peter does his best to get to Pizza King as fast as possible. By web, he makes it there only an hour late. He's ready to just push everything aside and try to enjoy his evening, but the second he walks through the front door, Jorge, the manager on duty that night, looks up and snarks, "Look who decided to show up." And well, Peter has had enough. He quits. No 2-week notice, nothing. He just stares at Jorge, states matter-of-factly, "I quit," turns around and walks out. He hears Jorge call after him, but he has made up his mind, no matter how impulsive and stupid the decision may be. Maybe it's because he knew he had a safety net to fall back on, but he finally quit that underpaying hellhole. Peter takes out his phone and dials Tony not even a full block away. It takes a few rings, but the man picks up. "Hey kid, what's up? Sorry if now's not a good time, but I just wanted to see if your offer still stands." "The internship offer," Tony clarifies. "Yeah, I just quit my job, so." "Well, it's about time. Listen, my week's pretty jam-packed, so how about you swing by Monday after school and we'll hash out all the details to make it official." Monday? That's 6 days away. That's 6 days Peter isn't going to earn a paycheck. Thankfully, he just paid rent since it's the beginning of April still, and he just went grocery shopping Sunday, so they should be good for the rest of the week, right? Still, something about not having an income for 6 days stirs up some anxiety in Peter's gut. Maybe he should have waited to quit, that way he could still get a paycheck to carry them over. Shit, doesn't Sid have that field trip to the zoo next week? The entry fee is due Friday. How much was that again? "Hello, you still there, Pete?" "Yeah, sorry," he clears his throat. "That sounds good." He hangs up without warning, not caring, but knowing he should, if it might confuse or offend Tony. If the man questions him, he'll just say his phone died. He doesn't take pride in lying, but he has done it so often he has lost the guilt that used to accompany the action. Peter releases a deep breath and continues forward. This better not blow up in his face. "You're home early," Sid says as soon as Peter walks through the front door. He doesn't look up at her as he toes his beat-up sneakers off and passes through the kitchen past where she is sitting with Chase and Bri as they work on their homework. About that, Peter starts tilting his head to locate the other 2. When he spots Nico watching TV and he's passed out in his jumper, he meets Sid's curious gaze and says, "I have a new job." Chase frowns and sets down his purple crayon. "No more free pizza." "No, but it's going to be even better than Pizza King," Peter promises, ruffling his shaggy red hair. "You guys know Iron Man?" Sid's eyes narrow. "What about him?" "Well," Peter says, pulling out a chair beside Bri, "I'm going to be his personal intern." There's a moment of silence, then Sid laughs, in your dreams. Bry giggles too and repeats, yeah, in your dreams, Petey. Real supportive, Peter rolls his eyes and sits forward with his elbows on the table. I'm being serious. I applied for the internship position, and Mr. Stark hand-picked my application. I go in on Monday to get everything figured out. With a dubious look, Sid asks, you're actually going to be working for Iron Man? He nods. And you're getting paid. He nods again. Yes, Sid. In fact, I'll be making more than I did at Pizza King. Chase whips around. We're gonna be rich. Peter winces. Not quite, buddy. Talking about money is something Peter usually tries to avoid around the kids, even Sid. They're too young to be worrying about rent, food, water, and electricity. Somewhere in the back of his mind is a voice screaming that he's too young too, but it gets drowned out by the responsibility he has had to take on over the years. He can't afford to be too young to worry about finances. If he isn't worried about them, then who would be? Dinner comes and goes, and Peter finds himself going to bed with a stomach grumbling from a lack of dinner. Sid kept shooting him looks across the table while they were eating, and while he was doing the dishes, she questioned the validity of his stomach ache. Technically, yes, Peter's stomach did ache, but it was from hunger and not lunch that wasn't sitting right. He knows he should be eating, especially with his enhanced metabolism, but he couldn't help but refrain just to ensure there's going to be enough food for the others for the rest of the week. He only has 20 left to spend that week, and 5 of it is going to go towards Sid's field trip fee, and the rest is for lunch money for all of them for the next 3 days. Well, minus Sid, since she's still suspended. Sid didn't seem to buy it, so Peter swiftly changed the subject to her birthday coming up in the next couple weeks. Thankfully, she lets it go. It's honestly not a big deal that Peter skipped out on dinner, or that he's planning to have this stomach bug for the rest of the week until he gets another paycheck. He knows he's going to get paid next week, and he knows that his best friend usually packs him an extra fruit or granola bar for lunch, so there's no harm in going hungry for a little while as long as his family goes to bed with full stomachs. It's worth it. Chapter 4. Peter reaps the consequences of unemployment for the rest of that week through hunger pains and dizzy spells, but at least one good thing comes out of it: free time. Wednesday morning, when Peter sits in front of Ned in Mr. Harrington's classroom, he turns around and tells him he's free to come over and play his new video game that evening. Finally, Ned exclaims, throwing his arms around Peter's lean frame. It's a little awkward, especially since Peter flinches a little. Ned is reaching over his desk, and they're both sitting. Peter appreciates the sentiment, though, and smiles into Ned's shoulder. When Ned leans back, his eyes are alight with excitement. Bro, I haven't played the game yet. It's been killing me. So you're free tonight? Heck yes, Ned says incredulously. You know I have no social life outside of school, clubs, and you. True, Peter tends to forget not everyone's schedules are overflowing. Your parents wouldn't mind, Peter asks, even though he knows Ned's dad is usually out of town for business, and his mom is literally the nicest woman he has ever met. I mean, I don't want to just show up out of the blue. Dude, my mom hasn't seen you in ages, Ned says, and you know she loves you. Every time you come over she bakes cookies and makes a feast. Peter's stomach growls at the mention of Mrs. Leeds' cooking. Like Ned said, she's usually glued to the kitchen whenever Peter comes over and tries to fatten him up. He also gets to take home leftovers, too, since there's too much food for their family of 4. You think she'll make snickerdoodles again? Peter asks, his mouth already starting to water. Ned raises a brow. She'll literally make whatever you want her to. Sweet. Mr. Harrington scurries in and instructs Abe to sit in his seat instead of on the desk, then asks if anyone has seen his lucky pen. Peter turns around in his seat. Ned, knowing Peter can hear him whisper behind his back, says quietly, "Deadass, sometimes I swear she likes you more than she likes me." Peter snorts, "Sure. Whatever, you know it's true." Ned clicks his pen a few times, waiting for the bell. He taps Peter on the shoulder with the end of it. "Hey, did you ever get back to Mr. Stark about the internship?" Peter turns halfway in his seat. "Yeah, I actually quit my job and then called him to say I was in." "You quit just like that?" Ned asks, brow furrowing when Peter nods. "Dang, did something happen?" "I was in a bad mood anyways, and then Jorge said something, and I just straight up said I quit and left." Not his best moment, but definitely not his worst. Was he overreacting? Yes. Does he care? Also yes, but what's done is done, so he can't whine about it now. Ned shakes his head in disbelief. "I can't believe you're going to be Tony Stark's personal intern." "Whoa, hold up," Flash, because of course intervenes as he passes the two. He pulls an AirPod out of one ear. I don't care how great his sob story is, there's no way Penis landed an internship for Iron Man. Ned rolls his eyes and snaps, mind your own business, Flash. Peter's 10 times smarter than you'll ever be, you're just jealous. It's cool, dude, Peter placates, then turns to Flash and says, can you please not eavesdrop on our every conversation? It's getting old. Flash throws a thumb in Ned's direction. Not my fault Fatty over here has a big mouth. Ned's face goes red. Peter's does too, but not out of embarrassment. Maybe if he didn't have super strength, Peter would have gotten physical with Flash, but his fear of literally snapping him in half keeps him grounded in his seat. Jaw clenched, Peter grinds out, shut the fuck up and stop body shaming. The fact that you have to stoop so low as to insult someone's physical appearance is pathetic. Flash cocks his head in challenge. Oh yeah, Parker. Yeah. Ned leans forward and whispers, Peter, it's fine. It's not. You should listen to your boyfriend, Flash taunts. I could beat your ass any day, any time. Boys, Mr. Harrington, usually timid and quiet, shouts across the room. Ned, Peter, and Flash all turn. Their teacher is watching them with crossed arms and a frown. Do we have a problem? Peter glances at Flash, then Ned, who shakes his head. Peter turns all the way around in his seat to face forward and mutters, no, sir. By the time Monday rolls around, Peter's anxious to do something productive again. He shouldn't get his hopes up too high and expect to be doing anything more than coffee runs, making copies, and doing minor tasks for Tony, because this is an internship after all. And as much as he hates to think it, some part of him feels like Tony only offered because he feels bad for him. Either that, or he just wants a tighter rein on the reckless vigilante. Either way, Peter's just relieved he'll have an income again. He has somehow been able to shrug off most meals as having a lingering stomach bug around Sid and the kids. He's glad at work, too, because their supplies in the cabinets and refrigerator are depleting rapidly. It doesn't help that Richie eats like a mammoth but doesn't help pay for anything other than his spiraling drug addiction. Peter's not even sure what drug he's doing now, if he has moved on from cocaine to shooting up heroin or something. All he knows is that his brother is a parasite to their resources. It helps, though, that May's not around still. It has been around a week since anyone has seen her, and while it's worrying Nico and the twins, Peter knows she'll come crawling back eventually. It's rare that she's gone for more than a week, though, but he isn't sure how he feels about it. On one hand, she's family and he cares about her well-being. However, part of him wishes she's gone for good this time. Doesn't matter if she found a new place to crash or if she died of alcohol poisoning. He's scared of that part of him. Anyways, today is Monday. Peter can work again. He can eat dinner with his sibling and cousins instead of waiting for them to finish first, then lying and saying he still doesn't feel good anyways when he sees there's nothing left. If there are leftovers after they've filled their stomachs, he'd say that he was feeling better and would eat the scraps of what remained. It sucked, but it worked. He's just glad he won't have to worry too much about that with the internship finally starting. The relief that washes through him is what fuels him as he swings from his apartment in Queens all the way to the tower in Manhattan. The hunger pangs are replaced with surges of excitement. Even with the low expectations, he's just looking forward to spending more time with his childhood idol and current mentor. When he went over to Ned's house to play that video game the other day, they couldn't stop gushing over the fact that he's actually going to be intending for Tony Stark. Yeah, Peter has known him for like a year now, but that was more like Tony interacting with Spider-Man. This internship is for Peter Parker, not Spider-Man. If that makes any sense. Peter mentioned the distinction to Ned, who definitely didn't get it, but it's whatever. It makes sense to Peter. It's simple. Spider-Man is reckless, yet careful, brave, confident, witty, and quick on his feet. Peter Parker is a socially awkward teenager with stress pimples and unresolved issues. The difference is night and day. It's why, despite Ned's reassurances, there is some insecurity mixed in with Peter's excitement. Nevertheless, after taking the twins back home after school, Peter dons the Spider-Man suit and swings towards the tower. Karen alerts him that his blood sugar is low, but he assures her that he'll eat soon. She also starts to say something about his declining weight, but he brushes that off too. At around 5 o'clock, Peter finally makes it to the tower. He swings in through the open window and effortlessly lands on his feet. This time, Tony is there to see him stick the landing. Well, if it isn't the only teenager I can somewhat tolerate, Tony says, stepping out from behind the kitchen counter and stepping up to Peter to clap a hand on his shoulder. Peter beams and rips the mask off. Gee, thanks, Mr. Stark, I'm flattered. Don't take it personally, I just hate kids. Technically, I'm a young adult, Peter points out, following Tony as he leads him to the hall. Technically, Tony counters, you're a kid. Instead of turning right towards the lab, Tony directs them to the left. Peter's brow furrows. Where are we going? My office. Tony's hand, still on Peter's shoulder, squeezes once before he drops it back to his side. Peter knows it's stupid, but the lack of physical contact makes it easier to breathe. It's boring compared to the lab, but it's got some papers you'll need to sign. His office, as expected, is nothing short of modern art. The floors are pristine. The windows are so clear you can't tell there's any glass separating you from falling thousands of feet to the sidewalk below, and everything just screams expensive. Peter's steps stutter briefly in the doorway before he realizes Tony's stride hasn't faltered. He scampers across the room to the big, comfy chair across from Tony's as the billionaire takes a seat. A miniature Newton's cradle grabs Peter's attention. The small, silver balls knock back and forth rhythmically. Tony grabs a thin stack of papers and taps them on the desk to light them all up. You're awfully quiet. Peter tears his gaze from the Newton's cradle. Oh, sorry. You're also pale, Tony comments, motioning a finger at his own face in a circular motion.
Shit, that's embarrassing.
I had a stomach bug recently. Peter uses the same excuse he's been telling Sid and the others. I'm feeling better now, but yeah. Tony hums in acknowledgement and then slides the papers across the desk. There's a line at the very last page for you sign, and then for your guardian, which would be your aunt, to sign. You're welcome to read through everything first, but I'm not trying to have you sign your life away or anything. It's basically just so that if I need to pull you out of school for something, then I can whip these documents out. What would you need to pull me out of school for? Peter asks, genuinely curious. Tony shrugs. Spider-Man stuff. I don't know, it's just a precaution. Peter nods. Of course, the only thing he'd need to take him out of school for would be Spider-Man related. Did he really think he'd want to pull him out of school early to have more time to work on some projects in the lab together? Because, as much as Peter would like him to, Tony doesn't see him as anything other than a teenage superhero he loosely monitors. But it's better that way. He wants Tony to see him as a mentee, or even, God forbid, a son, but that would just open a whole can of worms if Tony got a glimpse into Peter's fucked-up family. He doesn't need any more of the man's pity or charity. Maybe he can prove himself through the internship, though. He can earn the label mentee and stay there, nothing more, nothing less. It'll be a professional relationship with boundaries. Tony doesn't have to know that Peter gets little to no sleep, makes sure all the bills get paid, takes care of his baby cousin as if he were the father, and whatever else comes up. As long as it doesn't interfere with his work both as Spider-Man and as an intern, it doesn't concern Tony. Peter barely even glances at the Guardian's signature on the last page as he's flicking through it. He knows for damn sure that May can barely stay conscious long enough to hold a pen and sign her name, if he even knew where she was, that is. He gives Tony a smile. Looks good, I'll have Aunt May sign this tonight. Tony's always claimed Peter was a terrible liar, but if he notices anything askew in his tone, he doesn't show it. All right, well, now that that's out of the way, what do you say we get started? Once again, excitement shoots through Peter. Tony suggests he changes out of his suit just in case someone were to walk in, not that he was expecting anyone to, so Peter smacks the emblem on his chest and shimmies out of the suit, his legs getting caught and nearly tripping over the pants portion. He's shoving the suit into his backpack by the time they enter the lab. Despite the anticipation, Peter schools expression into a casual one and readies himself to be bossed around while Tony does all the cool stuff. So, when Tony sits at his lab desk and motions to a workbench by his that definitely wasn't there the last time Peter came by.
Take a seat, kid.
Peter doesn't, he points to it. Here. Tony looks at him like he just sprouted an extra limb. Yes, there, he slowly says, the desk where I just motioned to. Right, sorry. Peter hurries to sit, mentally berating himself for already making himself look stupid. Any second now, Tony's going to realize just how wrong he was about his intelligence and capabilities. He doesn't belong in his lab. Tony's voice breaks through his self-depreciating thoughts. You sure you're feeling okay? There's no stomach bug or fever chewing away at your brain as we speak. I'm good, just okay, this isn't working, just be honest. Peter releases a breath and admits, I'm just nervous. Tony's brow furrows. He stands and leans against Peter's new desk with his hands in his pockets. Why the hell are you nervous? You've worked on some things in here with me before. Yeah, but only like once or twice. Peter cards a hand through his hair. I don't know, I just feel like you're going to realize that I'm not as smart or capable as you think I am. Tony purses his lips. Then he says, you're scared of screwing up. Of screwing up in front of him. not just because he's Tony Stark, but because he's the only male role model he has to look up to and to impress. Yeah. Sorry to break it to you, Pete, but you're going to screw up, Tony says, but before Peter can overthink his words, the man continues. You're going to fail a lot in this lab, but that's almost the entire point, seeing what works, but more importantly, what doesn't. You think I got where I am today without making mistakes, because Happy, Pep, and Rhodey could tell you that I sure as hell screwed up monumentally on multiple occasions. Peter looks away. Obviously no one's perfect, and with a quick search online, he'd be able to find tabloids on many of Tony's public mess-ups, but still. Tony raises his brow and prompts, okay.
Okay.
Good. Tony pats Peter on the shoulder before stepping back to his own workbench and sitting. With a pen in hand, he says, Fry, pull up the digital blueprints and send them Peter's way for him to look at and tweak. Peter's eyes light up. We're working on my new suit. Yep, pretty sure we went over this last week. A blue hologram appears in front of Tony. He clicks a few things, but then a hologram appears in front of Peter, too. His wide eyes flicker to the floating 3D model of the blueprints. Whoa, he lifts a hand. Tentatively, he pinches his fingers, then flicks them to zoom in on the web shooters. They're nearly a complete replica of the designs from his notebook, just a few details different. Did you make some changes to my design? Peter asks, pulling pieces apart as he deconstructs the holographic web shooter. Tony glances over, then opens up the same blueprint in front of him to inspect. I made some minor changes. It looked the measurements were wrong since the shoot where your webs to spray out of seemed a little tight. Oh, I did that on purpose, Peter says, turning to Tony. I mean, yeah, it wouldn't work with my current webs, but I've been trying to develop a new web formula that's thinner but more durable. I just haven't had the time or resources to really mess around with it. Tony's brow raises. You want to work on that before we mess with your suit? Sure, Peter shrugs. It's up to you, Mr. Stark. I'm just your intern. Tony waves it off. Think of yourself of less of an intern and more of a, he pauses, considering his next words, more of a lab assistant, lab partner or something, I don't know. Oh, Peter bites back a full-body celebration and gives an overly stiff nod. I guess I have been wanting to work on the new formula. Then we'll focus on that for today, Tony says, closing out of his hologram with a few clicks and a swipe of his hand. Still on his stool, he scoots the wheeled seat over to Peter's workbench and leans an elbow on it. Show me what you've got so far. It was literally the best day of my life, Ned, Peter gushes, propping the phone between his cheek and shoulder as he adjusts the grocery bags in his arms. He's on his way up the stairs to the apartment after a quick run to the store. He's completely broken now, literally $0 and 0 cents to his name, but this should hold them over until his first paycheck goes through. Apparently it was unacceptable that Peter didn't even have a debit card or bank account yet, so Tony helped him set one up earlier that day after they were done in the lab. All of his paychecks are going to automatically be deposited into his new bank account, with 10% of them going straight into a savings account. Tony also insisted he start. After calling it a day after spending 4 hours in the lab, and after setting up a bank account, Peter decided a celebratory grocery trip was in order. They were out of diapers, eggs, milk, and baby food anyways, and it's not like he's going to be broke for that long. Tony let him grab a few protein bars on his way out, too, so at least he's not starving anymore. Now, as he takes 2 steps at a time on his way up to the apartment, Peter relays every little detail to Ned over the phone. He basically let me have free roam of all the supplies and chemicals in his lab, well, mostly, since some of it was pretty dangerous, but still, Peter continues enthusiastically. I definitely haven't perfected the new web solution, but I'm getting really close. It also helps that Mr. Stark is helping. Dude, Ned says, you're literally living my dream. I know. Bask in it. Bask in how freaking crazy and amazing and awesome it is. I am. There's a pause and then Ned exclaims, dude, you're working with Tony Stark. I know. Peter immediately looks around, embarrassed for shouting, then turns to his door when no one pops their head out to scold him. I know, it's crazy. I still can't believe this is happening to me. Taking advantage of his stickiness, Peter balances everything in his arms and digs his keys out of his pocket as Ned rants on some more about how cool Peter's life is. A smile graces Peter's lips throughout his friend's excitement. Hey, I've got to go, but I'll tell you more about it tomorrow at school, Peter says when Ned takes a breath between words. You have to show me the new formula you guys are working on, too. Yup, of course, bye. Bye. Peter slides his phone into his pocket, then opens the door, kicking it shut behind him when he's inside. And just like that, reality hits him like a bus. A police officer, tall and built like a football player, stands in the kitchen. Nico and Sid, who has Wheeze on her hip, are with him. With everyone's eyes on him, he freezes like a deer in headlights. 1,000,001 situations pops in his head for the reason there's a cop standing in his kitchen. Did May die? Did Richie OD? Did Sid assault some kid in the park for picking on Nico? Did Chase's teacher become suspicious of the bruise on his forehead from when he tried to scale the fridge and fell? Did Nico let something slip about May being gone? His mind flashes back to cops showing up and telling them about Uncle Ben's death during a shootout. They were his colleagues. They saw the life fade from his eyes. Peter saw the life fade from May's eyes that day.
You must be Peter.
He blinks, his eyes flicker up to meet the cops, then to Sid. She gives him a knowing look. Yes, sir, Peter says, dropping the groceries onto the counter and wiping the sweat that started to collect on his palms off on his jeans. He holds a hand out for the police officer to shake. As the man retracts his sturdy grip, he says, Officer Perez, a concerned neighbor called about a domestic disturbance coming from this apartment.
Shit.
Really? Peter takes the fussy baby from Sid. Bouncing him lightly to distract himself from freaking out, he asks, What happened? Is everyone okay? Sid rolls her eyes. It was Richie and Cherry. She was biting his head off for cheating again.
Figures.
Peter turns to the officer. Sorry you had to come all this way because of an argument. Don't worry about it, pal, Officer Perez assures with a polite smile. The woman left after I showed up, which prompted the man to leave too, so I just wanted to stay until someone else came home to watch the kids. Thanks, Peter says warily, but he actually means it. Usually the cops aren't as thoughtful. They just swing by and do their routine of telling them to keep it down, then they leave, shaking their heads and muttering under their breaths. Our mom should get off work soon, but I've got it until she gets home.
Yeah, what's she do?
Okay, Peter appreciates him being nice and all, but he really shouldn't be asking so many questions. They're safe and sound, he can go.
She's a nurse, Sid pitches in.
She's never home, Nico unhelpfully adds with an oblivious smile. Peter and Sid exchange a slightly panicked look when PF Vicer Perez turns to Nico with a frown. However, his frown turns into a soft smile. I'm sure it feels like she's never home, bud, but nurses are heroes without capes. Like Spider-Man, Nico exclaims. Officer Perez lets out a laugh. Like Spider-Man, he agrees. He looks like he's about to say more, but his radio on his vest by his shoulder crackles to life. We've got a 1094 on Tillotson Ave. Just drag racing, Peter doesn't need to bust out the spandex just yet. 10-4, I'm on my way over, Officer Perez says into the radio. He turns to the kids. I've got to run, you guys have a good night. They thank the officer again, and on his way out, he gives Nico a fist bump. As soon as he's gone and Nico's watching cartoons in the other room, Peter turns to Sid and asks, have the twins started on homework yet? They couldn't focus with Richie and Cherry screaming, Sid says, obviously sick of the constant chaos those two bring. They started throwing things at each other, so I had them go into your room just to be safe. Peter adjusts his hold on Wheeze, but when he looks back at his sister, he notices a cut by her hairline. With a deep frown, he extends one hand towards it. Sid swats his hand away. What are you doing? What happened? Peter asks, meeting her eyes. You didn't get caught in the crossfire, did you? I didn't want any neighbors to call the cops, so I tried to get them to either shut up or leave. What the hell, Sid? Peter sets Wheeze down in his high chair despite his whines and tries to see the cut on her head better. She pushes him away. I'm okay, it's just a scratch. If it's just a scratch, then why aren't you letting me look at it? She fixes him with a deadpan expression, but she eventually relents. With a sigh, she plops down in the chair beside Wheeze's high chair and crosses her arms. Peter pulls out a chair and sits, gently pulling her brown, wavy hair back to expose the cut skin. It's not too deep, but it definitely bled. From his experience, though, he knows that heads tend to bleed more than other wounds located on other parts of the body. Still, infection is a concern, as is the fact that someone hurt his little sister. What they throw? Peter asks, getting up to grab a washcloth. He runs it under cold water.
One of Chase's toys.
Better than a beer bottle. Peter wrings the cloth out before returning to Sid's side. Carefully, he wipes some of the crusted blood out of her hair and off her skin. It's hard when his body is burning with rage, but she doesn't flinch from his efforts. Next time they get into it, don't get involved. Peter advises seriously. It could have been a lot worse. Sid doesn't argue, she doesn't even acknowledge his words, but she doesn't have to for Peter to know she heard him. I hope she doesn't come back, Sid says out of nowhere. Peter pauses, he lowers the hand with the cloth and leans over to study his little sister's face. Her jaws clenched, her eyes glaring at her fingers as she picks at her fingernails. Peter lets out a long sigh. Part of him agrees with her. He doesn't want their aunt to come back, but the more vulnerable part of him, the part that's still that little kid whose parents just died, can't lose her too. He knows Sid has gone through some shit in her life just as he has. He wishes he knew everything, but she intentionally keeps him out of her social life. She doesn't talk about friends, school, or anything. He wishes she did so he'd know how to help her when she feels like shit. Even though he knows that the shittiness she feels at the moment, the one that's working her jaw, is because of their poor excuse of a parental figure, he knows it runs deeper than that. There are other stressors and traumas that he may not even be aware of. Not sure what to do, Peter just nods, because he at least understands what she means when she said she doesn't want their aunt to return. How about a movie night, he proposes, eliciting a look of surprise from Sid. He nudges her knee with his, just like old times. Slowly, a small smile turns up one corner of her lips. Prisoner of Azkaban. Chapter 5. The lab doors swoosh open and Peter stumbles inside, breath labored and hair tousled by ripping off the Spider-Man mask. His wide eyes go straight to Tony, who is sitting at his workbench with papers spread out in front of him. I am so sorry I'm late, Peter rushes out, gulping for air. I swear I swung over as fast as I could, but I had to do something real fast after school and I missed the subway. And then when I was swinging over there was some kid trying to scale a building for his YouTube channel or something. But he got stuck, so I had to help him down. And then these little kids wanted to talk to Spider-Man and I couldn't just say no. He flops onto his seat, dropping his backpack on the floor. It makes a loud thud as the floor cracks. Tony's eyes go comically wide. And then I saved a semi from running straight into this bowling alley, and the owner gave me a free bowling ball, and I didn't really know how to decline. Peter looks at Tony, half expecting a lecture about punctuality and professionalism, but after a brief pause, Tony says, "Do you even know how to bowl?" Peter frowns. I've never gone before, but it seems pretty straightforward. Tony shrugs as if to say, fair enough. Well, sounds like you had a busy day. Just shoot me a text or something next time so I'm not left waiting, wondering if you got kidnapped or if you just forgot. How could I forget? Peter straightens. I mean, it's not every day you get the opportunity to intern for one of the world's smartest people. It'd be like Marty McFly forgetting that he had to go back to the future. Tony turns more fully towards Peter. If you're trying to suck up to me, it's working. I wasn't trying to. He cuts himself off when Tony tosses him a small vial. He catches it, of course, and turns it around to inspect the small glass cylinder. Whoa, no way, is this a sample of my new formula? You bet. I know this is technically your project, but I couldn't help myself. I copied it exactly off the notes you took yesterday, though, so if anything blows up, that's on you. Peter snickers. It's not going to blow up. There's no rapid expansion of gases or rapidly increased pressure. If you say so. Tony turns back to the mountains of papers on his desk. Play around with that for a while. I have to do some light paperwork or else Pep will fire my ass from my own company. Her company, technically, Peter points out, but obeys Tony's instruction. He digs for his suit out of backpack and gets to work detaching a web shooter from one wrist. The vial is compatible with this shooter since they haven't started on his new designs yet, so he picks the other canisters out and replaces them. They work silently, some light AC/DC playing in the background, as Tony flips through his paperwork and Peter tests out the new web formula. Right away, he finds that it's much too sticky and weak. As in, when he touches it, it stays attached to the pad of his finger and stretches like chewed-up gum before falling apart in shreds when stretched too far. As Peter's pulling chemicals out and refiguring the formula, he glances over at Tony. His forehead is creased, one hand propping up his chin as his narrowed eyes scan the sheets in front of him. Peter's gaze strays to the rest of the room. The familiarity, despite only being in here a handful of times, is warming, welcoming. Safe. He doesn't have to worry about changing Wee's diaper, mediating a dispute between the kids, or calming Nico down from a sensory overload. He still has his phone's ringer on just in case something were to happen, but he isn't on high alert. It's more than just the lab feeling safe, it's being in Tony's presence too. Maybe, that's what Peter thinks at least. He has noticed that his spidey senses go quiet when the man's around. Maybe it's because he isn't the one in charge of making sure everyone else is safe. Tony's the adult, so that responsibility falls on his shoulders, not Peter's. Peter glances at his phone for the time, 15 minutes until he's supposed to pack it up and leave. But he doesn't want this to end. He doesn't want to go home. It's not that he hates his home life, he loves his family, he just doesn't want to have to put on that responsibility again. As used to it as he is, it's crushing all the same. So, Peter says as he slowly cleans up, desperate to let these last 15 minutes drag on, "Are you and Miss Potts dating again?" Tony looks up from the paperwork to send Peter a look. "What, do you work for the Daily Bugle now?" Oof, maybe not the right thing to say. With a light-hearted shrug, Peter says, "No, I'm just curious, you don't have to answer." He smirks, although not answering is kind of an answer in itself. Tony stares at him long and hard, then he says, "Fine, it's complicated, as you'll find most things in adulthood are." Peter holds back from snorting. He already has a taste of that, not that he needs to know. Tony nods to the mess Peter's cleaning up on his work desk. "So, how'd the trial go?" "No offense, Mr. Stark," Peter says with a cheeky tone, "but your trial could have used a lot more work." "Hey, I followed your notes to a T." "Yeah, but you didn't account for the size of the new design. This formula is supposed to be for a thinner nozzle, not the size of the pre-existing one," Peter explains, watching with amusement as Tony's brows shoot up as if he's impressed. "But I will admit, there's a lot of tweaking that needs to be done to the new formula anyways." A smile crosses Tony's lips. "See, messing up is part of the process." Yeah, Peter smiles too. "Thanks again for this opportunity, Mr. Stark. You didn't have to open up your lab like this. Are all teenagers as polite as you?" Tony says. "You don't have to thank me for anything, kid. Take it as investing in the future or as a thank you for your shenanigans as Spider-Man." He flips through the papers. "Also, like I've mentioned before, your presence is tolerable." Peter beams. "Aw, Mr. Stark," he says, drawing out his syllables to intentionally annoy the man. Tony rolls his eyes. "Sometimes," he corrects himself, shooting Peter a mock glare, "sometimes your presence is tolerable." For the rest of the week, Peter looks forward to interning almost more than he looks forward to Spider-Manning. It's all he can talk about with Ned, not that Ned minds at all, being an eager sponge of every last detail Peter spills, and it's constantly on his mind. When he finally lies down at the end of his busy day, he smiles at the thought of returning to the lab to work with Tony. He wills himself to just get through the last few periods at school until he can go back to the tower. It creates a noticeable shift in his mood. For breakfast on Thursday, he makes pancakes in the shape of animals. Some turn out better than others, but that doesn't stop Bri, Chase, and Nico from picking them off their plates and playing with them. Sid pretends to be too old for a bear pancake, but Peter sees her smile while chewing on one out of the corner of his eye when he turns to flip the browning batter on the stove. On Friday, Mr. Harrington pulls him aside after class. At first, Peter's confused and slightly annoyed since he needed to use the bathroom, and the 3 minutes between classes is already tight, but then he tells Peter that he's glad to see him smiling again. It makes Peter wonder when he ever stopped. Needless to say, he's having a grand week, even with the surprise cop visit on Monday. After ending the week on a high note with a productive night of patrolling on Friday, Peter peels his suit off his sweaty body in the alleyway outside his apartment, stuffs it in his backpack, then walks in through the front. He peers through Sid, Bri, and Chase's door to their bedroom. After counting 3 sleeping heads on pillows, he peers into May's vacant room, just in case, and then stalls outside Richie's. He knows better than to peer into his room. He doesn't pick up his heartbeat or lungs expelling soft breaths, so he must be out. Peter silently creeps into his bedroom, towing the door shut to keep the light from the hall from stirring Wheeze or Nico awake. On his way to his bed, he fixes the blanket draped over Nico so that it covers his shoulders. Peter carefully sets his backpack on the floor and then grabs some clean clothes, well, relatively clean clothes, to change into after his cold shower. Exhaustion radiates off of him in waves as he moves throughout the dark apartment. Once he's cleaned from the sweat and grime of the day, he collapses in bed and lets out a long breath. A soft buzz from his phone has him reaching blindly for the device. Squinting his eyes into slits, he peers at the blinding screen. "Hey kid, just deposited your first paycheck. Don't blow it on anything stupid." It takes a total of 5 seconds for Peter to register the name with the message as Tony's, then to register the meaning. His heart leaps to his throat. He quickly clicks to check his balance through the app Tony insisted he downloads. His heart drops from his throat to the pit of his stomach. You did not just pay me $500, he quickly types and sends. In a matter of seconds, he gets a response. Shouldn't you be asleep? Anyways, yes, I did, because that was the amount stated in the papers you signed. Peter types out another response, gets halfway through, but gets cut off when Tony's contact pops up with a call. He hesitantly accepts it and holds it up to his ear. You're not winning this argument. You may be incredibly humble, but I'm incredibly stubborn. Peter closes his eyes and shakes his head. In a whisper, he says, I can't accept $500, Mr. Stark. It's not even that much, Tony argues, and why are you whispering? Peter glances at Wee's crib, then at Nico's bunk below him. Sleepover at Ned's. You still have sleepovers. Peter rolls his eyes and lies back, running a hand down his face. Shut up. Did you just tell me to shut up? Tony asks, incredulous. Wow, I take back all those times I called you polite and well-mannered. Do I need to tell Aunt Hottie about this attitude, if you can find her? Mr. Stark, Peter whispers, veering them back on track. $500 is a lot for basically messing around in the lab. I'm not arguing with you, kid, Tony counters. Peter starts to refute, but he cuts him off. If you keep arguing, I'll raise it to $800. Peter slams his mouth shut. That's what I thought, Tony says, victorious. All right, now that that's settled, I'll let you get back to your sleepover. Mr. Stark, Peter half groans, half whispers. Tell Ned I said hi for me, Tony says, then promptly hangs up. With a frown, Peter lifts his phone from his ear to above his face. As much as he needs and is thankful for the money, part of him still feels guilty for taking so much. Surely Tony isn't just throwing money at him as charity, right? He's actually earning it. Right. With self-doubt and insecurities running rapid in his head, Peter pulls up Ned's contact and shoots him a quick text. Mr. Stark says hi. Ned replies, not even a full 3 seconds later. ASHSJFKSOSHABDKFKSJI. I can die peacefully now. Saturday comes and goes, and without the internship, Peter finds his mood slowly deteriorating. He deals with Wee's incessant screaming, cannot be satisfied by literally anything. Nico throws up after breakfast, and according to Sid, the flu's going around school, so Peter plays nurse and cleans up the 2 more vomit messes Nico makes. He gives him a trash can, but he seems adamant on throwing up on the carpet, so that Peter has to get down on his hands and knees to scrub it out. It seems like that, at least. Sunday comes with some promise, though. Nico's fever is already down to a steady 99.9 degrees Fahrenheit. We still has fits of screaming, but he's easily distracted by Chase and Bri practicing for their school play in the living room. It isn't until after dinner, and after laying Wees down for bed, that Peter gets ready to go out and patrol for the day. He gives the twins their goodnight squeezes. Bri refuses to call hugs by the actual term and turns out the light. He ensures Nico is fast asleep, makes sure that Sid is too, and then grabs his backpack. He figures he should probably put on some more deodorant before going out, so he creeps into the bathroom and leans down to grab his stick from under the sink. His senses alert him of Sid's presence in the doorway before she speaks. Where are you going? Peter looks up, caught red-handed. He plays it off, just getting ready for bed. She raises a brow, unamused. Why are you putting on deodorant before bed? Busted, can't get anything past her. Peter slowly puts the stick back as he tries to conjure up an excuse, but then her face twists and she says, actually, never mind, I don't want to know where you're sneaking off to in the middle of the night. Peter frowns, confused, then realization dawns in him. He laughs. You think I'm sneaking out to see a girl? Or a boy, I don't know, Sid says, her face the epitome of disgust. Either way, I don't want to know. Peter's too busy trying to stifle his laughter before he can wake up his sleeping cousins to efface his younger sister's trauma. She turns on her heel and hurried back to her room while Peter's still catching his breath. Okay, so maybe he was a little delirious from a lack of sleep, but come on him, getting it on with anyone. Yeah, not going to happen anytime soon. He is somewhat flattered, though. Without any more interruptions, Peter returns to his room, sneaks out the window with his backpack in hand, then climbs down the brink to the fire escape to get to the alley. Behind the big green, rusty dumpster, he pulls the suit on over top his clothes. The HUD flickers to life as Karen welcomes him. Hey K, long time no see, what you got for me tonight? And thus, Peter's night really starts. He's busy dealing with some of the smaller things, helping some lost tourists, finding a kid's lost cat when he picks up police sirens. Mid-swing, Peter's head whips to the right. He twists his body, detached from the web, and shoots a new one to catapult him towards the piercing sirens. With the squealing of rubber, angry horns, and revving engines ringing in his ears, it doesn't take long for him to realize it's a car chase. Peter gets to work fast. He swings towards the speeding car, a black 2004 Chevy, and lands right on top, causing a slight dent. A man leans out of the passenger side window with a gun aimed right at him. Thanks to his spidey senses and fast reflexes, he's able to dodge the 3 shots he fires before shooting a web at the weapon and sticking it to a lamp post they pass. Disarmed, he's easily able to pull him out by attaching a web to his shoulder and then shooting the end at another lamp post they speed past, yanking the man from the open window. He lands a little rough against the post, but he doesn't sustain any injuries more severe than some bruising. Peter focuses on the driver too late. One hand on the wheel and the other out the window with a gun, he lets a spray of bullets loose. While Peter dodges them with ease, his concern is less on himself and more so on the pedestrians. Cursing under his breath, Peter flips off the car and swings over to a group of bubbly tourists. Before they all get holes blown into them like Swiss cheese, Peter lifts a parallel parked car to shield them. His teeth grind and his biceps strain. The tourists are frozen in terror and awe as the bullets hit the car. The speeding car zooms past them and disappears down the street, the cops hot on its tail. Peter lets the car drop carefully, of course, and turns to the pedestrians. "You guys good?" he rushes out, throwing up a thumbs up. Somewhat awestruck and terrified, all they can do is copy the thumbs up. It's good enough for Peter, though. He hurls himself back into the air with a web and swings around the block towards the sounds of sirens. He locates the speeding car with ease and once again drops on top of it. Like before, the driver attempts to shoot at him, but like before, Peter dodges. He flips out of the way, then uses the momentum to swing himself around the top and through the window on the passenger side door, feet first. Peter successfully kicks the driver through his open window, but his grip on the steering wheel sharply yanks it to the left, flipping the car. Everything moves in slow motion. Midair, Peter shoots a web to both catch and secure the driver. Then, as he follows the man out the window, he lands and immediately leaps in front of the flipping car. He plants his feet. The car lands right in his hands and threatens to squash him like an ant, but he lets out a powerful cry and holds it up before it can roll into oncoming traffic. As soon as he catches the car from ramming into a bus, it's like someone picked up the remote and put everything back from slow motion to regular speed. After watching something in slow motion, regular speed seems way too fast, and the same goes for his reality. Chest heaving and muscles straining, Peter sets the car down with a grunt. It crashes to the road. He stands there for a second, just catching his breath, hands on his hips and head tilted up. Somewhere someone claps, then another person claps, then another. Peter looks around him and realizes the cops have parked in the road to block traffic. They, along with some pedestrians, clap and cheer for him. Someone whistles. He shifts his weight between his feet and sends them an awkward wave. Thanks. "Way to go, Spider-Man," an old guy shouts from his window. "Yeah, go Spider-Man." Woo-woo. Peter, mildly uncomfortable and embarrassed, backs up and then shoots a web to swing out of sight. It isn't until he's away from the sirens, cheering and screaming that his adrenaline wears off, leaving his muscles tingly and heavy. On top of whatever building he's on, Peter feels a pinch in his abdomen, so he twists to stretch it out. It proves to be a terrible idea, though, because the twinge of pain turns red hot. "Ah," he hisses, hands going to his side and coming back red. Well, redder than what his glove is supposed to be. With a pinched frown, Peter twists to get a look at his side. Karen," Peter prompts, "did I get shot?" "Yes." Apparently he didn't dodge all the bullets with ease. Stupid adrenaline, keeping secrets from him. Damn, he covers the wound with his hand and cringes at the pressure. Woozy from the sudden pain, he says, "You mind calling Mr. Stark for me?" "Not at all," calling Tony Stark. "Thanks, Kay." Peter stands at the edge of the building and stares off at the breathtaking view of the city. It's poetic, people would kill to see this view, and here he is, bleeding out as he overlooks it. His thoughts are interrupted by Tony picking up after the fourth ring. "Isn't it a little late for a joy ride?" Tony says, though it sounds like he's wide awake as well. "I wouldn't call protecting the city as a joy ride, but go off I guess." Tony snorts. "What you need, kid?" "Oh, right." Peter looks down at himself and peels his hand from the wound. Thick, wet blood stains his glove and the area surrounding the punctured flesh. If he moves just right, he swears he can feel the bullet lodged between his ribs. Don't freak out, but I had a little, accident. I'm not dying by any means, but I should probably get this looked at. There's some shuffling on the other end. Shit, kid, why didn't you start with that? It's not that bad. Still, Tony's disapproval is clear in his voice. You think you can swing over, or should I come to you? Peter tests it out, but he moves just right and jostles the bullet. The feeling of the metal scraping against his bone sends a dizzy spell to crash over him like a violent wave. He stumbles back from the edge and haphazardly lands on his bottom to avoid falling off the tall building. It'd probably be best if you came to me, Peter admits, wincing, not at the pain, but at the thought of tearing Tony away from whatever important thing he's doing to come and scrape him off this roof like a child. But if you're busy, it's fine, I'll stay where you are. I'm having Karen send me your coordinates now. Okay, Peter swallows. The wooziness has him laying back and closing his eyes. How long do you think you'll be? Shit, how bad is it? Nah, it's not that bad, Peter says, though he's sure the loftiness of his voice isn't reassuring. Just curious is all. He hears as Tony suits up. The clanging of metal, while usually nails against chalkboard, is relieving. Fry ETA to Peter's location. Approximately 6 minutes, Friday's muffled voice says through the speaker. You hear that, kid? Can you hang on for 6 minutes? Tony says. Peter grabs onto his voice like a life preserver and uses it to hold himself up from drowning in the sea of unconsciousness, no matter how tempting it may be. Despite the fire in his side, Peter sits up. He gasps in pain. Peter. I'm fine, Peter hurries to assure. Seriously, Mr. Stark, I'm not going to die. I can wait 6 minutes. Good, his voice is gruff. Tell me what happened. To concentrate on the question rather than the searing pain ripping through his abdomen, Peter pulls his legs to his chest and leans his entire upper body over them, his arms wrapping around them and his forehead pressing against his knees with his eyes squeezed shut. Car chase, he says, recalling the past 5 or so minutes. 2 guys, both had guns. I got them both out and stopped the car before it could crash into traffic. And how'd you get injured? I guess one of them shot me. There's a pause, then did you just say you got shot? Peter shrugs but freezes when it pulls at the wound. I guess. You guess? What do you mean you guess? Tony exclaims. Either you got shot or you didn't. Well, I got shot then. For heaven's sake, Pete, Tony mutters, then curses under his breath. Friday, max out the boosters, get me there as fast as you can. Yes, boss. Peter tries to placate the billionaire before he could give himself a heart attack, but he talks over him. Where'd you get shot? Peter sighs, he's so in trouble. In the side. Does it feel like it hit anything important? No, I think I can feel the bullet between my ribs, he says, which is supposed to be calming, but it doesn't seem to have the desired effect. Fucking hell, Peter, this next suit is going to be bulletproof. Slightly dazed from the blood loss, Peter asks, why wasn't this one bulletproof? Because I didn't expect you to be getting shot at. What happened to helping old ladies across the street? In a sing-song voice, Peter says, duty calls, Mr. Stark. Tony doesn't seem to have a response to that. Peter shifts and takes another look at the wound. Gulping, he says, there's a lot of blood. Try to stop it, keep pressure on it, I'm almost there. Tony's voice is robotic, stern. Peter looks between his web shooters and wound. A delirious idea pops into his head. Hey, Mr. Stark, Peter prompts, you think I could spray my webbing onto it to make it stop? Just put pressure on it and wait for me, okay? Give me 2 more minutes. I think it'll work, Peter continues. It'll be like a bandage. Peter, just wait. He doesn't. He presses the trigger and sprays a web at his bloodied abdomen. As soon as it makes contact with the open wound, he lets out a hiss. He throws his head back, groaning. Peter. Bad idea, he hisses out between clenched teeth. The webbing seems to seep into the wound, weaving between the tears in his flesh and burning the torn-up tissue. That's on me. No shit, it's on you, Tony shouts. What part of wait do you not understand? Peter cradles the wound with his arms and takes a deep, ragged breath, just trying to make it better. Just sit tight and do not move, understand? Yes, sir. Peter curls tighter in on himself. Tony's mad, real mad. The last time he sounded this mad, he called him a little kid and took the suit away. Memories of Tony's angry voice and furious face flash before his mind. Then, fragments of being trapped under the collapsed warehouse, of the crashing plane, of sand aflame. He doesn't realize he's shaking until Tony's desperate voice brings him out of the sharp memories. "Eder, Peter, can you hear me? Talk to me, bud." "Huh, bud, that's a new one. It's usually Underoos, Pete, or Kid." Tony shouts again and Peter look around him, half expecting him to be standing in front of him, but then he remembers it's just a call. "Yeah, I can hear you," he says, voice weak. "Good, try to stay conscious, all right. I can see you. Can you hear me?" Come to think of it, yes, he can. Peter cranes his neck towards the sound of the whirring Iron Man suit and spots the gold and red soaring towards him in the night sky. Iron Man lands with a heavy clank before promptly opening up, revealing a disheveled Tony as he steps out. His eyes don't meet Peter's. They favor inspecting his form for the gunshot wound. To make it easier, Peter uncurls himself and tries to stand, but his middle seems to collapse and he folds back in on himself on the ground. Hey, easy, Tony coaches, kneeling down beside him. His hands go for the mask, but before it can lift above his lips, Peter's hands claw at it to tug it back down. "Hey, it's just me, it's fine." "We can take it off at the tower," Peter says, wincing under his mask. "Not here in the wide open." Tony's face is hard, but he gives in. "All right, I'm going to get back into my suit so I can carry you to the tower, okay?" Biting down on his lip to suppress vocalizing his pain, he nods. Tony takes that as his cue to hurry back to his suit, then step back over to gently pick Peter up, one metal arm hooked under his knees and the other behind his back. Peter cradles his abdomen to keep from crying out and looking like a wimp in front of his mentor as they soar across the sky towards the tower. Time passes oddly during the flight. The wind whips around them like a rocket. Peter's pretty sure Tony talks to him, but his mind doesn't hold on to anything solid, but he also doesn't want him to worry, so he nods and says, "I'm fine," whenever it seems appropriate. Finally, they arrive to the tower. Tony doesn't let Peter down until they enter the medbay. Thankfully, it's empty. He's laid down on a hospital bed he has been in once or twice before, never for a gunshot wound, though. He leans back on one arm and keeps the other cradled around his abdomen as he sits up, watching Tony exit the suit and move around the room for supplies. "How do we get the webs off?" Tony asks, opening and closing cabinets. Peter takes the mask off and wipes at his eyes just to make sure he didn't have any tears. "They need to be dissolved. I can tell you how," he pauses, wincing. "How to make it." Tony listens carefully as Peter lists the ingredients for the solvent. The pain only grows as time goes on, but he tries his hardest not to let it show. Tony still works fast, though, which he is thankful for. Peter lies back while Tony pours the stingy solvent over the webs. It burns like straight fire, torching his skin, and he can't hold back from scrunching up his face under his hand and letting out some gasps. "You're doing good, bud, just hang in there." Tony wipes at the wound with a cloth. He must see that the webs are finally dissolved, so he says, "Let's get you out of the suit to get a better look at what we're dealing with." With shaky hands, Peter obeys, warily allowing Tony to guide his arms and legs from the suit. He's got sweatpants and a t-shirt underneath, which he takes off, but still, it's far from comfortable. Tony discards the suit on the floor as if it's not worth millions. He helps Peter back down on his back with his head on the marshmallowy pillow. "I have to get the bullet out now, you ready?" "Nope," Peter closes his eyes and takes a deep breath. "Yes. I've got to be honest, I wish I could give you some pain meds that work, because this is going to hurt," Tony unhelpfully warns. "I'll be fine." With that reassurance, Tony gets started. He reaches into the mass of torn and bloody tissue with sterilized tweezers. The sensation of the bullet scraping against his rib bones will forever haunt his nightmares, but once it's out, it's over. Well, sort of. Peter lets out a heavy breath when he hears the plink of the bullet dropping onto the table beside Tony. "Good job, that wasn't so bad, right?" Peter covers his face with his hands. "I'm never getting shot again." "I'm holding you to that." "I'm holding myself to that." Tony smiles, amused, and pats his leg. "Okay, time for stitches." "Yeah," Peter groans. "Hey, it's not my fault you got shot." "It's not my fault either," Peter half-heartedly mutters, taking his hands off his face to peer at the wound as Tony's wiping the blood off. Insecurities bubble up inside of him at the prospect of Tony being this close to him while he's shirtless. He shed some pounds in the past couple weeks. Does he look weak and incapable? Aside from the insecurity, a deeper, less at the forefront emotion that surfaces is fear. Why he should be fearful of Tony Stark, he doesn't know. But he does know Tony's a grown, powerful man who could literally do anything and have a team of lawyers at the ready to cover it all up. He doesn't think about that, though, because Tony wouldn't do that. Right. Peter's so caught up with the spiraling thoughts that he barely even flinches when Tony begins the stitches. The man tells him to breathe, tells him he's doing good, tells him it'll be over soon. When it actually is over, Peter doesn't realize it. He's still lying there, eyes staring blankly at the ceiling. A hand on his knee jolts him back to the room. "You're done," Tony says, brow furrowed with concern as he retracts his hand. Peter blinks a few times, examines the neat stitching, and says, "Thanks, Mr. Stark." He starts to sit up, but Tony suggests lightly, "You should probably stay here for the night." Peter's eyes snap to Tony. Unsure, he says, "Why?" "Because you're recovering from a gunshot wound," Tony says like it's obvious, because it is. He doesn't sound unkind, though. "It's a school night," Peter sheepishly argues. Tony's eyes narrow. He looks between Peter's eyes. He expects the man to argue and be stubborn about this, but something makes him say, "Well, at least let me drive you home. We don't need you ripping those stitches by swinging over the city."
Chapter 6.
Peter has had two different father figures in his lifetime, including his actual father and Uncle Ben. Memories of his father are fractured and blurry, random flashes of a dimpled smile and rumblings from a ghost of a voice. His memories of Uncle Ben are a little sharper. Instead of phantom, wispy recollections, his mind holds on to sparse but solid facts. Uncle Ben's breath smelled like smoke. He walked proudly but not arrogantly. His shoes were worn in. He liked to drink a single can of Bud Light when he watched football. He liked his egg yolks runny. He was constantly in and out, as he was always on call for whatever work decided to throw his way. In terms of father figures, Peter would say that he got lucky. He had two good ones. Sure, they both died before he could turn 10, but many people don't even have one good father figure from their childhood. After Uncle Ben's death, Peter accepted the fact that the chasm left behind would never be filled, that he wouldn't have anyone to make a card for on Father's Day, no one to teach him what it means to be a good man. And by a good man, he doesn't mean being tough, never crying, or being an alpha male, just someone to lead by example how a kind, respectful man ought to be in life. But it wouldn't have hurt if Uncle Ben would have taught him stereotypical, manly things, such as how to bait a hook or how to change a tire. Peter accepted his fate of a fatherless life. Now, though, a stupid thing called hope has crept into his mind. It's especially present when he's in Tony's presence. Maybe it's the inner 7-year-old kid in him desperately grasping onto the prospect of someone to fill the chasm the deaths of his dad and uncle left behind. Maybe he's just being stupid clingy. Either way, Peter tries not to let his embarrassing desires show. He slips and calls Tony Dad while on the phone with him, but thankfully Tony hangs up before he utters the 3-letter word that tastes stale on his tongue. His original plans of keeping the bond between himself and Tony as strictly professional, not an ounce of parental desire mixed in, is deteriorating by the day. The more time Peter spends interning alongside Tony, the more he feels himself attaching the father figure label to him. It's confusing, embarrassing, and sad. But he can't erase it, not when his heart fills with so much joy whenever Tony says a quick, "Good job, kid," or when Tony trusts him to fix something, or when he teases him for being so damn smart. For being so damn smart, he sure is being real fucking dumb for letting himself hold onto a thread of hope that his mentor might see him as a son, that he even cares about him. Because that's really what all this is about, right? Peter is always taking care of other people, but he's also the one taking care of himself. And lately, it just doesn't seem like anyone else gives a shit about him. Obviously, Ned does, but he doesn't let his friend in enough for him to see past the sugar-coated version of his life. And yeah, his little cousins and his sister seem to care too, but there are days where he seriously doubts it. Those are days when Sid will shrug him off and ignore him or bite his head off, when Nico says he hates him, when Chase hits him, when Bri tells him he's the worst cousin ever. Logically, Peter knows that they are kids and that Sid is a teenager. He knows they don't mean it. But on certain days, he just needs an affirmation to let him know that he isn't completely alone in this world, that if he disappeared, people would notice. Being with Tony makes him feel cared about, even if it's mostly just in his head. Peter walks into the lab on Wednesday with a swarm of new ideas whirring around in his brain like a pinball machine. After spending a couple weeks on the new web solution, he and Tony finally perfected a more durable, more elastic, yet thinner formula. I'm creating it. Peter has been making mental notes to add to the new web shooter design, and honestly, he's beyond stoked to work on it independently. Tony said he was only helping him in every step with this project since it's his first one in the lab, but he's going to loosen the reins and let Peter have more control as he works on more and more projects. Obviously, he loves working beside Tony, but he's looking forward to some independence, too. It proves that Tony trusts him, that he believes he can do it on his own with little guidance. He already has a list of projects to get around to after the new Spider-Man suit is complete. He expects to just sit down and get started on the web shooters, make some light conversation with Tony, but the man isn't in the lab when he walks in. Step slowing, Peter drops his bag onto his desk and looks around. He detects a heartbeat, but it's coming from a different room. Friday, where's Mr. Stark? Boss is currently in the hallway, headed in the direction of the lab. Oh, he listens closer and can pick up the sound of nearing footsteps. Seconds later, the lab doors open and Tony emerges with 2 plates, on each a sandwich. Bon appetit, Tony says unceremoniously, setting 1 plate on Peter's desk as he passes to his own. He sits and immediately digs into his sandwich. Peter glances between the sandwich and Tony. His stomach growls at the aroma of cheese and turkey, a reminder that he hasn't eaten much at all that day. Sitting down and picking the sandwich up, he asks, "What's the special occasion?" "Hunger," Tony replies, taking another bite. "Figured I'd make you one too." "Much appreciated," Peter dives in. As soon as the first chewed bite makes it into his cramping stomach, all ideas are wiped from his brain. Damn, this is good. Tony shakes his head, picking a piece of lettuce off his plate to plop into his mouth. Swear words just don't sound natural coming out of your mouth. It's like a puppy brandishing a machete. Peter laughs, holding a hand over his mouth to block any food from flying out. He swallows. "What?" "You're like innocence personified," Tony continues, and Peter's laughing because never has his genius mentor ever been so wrong. If he wants to believe he's innocent, though, Peter's not going to tell him otherwise. It's true, just ask anybody. Okay, fine. Peter easily gives in with an amused smile. They're quiet as they eat their sandwiches, well, as Tony eats his like a normal human being and as Peter practically inhales his Kirby style. When he's wiping the crumbs off his shirt, Tony comments, "You not eat lunch or something?" Peter's gaze flickers to Tony. Heat spreads across his cheeks. I did, but I only had like an apple and some chips. The apple was courtesy of Ned's lunchbox. Peter can pay more for groceries now, he knows he can, but half of his brain constantly scolds his other half of his brain whenever he even thinks about spending over $50 on groceries for the week. He'd pick up a can of soup, stare at it while his mind beat itself up, glance at the food already in the cart, then put it back on the shelf. But he did buy some chips. Those usually aren't on the shopping list, but he thought the kids might appreciate a something other than peanut butter sandwiches all the time. He even bought jelly to pair with the sandwiches. Regret floods him when he sees the look Tony gives him. Really, an apple and chips? I wasn't that hungry earlier. A lie, but whatever. Tony shakes his head and finishes off his sandwich. After swallowing, he says, "I'm the last person who should lecture you on healthy habits, but you have got to be eating more if you want to keep up with your freaky metabolism. I don't want to have to scrape a Spider-Man pancake off the road if you faint mid-swing." Peter rolls his eyes. "I eat enough, I'm just not hungry all the time." "Really?" Tony's eyes are a little narrowed, but he decides against arguing. "Okay, well, don't be skimpy with your meals. If that means I have to feed you every time you come in my lab, then so be it." Peter's brow pulls forward. Why would Tony want to waste his time and resources on him? He's already doing so much for him. Before he can voice any objections, Tony claps his hands together once and says, "All right, so first order of business, web shooters." And doubt or confusion is immediately thrown out the window. Pushing his plate back, Peter starts, "Well, I've actually been making a few adjustments to the original design." And they go off from there. Tony listens to Peter explain his next project. Tony gives some pointers, and then Peter's drawing up a new design. With a little bit of guidance, he's able to transform his design into a holographic 3D blueprint. Everything from the day, his uncertain Spanish quiz score, the dark cloud Richie's presence always forms when he's home, the soreness in his ankle from landing weirdly on it during patrol, The monotonous tasks and chores that await him at home blurs into the background. His thoughts are out on pause while his mind is filled with science and mechanics. The 4 hours is up before he knows it. Tony flicks an eraser at him, which he snatches out of the air without tearing his eyes from the 3D blueprint he's working on, and says, "Time to pack it up, underoos." Frowning, Peter turns to Tony. "It's time to go already." Yup, Tony scoots his stool closer to Peter's desk and scans his new design. He lets out a low whistle. "Impressive, Parker." Damn it, those desires for a father-son bond arise in Peter's chest again. Squashing them down the best he can, Peter smiles and says, "Thanks, I think I can get started on a prototype tomorrow." "Sounds good." Tony scoots just stool back and continues working on whatever he has occupied himself with for the past 4 hours. Whatever it is, it looks far more advanced than what Peter's doing. Peter starts to pack up, but before he can take off, he remembers something and turns to him. "Actually, I needed to ask you a question." "Shoot." Tony keeps his gaze down on the tech. Shifting, Peter grips the strap of his backpack and says, "So I was wondering if it would be okay if I didn't come in on Friday. It's my sister's birthday, and we were planning on doing something special." Tony's head snaps up. His eyes flicker between Peter's, his brow furrowed. His looks makes Peter want to gobble his words back up, but then Tony says, "Since when do you have a sister?" Peter shifts. Since I was 3, she's turning 14. Tony blinks. "No shit." He turns more fully to Peter, contemplative. "Do you have any other siblings I don't know about?" His mind flashes to Richie, all the pain, stress, and frustration he has caused. Peter wants to say no, he doesn't have any other siblings, but he thinks twice and admits, "I have an older brother too, but we aren't close." Tony mulls this information over, pursing his lips. "I guess I don't know you as well as I thought I did. I feel like I should know these kind of things about you, since you're my protege and all." Peter's heart twists in his chest. Here we go again with the paternal figure issues. "It's fine," Peter assures him, shrugging. "It's not like I talk about them all that much." "Or at all," Tony points out. "Like I said, I'm not close with my brother," Peter says, "and it's not like we've ever talked about anything that would have prompted me to bring up my sister, so." "Fair enough," Tony says, then adds, "but I still can't believe I wasn't even aware that there are more little Parkers running around." Peter doesn't really know what to say to that. Yeah, he doesn't like talking about Richie, but it's not like he doesn't like talking about Sid. He loves her and would literally do anything to protect her. It's just that he made himself promise not to get too personal with Tony, which means keeping most of his personal life out of conversations. Apparently his subconscious need for a father figure overpowered that promise today. "Yeah, well," Peter shrugs again, "I should probably get going. I'll see you tomorrow, Mr. Stark."
"See ya, kid."
Friday creeps up on Peter faster than he'd like. For when he hasn't had much time to go to the store and pick up the iPhone he's been meaning to buy Sid. Honestly, he's excited for her to see it. She hasn't outright mentioned wanting a phone, but she's 14 in this day and age, it's about time. Peter sees the way she looks at kids younger than her who have the latest iPhones with the expensive cases. He hears the way her tone shifts when she mentions how all of her classmates have a phone and she doesn't. How sometimes she'll be in a class where they are doing an activity that requires them to utilize their phones in one way or another. It's obvious that she feels left out, but she hasn't said a single word in complaint. It reminds Peter of himself in some sad, reflective way. It's after school now, and Peter is taking the twins back home from their school. It's adorable how big their backpacks look on the little 5-year-olds as they walk on each of his sides, each occupying one of his hands as they walk. Bri plays with his fingers as she sings a song they listen to in class to help the kids learn about the weather. On the other side of Peter, Chase joins in. He gets really into it, his voice rising and his hands making grand gesticulations when they get to the thunderstorm verse. Peter laughs. Once they complete the song, he rustles Chase's hair and tickles Bri's neck, teasing, "I didn't realize you guys were so talented." Bri goes on and on about what they learned in class about the weather in different climates. When she's done, Peter asks Chase what he learned. He shrugs and says, "Stuff." "What kind of stuff?" "I dunno." Peter feels that on a spiritual level, so he lets it go. They pass by an Apple store, so Peter instructs the two to be on their best behavior, keep their hands to themselves, and to be quiet while they go in. It's a lot to ask of two hyper 5-year-olds, but it's not like he can just leave them outside while he shops. Thankfully, the two don't cause a huge scene in the store. They find an iPad on display and occupy themselves with one of the games on it while Peter stands beside them at the counter and purchases the phone. It hurts, seeing his card being swiped and knowing a large sum is being sucked out like a vampire would suck blood from an artery, but he mentally assures himself that Sid's worth it. Anyways, it's not that bad. He gets paid $500 a week, so it's not like he's throwing out this month's rent. He is throwing out a few meals for himself, but that's nothing he hasn't sacrificed before. Bri and Chase eagerly follow Peter out of the store. Their minuscule attention spans bored of the iPad game already. Now guys, it's a secret that we went here, okay? Peter tells them as they continue their walk home. Don't tell Sid or else that'll ruin the surprise. Do we get to eat cake? Bri asks, her big green eyes blinking up at Peter with hope. After we make it, Peter replies, tapping her on the nose. He bought a box mix earlier that week when he went grocery shopping. You guys want to help? Can I lick the spoon? Chase asks. Mommy always lets me lick the spoon. Peter can't think of a time where May was ever making a cake with him, but he doesn't question it, of course. Bri pouts with her bottom lip sticking out, but I want to lick the spoon. There'll be 2 spoons, Peter assures the two, but if you two start to fight then no one gets a spoon. Sound good? No, too bad, Peter chirps, sticking his tongue out at the two. Chase sticks his tongue out right back while Bri punches his knee. Meanie. By the time they get back home, Peter has already hid the phone in his backpack so Sid doesn't see when he and the twins walk inside. Nico's at the table chowing down on leftover pizza, and Peter hears the TV on in the living room where Sid must be. The twins dump their backpacks on the floor and run for the cabinets to dig the cake mix out. Picking up their backpacks and sliding his own off his sore shoulders, Peter drops them off onto the table beside Nico. Hey Nico, Peter says, expelling a long breath as he feels the effects of the week drawing to an end. He ruffles his hair as he walks past. Hey Peter, Nico replies with his mouth full. You guys are home 10 minutes late. I know, we must have been walking slow today, huh? Yeah, or maybe the clock's just fast. Peter smiles. Maybe, he agrees, then steps out of the kitchen and into the living room area. Like he predicted, Sid is lounging on the sofa, remote in hand and her knees draped over an arm of the couch. She barely looks away from the TV when Peter walks into her field of vision. Hey, birthday girl, he says, leaning against the wall. Feel older. Feel tired, Sid grumbles. Peter's smile falters before he reinforces it and grins. He was planning on waiting until after dinner to give her the phone, but maybe it'll put her in a better mood. Hey, I got you a little something. Her eyes snap to her brother. You didn't have to. Peter shrugs. Sure, but I wanted to. What is it? I can't just tell you, Peter teases, earning a heavy eye roll from his sister. She still rolls off the couch and follows him to the kitchen, though. Peter unzips his backpack and tells her to close her eyes and hold out her hands. She says something about him being stupid, but she follows his instructions. Placing the box in her hands, Peter sees Nico's reaction to the present from the corner of his eye. His cousin's eyes bug out of his head. Before he can ruin the surprise, Peter says, Okay, open. Sid blinks, her eyes go straight to the box in her hands. She stares at it. When her face remains stoic and she doesn't move, Peter skeptically asks, What do you think? This better be filled with, like, candy or something, Sid says, finally tearing her gaze from the box. When Peter just grins, she shakes her head and pushes it into his chest. I can't take this. Yes, you can, Peter pushes it back to Sid. I can't. Sid, stop, Peter says, serious but not unkind. He meets her eyes and levels her gaze with a warm, genuine one. Take the phone, you're 14, you need a way to communicate with me and with your friends. Sid barely flinches at his words. Peter frowns. Is she still having troubles with the kids at school? He thought she would have made at least one friend by now. Then again, she has never been one to form relationships with anyone, not even friendships. Peter wonders why. Is it because she doesn't want people to get too close to her? Does she just not get along with the kids in her classes? Before Peter can try to apologize, Sid relents. She hesitates, then sets the box onto the table and steps forward to wrap her arms around Peter's figure in a tight hug. The grin from earlier reappears on his lips. Peter gladly hugs her back. I can't believe you got me an iPhone, she says as Nico leans forward to pick up the box and inspect it with greasy fingers. Peter smiles against her hair. Mr. Stark pays his interns well. Sid lets out a small laugh and lets go of Peter. His heart pangs when he notices the glistening in her eyes. Blinking the gloss away, Sid says with forced causality, "Thanks, I really appreciate it." Of course, Peter says, "You deserve it, Sid, honest." Sid's smile turns watery, but before anything too emotional can occur, Chase says loudly, "Can we make cake now?" Sid and Peter laugh. She wipes under her eyes and says, "Yeah, buddy, we can make cake." It's a simple funfetti cake mix, yet somehow they make a huge mess in the kitchen. Bri ends up with a white powder in her hair, and Chase has the batter all over his face after licking the spoon clean. Peter cleans up while the cake bakes, and once it's done, he ices it with a small tub of light blue vanilla icing. It gets a little runny, though, and Sid laughs at his frustration and says that he should have waited for the cake to cool first. Whatever, Peter never claimed to be a baker, and it's going to taste good anyway, so what's the point of making it look neat and pretty? They have a quick dinner and polish off the leftover pizza Nico was snacking on 2 hours prior. Bri and Chase sing the weather song again, and then they get the whole family, Peter, Chase, Bri, Nico, and Sid, to sing along the second time. Even Wheeze wiggles and giggles in his high chair. Once dinner is out of the way, Peter shuts off the kitchen lights, lights the candles he shoved into the top of the messy cake, then carefully carries it to set down in front of Sid. He starts the song in a goofy voice. "Happy birthday to you," he sings, standing by her side as she shoots him a look that says that she's too old for this, but nobody's too old to be sung to in their birthday. The family sings to Sid. She has a hard time concealing her smile. Once the song finishes, she stalls, then blows out the candles. Bri leans forward on her elbows and asks, "What do you wish for?" Sid gives her an offended look. "If I tell you what I wished for, it won't happen." "Nella." "Yes, huh," Sid counters. "I don't make the rules." Bri pouts, but it doesn't last long because Peter sets a slice of cake in front of her. Pretty soon, they're all indulging in their cake, icing smeared across the little ones' faces and caking Wee's little fingers. They're laughing, smiling, having a good time. He should have known it would all come to a crashing end. Peter's serving out seconds when the door unlocks and is swung open. May, followed by her ex-boyfriend Steven, emerges, eyes bright and lips grinning. The entire room stills. Peter's frozen in time. He watches, rigid, as any ounce of happiness is wiped right off Sid's face. Her jaw clenches and she trains her eyes downward as she makes careless designs with the fork in the icing on her plate. Even Wee senses something happening, a storm brewing, and watches everyone with wide eyes. Like a switch, Bri and Chase climb out of their chairs and race to greet their mother. "Mommy," Chase cheers as Bri exclaims, "Mommy's home." Peter can't move. His mind replays the only coherent thought his brain can generate in that moment. What the hell is she doing here? Pure glee radiates from May's face as she leans over to hug the twins close to her chest. "Oh, my bundles of joy, I missed you." "We missed you too," Bri gushes, closing her eyes as she lies her head on May's shoulder. Chase leans back and opens his mouth wide, saying, "I lost a tooth." "Wow, did the tooth fairy come?" Chase nods enthusiastically. "She gave me a quarter." "Just a quarter," Steven gasps like he's offended, and his eyes go to Peter. Peter remains rigid. "Yeah, only a quarter." He wants to snap at the unwelcome man. Maybe if I wasn't the only one paying all the bills, he could have gotten more. The atmosphere is thick, but it only seems that way for Nico, Peter, and Sid. Usually Nico is right with the twins, rapidly firing everything that happened while their mother was gone, but he stays planted in his seat. May notices Nico's hesitance and stands, stepping up to him. She ruffles his hair, but unlike when Peter does it, he moves his head out from under her hand. "You back for good?" Nico asks, eyes warily looking her over. May beams while Steven toes his shoes off and peels his jacket off behind her. "Of course, big guy, I love you guys so much, how could I ever leave you?" The empty promise, the one she has spewed many times before, doesn't work on Sid or Peter. Unfortunately, it works for Nico, who gleams with joy. Sid pushes out her chair and stands, leaning over to lift a fussy Wheeze out of his high chair. It grabs May's attention. "My sweet baby boy," she coos, reaching out for Wheeze. Sid takes a step back, keeping Wheeze out of her reach. Confusion flashes across May's face, but she hides it and tucks her wild, uncombed dark hair behind an ear. "And how could I forget Sydney Rose's birthday?" She turns back to Steven. "My beautiful niece is turning 16. The fact that she says it with so much pride makes it so much worse. Sid looks away and mutters, 14. Of course, May immediately says. I was just joking. Hey, how about a trip to the Central Park Zoo for your birthday, huh? How does that sound? Peter finally snaps out of his stupor. He sets the cake knife down and steps between May and Sid, a hand going to her arm as he leads her out of the kitchen and into the living room. Hi, Peter, she cheerfully greets. What are you? Peter waits until they're around the corner, but the kitchen, Stephen specifically, is still within sight. He lets go of her arm and hisses, What are you doing here? May blinks, Same as you, I live here. Yeah, it sure as hell doesn't seem like it, Peter fires back, keeping his voice low enough as to not alert the others of their argument. You can't just leave for 3 weeks, then come back and expect us to welcome you with open arms. The twins seemed happy to see me, she says, self-pity starting to seep into her gaze. They're 5 years old, of course they're going to be happy to see their mother, they don't know better. He gestures to the kitchen. And what the hell are you doing, bringing Stephen back here? May frowns, he's good to me, Peter. Peter cuts himself off, then tries again, calming himself. You know what he did to me. She rolls her eyes. Oh, come on, Peter, you're still hung up about that, it's been years. With a hiccup, May pats Peter's shoulder and says, Forgive and forget, okay? He didn't mean to. His jaw clenches. I don't want him here with the kids. The giddiness and joy in May's features turns into stone-cold anger. Don't talk to me like that. Either he leaves or you're not staying, Peter says firm. Her red lips twitch. Peter doesn't need his heightened senses to be able to pick up the foul stench of alcohol on her breath. You can't make that decision, you can't talk to me like that. Her eyes shoot daggers at him. This is my house, I'm the adult. Really? Because you don't pay rent, Peter quips. You don't pay any bills and you don't have any responsibilities. May shakes her head. You're acting like my life is so easy, she slurs, eyes narrowed. She shoves his shoulder, but he remains stoic. I'm so sorry that I'm not perfect, that I'm going through some shit right now. She throws her hands up, giving up, and turns on her heel. I don't need this negativity in my life. She struts back into the kitchen. Like a switch, she's back into her cheery self, her voice high and her eyes alight. Stephen kisses May on the lips. Peter watches, dread and anger swirling in his stomach. After the two separate, May turns around to talk animatedly with her children. Stephen feels Peter's gaze on him and looks up. His eyes meet Peter's. Peter stares at him blankly, exhausted, done. The corner of Stephen's lips lift in a mocking smirk. May Parker, born as May Riley, was born and raised in the state of Washington. Her dreams of becoming a journalist carried her to the Big Apple, where she met the kind beat cop Ben Parker. They married when she was 22 and he 26. They never planned to have kids, their paychecks barely covering the cost of their own living. One night, while the two were at home, curled up on the couch as friends played on the TV, the phone started to ring. With a huff, Ben pushed himself off the couch and retrieved the incessantly ringing phone. When he re-entered the living room, May immediately knew something was wrong. She straightened at the sight of the glistening and the shock in her husband's eyes. Ben's brother Richard and his wife were killed, leaving their 3 young children orphaned. Ben didn't think twice about taking in the 3 siblings. May was willing to help them out and care for them. They were young and freshly orphaned, after all, but she wasn't expecting Ben to throw around the word adoption. She was hesitant, to say the least, so Ben kissed her tenderly and said they had time to think about it. Ben died about a year later. Then, a month after his death, May found out she was pregnant with Nico. Widowed, pregnant, and stuck with 3 kids who weren't even biologically related to her, May was understandably in a tough spot. Getting help was too expensive, so she relied heavily on alcohol. As a result, Nico was born with a severe case of fetal alcohol syndrome. Richie was the eldest child in May's care, and he was 7 at the time of Nico's birth, so when May started to spiral deeper into her alcoholism, he automatically became the one who had to take on the responsibilities that came with the newborn baby. For a 7-year-old, he did okay. He tried to change Nico's diapers when he started to smell, he tried to keep him fed when he could remember to, and he also had to care for 2-year-old Sid. Peter, who was 4, tried to help out when he could too, but he knew next to nothing about children because he himself was very much still a young child. 3 years later, May was fired from the hospital she worked at for coming in drunk to nearly every shift. With no clear way to support herself and the 4 kids in her care, she got involved in sex work. She started off on the streets, leaving the sleeping children at home while she allowed any guy to pick her up in their cars as long as they paid well. She was a stripper for a while too, but her main source of income was selling sex. May got pregnant for the second time 4 years after she began sex work. After having the twins, May practically dumped them with the children and continued to sleep all day and drink all day, then go off at night to her usual street corner. Richie had enough. He remembered taking care of Nico as an infant, and at 14 years old he decided he wasn't going to have any part of the twins' care. That left it mainly to Peter, who was 11. Sid helped when she could. CPS was called multiple times, but they've only been taken out of May's custody once, and even then that only lasted 3 months. May got pregnant again, but it resulted in a miscarriage 5 weeks into the pregnancy. Then she had Wheeze only a year and 2 months ago. Richie's still adverse to taking May's place as primary caretaker, but Peter and Sid are old enough and experienced enough to better take care of an infant. They're more equipped than his actual mother. Hell, they probably did a better job raising Brian Chase while they were 11 and 9 years old than May ever could have. On paper, May Parker is a guardian who had hit a few rough patches in her life and was riddled with tragedy. She is a resilient woman who truly cares for the kids in her care. In real life, though, May Parker isn't capable of taking care of herself, not to mention the 7 kids she has guardianship over. Peter is tired of pretending that she still holds the role of guardian in a household of children she didn't even raise.
Hello.
Chapter 7. His eyes bore into the ceiling. By now, after the 7 years of living in this apartment, he has all the little cracks and chips in the paint memorized. The spiderweb-like cracks stretch outwards like their roots growing in dirt. There's a brown stain, probably from water damage, in the corner. A moth that hasn't moved in 6 months. His name is George. Even though there's nothing new to inspect on the ceiling, Peter's eyes remain locked on it, analyzing every crater and scratch as his spider sense rings in the back of his head like a shrill fire alarm. He can feel the flashing lights behind his eyes, the ear-piercing screech to alert everyone of danger and to evacuate. He remains still, his hands clasped on his stomach, his ears pricked by the slightest movements in the old, creaky apartment. Waiting, listening. His danger sense doesn't let him sleep. It hasn't let him get more than a few hours of sleep in the past 4 days. He knows Ned has noticed. The boy lent Peter his noise-canceling AirPods during lunch so he could nap before they had to go to their next class. Even Tony has started to pick up on the exhausted Aurora Peters radiating as he drags his feet wherever he goes. He tries to conceal his sleep deprivation, of course, but it gets harder with each passing night that goes by with his tingle constantly jolting him awake and keeping him on edge. Finally, on Thursday night, Peter's ears twitch and he picks up the telltale sound of May's door creaking open. He bolts upright, nearly smacking his head against the ceiling, and listens as heavy footsteps pad across the wooden floor from May's room all the way to the kitchen. Jittery, Peter pulls the covers from his legs and slides off his bunk onto the ground with silent feet. He stealthily creeps out of the room and down the dark hall, keeping stock of the movement and single heartbeat in the kitchen. He peers around the corner. Stephen, dressed in nothing but his navy boxer briefs, is bent over, digging around in the refrigerator. The light casts a demented shadow across the floor. It moves in grotesque movements, shifting and growing. It disappears when Stephen shuts the fridge with the milk carton in hand. Peter watches with bated breath as the man downs a few gulps of the milk straight out of the carton, as if he paid for it, wipes his mouth, lightly swishes the carton around to find it's empty, then puts it back into the fridge. The monster casted on the floor returns for a few seconds as the fridge light escapes. Running his long fingers through his shaggy blonde hair, Stephen turns and starts for the hall Peter's peering from. With ease, Peter climbs up onto the ceiling and lies flat, his eyes following Stephen as he obliviously passes under him to return to May's room. A distant buzz shoots up his spine. An ear-splitting bang blasts next to his ear. Eyes snapping open, Peter's whole body jolts up. The frantic movement throws him off balance and he falls off his chair, his bottom hitting the linoleum floor.
Snickers snorts.
It takes a few seconds of paralyzing fear for Peter to realize, oh yeah, he's in class. At the front of the room, Mr. Harrington's shooting flash a really look as the aforementioned boy struts back to his seat with a textbook tucked under his arm and a smirk on his face. I said nicely, Mr. Harrington says, directed straight at Flash. A hand on his shoulder has his head whirring around. Concern flashes across Ned's face as he helps Peter up. You good man, he says lowly, the class turning their attentions back to the front of the room. Peter rubs his temple, a dull throb that has lingered for the past few hours resurfacing. Yeah, just tired. He sits back down at his desk with his cheeks aflame with embarrassment. He feels a few gazes on him and hears someone whisper, I wish I got that on camera. Peter hunches in on himself. He's preoccupied with turning invisible that he doesn't quite catch the lingering worried look Mr. Harrington gives him before he redirects his focus to the lesson. It's Wednesday. Peter has been dealing with May and Stephen's reappearance for almost 2 weeks now. Nothing catastrophic has happened yet, but Peter knows it's inevitable. The fuse is lit. He's just preparing for the bomb to detonate. May has done this disappearing and reappearing act before. It either goes one of two ways. She either randomly shows up, wasted and looking to be on the brink of death, or she's this bubbly personality that claims to suddenly give a shit about her family. Peter doesn't bite. She promises to take the kids to the zoo, but as the days go by, she keeps coming up with excuses. Mommy's tired right now, baby. Maybe tomorrow. Mommy's busy, okay. I've got plans this weekend. How about next weekend? Peter knows she just doesn't want to put the effort in to sober up and take her kids to the zoo. He also knows that she can't afford all of their admission. He's been dealing with Nico, Bry, and Chase constantly bombarding him, asking him to take them to the zoo for the past week. That, coupled with Stephen and May's presence in the apartment, and literally the rest of the shit in his life, is suffocating to the point where Peter can't breathe. Well, outside of the lab at least. As he learned at the start of the internship, the lab is a safe space, a place where he isn't a primary caregiver or struggling student. Though with May home, specifically with Stephen home, Peter's black cloud of dread and anxiety follow him even in the lab. Sure, Stephen usually works during the day, but Peter isn't home to make sure he is with the kids alone. He made Sid promise to text him if Stephen did come home while he's at the internship. That way, as soon as she texts, he can swing home and make sure nothing goes awry. It's not like Stephen's actually done anything to the kids, or even shown that he might, which Peter is thankful for, of course. But the fact that he isn't doing anything makes Peter look back on when Stephen lived with them 4 years ago and second-guess what happened. It's maddening. It's waiting for a lion to pounce, for lightning to strike. It's wondering if the lion and lightning were just fabrications of your own imagination. He's in the lab right now. His knee is bouncing, his teeth worrying his bottom lip. His phone is face up on the desk with the ringer on full volume. There's no way he's going to miss Sid's text. If she texts, there's no better way to take his mind off of the thousands of what-if scenarios bouncing around in his head than to distract himself with the manufacturing of his new suit. The web shooter was done last week, so, with some of Tony's guidance, Peter is learning to harness the art of suit design. He goes with black and red. It's a more mature look than the red and blue, but it's still distinctly Spider-Man. Today, he plays around with the lenses. As soon as he walked in, he went straight to his work desk and got to work. Tony said something, probably asking how school was, so Peter said a quick, "Yeah, it was good," and dove right into his project. Maybe it's because he's finally in a place where he doesn't have to listen for specific footsteps and where they go, or maybe it's because he hasn't gotten much sleep in the past 2 weeks. Whatever it is, it's messing with his spider sense's ability to alert him of the pencil being flung at him. The projectile bounces off his shoulder. He startles out of his trance and glances at Tony, who is watching him with a conflicted gaze. "I've been calling your name," Tony says, the frown still prominent on his face. Peter flushes. "Oh, sorry, I was just really concentrated, I guess." Tony nods, but his frown doesn't falter. The longer Peter looks at it, he realizes it's out of what seems to reflect concern. "You've been dead on your feet and on edge all week," Tony points out. He crosses his arms. "What's that about?"
Shit.
"I'm sorry," Peter sighs, running a hand through his messy hair. "I'll just try to get more sleep. I didn't mean to." "Whoa, hold on there, kid," Tony cuts him off. "What's the apology for?"
Peter shrugs.
"Is it patrol?" Tony asks. "You've been staying out past your bedtime to save kittens from trees." If it was 4 months ago, Peter probably would have taken offense to the comment. Now, though, he understands that it's just Tony's way of making a situation lighter. Besides, he was there when Peter got shot. He knows it's more than just saving kittens from trees. Although Peter hasn't been patrolling since he wants to be home to monitor the apartment at night, Tony gave him an out. "Yeah," he lies, trying his best to give a sheepish smile. "I swear I don't stay out that late, but sometimes I just lose track of time." "I'm still surprised Aunt Hottie hasn't caught you sneaking out yet," Tony comments, and Peter thinks about the time Sid caught him sneaking into the bathroom to reapply deodorant before heading out to patrol. "I've gotten close," Peter says, "but even if she catches me sneaking out, I don't think she'd stop me." No. Peter shrugs, twirling the pencil Tony had thrown at him between his fingers. She's pretty lenient. Tony makes a hum of surprise. Interesting that you don't take advantage of her trust by going out to do reckless teenager shenanigans. Peter shrugs again, his brains too fried to really come up with good responses. In the brief silence that follows his shrug, his phone dings. Peter's instantly grabbing for it, his eyes scouring the screen as his heart pounds. Relief washes over him at Ned's contact. With a brow raised in question, Tony asks, "You expecting a call?" "Something like that," Peter admits, setting his phone back onto the desk with a sigh of relief. When Tony looks away, his gaze locking onto a random bolt, Peter senses that he's going to speak again. Figuring it's going to be something out of concern, he opens his mouth to quickly say something first, but nothing comes out. His brain is too tired to supply him with any words. "I want you to be honest with me, all right," Tony says, tearing his eyes from the bolt and letting them fall on Peter. Dread fills his stomach like lead. "Is everything okay? Like I mentioned earlier, you've just been off," he gestures vaguely. "You can tell me if something's going on, judgment-free zone and all that." The dread in Peter's stomach only hardens, but something else, something warm and hopeful, blooms in his chest. He squashes the warm feeling and says, "Yeah, I'm good, just been tired like I said, not sleeping all that well." Tony nods slowly, because of patrol. Somehow it sounds like an accusation. Peter nods too, yeah, and like homework and stuff. He scratches the back of his head. And, yeah, just tired and stressed is all. When Tony's gaze doesn't drop its concern, Peter states firmly, "I'm fine." Tony shows his palms. "All right, I'll take your word for it. Just get some sleep tonight, will you? Can't have my favorite intern collapsing on me." Peter smiles. "It's not quite as forced as the last one. I'm your only intern, so." Peter finally finds an opportunity to patrol Thursday night. May and Steven leave after dinner to go see some friends. Peter knows by now that this means they're going to go with some other people to take so much ecstasy, it knocks them out for the rest of the night into the morning. You'd think he'd want to take advantage of them being out of the house and sleep peacefully for once, but he's been itching to get back out into the city to protect the neighborhoods he loves. He also needs to blow off some steam. The frustration and nerves have been building for 2 weeks, and he finally has the chance to release them. Yes, that makes him throw a mugger against a wall a little harder than he usually would, but in his defense, the guy shouldn't have mugged that guy in the first place. Or anyone, for that matter. After stopping the mugging, Peter perches up high on some business building in Queens. He's scanning the streets below, straining his ears for sirens or screams, and even asks Karen if she picked anything up, but the city's dead. On one hand, it's a good thing that there's not a lot of crime, but on the other hand, Peter really needs to let off some steam. Just sitting there, working his jaw sore, he has too much time to overthink everything wrong in his life. His hands are trembling slightly, his breath's ragged. He clenches his hands into fists. A knuckle pops. Finally, after waiting for far too long, there's a scream. Peter whips around and doesn't hesitate to launch himself off the building. Midair, he shoots a web, cutting through the cloudy, late April sky. It doesn't take long to locate the source of the scream. A woman, no, a girl, maybe around Peter's age, is being dragged behind a dumpster in a poorly lit alley with the assailant's grimy hand covering her mouth. Even from afar, Peter can detect her rapid heartbeat and can see the fear shining in her wide eyes. On a normal night on patrol, this would get his blood boiling. Tonight, it makes his blood scorched and his vision crimson. He doesn't hesitate. In one fluid motion, he swoops down, feet first, and kicks the shit out of the attacker. Winded, he flies back, his head cracking against the dumpster. The girl is thrown in the chaos, but Peter manages to shoot out a hand and catch her before she can slam against the concrete. At first, she pushes him back, blinded by fear. Peter allows her to distance herself, but then she gets a good look at him, his suit and mask specifically, and she throws herself forward to catch him in a tight, desperate hug. "Oh my gosh," she wails, shaking like a leaf. "Oh my gosh, thank you." Peter starts to respond, but a twitch at the base of his neck has him yanking the two of them out of the way of a bullet. The resounding bang echoes off the wall of the alley. Peter lets go of the girl and turns to the man on the ground. He's glaring, sitting up on his elbows, a Glock aimed at him. Fueled by rage and suppressed emotions, Peter stalks towards him. Another shot fires off. Peter effortlessly tilts his head to the left to dodge it. Behind him, the girl screams and takes off, leaving Peter to deal with the assailant. Normally, he'd just disarm him and incapacitate him. But tonight, Peter's being controlled by his suppressed emotions and trauma. He takes the man's wrist and twists. He doesn't stop when he drops the gun, instead waiting for the snap of the bone and the agonized cry. Kicking the gun away, Peter pulls the man up by his shirt and lands a nasty punch to his face. A sickening crack meets his ears as blood gushes from his nostrils. For a split second, he realizes he has taken it too far. Spider-Man doesn't seek to hurt, he seeks justice. But then Steven's face takes the place of the man's, and he thinks to himself that this is justice. Peter's fists rain down on his face, merciless and unrelenting. His heart faces. His blood pumps like a race horse. A female voice urges him to stop. He doesn't stop, not until his fists are sore, his heart is about to burst, and he feels that he has served justice. His hand fisting the front of his shirt loosens. The man drops limp to the ground. Peter straightens, he turns away, then doesn't look back. Blood seeps into the little folds and crevices of his hands, stains his sleeves. It's all-encompassing, it's drowning his nostrils. He gags, and blood spurts out onto the man beaten to death on the sidewalk. The dream, while only a short flash, startled Peter awake seconds before his alarm goes off. He scrambles for his phone to hastily turn it off.
His chest heaves.
Memories from the night before flood into his mind and mix with the lingering images of the nightmare. He didn't kill the man, right? He squeezes his eyes shut and brings his knees to his chest, pressing his forehead against them. He can't remember. He can't remember if the man's chest was rising and falling when he left him unconscious on the ground. He can't remember if he heard his heart beating. He can't remember. Oh God. He gags, slapping a hand over his mouth before he can vomit all over his bed. With swift, jerky movements, Peter leaps out of bed and lunges for the bathroom. In the nick of time, he crashes to his knees in front of the porcelain toilet and spews his guts out. The stomach bile burns his throat and leaves a putrid taste on his slimy tongue. He's not a murderer, he can't be a murderer. This isn't fucking real. His hands tremble as he grasps to flush the toilet. He hangs onto the noise of the water rushing through the pipes to keep him from spiraling further. But he should spiral, shouldn't he? He killed a man last night and didn't think twice about it. That's plenty of reason to spiral. The door creaks open. Nico's head pops in. His curious blue eyes take in Peter's shaken form by the toilet as he sits back against the wall with a glazed look, fingers going to knot into his disheveled hair. "Good morning," Nico says, then cocks his head to the side and asks, "Are you sick?" Peter can't meet his little cousin's innocent eyes. Staring straight ahead at the floor, he shakes his head. "No, just," he sniffs and tightens his grip in his hair. "I just had a bad breakfast is all. You can go back to our room." Nico doesn't move away. In fact, he takes another step in, about to say something, probably to comfort the obviously distressed teen, but Peter says, "Go back to our room."
But
"Leave me alone, Nico," Peter snaps, much harsher than intended. With hurt and tears collecting in his eyes, Nico's chin wobbles and he quickly leaves Peter alone. The door slams. Someone, probably Richie, bangs on the wall in warning to keep it down. Flashes of the man's bloodied face bombard his vision before he can feel too bad about upsetting Nico. His phone in his pocket vibrates. When he manages to pull it out, it takes a few seconds for him to read Tony's name above the text. "Saw the news, what happened?" Peter's heart drops into his gut. Grip going limp, his phone clatters to the tile. He hugs his knees to his chest. Tony knows, the world knows. They know Spider-Man killed that man, and now Tony has the legal and moral obligation to turn Peter in. Eyes squeezed shut, Peter slams his head back against the wall. Fuck. But he deserves it. He deserves to rot in jail, because even if the man was a criminal, he didn't deserve death. Spider-Man doesn't kill people, he saves them. Well, supposed to at least. How could he let his emotions and personal shit take over when he's out fulfilling his duties as Spider-Man? His phone buzzes, but it's a longer one indicating a call. He doesn't have to look to know it's Tony. After the first call is ignored, the man calls again. Once it's obvious that Peter's not picking up, there's another text. "Fractured skull and a severe concussion aren't usually your style. Call me back." It takes longer than it should for Peter to process those words through misty eyes. Fractured skull, severe concussion, he isn't dead. Peter stares at the phone. He isn't dead. He didn't kill anyone. A hand pounding against the bathroom door jolts him back to the present. Sid swings the door open, her narrowed eyes going straight to her brother on the floor. "What you say to Nico?" Her gaze flickers up and down his wrecked form, her glare softens slightly. "What's wrong?" Wiping under his nose with his sleeve and sniffing, Peter pushes himself up and says, "Nothing. Sorry, I just lost my temper with Nico." She crosses her arms and looks up at him as he passes her in the doorway. "Well, don't. You know you shouldn't yell at him." "I know, Sid. I'm going to apologize to him now." "Wait," she reaches out and takes his arm. He stops but doesn't meet her searching gaze. "Seriously, what's up? You look pale and pasty." Peter rolls his eyes and wipes the moisture from under an eye. "I'm fine." Sid doesn't let up so easily. He finally brings himself to meet her eyes and notices she's studying him carefully. Then she shoots a glance towards May's bedroom where she and Steven are sleeping. "Did he?" "No," he immediately replies, shutting her question down before she can even get it out. When Sid looks wary, he assures, "I promise nothing happened, okay?" Hesitant, she nods. "Okay, go apologize to Nico." Like most times, Peter apologizes to Nico, which is usually for accidentally lashing out at him. The boy is more than eager to accept his apology and forgive him with a tight hug. It's sweet and relieving, but also fills him with something akin to guilt or conviction. He doesn't deserve Nico's automatic forgiveness, especially not after almost killing a man. Peter's thankful Ned isn't at school that day to grill him about whatever Tony saw on the news about Spider-Man throwing a guy into the hospital. Of course, he's not thankful that he's gone because his great-aunt died, but he can't help but feel relieved to sit in class without someone poking his shoulder and asking him questions that would make him cause a scene in the middle of class. Ned shoots a text asking him to call him when he gets the chance, so he assumes his friend at least heard what happened. With the weight of murder no longer on his shoulders, you'd think he'd be less on edge and emotionally a wreck, but he can't stop his hands from shaking or his mind from throwing up images of last night. Tony's going to be pissed. He probably is pissed right now if the texts and calls were evidence this morning. When he shows up to the internship, he's probably going to yell at him, lecture him, take his suit away again, and take away the internship. But he'd deserve it, right? He shouldn't even show up today after school. He should just bring the suit to him later, saying he understood and that he's sorry. In a futile attempt to distract himself from the inevitable, Peter throws himself into his schoolwork. Flash's small jabs doesn't penetrate the walls he throws up. He thinks Mr. Harrington asks him if he's okay after class, but he brushes him off in favor of heading to his next class to get lost in the work. It works until school ends. He has to face reality again. Planning to just stop by the twins' school to take them home and then stay home, he steps out of the front doors and drags his feet down the steps. He senses someone watching him, so he looks up. His eyes latch onto a familiar, unmistakable black Audi parked at the front.
Shit.
Does he want the suit now? Peter starts to walk past with his head ducked, but then the window rolls down and Tony himself, who is sitting in the front passenger seat with sunglasses and a ball cap, says, "Not so fast, kid." Peter slows. He sheepishly meets Tony's gaze for a fleeting second. In that 1 second, he sees disappointment in his mentor's face and his stomach drops. Tony glances both ways. "Get in the car, kid, before this starts to look suspicious." He says it, not unkindly, but with a controlled tone as if he's holding himself back from chewing him out on the spot. The half-assed attempt, if you could even call it that, to make the situation lighter doesn't work. As much as he wants to make the man happy and obey to avoid making things worse for him, he couldn't get in the car even if he wanted to. He has to take Bri and Chase home from school. "I can't," Peter says, but Tony doesn't buy it. "No use in ghosting me. I know where you live." Creepy but true. "I'm not trying to ghost you. I actually have something I need to do." Tony narrows his eyes like he doesn't believe him. "Our chauffeur would be more than happy to take you to run whatever errand you have to run." Peter looks away. Under his breath, Happy says something about not being a chauffeur. Peter starts to refuse, but Tony cuts him off. That wasn't a question. He looks up at him. "Sorry, but you're not getting out of this one." Knowing it's futile to argue, Peter releases a heavy, frustrated breath and reaches for the car door. He sees Tony smile in triumph and roll the window back up. He opens the door to the back seat and cautiously climbs in. The atmosphere in the small, enclosed space is thick. It almost feels like a cage, like Peter locked himself in a look-enclosure when he closed the door. Happy pulls into the street. Tony stays facing forward but asks, "Where to?" Peter glances between the two adults before he opts to look out the window. Under his breath, he says, "Oakdale Elementary." In the rearview mirror, Peter sees Tony's brow raise in surprise. "You volunteering for their after-school program or something?" Tony asks, half serious and half mocking. "Or something. That sounds a little shady." Through the rearview mirror, Peter fixes Tony with a deadpan look. The man drops his joking smirk. Oakdale Elementary isn't a far drive from Midtown Tech, so the silent and awkward drive is short. Peter's half expecting Tony to grill him, but he's apparently saving that for later. Peter just wants to rip the band-aid off and get it over with. "Do you want me to park, or?" Happy asks when they arrive, brow furrowed. Peter unbuckled his seatbelt. "Just pull up in the pickup lane, I'll be right back." The car's not even completely in park when Peter manually unlocks the car door and climbs out, needing to be out of the suffocating car. About 3 steps away from the car, he hears Tony turn to Happy and mutter, "So we've moved on from fracturing skulls to kidnapping children." Peter throws a glare over his shoulder. Tony sheepishly says, "Super hearing, right?" He rolls his eyes and continues to the playground where the kids are waiting to be picked up. Peter meets with the teacher on duty, then finds Bri and Chase on the swings and waves them over. With an elated scream, Bri swings and jumps off when it's high in the air, landing on her feet but catching herself with her hands in the mulch before she can topple over. Chase, who is still on the swing, shouts, "I can jump more far. Watch, Peter, are you watching?" "I'm watching, buddy." With a concentrated face, he pumps his legs. When he's high enough, he jumps off. He lands on his dirty Iron Man shoes similarly to Bri, only an extra foot out. He throws his hands in the air and shouts victoriously. "Wow, you guys went so high," Peter says, taking each of their hands. Like always, Bri swings their intertwined hands. "I went higher," Chase says. "Did not," Bri refutes. "I went higher, didn't I, Petey?" "You both went really high," Peter says, and before either can argue further, he says, "I told you guys that I was working with Iron Man, right?" "Yes," Bri chirps, "and that he's giving you a lot of money." He doesn't remember saying that exactly, but it's true. "Right, well, how would you guys like to meet him?" Their faces light up. "Really?" Chase exclaims. "Right now?" Bri asks, eyes wide. Peter nods. "Yeah, he picked me up from school today. That's his car. Is it okay if he drives us home?" "That's his car," Chase shouts, pointing at the black Audi in awe. "He's so rich and famous." The kids continue to gush over Iron Man and his wealth until they reach it. Peter opens the back for them to climb in. Chase goes in first, throwing his backpack in and crawling over the seat. "Whoa," he says, dragging out the word when Tony turns around. "You're Iron Man." Bri throws her backpack and hitting Chase. She climbs in as gracefully as a kid can and is equally as starstruck as Chase. "You were on TV." "I'm sure I was," Tony says, smiling warmly at the two. He shoots Peter a questioning gaze as he slips in and shuts the door behind him. "You already know my name, so can you tell me your names?" "I'm Bri." "I'm Chase," Chase adds, then points to his sister. "We're twins." "That's so cool, I've never met twins before," Tony says, exaggerating his intrigue. The kids giggle excitedly. Happy cuts in. "Where am I driving now?" "Our apartment, please," Peter says, and Happy pulls out to the road again. "Sorry about this, but you didn't really give me a choice, and I always walk them home from school." "Even when it's super cold," Bri says, "we have to wear a coat, gloves, and, socks." "I bet you do. New York gets really cold during the winter," Tony says. As Chase buckles up, he says, "One time I had ice on my eyelashes." "No way it got that cold." Chase beams and nods, somewhat shy in an excited way, of course. He's talking to Iron Man, after all. It looks like Tony has 1,000,001 questions at the tip of his tongue while he smiles and chats with the kids. And if Peter's being honest, Tony's kind of good with kids for always claiming to hate them. Really good, actually. They arrive at the apartment complex. Peter takes the two up to their apartment after they say goodbye to Iron Man and their driver. The entire walk back down to the car, though, dread fills his stomach. He slumps into his seat, avoids the stare from Tony he feels as he buckles his seatbelt. There's no talking for a while, and Happy awkwardly clears his throat before driving towards the tower. It's only when they start moving that Tony finally speaks. So, he says, and Peter prepares himself for a lecture. You pick them up from school every day. Yeah, he shifts in his seat. Isn't he going to talk about last night? Yell at him for being a maniac. Tony nods too. They're May's children, I assume. Can we skip the small talk and just get the lecture over with? Peter finally snaps, unable to bear the dread and fear in his gut any longer. Tony stares at him, unblinking. Peter tries to read his gaze, but it's heavily guarded. He can't tell what's going on in his head, and the fact that he doesn't know what to expect scares him a little. Yeah, he knows Tony would never, physically hurt him, but Peter would rather him just smack him and get it over with than draw it out so much. Because this, the silence, the suppressed emotion, the avoidance, is downright torture. Tone slightly clipped, Tony looks forward and says, "We'll talk at the tower."
Chapter 8.
They're not in the lab where Peter wants to be. He doesn't want to have this conversation at all, really, but he'd much rather it be in the lab where he has started to associate it with security and peace. The common room in Tony's penthouse, the one Peter literally only passes through to get to the hallway where the lab is not an established area where he feels he can let his guard down. He doesn't know all the exits, and there's plenty of angles in which someone could walk in from without him noticing. There are noises from the city behind the wall of glass overlooking the skyline. It's more noise-canceling in the lab. Sounds are much more muffled, and there's only a single entrance. He has good memories in the lab. He knows how to move around the space. He knows how Tony moves around the space. He doesn't know how he should act here on the couch, or how Tony's going to act. Tony's sitting in the chair beside Peter, waiting for him to respond, because he saw Tony's mouth move and he heard his voice, but he can't untangle the scrambled words that fell from his lips. Peter wrings his hands together to hide the way they demand to shake and says, "I'm sorry about last night. I don't know what happened." Tony doesn't look happy. He doesn't look infuriated, though, unless he's hiding it and waiting to use it later. "I know," Tony says, much to his relief, "but you can't just you fractured his skull, Peter." Peter closes his eyes, a familiar guilt racking through his body. The man continues, "I don't know what made you think it was okay to smash his head in, but you better have a damn good explanation because those injuries he sustained, they don't come from accidents." The thing is, he doesn't have a good explanation. It'd be one thing if the guy, just murdered a few orphans and set an occupied homeless shelter on fire, but he didn't. And while the attempted crime was horrific, a sexual assault no doubt since he was dragging a screaming young woman out of the street, that's all it was, an attempted crime. Peter can't even know for sure if that's what he was going to do. He didn't actually do anything, so that makes Peter's actions unjustified. Peter prays that Tony won't hate him after he tells him the truth. Wiping his sweaty palms on the knees of his jeans, Peter says, "I messed up. I was having a bad day, and I guess I just slipped up and took my anger out on the guy." "I don't." Peter hides his face in his hands, his elbows on his knees, and shakes his head. "I don't know what I was thinking." "You were having a bad day," Tony repeats slowly, and Peter knows how childish and stupid it sounds, but he nods because it's true. Tony expels a long breath through his nose. "Pete, you've got to do better than I was having a bad day. I feel like there's something you're keeping from me, and at first I was trying to give you your space to try to figure it out yourself, but I don't think I can just sit back and watch you unravel anymore." Peter looks up from his hands sharply. "What?" "I know you," Tony says, leveling his gaze with Peter's. "And I know that you wouldn't purposefully seriously injure someone if you were in the right state of mind. Is there something going on at school? At home? The accusations are like bolts of electricity." Peter shakes his head. "No, what are you talking about? I'm fine, like I told you the other day. I'm just tired, right?" Tony finishes, brow raised, and Peter looks away. "Well, if that's actually the truth, then why are you so tired? Because it sure as hell isn't because you're patrolling too late like you claimed last time." He frowns, his eyes dart back to Tony, who nods. "I checked the patrol logs," he says, and icy fear runs through Peter's veins. "Turns out you lied. Makes me wonder what else you're lying about and why you feel like you have to lie to me in the first place." His brain scrambles for an excuse, but he ends up just opening his mouth without a coherent word escaping. Finally, he utters, "Mr. Stark, He what?" He's sorry for lying, for covering up his home life to keep his family from being separated. When the words die on his tongue, Tony's expression softens. He goes to place a comforting hand on Peter's knee. "Kid, listen." Peter moves his knee and Tony's hand freezes midair before he retracts it, frowning. Peter avoids his gaze and hugs himself. "I'm sorry for lying," he manages to get out amongst the turmoil in his head. "It's not that I don't trust you, He sets his lips in a straight line, thinking, frustrated. He trusts that Tony would do anything to keep him safe. That means calling Child Protective Services if he finds out May's an alcoholic and Peter's taking care of her kids. And as powerful as Tony Stark is, there's just no way all 6 of them would be able to stay together. "Hey, look at me," Tony urges softly, and Peter warily does. "I get it. You don't have to tell me anything, but I can't let you go out and fight crime until I know what's going on in that big brain of yours and that there's not going to be a repeat of last night's events." Peter's heart rate picks up a notch. "You're taking the suit." "Not taking it," Tony corrects. "We don't want a repeat of the plane incident either." Agreed, it might have been almost a year since then, but he still sometimes has dreams where he can feel the scorching heat radiating from the burning wreckage, melting his skin. Before Tony can continue, Peter's phone goes off. Normally it would just vibrate, but with Steven in the house while he's not there, the ringer's cranked up. His heart rate, which just slowed in relief to Tony's statement, picks right back up as he fishes his phone out of his pocket. His eyes scour the screen. "It's just Ned. Bro, WTH happened with that dude." Peter must make a face because Tony looks between him and the phone in his hand and says, "What?" He shoves his phone back into his pocket. "Nothing." Then when he realizes Tony was just grilling him for keeping him in the dark, he clarifies, "Ned's asking me about last night. Was it on the news or something? It didn't exactly make the headlines, but there is some talk," Tony says, eliciting a subtle wince. He notices and assures, "The girl you protected gave a public statement saying that you were just defending her and yourself. Nobody's giving Spider-Man shit, except for the Daily Bugle." "Really?" Tony nods. "But I nearly killed a guy." Tony shrugs. "To the majority of the public, you were just a little rougher with a potential rapist." The word cuts through him like a dull knife. Mouth dry, he says, "What about to you? What do you think about what happened?" "Well," Tony starts, scratching his beard, "I think you were already in a compromised mental state, which led to you escalating a situation that you normally wouldn't have escalated. It makes me worried about others' safety while you're out patrolling, but it also makes me worry about your own." Warmth spreads across his chest, betraying his mind. He scolds his heart, tells it that Tony worrying about him is not a good thing, not matter how much he yearns for him to care about him. "It's just inconvenient." "So you want me to stop patrolling?" Peter asks, though it's more of a statement than a question. "A little break." "How long?" Tony waves his hand, then decides, 2 weeks. That's actually not too bad." Or, Tony says, and Peter can already tell he isn't going to like what the man's about to say, "until after you're in the right state of mind to be donning the suit again." Sound good? "I guess." "Good, because I wasn't really giving you a choice," Tony quips. "Now, how about you let me in on what's really been going on in Peter Parker land, even if you think it's stupid or you're being dramatic." Peter raises his brow at him. Tony shows his palms. "Judgment-free zone, remember." Peter's quiet for a while. He can't tell Tony, not unless he'd be willing to give up his family. As much as he complains in internal monologues about changing we smelly diapers, cleaning the urine off the bathroom tiles since Chase can't aim for shit, getting his hair yanked during Bry's tantrums, aiding Nico with nearly every homework assignment, Richie's crippling addictions, and arguing with Sid over the stupidest things, he wouldn't give it up for anything. He'd put up with Richie's asshole attitude and his flirtatious girlfriend who makes their apartment smell like rosy skunks. He'd put up with May's flakiness and unreliability. He'd put up with Steven living in the same apartment again, but it's a fine line he's riding. Peter isn't going to throw his family away, even if a small part of him in the deepest crevices of his mind is trying to convince him that Tony would make sure they'd be together. He just can't risk it. But he can't keep lying to Tony either. Peter compromises. "So," he says, sorting through what he can and cannot say, "I have been tired, but it's not because of patrol. It's actually because..." He stops, rewinds, and says, "You met Brian Chase." Tony nods, crossing his arms and leaning back. "I did." "So they're May's children, right? She has 2 other kids, too, Nico and Wheeze. Nico's 12 and Wheeze is 16 months old. Anyways, May's always out working. Not completely a lie, technically, since she does have a job. He's just not going to specify what her job is. So that usually leaves me to pick up the slack since she's pretty busy, you know." Tony's watching Peter carefully, studying him, analyzing his words. "How much slack are you picking up?" "Honestly," Peter says, because holy shit does talking about this, even a small portion of it, actually feel a little nice. "I'm taking care of the kids more than she is." Tony frowns, it's deep. Quickly, Peter adds, "Which is understandable, you know, she can't always take care of them." The because she's usually unconscious or too drunk remains unsaid. That doesn't matter, Pete, Tony stresses, and Peter's kind of regretting saying anything, even if his shoulders feel a little lighter. You're already juggling school, Spider-Man, and whatever else you have going on. It's not your job to be a nanny. It's seriously no big deal, Mr. Stark, Peter assures. Yeah, it kind of sucks sometimes, but I don't mind. Someone has to be the one to change Wee's diapers, and someone has to take the twins to and from school. May can't, so I do. It's not the worst thing in the world, so please don't make a big deal out of it. And besides, he's not a nanny. It's just not accurate or flattering. Plus, it would imply he's getting paid. He's not, obviously. Not that he'd want to be paid for doing the bare minimum by keeping his sister and cousins alive. Okay, Tony says slowly, eyes narrowed, like what Peter said was some sort of code. So let me just get this straight. You're taking care of how many children, and make sure you count yourself too, because you are also a child. Peter deadpans but answers the question. 5, 6 including myself. And 1 is a baby.
Yes.
Tony hums, pressing his thumb to his chin in thought. Finally, he says, I don't like it. Peter blinks. You don't like what exactly? Tony gestures vaguely at the teenager. The fact that you're helping raise kids when you yourself are one, and that you didn't think to let me know about any of this. Oh, he did think to tell him. He just decided against it because it would be a monumental mistake. Does Aunt May know she's running you into the ground by letting you take over? Tony asks, and Peter's quick to respond. She knows I'm tired, but she is too, and it's not like I took over completely. We share responsibilities. It's just that May's responsibilities include feeding herself, which she sometimes can't even accomplish, cleaning herself also questionable, and sleeping, whereas Peter's list of responsibilities include rent, bills, school fees, parent-teacher conferences, cooking meals, cleaning the apartment, changing and watching Wees, buying groceries, helping the kids do their homework, buying their clothes, making sure they're all safe at night. And whatever else he can't remember off the top of his head that he just robotically does at this point. He never said the responsibilities were balanced. Despite not knowing this, Tony still doesn't seem all too happy with this somewhat truthful information. I'm not going to sit here and tell you how much I disagree with your aunt's parenting style, but you have to see that the way things are running aren't healthy for you. Hell, kid, I'm surprised you didn't slip up sooner. Peter shrugs with heavy shoulders, still not an excuse. No, it's not, Tony agrees. He pauses. How could I make things easier for you? Peter's brow pulls forward. What do you mean? I want my carefree, non-violent protege back. And so does Happy, by the way. He may not show it, but I think he misses your voicemail patrol updates.
Peter's cheeks flush. Shut up.
Tony laughs. It's short, but it's enough to lighten the room. Seriously, though, I'm here to help you out in any way that I can, whether that be sending pre-made meals home with you, or having Happy show for some kids around to school. How about since you pick those 2 rapscallions up from school every day, I just have Happy do what he did today and drive you to their school, pick the 2 up, and drop them off at your apartment on the way to take you here for the internship. Peter is hesitant. He picks at the denim of his jeans and says, I don't know, would Happy be okay with that? I'll just give him a raise, he'll be fine. Peter nods. That's going to be a lot of extra driving. Do you want gas money or anything? Tony stares at him, unblinking. Are you pulling my leg? 'Cause you better be.
Oh, he shifts. Yes.
Tony sighs and runs a hand down his face. You're in my tower I paid for. I think I can handle paying for gas. His hand falls to his lap and he shakes his head in disbelief. He scoffs. Do you want gas money? The corners of Peter's lips lift. Scratching his eyebrow, he says, That's actually be great, Mr. Stark, thank you. The meal prep or the chauffeuring? The chauffeuring, Peter replies, then snarks. As if I'd let my family even be within smelling distance of food you've made. A hand goes to his chest in mock offense. You wound me, Parker, but to be fair, I would have had my personal chefs make the meals. You have a personal chef? Multiple, Tony replies. 1 for Japanese, 1 for Mexican, 1 for Italian, 1 for Indian, 1 for... I literally can't tell if you're joking or being serious. I'm offended you'd think I'd spend my billions of dollars on anything other than a team of world-class specialized chefs, Tony continues in his hurt voice, earning an eye roll from the teenager. He drops the mock offense and says, It's almost 5 already, you getting hungry? I could have one of my chefs whip us up something. Now that he mentions it, his hunger makes itself known. He had eaten a fair lunch, too, an apple, a slice of pizza, and dry tater tots drenched in ketchup, but it seems as though feeding the beast in his stomach only made it more ravenous. So Peter agrees. Indian actually sounds pretty good. Indian it is. Tony shoots a finger gun at Peter, then looks to the ceiling. Friday, Colin Ranveer. Ranveer, Peter concludes, is a godsend. In all his 16 years of life, his stomach has never once felt this full. Well, maybe once, after he stuffed his face at Ned's 13th birthday party and promptly threw up all over their newly renovated bathroom, but the sentiment remains. After calling for the chef, Tony suggested they skip working in the lab in favor of watching a movie or something to give Peter a bit of a break. At first he declined the offer. He could use the distraction, and working in the lab is fun anyways, but then he realized how nice it'd be to just kick back and relax for another hour or so. He needs to be back by around 6:30 so he can get everyone fed, make sure they all have their homework done, and then get them ready for bed even though it's not a school night. So Peter chose to watch a Star Wars movie until Sid texted and asked if he would be making dinner or if she should get started on it. Knowing she probably has her own homework she has yet to get around to, he told her he'd be on his way home soon and that he'd take care of it. Which he will. Tony practically had Ranveer make a feast fit for an army, so there'll be plenty of leftovers for him to take home. Reaching out for the remote, Peter presses pause. A lightsaber mid-swing freezes on the screen. Tony tears his eyes from his phone, which he was subtly scrolling through while the movie played. He closes out of it and watches Peter with question as the teenager pushes himself off of the couch and stretches. I should head back home, he says. Would it be okay if I took some leftovers home? I'm taking care of dinner tonight. Tony automatically agrees as he stands too. Yeah, of course, take as much as you'd like. Thanks. Here, Tony says, moving to the kitchen. There should be some Tupperware for you to pack the food in. He digs around in the cabinets before reappearing with 3 containers. He slides them across the counter to Peter as he steps into the kitchen. If you need more, feel free to grab another container. Sweet, Peter comments, not hesitating to pick up a spoon of the cooled-off food to scoop the cuisine into the Tupperware. You sure I can take as much as I want? Of course, you shouldn't have to worry about feeding your family. He says it casually, but it still strikes Peter. He knows it's not a dig. Tony can be a little egotistical and arrogant, but he's not a total asshole, but it still feels, he isn't sure, he just doesn't like it. It almost feels like Tony's pitying him, which is far from what he wants from his mentor. When Tony's statement is met with silence, he leans his elbows against the table and tries to meet Peter's eyes. There isn't anything else that's been bothering you, right? It's just the exhausting family responsibilities. Peter meets Tony's gaze before looking down to snap the lid onto the first container. Nope, it was just that. Spider-Man, a public menace, or our city's protector. All things considered, the headlines could have been a lot worse. They should have been worse. Why are some people taking his side? Can't they see he's dangerous? Not every headline is neutral. The Daily Bugle just put out an article with the title Spider Menace, an unhinged mutant. He's not a mutant, but still, it stings. But it's not undeserved. Ned apparently is vehement that the slander in the news is completely unfair. While in shop class, the boy rants under his breath, knowing that no one but Peter's freaky ears can hear him, about everything Spider-Man has done for New York and how it outweighs a little slip-up. It wasn't just a little slip-up, Ned, Peter mutters, tracing where he needs to cut the wood plank, but Ned makes a half-scoff, half-joking noise. Yeah, it was, dude, Ned nudges his side. Nobody died, and besides, that guy had it coming. He didn't even have the chance to do anything before Spider-Man bashed his skull in. For all he knows, the guy was starving and he was just going to take some cash. Obviously, it's still not right to steal, but it isn't punishable by an unhinged mutant, as the Bugle would say. Ned fixes Peter with a look. I think his intentions were obvious. Peter looks away, gets caught up on the but what if he read the situation wrong. A hand on his shoulder jolts him from his thoughts. Ned's brow knits together as he studies his friend. Hey, Ned consoles him softly. Think about the girl you saved. She got home safely because of you. Peter doesn't want to think about that, though, because then he'll think about what might have happened had he not been there. He hides a shudder. Ned seems to pick up on Peter's reluctance to accept his words, so he shifts the subject a little and asks, "Did Mr. Stark say anything about it?" He responds with a tilt of his head, trying to focus, on getting the measurements of the plank exact. So Ned prompts. He grounded Spider-Man for 2 weeks. Ned stares at Peter, blinks, then says, he can ground you. Peter shrugs, Ned frowns in thought but thankfully lets it go. He leans over to place the ruler against his plank. Whatever, you free this weekend, I got a new game. As far as being grounded goes, this isn't too bad. Peter feels less guilty about not patrolling at least every other night. Instead of staying in for more sleep, fast approaching deadlines, and other selfish reasons, he actually has an excuse. And that excuse is that Tony would drag his ass across New York back to Queens if he found out he was out helping Grandma across the street. It also gives him an excuse to go hang out with Ned again, though he doesn't allow himself to stay too late because he wants to be back home before everyone goes to bed to ensure all 5 sleep safely. What he isn't all too fond of, however, is that the internship is only on weekdays, meaning he has no distraction from the perpetual sirens ringing loud in his head on Saturday and Sunday. He takes the kids to the zoo himself because, surprise, surprise, May's promise was an empty one, using the most recent paycheck from the internship. While it does tone down the noise, it isn't as effective as working in the lab is. He feels guilty for wasting the money on the silly trip to see caged animals, but once they actually get into the zoo and start walking around, he realizes quickly that this wasn't a silly expense but a necessary one. The pure wonder and curiosity in Nico's eyes as he takes in the sight of swinging monkeys is something Peter regrets not chasing after. Nico makes a remark about Spider-Man and starts calling them spider monkeys for the rest of the trip. Sid informs him that they're capuchin monkeys, but he insists they're spider monkeys. Peter just smiles to himself. Wheeze gets cranky halfway through, and with one sniff, Peter realizes the cause. He stops the stroller by the penguin exhibit and lets Sid take the reins of the 3 others while he lifts up a fussy wheeze as carries his stinky little butt to a bathroom, fresh diaper in hand. Unfortunately, like most male bathrooms, there isn't a changing table. He sighs and opts to set Wheeze down on the cold countertop. His whimpers turn into cries. The shrill sound reverberates off the walls in the small bathroom, eliciting a wince from Peter as he hunches his shoulders up to his ears. SHH, SHH, he hushes, trying to be fast but gentle as he changes the little one's diaper. Almost done, buddy. A man walks in. His hair is speckled with grays, most likely from a stressful job of the lack of wrinkles is anything to go by. Or maybe it's just Botox and he's actually in his 40s. He scrunches his nose at the sight of Peter changing Wheeze's diaper. Do you have to do that on the counter? Irritation reddens Peter's ears. His eyes flash to the man and he snaps, you'd rather me change his diaper on the piss-stained floor. The man shakes his head and continues to the urinals. Just saying, it's a little gross, don't you think? Well, I'm sorry there's no changing tables in here. What's your problem, man? The man says, brow furrowed and eyes narrowed. Finished, Peter pats down the tape on the sides of the diaper and picks Wheeze back up, sliding his soft pants on. Funny you ask, because my problem is assholes like yourself. Peter flashes the visibly offended man a sarcastic smile before picking up Wheeze and discarding the dirty diaper. Happy, the baby grabs Peter's ear and garbles. Maybe you shouldn't be cussing around your son. He's not my son, dickhead. With that, Peter turns and walks out. Luckily, that's the only downside of the trip. There are still a few odd looks, people assuming Peter's the father of the group of kids, he guesses, but it doesn't bother him all that much, especially when he sees the glee and excitement on his cousins' faces. And Sid's too. She lights up a little when they see the lions. They're just so cool, she breathes, eyes trained on them as they bask in the warm sun in their confinements. Did you know that female lions are the primary hunters and leaders of their prides? Really? Yeah, Sid says, not tearing her gaze from the lions behind the glass. The twins are beside her, Chase pressing his nose against the glass like a pig in Bry with her mouth wide as she exhales to fog up the glass. Nico follows Bry's lead and draws a lip-side smiley face in the fogged glass. Despite their antics, Sid's still trained on the lions. Did you know that they also rub their heads on one another to spread their family scent? Chase grins mischievously and bonks his head with Bry's. She consequently lets out a sharp cry and holds her head with one hand, her other slapping Chase on the top of the head. He pouts and holds his head. Ouch, Petey, Bry hit me. You shouldn't hit your brother, Bry, Peter lightly admonishes. But come on, Chase, what you think was going to happen when you head-butted her? I was just doing what Sid said. Are you a lion? Peter asks, to which Chase pouts again. The twins quickly forget about their sore heads when the group passes by a gift shop. Once Nico spots a stuffed monkey, Peter knows it's over. Giving each kid $10, he sets them loose into the gift shop. It may not sound like a responsible move, but he leans against the wall and listens, focusing on his family's voices and heartbeats amongst the crowd for any signs of stranger danger. Not every parent can keep an eye on their kids without even seeing them. Peter mentally backtracks, about to correct himself, but then he thinks, you know what, right now I might as well be their parent. And then another thought follows right after that, one that involves him getting custody of the kids and actually becoming their guardian. He's thought about it before, briefly, but it still raises some fear in him. But it's not like that actually happen, not anytime soon anyway. Courts don't allow 16-year-olds custody of children if they aren't actually theirs. They do, however, allow 16-year-olds to legally separate themselves from being under their guardian's control. That also includes giving up your right to have them provide financial support. But when did May really ever financially support him? If anything, it'd make it so that he didn't financially support her anymore. But he wouldn't have the right to live in the apartment anymore. He may be paying rent, but it's still under May's name. A headache pricks beneath his skull. Peter releases a heavy sigh and turns to Wheeze. Ruffling the thin hairs on his head, he says, "Let's go find you a stuffed animal." We thinking along the lines of an elephant or a bear. Wheeze just looks up at his older cousin with his fist in his mouth, drool dripping down his arm. He makes a little grunting noise around his hand. Peter nods as if he said something coherent. Great idea, tigers are the way to go for sure. "Mr. Happy, look what I got," Bri exclaims as she climbs into the backseat of the Audi, stuffed dolphin in hand. Behind her, Chase is sliding his backpack off to toss into the car. Happy turns around as best as he can in the front seat. As grouchy as Happy usually is, Peter has started to notice the man's lifted mood as the days where he drives the twins home from school every day add up. No longer does he drive silently, because in a car with Bri and Chase, that's entirely impossible. At first Peter feared they'd get on his nerves, but the opposite seemed to have happened. Happy actually seems to be enjoying being a chauffeur every day. Smiling wide with an exaggerated enthusiasm, Happy says, "A dolphin, where'd you get that at?" "Petey took us to the zoo," Chase chimes in as he pushes himself into the seat beside his sister. Peter gets in last and helps Chase buckle his seatbelt when he ignores it in favor of adding, "I got a big snake, it's this long." He throws his arms out wide, nearly smacking Peter in the face. Shooting Peter an amused smile, the man turns to Chase and says, "No way, that's huge. Did everyone go to the zoo?" "Yeah," Bri says. She kicks her feet and plays with the fins of the soft dolphin. "Me and Chase and Wheeze and Sid and Nico and Petey." She grins and hugs the dolphin tight to her chest. Happy's gaze flickers to Peter again. May didn't go. Peter shrugs. She was busy. Busy making her way through a bottle of Bacardi. Anyways, Peter says to change the subject before Happy can question then further and get unfiltered answers from the twins. "I was wondering if it would be fine if you waited for, like, 5 extra minutes when you drop the twins off. I need to do something real fast, and then we can go back to the tower." "No problem, kid," Happy waves it off. He faces forward again and puts the car in drive. Peter catches him glancing at him in the rearview mirror before he focuses back on driving. Like most days, the car ride back home is full of chatter from Bri and Chase. They talk mostly of the zoo, which brings a smile to Peter's face, knowing that they have at least one nice childhood memory to look back on when they get older. He just wishes they forget about the part where their mother was too wasted to go. They arrive at the apartment in record time. Bri and Chase give Happy fist bumps before they slide out of the car and are led into the building and up to their apartment, one hand occupying each of Peter's. He feels Happy's lingering gaze on the trio, but ignores it. "Mr. Happy liked my toy better," Chase argues with Bri. "He said mine was cool." "But Mr. Happy said mine was cute," Bri fires back. She tugs on the bottom of Peter's shirt as he's sticking the key into the lock on the door. "Mr. Happy said mine was cute, right? He liked both of your toys." Peter sighs, eyes heavy and brain fizzled out. How he's going to stay awake long enough to work in the lab until 6, he isn't sure. "Come on, go get started on your homework." Chase pouts, "I'm hungry." Peter ushers them inside and shuts the door behind them, wiping a hand down his face. "Then grab a snack and then do your homework." That appeases the boy. He scurries off to grab a Pop-Tart from the cabinet as his sister plops down at the table where Sid and Nico are already doing their homework. As Peter passes Sid, he ruffles her hair, much to her dismay. She smacks his hand away and says, "Wheeze is probably hungry, by the way." "He's awake?" Peter inquires, redirecting his path from his bedroom to the living room. Usually Wheeze is lying down for his nap when he gets home, or is about to, but here he is, bouncing away in his jumper. He squeals when he sees Peter and makes grabby hands at him. With a tired smile, Peter leans over and hefts the baby up to rest on his hip. Rubbing his nose with Wheeze, he says, "You hungry, Bubba? Is your tummy rumbling?" He tickles Wheeze's stomach, eliciting a few giggles and kicks. "Dada," he giggles. Peter freezes. When he stills, Wheeze's grin falters in confusion. He reaches out for Peter's face and grabs his nose, garbling something incoherent, then repeats the word that threw Peter into his frozen state. "Dada." Peter snaps back to reality, grins, but it's forced. "Yeah, Bubba," he says, glancing over his shoulder at the kids doing their homework at the table. High cheeks turn red, as if he's doing something wrong, as if he isn't supposed to be doing that. And he guesses he probably shouldn't let Wheeze call him that, but somehow it just feels right. Who else is he going to call Dada? Peter hugs Wheeze to his chest and rubs his back. Wheeze rests his head under his chin. It makes him wonder if his father ever held him like this when he was a baby. He doesn't remember Richard Parker much, but he remembers that he and his mother were often off on business meetings, so he had to be watched by Uncle Ben and Aunt May. Did he ever call Uncle Ben Dada? His stomach sinks. Did he ever call May Mama? No, surely not right. But it is a possibility. They were the most prominent adults in his childhood, after all. He remembers Sid calling Aunt May her mommy when she was younger, how Sid quickly retracted the sentiment without hesitation. After a shuddered breath, Peter says, "Let's go get you some food, yeah." Hello. Chapter 9. In a rare turn of events, Peter's week sails by smoothly. The waves are calm, the sun shining. Monday goes as well as a Monday can. He gets a stack of homework to do, but he knocks out a bunch of it during lunch. They watch a movie in English. Tony joins the car ride from school to the apartment and then to the tower. The man makes the twins laugh harder than they ever have. On Tuesday, they have an anti-bullying convocation in the gym during biochem, allowing Peter an extra day to study for the quiz. He ends up not having time to study until after midnight since he's busy cleaning up after the kids and after a sloppy May, and then has to console a hysterical Nico after a nightmare. He doesn't mind, of course. He'd kick himself if he ignored his family's needs. Tony declares Wednesday as a movie day and forces Peter to just relax when he walks into the lab with half-lidded eyes and feet that seem to drag dumbbells with every step. In the place he feels most safe, he accidentally nods off halfway through the movie and wakes up to a blanket draped over his curled-up form. Drowsy, a yawn stretches his jaw and he pushes himself off the couch. He follows the glow of the kitchen light and finds Tony taking a frozen pizza out of the oven. He stops when he turns and spots Peter, frozen like a deer caught in headlights, and says, "Morning, sleeping beauty." Peter makes a face and says, "What time is it?" Tony tells him it's only 7, and Peter apologizes for falling asleep, which makes Tony frown and say, "Don't apologize for being exhausted." Peter apologizes again, then says he needs to get home, so Tony tells him to grab a few slices to eat on the way home. Peter's thankful that he doesn't mention how he has been hollowing out. Thursday begins with a warm sunrise. May's nowhere in sight and Stephen isn't either. Peter makes the kids pancakes for breakfast. It turns out that Ned's mom made extra Filipino macaroons the day before, so he gets to eat the delicacy at lunch. Flash tries to taunt him in the halls between 6th and 7th period, but Mr. Harrington ushers the boys to class. An article about Spider-Man's disappearance comes out, but instead of mocking him or saying anything negative, he's surprised to read that it's mainly about New Yorkers missing the agile web slinger. After school, the twins talk up a storm again. It's another productive day in the lab, the suit's nearly complete. He reckons he'll have it done by the time Spider-Man's ungrounded. It's Friday now, and much like the days before, the morning starts out great. He wakes up from a somewhat restless sleep, but is able to get the day started by showering down, getting himself prepped for school, then preparing breakfast for the others. Sid comes out, hair pointed this way and that, socked feet dragging her slumped figure across the floorboards like a zombie, and pesters him about being too perky at 6 in the morning. School is good too, and he's pretty sure he aces his pop quiz in English. Happy swings by at his normal time to pick him up. He takes Peter to the elementary school for the twins, and then speeds off to the apartment. But then Peter hears the shuffling, movement, and under-the-breath muttering outside the apartment when he steps up to the front door, both sides flanked by Bry and Chase. He should have known the calm wasn't going to last very long before the storm inevitably hit. Chase and Bry run inside, singing a song they learned to memorize the planets, and go straight to the table to join Sid and Nico. It's routine. Sid tells Peter that Wheeze is sleeping. Peter tosses a granola bar at Nico when he groans about being hungry. The next step is for Peter to leave for the internship, but the noise coming from his room holds his attention. Before Peter can investigate the ruckus, Sid looks up from her textbook and says, "Beware, Richie's in a mood again." Which translates to Richie's being an asshole, don't pick a fight. With his sister's words in mind, Peter makes his way to his room. The The mutterings get louder as he nears the ajar door.
A crash occurs.
Peter peers in before opening the door wider. Richie, all 6 feet and 2 inches, is pacing the room, throwing shit around as he rummages through the space like a merciless tornado. Drawers get flung open, clothes tossed around. He rips the sheets from Peter's bed and flips over his pillow. From his crib, Wheeze whines. "What the hell are you doing?" Peter asks accusingly as he holds the door open wider. Richie barely spares a red-eyed glance his little brother's way as he sticks his hand down into Nico's pillowcase, feels around, then tosses it aside. His thin shirt sticks to his body, sweat seeps through the back in a dark stain. Despite the lack of an answer, Peter quickly connects the dots and realizes the motive behind the desperate search. Too bad the majority of Peter's money is stored in a bank account. He takes a further step in, crosses his arms, studies his brother's frantic state. "Are you high?" "Obviously not if I'm looking for money to buy more drugs," Richie snaps, throwing a glare sharper than a blade Peter's way. His eyes are wide, his nostrils flared. He gesticulates widely. "That's the fucking problem. Use your fucking brain. I thought you were supposed to be smart." A paperweight clatters to the ground. Wheeze whimpers. Peter's eyes follow Richie's trembling form as he turns over the comic books on the desk and yanks open the drawers. Irritation bubbles to the surface, but it's clouded by sadness, disappointment, dread. "Richie, you're not going to find anything," Peter says, tired. "It's not." Richie turns on Peter in a flash. Finger jabbing into his chest, he says with spit flying, "You better tell me where the goddamn money is, or I swear." "I don't have any on me." "Don't lie to me, I know you have a job." "My paycheck gets transferred into my checking account automatically." Richie roars and grabs the headrest of the chair. It crashes to the ground violently when he throws it. Wheeze whimpers turn into cries. Peter moves to stand between his brother and the crib, one foot poised in front of the other, his body going into defense mode. "I need it," Richie begs, fiery eyes morphing into a pleading gaze as he holds his hands tougher in front of him like a prayer. I need it, Peter. Give me the money." Peter swallows. "I don't." "Don't tell me you don't have any," Richie explodes, grabbing Peter by the collar of his shirt and slamming him up against the wall. The back of his head bounces off the surface. Pain resonates through his skull, reminds him of how he bashed the guy's skull in not too long ago. The sadness pooling in his chest quickly flickers to anger and rises up into his throat. With a furious cry, Peter pushes Richie back, but holds back on his strength. At the slightest show of defiance, Richie reels his arm back. His fist slams across Peter's face like a hammer. Peter immediately lets go of his brother and holds his hands up before he can do something he'd deeply regret. "I don't have any cash," he says, out of breath and in pain as he lifts a hand to his cheek where he was struck. Richie shoves him up against the wall again. Wheeze cries pierce Peter's eardrums. "I really don't, I swear," Peter promises. His fists clench at his sides, begging to be used. He squeezes them tight and wills them to stay down. "I only have $20 on me." With a final shove, Richie takes a step back. "Give it." Peter fishes around in his pockets before pulling out the $20 bill. Richie swipes it from his grip with the swiftness of a serpent. He's turning to leave. Before he can get one foot out the door, Peter, wiping the smeared blood from his cut cheek with his thumb, remarks, "Does it feel good, stealing from your little brother just so you can feed your addiction?" Richie stills, his knuckles pop at his sides. Slowly, his head turns and he looks at Peter like he's mentally digging his grave. "You want to say that to my face, big man?" Richie taunts, head tilting as he stalks up to Peter. Peter tries to stand his ground, but Richie gets real close and his danger rolls off him in waves. His spider sense pulls him back a step, making him back up into the bunk bed. Peter tilts his chin up. "Unless you're deaf, I think you already heard me the first time." Richie smoldered with a mix of vexation and red-hot resentment. His sharp eyes flicker up and down his tense figure. "Look at you, all tough and grown." His jaw clicks. "Who the fuck do you think you are?" His putrid breath fans across Peter's face. He places 2 hands on his chest and shoves him back. "I'm more grown than you," Peter snaps. Richie catches his balance and sneers at him. "Unlike you, I actually get off my ass and get shit done." "Oh yeah." "Yeah," Peter's firm, molten rage rolls through him like lava. He forgets that the walls are thin, that Happy's still waiting outside. "And what do you do, huh?" "I get shit done," Richie shouts back, face red. He jabs a finger at himself. I think you're forgetting who raised your worthless ass. You didn't raise me. He throws an arm out. I raised Nico. The fuck you did? Peter's fury boils over. You've done shit, you didn't. Richie lunges forward, Peter's head cracking against the floor as he pins him down and lands another punch, this one sending blood gushing out of his nose. Before he can land another one, Peter pushes him off, admittedly using a bit more strength than he should, and wrestles on top of him. They're both breathing heavy. Other than their ragged breaths, wheeze wails are the only other sound that register in Peter's pounding head. Flashes of that night where he thought he killed that man, bombard his sight. He doesn't hit his brother, he just keeps him pinned down. The world comes back into focus. Richie's anger dissipates into something sadder across his face. The door slams open, Sid's there. Peter stares at her mixed-matched socks, then flickers his eyes up to her face. She tears her gaze away from Peter's and storms in, stepping over the fallen chair, and sweeps Wheeze out of his crib. Grow the fuck up, she mutters, rubbing Wheeze back and retreating back out of the room. That's when Peter finally notices the sniffles and pounding hearts coming from the kitchen.
Fucking.
He gets off of Richie. Without so much of a second glance at his brother on the ground watching him, Peter wipes the blood out from under his nose and leaves. He avoids looking at the kids as he passes through the apartment to the front door. Thoughts running wild, everything passes in a flurry of images. He hurries down the staircase, fixing his hair and wiping the rest of the blood off his upper lip, and checks himself in the reflection of the glass before heading out to the idle Audi. With his head ducked, Peter climbs into the back. Happy sends him an odd look, expecting him to get into the passenger seat, but doesn't question it. He does question his tardiness, however. What took you so long? He asks, pulling the car into the road. It jostles as they run over a pothole. Peter sniffs a drop of blood back up his nose and shrugs. Had to do something real fast. Sorry for making you wait. Something about Peter's voice must give him away, because Happy glances up into the rearview mirror at him. He does a double take. Is your nose bleeding? No, Peter looks down and wipes under his nose with his finger. It comes back red. Well, sort of, I get nosebleeds sometimes. Then, for good measure, he adds, I'm fine. Your face looks swollen too, Happy continues with suspicion and worry dripping from his words. Did someone beat you up? Happy's voice raises. Peter winces and curses under his breath. Fine, fine, he mutters, dabbing at his sore nose. I got jumped, that's why it took me so long. You, Happy repeats, face pinched in confusion. You got jumped.
Yeah.
What do you mean you got jumped? Happy exclaims incredulously. And why the hell didn't you mention that? Were you just going to act like your face isn't all busted up? It's not all busted up. Happy just grips the steering wheel tighter and shakes his head. Tony's going to kill me for dropping his kid off with his face all bruised up. His kid, Peter pushes down the stupid emotions that threaten to bubble up from the wording and instead says, it's not that bad. Of course it isn't, it never is with you. Peter shrinks back into his seat. He just wants to disappear. Why did he have to antagonize Richie? He couldn't have just let him have the $20. Richie was obviously going through withdrawal from whatever he was hooked on. He was in agony, probably, and Peter thought it was a good idea to pick a fight. He pulls his hood over his head and looks out the window. Happy says something, but it's drowned out by the regret washing through him. How did it get to this? There was a time where Peter and Richie actually got along. When did playing with their dinosaur chicken nuggets at dinner turn into physically fighting each other over money for drugs? It's May's fault, he supposes, though even May's issues go deeper than the surface. If his parents didn't die, then May and Uncle Ben wouldn't have taken in Peter, Sid, and Richie. If Uncle Ben hadn't died, May wouldn't have prioritized drinking away her sorrows over taking care of her nieces and nephews. Wouldn't have got pregnant with Nico drank while she was carrying him. If she had been a good mother, Richie, 7-year-old Richie, wouldn't have had to been the one to make sure Nico was fed. May wouldn't have gotten fired from her job or met Stephen Westcott. The stress and trauma wouldn't have been placed on Richie's shoulders and pressured him to be willing to try anything to make his dreary better, even if it came in the form of hard drugs. Peter can't truly hate him for how he turned out. He's angry that Richie would throw everything away, his family, his responsibilities, for drugs, but it's an addiction now. It's rooted deep into his system and won't let go of him, even if he wanted to go sober. Not that he thinks Richie would ever want to give the drugs up. They arrive at the tower. Peter mutters a quick thanks to Happy and hightails it out of there, wanting to get away from the man's suspecting gaze. Tony's waiting for Peter with a furrowed brow when the elevator doors slide open to the penthouse. His mentor's dark eyes immediately scan his face, and he realizes Happy must have tipped off something happened to him.
Traitor.
Peter ducks his head a little to inconspicuously hide his already bruising face, but he knows it's futile. I'm going to go out on a whim and say that you weren't jumped, Tony says, and Peter just wants to take a long, everlasting nap. Happy texted you. He did, Tony affirms. He tilts his head to the side to better see Peter's bruised cheek when the boy steps in and keeps his head low. As he walks past Tony, Peter hears him sigh. His spider senses alert him of the hand that lands on his shoulder to stop him from going too far. Not so fast, Tony says, and Peter rolls his eyes but obeys. He lets Tony maneuver his head to get a better look. Tony frowns and leans back, crosses his arms. What actually happened? Peter loops his thumbs around his backpack straps and lifts his shoulders. I got jumped. Within the 5 or so minutes it took you to walk the twins to your apartment and to get your scrawny ass back to the car. Yes, Peter says firm. When Tony just raises his brow dubiously, he says, You've seen where I live. It's not exactly the nicest neighborhood. Who was it? I don't know. It wasn't. Tony cuts himself off. His eyes flicker between Peter's like he's searching for his answer before he can ask the question. He must not find it because he starts again. Don't take this the wrong way, I just need to ask to make sure, but it wasn't May, right? Uh-oh, now we're getting into some dangerous territory. Peter vehemently shakes his head, a frown pinching his features. What? No, May wouldn't hit me. Well, she would, and she has before, but that's beside the point. Tony shifts his weight to one foot. His face is hard. Is that the honest truth? Because I've definitely been picking up some questionable signs. Shit, he's getting too concerned. Peter's mouth opens, closes, then he sighs and slumps into a stool at the kitchen counter. His backpack thuds against the floor. Fine, I wasn't jumped, he admits, looking up at Tony as the man walks around the counter to stand in front of him. But it wasn't May either. She isn't abusive. Not really, at least. She's usually too out of it to be abusive. And if she ever does raise a hand, which is pretty rare, usually because Peter picks a fight with her while she's drunk. She hasn't ever laid a hand on the kids, though, thank God. Tony nods, but his brow is still furrowed. Okay, so who was it? Richie, Peter says. When Tony just looks even more confused, he clarifies, my brother. I told you that we aren't close. Your brother, Tony repeats, motioning towards Peter's battered face, did that. He nods. Did you at least get a few good hits in? Peter raises a brow. I didn't want to hurt him. Well, he obviously had no problem hurting you, Tony points out with a bitter undertone. Peter shakes his head. It's different. For starters, he's Spider-Man. His punch could literally kill someone if he's not careful. Also, Richie was going through withdrawal or something. Tony doesn't seem too happy about Peter's answer, but he doesn't push it. As he turns and opens the freezer, digging around before pulling out a bag of frozen peas, he asks, How old is your brother? He hands the bag over. Peter gladly takes it and presses the cool bag against his nose with a subtle wince. 19. Right, Tony leans against the counter and purses his lips. I don't know what's normal for siblings, being an only child and all, but I don't think they're supposed to beat each other up. Is there a reason he gave you $1 million shiner? Peter scratches under his nose at the dried blood as he tries to come up with a good excuse. I, said something I probably shouldn't have, and it pissed him off so. Tony nods. He studies Peter silently, and the boy wishes telepathy was one of his superpowers. It drives him crazy not knowing what's going through someone's head, especially when Tony's looking at him like he is. Finally, Tony asks, Why did you lie about it? The level of vulnerability of insecurity almost surprises him. Peter adjusts his grip on the bag of peas and shrugs. I dunno, I just didn't want you to go all Iron Man on him. A small smile tugs at Tony's lips. Well, I'd be lying if I said I don't want to send a suit over to Queens to put him in his place. That gets Peter to smile too. Tony looks thoughtful for a moment. He taps the counter with his knuckles and says, Starting now, Spider-Man's officially ungrounded. Peter blinks. He straightens. Wait, really? You're obviously back into a healthier mindset, Tony says with a small shrug. I mean, I'd prefer you'd get more sleep and eat more. Heaven knows you could use it. but you were able to hold back from lashing out at your brother, which takes a lot of self-control. Tony grabs a grape from the fruit bowl on the counter and plops it into his mouth. Proud of you, kid. Proud of you, kid echoes in Peter's mind like a hollow cavern. Tony says more, talking about how he wouldn't be upset at all if Peter did fight back because whatever he said doesn't justify Richie's violence, but Peter throws it all aside. Tony's proud of him. He can't fathom how Tony could ever truly be proud of him, but he takes it in full stride and locks the warm feeling up in his heart. Anyways, Tony says, drawing Peter back to the present, you want to show me the progress you've made on the suit. Bake me a cake as fast as you can, Peter sings, clapping Wee's little hands together. He's sitting in his lap, Peter's legs crossed, and giggles as he looks up at him. Peter smiles down at him and makes expressive faces as he sings. Roll it, pat it, mark it with a B, put it in the oven for baby and me. He lets go of Wee's hands to clap. Wee still all smiles as his mouth hangs open with adorable little laughs, tries to clap too. The movement's less smooth, but he succeeds. They're sitting in the living room. It's a Saturday, so Peter actually has time to sit down and play with Wee's. Nico's got Power Rangers playing on the TV but nodded off a while ago, and Sid is in her room. He isn't sure what she's up to, but he assumes she's either working on homework or playing on her phone. Bri and Chase are running around, pretending to be superheroes fighting against the Chitauri army they've briefly talked about in school. They whip their swords, the inner cardboard from the paper towel roll, at imaginary aliens as they scream and shout. There's no signs of Richie, which both relieves Peter and leaves a hollow feeling in his chest. While Richie's who knows where, May and, unfortunately, Stephen are home, but they're both passed out in her bedroom, sleeping the day away if their steady breaths are anything to go by. He's surprised the twins' screaming hasn't stirred them awake yet, or Nico, for that matter. Weez grabs for Peter's hands. Peter laughs and asks, you want to do it again?
Duh.
Peter slumps a little. Ever since the first time Weez called him that, he's been saying it at least once or twice a day. It only happens when he's alone with the baby, thankfully, because he isn't correcting him. He knows he probably ought to, but he can't bring himself to. So he just paints on a smile and says, you want to sing the song again? Weez grabs at his chin. Duh. Yes, baby, Peter says softly. Dada's going to sing you the song again, okay? Ready. He picks up his chubby little hands and does the song again. Weez giggles through the whole thing, then tries to jump up and hug him. Peter's heart melts and he holds him close. He feels him mouthing the same two-syllable word into his chest and presses a firm kiss to the top of Weez's head. Nightmares aren't an uncommon occurrence at the Parker residence. Oftentimes, it's Peter who is the source of comfort the kids seek out in the middle of the night when they're jolted awake from bad dreams. Tonight, Peter hears the door of the room across the hall creak open. He stiffens, then relaxes at the sound of the light footsteps. He isn't surprised to see Bri's small form cowering in the doorframe, eyes wide with terror and thumbs stuck in her mouth. It's something she used to do, the thumb sucking, that is, but Peter helped her stop the habit about a year ago. Now, it only returns when she's frightened. Peter silently pulls his sheets off of his legs and climbs down from his top bunk without stirring Nico or the baby. He tiptoes to Bri and gently leads her out to the hall with a gossamer hand on her back, then squats to her level. Hey, what's wrong, bad dream? He whispers, looking up into her eyes. Thumb still in her mouth, she nods. Want to tell me about it? She shakes her head. That's okay, do you want a hug? Instead of responding, Bri steps forward and presses herself into Peter's chest, her thin arms wrapping around his neck. Peter doesn't hesitate to loop his strong arms around her small body and hold her as if she's made of precious gems. Let's get you back to bed, yeah, he whispers into her ear, then slowly retracts after she lets go of him. His knees pop as he stands. Her hand finds his easily in the darkness of the night and latches on tight. He leads her back into her room. Chase and Sid are still fast asleep. He wonders why she didn't go to either of them, but doesn't think too much about it. Lifting her like she's a feather, he places her back in bed and tucks her in. She snuggles her dolphin plush into her face with a yawn and blinks up at Peter with big eyes. Good night, daddies. His hand, which was raised to tuck her stray hair behind her ear, freezes. Bri, he whispers, brow furrowed, unable to weave together a response. What does he say to that, to his cousin calling him her father? It's one thing when Weez does it, he's just over a year old and he could just be saying nonsense. Peter hasn't been trying to get him to call him Dada or anything. He once overheard May trying to get him to call her mama and even to call Stephen Dada. It could just be by chance that we started to say that to him. But Bri. She knows what she's doing, and she knows the meaning behind the word, even if she has never even met her biological father. May doesn't even know who the father of the twins or Wheeze are. Tracing his eyes over Bry's delicate features, gifts from a woman who betrayed her trust and an unknown man who was only out to seek physical pleasure, Peter's throat tightens. I'm not your daddy, Bry. He isn't completely sure why it pains him so much to say it. Maybe the pain stems from the knowledge that she has never had a father, and the deeper understanding of how it feels to be desperate to attach that title onto someone else. His mind flashes to him accidentally saying, "Thanks, Dad," after Tony helped him with a tricky wire in his web shooters in the lab. He was mortified, whereas Tony was in a fit of laughter after Peter awkwardly stuttered through an apology with a red face. Bry takes Peter's hand and plays with his fingers absent-mindedly as she says, "But Wheeze calls you Daddy." Through the darkness of the room, Peter glances behind him to ensure both Sid and Chase are still sleeping. In his hesitation, hurt flashes across Bry's face. "You don't want to be my daddy," she whispers. Her eyes glisten in the dim light provided by the hall. Peter takes her hands in his and says, I love you so much, okay? But he looks down and pulls his bottom lip between his teeth. After collecting himself, he looks back up at her. "But I can't be your dad." "It's no fair," she whimpers, tears pooling in her eyes as she pouts. "You're Wheeze's daddy." "I'm not," he admits, voice cracking. "You said so," Bry accuses. Peter sits back on his heels and takes his hands away, looking down at them in his lap. "It's complicated." He swallows dryly and forces himself to meet the eyes of the girl whose heart he's breaking. "But that doesn't mean I love you any less than if I was your daddy, okay? I will still take care of you, protect you, and make sure you're safe. You don't have to worry about that, ever." He leans forward to press a kiss to her forehead. When he leans back, he brushes her ginger hair out of her freckled face and says, "Okay." She nods, "Okay, love you." "Love you more." He taps her nose and stands. He hears her sheets shuffling as she cuddles in closer to her dolphin as he silently leaves the room. As soon as he slowly shuts the door behind him, he exhales, only to suck in another breath that gets stuck in his throat. Stephen, who looks like he's just leaving May's room, has one hand loosely hanging onto the doorknob, his other hand adjusting his low-hanging boxers. Peter tenses and remains glued in place. An amused smirk crosses Stephen's face as he looks Peter up and down in a way that makes it feel like bugs are crawling all over his body under his clothes. "Hey Peter, whatcha doing there, huh?" He nods to the bedroom Peter just stepped out of. His stomach dips. Gulping, Peter forces his legs to move. He trains his eyes forward and tries to go straight to his own room, intending to just ignore Stephen like he's been doing since he returned with May, but the man catches him by the bicep before he can reach his door. His body ignites into flames. All instincts scream at him to peel his clammy fingers one by one off of the bare skin of his arm, but his body shuts down on him and he's frozen in place. "Hey, you been working out?" Stephen drawls, his meaty hand squeezing Peter's bicep. The boy keeps his eyes trained on the floor, but he imagines the man is flashing his teeth in a ravenous grin. "Remember when you used to be shrimpy? A small breeze could have pushed you over. But look at you now, huh? Still on the leaner side, but you've grown up nicely." Peter's eyes fall shut. With a clenched jaw, he grinds out, "Let go of me. I'm just being friendly, trying to compliment my girl's family." Stephen's words are filled with a lightheartedness that doesn't match the insatiable look in his eyes. His hands move to squeeze his shoulders. Nausea swirls in his stomach. "Stephen, I thought I asked you to call me Skip." His hands run across Peter's shoulder blades and dip to his lower back. His heart pounds. The feeling of the man's fingertips against the waistband of his pajama bottoms startles him out of his paralysis. Whipping around, Peter stares at the man, breath caught in his throat. Stephen raises a brow, like he's waiting for Peter to push him away, to call for help this time. Peter doesn't. His screams get caught in his throat with the oxygen desperate to reach his deflated lungs. He simply opens his bedroom door, slips in, shuts it, then turns the lock. He climbs into bed with shaky limbs. His body is stiff beneath the sheets, his skin covered in goosebumps but sweating. He doesn't close his eyes that night. Chapter 10. Life passes through a foggy kaleidoscope of images. Peter goes to school, but it's all review and cramming before the end of the year finals, and he can't get anything to stick. Ned's voice, muffled as if by earmuffs, wafts through his ear canals and fades. Peter's own voice, scarcely used but not forgotten, soundscape away even to his own ears. His hollow words echo in his mind like a dark, empty chamber. He doesn't even hear what Tony says, only catches the movement of his lips. Peter conjures up a short response that seems to only result in a frown. He doesn't go to school or the internship on Thursday. He doesn't want Ned to ask questions, Mr. Harrington to pull him after class, Mr. Stark to be concerned. He still takes the twins to their school. He's not completely irresponsible, and he makes sure everyone is out the door on time. On his walk back home, he tells himself that he's not just going to be a bum, that he'll make the day a productive one. He'll clean the bathroom, do some laundry, put dishes away, sweep the floor. As soon as he locks the door behind him, all of his intentions are thrown out the window. His 1,000-pound feet carry his body to his room where he locks himself in and curls up under the covers. Wheeze, who is sleeping, makes a noise of discontent from his crib. He isn't sure how long he stays like that, curled up in a hall and staring at the wall with half-lidded eyes, but he eventually realizes that he should text Tony and let him know he won't be coming over today, so Happy doesn't need to come pick him up from school. He also clears up that he's going to be picking up the twins after they get out too, so Happy won't have to make the drive at all. But telling Tony that he's not coming will worry him. He'll get suspicious. The kids will be taken away. They'll get lost in a system. He'll never see them again. Peter tells Tony that he's sick, must have caught the flu at school. You know how germy kids are. Almost 5 minutes after sending the text, Tony shoots one back. That sucks, feel better soon. Let me know if you need anything. Then a few seconds later, another message. I mean it, if you need anything at all, just call me. Normally, the sentiment would have made a rose of warmth blossom in his chest, but all it does is make him feel guilty for lying about having an illness. Despite the nagging guilt, he sticks with the excuse and turns the phone off before he can type something he'd regret. And for the first time in the last 36 hours, he sleeps. It feels damn good. He only has to get up once to tend to Wee's fussiness and hunger, then falls back asleep with the baby cuddled up close to his chest with a fistful of his shirt. The rest lasts up until a chill down his spine has his eyes snapping open and ears honing in on the sound of 2 sets of footsteps approaching the front door. Judging by the drunken giggle and the deep, raspy voice, it's May and Stephen. His stomach does flips. His eyes remain wide open as he mentally tracks their path in the house based off of their footsteps and the increasing volume of their voices, breaths, heartbeats, and footfalls. Peter's chest constricts and his grip on Wee's tightens when they near the locked bedroom door, but he releases a breath when he hears them collapse into May's bed. As much as he hates, and when he says hates, he means resents and is repulsed by, the sound of their lips locking and tongues intermingling. That's when he shoves his earbuds into his ears and turns his music up to drown out their lustful actions. Eventually, a few texts from Ned and a handful of songs later, Peter peels himself from his bed to drag himself across the city to pick up the twins. Richie's still home to watch Wheeze if May and Stephen are too distracted to hear him cry. When Peter shows up outside the elementary school and takes them by the hands, Chase peers around Peter's legs and asks, "Where's Mr. Happy?" Bri notices too and joins her brother in the search for the car. Peter pulls them back to the sidewalk and explains, "It's just me today, we're going to walk home again." Bri stomps a foot, "But I don't want to walk." "Yeah, I don't want to walk either," Chase agrees with a pout. Cue the double tantrum. Their complaints mostly go in one ear and out the other, his mind still a foggy mess. By the time they make it back, he realizes the two have stopped whining about walking. He wonders how long it has been since they stopped. "What took you guys so long?" Sid asks from the table when Peter opens the door and releases the twins to run inside. As always, Nico's occupying the seat beside her, also working on homework. Well, he's technically playing with the eraser shavings on his paper, but still. Sid scoots her chair back and fixes her brother with an analytical look. "Usually you guys get back before 4. Mr. Happy didn't come today," Chase supplies, rummaging through the cabinets for food. Bri hops up onto her chair and slams her backpack onto the table. Patting it and swinging her legs back and forth, she adds with attitude, "We had to walk." Sid smiles and leans over to fix Bri's wild red locks. "You poor thing." Bri's pout deepens. When Peter retreats to his room, he finds a wide-awake Wee standing up in his crib, using the railing to keep him up. The baby's face breaks out into a four-toothed grin at the sight of Peter. Making grabby hands at him, he cheers, "Dada." "Oh boy." Peter, too tired to think too hard about his paternal complex, just smiles in return and scoops him out of the crib and onto his hip. As much as Peter loves the internship, it feels nice to be able to stay home and help the kids out with their homework and to listen to how their days went. He allows half of himself to relax and enjoy his family's company while the other half subconsciously listens for any signs of danger, from May's room, specifically. He does miss working in the lab, though, and Tony. Peter's life seems to be split down the middle into three worlds. 1/3 is his life at home as parent Peter, the one who runs the apartment and fusses over his family. This section is probably the biggest of the three, the most important too. Another third is student Peter, the one who aces all his quizzes, turns his homework in on time, and makes the winning science fair project every year. This section has been slowly decreasing over the past couple of years, first with him dropping band, robotics, and academic decathlon, and now with him not setting aside as much time to complete his homework or study. He still has good grades, they're just not all 100% anymore, much to his teacher's dismay. Tony's dismay too, surprisingly. Peter didn't even realize the man could check his GPA until he mentioned something about it slipping recently. It wasn't out of disappointment like Peter might have expected, but rather it was out of concern. Which isn't all that better, really. The third and last section of his life is Spider-Man. It's the part where he gets to go into the Avengers Tower to work with Tony Stark in his personal lab as his personal intern. He can patrol, be brave, and contribute to the betterment of his neighborhood and city. He doesn't have to worry about any deadlines or even about Richie or Steven. Peter proposes they make cookies, something to ease his mind that won't exhaust him further, that he can do to make everyone smile while still allowing himself the ability to keep an eye out. Nico, Bry, and Chase cheer. They hop out of their seats to run around. Sid asks what kind. Peter asks what kind she'd like. He knew she was going to say chocolate chip before he even asked. Friday goes along the same lines as Thursday. Peter wakes up from a sleepless night, feels like shit, can barely think about going to school, much less getting out of bed, and barely recognizes himself in the bathroom mirror. If Tony saw the bags under his eyes and the underlying fear behind them, Peter isn't sure what Tony would do, but he'd be worried, that's for sure, and he doesn't want that. Right? He looks down at Bry and Chase on either side of him as he takes them to school that morning. Tells himself that it's for their sake that he's putting up with all of the shit life has thrown their way. Because if he can't handle a little responsibility, then he'd feel like a waste of a human. He spends the afternoon with Wheeze. Maybe he's sailfish for giving in to his insistence to call him Dada. Instead of trying to correct him, he just holds the baby to his chest and closes his eyes and relishes in the warmth it brings. It's not too different from the warmth that fills his chest whenever Tony says something that can be interpreted as paternal, instead of just something a mentor tells his mentee. It's not quite the same either, but it's similar. Peter wants to chase both feelings. That evening, after the kids are all back home and are running around or watching TV while Peter's in the kitchen making dinner, he's kicking happily in his high chair, Sid walks in and wordlessly helps him cut the potatoes. He sends her a small, thankful smile that she doesn't catch. While the potatoes are in the oven, she turns to Peter and breaks the silence. "You always heal so quickly," she says. From where he was wiping off the counter, Peter glances over at her. Sid watches him carefully, her eyes dancing across his face. "There isn't even a mark on you from when Richie beat you up." Peter scoffs and wipes his hands off on a rag, shooting a look towards the living room where their three cousins can be heard arguing about which Power Ranger is the most powerful. He says, "He didn't beat me up, he punched me. There's a difference." Sid raises a brow, unamused. "He gave you a black eye and a bloody nose." "That's an exaggeration," Peter counters, lips quirking when Sid rolls her eyes in exasperation. "He didn't even hit me that hard." Sid looks dubious but doesn't argue. She does, however, give him a once-over. Her eyes glance behind her where the hall is, then slowly move back to Peter. In a low voice, she says, "You haven't been going to your Stark internship." Peter avoids her burning stare and tries to shrug it off. Mr. Stark's away on a business meeting. "You haven't been going to school either." He turns. Sid has stopped cleaning and is staring him down, unflinching. When Peter struggles for an excuse, her voice drops and she asks, "Are you okay? You seem, I don't know, anxious." Sometimes he forgets how well she can read him. With a strained smile, Peter steps forward, presses a fond kiss to her head, and goes to pluck Wheeze from his high chair when he tries to break from its confines. "Don't worry about me, Sid, that's my job." Sid crosses her arms and leans against the counter, watching her brother. "What, worrying about yourself?" "Worrying about you," he gives her a pointed yet loving look. Sid looks down at her feet, one of them rubbing at a scuff in the floor. "I heard Bry call you Dad." Peter stills, Wheeze wiggles in his hold, but his focus is on his sister, who won't look at him. She knows Peter can read her just as well as she can read him, but she's trying to duck her head to keep him from stealing any glimpses of her feelings. Why doesn't she want him to see how she actually feels about it? Clearing his throat, Peter says, "Yeah, I told her that I'm not." He adds, "Her dad, I'm not her dad." The words taste like ash on his tongue. Sid sets her lips in a straight line and shakes her head. It's just so messed up. Peter can't help but agree. It's not the worst situation, of course, but it's still a little screwed up. Everything about the kids starting to call Peter the strictly paternal name is screwed up. It speaks volumes about how absent May has been and how much Peter has had to do for them. Beneath all the shit, some part of him feels as though the name is a reward for all the hard work he has done. But he doesn't feel worthy of it. Dads are supposed to be a strong, stable figure. They help you grow, teach you wrong from right, and are people you look up to. They're role models, support systems, heroes. Despite donning a mask and spandex some nights, Peter Parker is no hero. "You're going to be a pretty good dad one day," Sid says, breaking Peter from his thoughts. His head snaps up and he realizes Whis has eventually calmed down in his arms. Sid's finally looking at him, but it's through fleeting and glistening eyes. "Your kids are gonna be lucky to have you as their dad." Peter's heart stutters and aches at the crack in his sister's voice, the somewhat bitter tone, the underlying envy. She doesn't have to say it, but he knows what she's thinking. She wishes she had a dad who cared like how Peter cares for May's kids, how he's going to care for his own kids one day. Before Peter can formulate a response, anything to comfort or assure Sid, she's blinking back the glossiness in her eyes and is turning away, walking out, leaving Peter to stand in the kitchen alone with Whis in one arm, speechless and heart-aching. Saturday starts off as a bliss. He gets to sleep in as long as Whis will let him and then makes the kids banana chocolate chip pancakes. He makes them into different shapes by pouring them and shaping them with the spatula before it can cook. For Bri, Mickey Mouse, for Chase, dinosaurs, for Nico, a robot, and for Sid, a big ol' smiley face. He presses chocolate chips into the soft batter for the smile and eyes. The conversation with Sid from the day before replays in the background of his thoughts all morning. He flashes Sid a smile, hoping to convince her that he's really fine, but he can tell she still doesn't fall for it. He doesn't entirely blame her. He knows he looks a little dead on his feet. She doesn't have to see him staying up all night staring at the ceiling to know that the crescents stamped under his eyes are from restless nights. She probably knows why he can't sleep too, but she doesn't bring it up. Richie must have left sometime last night, because when Peter passes by his room, he doesn't pick up a heartbeat or any movement. His rush of relief is overpowered by heavy dread for the implications. He has to blink a few times to get the images of his brother shooting up with a dirty needle out of his brain. And May and Steven, well, they're gone too. Peter's pretty sure that they spent the night poisoning their livers until they literally couldn't stand or keep their eyes open any longer. Wherever they're at, he hopes they stay there all day. Or maybe forever. After breakfast, Peter feeds Whis. He considers throwing the suit on for the first time in a few days, but the thought of stepping out of the apartment for more than 10 minutes makes his stomach pool with dread after his and Steven's last interaction. He'll play it low for a while, just to make sure it was nothing, that he won't actually do anything. A knock on the front door rattled him out of his thoughts. With a frown, he realizes he didn't even hear the person walk up to the other side of the door. Nico springs up from the couch and lunges for the door, shouting, "I got it." Nico looked through the peep. Before Peter can finish his sentence, he hears the boy rip open the door to his back. He sighs and continues feeding Whis, expecting the landlord to ask for rent or a neighbor threatening to call the cops if they don't keep the noise down. Instead, he hears Nico say, "Iron Man." That gets Peter to turn around. His eyes land on Tony Stark himself standing in the doorway of his apartment, staring right back at him.
"Shit."
"Iron Man!" Bri and Chase simultaneously exclaim from the living room before sprinting into the kitchen. They attack Tony with leg-level hugs. Tony barely flinches as they fling themselves at him. He just hugs them back, smiling while keeping an underlying look of confusion. "Hey guys, long time no see. Gee, have you gotten taller?" He puts a hand on Chase's head and ruffles his shaggy red hair. The boy beams. Bri lets go of the billionaire to spread her mouth wide and say, "I lost a tooth." Tony leans over for a better look. "Wow, would you look at that?" While the kids fawn over Tony, Peter's shocked still in his seat, staring at them interact with a paralyzing fear. He makes a quick glance around the room and discovers some dirty dishes in the sink. Robotically, he gets up and starts to stack them in the dishwasher that doesn't even work just so they're out of Tony's sight. "What are you doing here?" Peter asks, trying to hide his fear, but his voice comes out hard. He winces. Damn, way to sound like a dick. Tony, who is still in the doorway, watches him tidy up with narrowed eyes. He makes the decision to finally step inside and close the door behind him. Just thought I'd stop by and see how my sick intern was doing, but he doesn't look so sick to me. Chase cranes his neck to look up at the man. PD's sick. Apparently not. Tony sends a pointed look Peter's way. Sheepish, Peter closes the dishwasher and leans against the counter. Tries to come up with a believable response, but Nico speaks up before he can. So you're Peter's boss? Tony glances at Nico. Yup, and he hasn't been showing up, so I'm thinking I should fire him. What do you think? Peter rolls his eyes, but Nico takes his words seriously and gasps. No, Peter's super nice and super smart. You shouldn't fire him. Then he lose all his money and we have to find somewhere else to live. Tony raises a brow. Peter looks away. Damn it, Nico. I guess I shouldn't fire him then, Tony drawls. Peter feels his stare on the side of his face before he tears it away and looks at Nico. He sticks a hand out. I don't think we've met. I'm Tony. Iron Man, Nico corrects, and Tony laughs. I'm Nico. And you're Peter's cousin, is that right? Yes, and this little guy, Tony says, stepping up to Wee's high chair, is. Wee's Nico supplies. Tony nods, smiles down at the baby, then turns to Peter, who's still trying to wrap his mind around the fact that two of his words are colliding at full force. Tony's never been inside the apartment before. Even when he recruited him for Berlin, it was at the school. He has only ever talked to May on the phone, like twice, and he was lucky enough that she was only slightly tipsy both times. After seeing a picture of her when Uncle Ben was still around, Tony whistled and called her hot, but Peter doubts he'd say the same for the woman who she is now. The one who constantly has dried vomit crusting her hair, the one who has deteriorated into a skeleton by foregoing an appetite in favor of drinking herself sick and unconscious. The apartment could be in worse condition, all things considered. It's definitely lived in, that's for sure, but there isn't trash all over the place or anything like that. It's just a bit messy and homey. But his mentor is Tony Stark, a multi-billionaire. He has different maids for every day of the week who get paid more than the teachers at Midtown Tech. And here he is, standing in Peter's dingy apartment, wearing shoes that cost more than the floor he's standing on. Tony pockets his hands and glances around the room. At first, Peter expects a remark about the cluttered countertop or the cramped space, but then he says, "Didn't you mention a sister?" Sid walks in at that moment, wearing her usual Saturday attire, sweatpants and a t-shirt. Upon seeing Tony, she halts mid-step, shoots Peter a wide-eyed glance. Without saying a word, she says, "What the fuck, Peter?" He just looks helplessly right back and shrugs. "I have no fucking clue," he basically let himself in. "Hi," Tony says, and Sid's eyes flicker back to him. "You must be Sid, right?" "Yeah," she gives Peter another inquisitive look before returning her attention to the man. "And you're obviously Tony Stark." "That I am," Tony gives his subdued paparazzi smile. "Where's May at?" Peter and Sid exchange a glance and Nico says, "Mom's not home." "She's working," Peter adds before the twins could give their input. Tony nods. "Right, well, you mind if I borrow your brother for a minute?" he asks Sid, motioning to Peter. Although it was more of a rhetorical question, he waits for Sid to reply. She glances at Peter, silently asks if it's okay. He nods. "Sure," she says, but it comes out clipped and almost threatening. Part of him wished she said no, not because he isn't okay with stepping out with Tony, but because he doesn't want to face his lies. "All right," Tony says, clapping once. He tilts his head towards the vague direction of the hall. "Show me to your room, kid." Sid's eyes flash to Peter behind Tony's back. As the man follows Peter out of the kitchen, Peter waves her off. She doesn't need to worry about Tony. He's the only adult he truly feels safe around, even in the most vulnerable places. If the past month taught him anything, it was that Tony Stark is a man he can trust. Peter shuts the door behind them and turns around, leaning against the door with his hands behind him. His eyes follow Tony as he wanders around the room, studying the unmade bank beds and the crib. He lightly taps a Hulk figurine on the floor with the tip of his shoe. "Tight space for 3 kids, he comments, but Peter can see through the casualty. "What are you actually doing here?" Peter asks again, and Tony's lighthearted smile falters. He releases a heavy breath and pulls out the chair at the desk pushed up against the wall. It knocks against the bedpost of the bunk bed, but it gives enough room for Tony to sit. Peter doesn't follow suit. He remains standing, leaning against the door. Subconsciously, his hand itches for the doorknob. I actually did come here to check up on my sick intern, Tony admits, because, believe it or not, I kind of missed having you around. It's only been a few days, Peter murmurs, though he missed the man too, even if he won't admit it. And you're not actually sick, Tony accuses, which naturally makes me wonder why you lied. You're not patrolling again, and I also found out that you've been skipping school. Peter frowns. How did? Tony waves it off. The point is, something has been bothering you to the point that it's affecting not only your school life but your life outside of school. And he sighs. Sincerity fills his voice as he says, and I thought you knew that you could come to me for anything. I just want to help you, kid, but I can't help if I don't know what's going on. Nothing's going on, Peter replies, his tone unconvincing to even himself. He shrugs. It's just, finals are coming up, you know, it's May already and school is overwhelming. Tony smiles sadly. You know that I know that's not what's really been bothering you. Peter doesn't know how to reply. When Tony sees this, he urges, you can tell me anything, even if you think it's small or insignificant or stupid. I trust you, Mr. Stark, Peter says, and he's not sure he has ever said something with such conviction. It's not that I don't trust you, it's just. He trails off and shakes his head before he could actually say what's on his mind. It's just a lot. What's a lot? Peter shrugs, hanging his head. Your responsibilities, he suggests, because, from what I've gathered, you're basically running things around here. Don't think I didn't catch what Nico said about you paying the bills. He didn't. Do you? Tony asks, and Peter finally meets his eyes. Do you pay the bills? The silence that follows the question is in itself the answer. Peter sighs and crosses his arms. May doesn't make enough to cover everything. Sadness pools in Tony's eyes, so that responsibility falls on you. He nods, biting his lip. Tony rubs his jaw and examines the homework spread across the desk he's sitting at. Is the $500 a week I'm paying you enough? Are you guys eating enough? I make sure they always have 3 meals a day, Peter says, somewhat defensive. Why, he isn't completely sure. Maybe it's because he can't believe Tony would even suggest that he wouldn't look out for his family. Tony raises a brow. Do you eat 3 meals a day? Usually. Peter. I'm not starving, Mr. Stark, Peter assures him, voice sharper than he intends. He's at a breaking point, really. If Tony doesn't stop questioning him soon, he may spill everything he swore to himself to keep a secret to avoid unwanted attention. I know I need to eat more for my metabolism, but if we're running low on groceries and the utility bill takes more out of my paycheck than we can afford, I'm not going to worry about how much food I ate that day. I'm not going to die or anything. I could see your ribs through your shirt on Tuesday, Tony says, and Peter shakes his head. You need to be a priority, too. You don't have kids, you don't get it. You don't have kids either, Tony points out firmly. Or you shouldn't, because you're 16 and should be worried about normal 16-year-old problems like relationships and drama, not if you have to go hungry in order for your family to have something on their plates. Peter doesn't have a response to that. Where's May? He asks. Is she actually at work? Because if she works as much as you claim she does, then the weight of rent and bills wouldn't have to fall on your shoulders. She is actually at work, Peter says, though he doesn't mention that work means the corner of dimly lit streets where greasy men pull up with cash perched between their fingers. Tony seems a little dubious, but he nods. I'm going to text May to call me whenever she's free, because I think I need to have a sit-down with her about how much responsibility you're taking on. Peter frowns. A conversation with a drunken May wouldn't get them anywhere. You don't need to talk to her. I think I do, Tony argues. You're crumbling under the pressure of everything, and it's not fair to you. But. No buts, Tony cuts him off. May's the adult, not you. End of argument. Peter leans away from the door and slumps onto Nico's bed with his elbows on his knees, a hand going to his hair. It's not that simple. The kids, May can't do it all on her own. Tony's gaze softens. He reaches over and squeezes Peter's shoulder. That doesn't mean that you have to pick up the slack by yourself. I'm here for you, you know. I want you to come to me when things become too much. His eyes sting. Fuck, this feels too much like a father comforting his son. I know, he says, voice cracking a little. Tony's hand squeezes a little tighter, but I don't like asking for help. I get that. Tony ducks his head to meet Peter's eyes. You're talking to the master of trying to handle everything by himself and pretending like he has it all under control. Asking for help doesn't mean you're weak or incapable. I don't want to burden you. You're not, Pete, Tony promises. You'd never be a burden. If I didn't care, I wouldn't have drove myself all the way to Queens to check up on you. Peter blinks back fresh tears. Through the lump in his throat, he says, I'm sorry I lied to you. It's okay, Tony says, then backtracks. Well, actually, I'd prefer you didn't lie to me about your well-being. Peter laughs, wipes a tear from his cheek that breaks through the dam. Tony catches the sight of the loose tear and studies his face for a moment longer. Is there anything else bothering you? His mind flashes to the unwelcome hand on his lower back. He shakes his head. Reluctant, Tony accepts it. Okay, well, if it's okay with you, I'd like to get to know your family a little better. I feel like a terrible mentor for not even knowing they existed for the longest time. Peter smiles and wipes his cheek again just to make sure. The twins already love you, and Nico does too, 'cause you're Iron Man. You're probably going to have to work a little harder win over Sid, though. Tony smiles too. She's kind of scary. I won't argue with you on that. After Tony and Peter emerge from the bedroom, Sid immediately looks to Peter to silently ask if everything's okay. He just smiles. She probably notices the remnants of tears, but she doesn't mention them. Turns out, Tony doesn't have to try too hard to win Sid over. After about 10 minutes of just making casual conversation with him while Peter finishes up feeding Wheeze, she is visibly relaxed. Maybe it's because Peter is too. The twins drag Tony to the living room to show him their second-hand Avengers figurines. Most were Peter's when he was younger, but there are some newer ones too, from when Peter put aside some extra cash for their birthdays. They somehow rope the grown man to play with them, which transpires Nico to want to play too. Sid watches from the kitchen beside Peter. Not taking her eyes away from them, she leans over and says, It's so weird. What is? Seeing one of the richest men on the planet playing with our cousins in our living room. And she's right, it is a little weird. Peter spares the group a look and bites back an amused smile at the sight of Tony, holding a Black Widow toy to fight against Chase's Iron Man, while Bryce waves the plastic Millennium Falcon around and Nico makes his Red Power Ranger do the splits. It's a side of Tony Stark you wouldn't see in the tabloids, that's for sure. He actually seems pretty nice, Sid comments, turning to Peter and watching as he lifts Wheeze out of his high chair. I thought he'd be an asshole. Do you think I'd willingly work as a personal intern for an asshole? She shrugs, it pays well. It does. He carries Wheeze to his bedroom to lie him down for a nap in his crib. Sid follows close behind, her gaze lingering on the group in the living room. After lying the baby down, Peter turns to leave. Sid stands in his way. What did he want to talk about? She asks. Her voice is lowered so Tony can't hear. Peter tries to come up with a lie, then realizes that, for once, he doesn't need to. He never actually went on a business meeting. I lied and told him I was sick. She smirks. I figured that. I'm not completely stupid. You're not stupid at all. She rolls her eyes. Whatever, so why'd he come over? Did you know he was going to? He shakes his head. Since he thought I was sick, he wanted to check in. I may have also been dodging some calls. Why? He shrugs, looks away to collect his thoughts. He can feel Sid's eyes on the side of his face as she reads him. Did something happen? Her voice is cautious. Peter shakes his head again, then shrugs. Not really. I've just been tired lately, and well, you know that I don't like it when Steven's here. I just want to make sure everyone's safe. He should have known better than to be vague and expect Sid not to read between the lines. Her eyes fill with concern as she takes a half step forward and says, What happened? I told you nothing happened, Peter defends. No, you said not really. He'd be gone if something happened. I wouldn't let him stick around you guys. He didn't leave last time. Peter turns on Sid with a sharp look. Instead of cowering back, she stands firm, eyes silently challenging him. But she's right, nothing happened last time. He stuck around for another 2 weeks, then when he and May broke up, he left. And he hates himself for it, for everything, really. Swallowing back the emotion that rises, he says in a level tone, It's different now. Without another word, he shoulders past her and walks out to the rest of the group. Moments later, Sid follows. Tony looks up from their engaging conversation their plastic figurines are having and smiles. Hey, I was thinking, would it be all right if I stayed for dinner? I don't want to outstay my welcome, of course, but... Yes, Chase Chance. Say yes, Daddy, Bry pleads, and Peter's face goes red as both Tony and Sid's eyes dart to him. Peter doesn't know what to do. He laughs awkwardly and scratches the back of his head. She's, a little confused. Nico pokes Bri and says, "You're silly, that's Peter." Bri crosses her arms with a humph. "No, Weez calls him Daddy, so I call him Daddy." Chase's face is full of wonder. "Ooh," he turns to Peter. It looks like he's going to seal his fate and call him Daddy too, but then Sid intervenes and says, "Anyways, I would be okay with you staying for dinner, Mr. Stark." Peter gulps and nods. "Yeah, I would be too, but I don't think we really have anything besides leftovers and frozen pizza." Tony stands, his knees pop. If it were just Peter and Tony, the teen probably would have teased him about being old. "I could order us some pizza or takeout, and it'd be on me, of course," Tony suggests. His eyes light up as if a light bulb just went off in his brain. "Or, I could order some ingredients from a market nearby to make my mother's famous spaghetti from scratch. Does everyone like spaghetti?" Chase raises his hand. "What's paspaghetti?" Tony pretends to be shocked. "Well, I have to make it now. It's only the most delicious meal on the whole planet." Peter turns to Tony. "You really don't have to." "I don't do anything I don't want to, Pete," Tony assures him. "But if I'm overstepping, just go ahead and feel free to kick me out." From beside Peter, Sid says, "I think spaghetti sounds nice." Peter turns to her. She exchanges a look with him. "It's been a while since I've had Italian anyways." Tony claps once. "It's settled, spaghetti it is." And spaghetti it was. After cleaning up the toys in the living room, Tony makes a call and has a nearby grocery store drop off some groceries at the apartment door. Because apparently some rich people grocery stores do that. When he said he'd make the spaghetti from scratch, he really meant it. The only thing he cheats on is the noodles, because apparently they take a while to make. He does make the tomato sauce himself, though. As he cooks, the kitchen fills with a savory aroma. The apartment has probably never smelled so good before. The kids follow Tony around like a magnet. If he moves to the sink to rinse the tomatoes, they shuffle with him. Peter apologizes for their nosiness, but Tony's adamant that it's no bother. While the pasta boils, Tony throws himself into a story about a mission he went on as Iron Man. It's one Peter recognizes, mostly because he was there too. It was a while ago, maybe 2 months at most, and there was a group of criminals who had somehow gotten their hands on some alien tech that remained after Peter took down Adrian Toombs' crew. When Tony gets to the part when Spider-Man jumped in out of nowhere to help out, he sends a wink Peter's way and calls him a hero. Peter would disagree with the title, but it makes him smile nonetheless. Dinner is no less entertaining. When they all sit down around the table, with the chair from Peter's room pulled up for Tony to sit at, they're all enthralled by Tony's stories, all the while thoroughly enjoying the homemade spaghetti. It's not like Peter hasn't had spaghetti in a long time. It's an easy, relatively cheap meal, but it's usually made with the generic brand noodles and sauce. Tony's homemade red sauce is so much more flavorful, and the noodles came in a box with only Italian labels. Tony sliced some French bread and spread butter and garlic over the slices, too, and even the bread is the most delicious thing Peter has ever tasted. After he finally pulls himself out of the euphoria of the taste, he looks up and observes the interactions going on around him. Chase is standing up in his chair, one hand on the table and the other holding his fork up as if it's a flag. He's talking animatedly over Bri, who's also trying to tan all over her twin in efforts for Tony to listen to what they're saying. Everyone's fighting for Tony's attention, but Tony laughs and says, "One at a time, one at a time." He motions to Nico, who has his hand raised. "Nico, you go first." Nico doesn't actually have anything to say, he just wants the man's attention, so he just starts talking about his day. When he's finished, the twins take their turns, their voices overlapping each other as new thoughts and questions pop into their heads. Peter would be surprised if Tony could actually maintain all this information the kids are spewing. It makes Peter want to apologize all over again, but for what exactly, he isn't sure. It's more than just apologizing for their loudness and incessant demands for a listening ear. Peter isn't ashamed about his family. It's just that he feels like he's forcing Tony to be here, among kids, almost like he's doing charity work. He prays Tony doesn't see it that way. Does he feel obligated for some reason beyond Peter's knowledge? Is this his good deed for the week? No, Peter shakes the nagging thoughts away and fixes himself to just enjoy the meal and the company he's sharing it with. Tony said it himself. If he didn't want to be there, he wouldn't be. He doesn't do things he doesn't want to do, but if he does, then he's very vocal about it. Just take all those business meetings Ms. Potts dragged him to. This isn't like that. The genuine, warm smile on Tony's face is proof of that. So, shoving the insecure thoughts aside, Peter allows a smile to grace his lips, too. He joins in on the conversation and the laughter. He ignores how the picture of them all seated around the table painfully resembles an actual family dinner. Peter's so caught up in the warmth of the atmosphere that he doesn't catch the sound of footsteps nearing the door until they stop right on the other side, and then the doorknob is turning and the door hinges creak. The chatter dies down as everyone turns. Peter's smile falters and he turns back to his plate. Richie, smelling like he hasn't showered in days and looking like he hasn't showered in his entire life, shuffles in. Bloodshot eyes skin over the faces at the table and skim right over Tony's. Figures he'd be too high to recognize Tony Stark sitting in his kitchen. Richie sniffs and shuts the door behind him, his clumsy feet taking him across the tiles. Tony looks from Peter to Sid to Peter again, and then to Richie, probably deciding whether or not to introduce himself. He ends up flashing a smile and saying, "Better late than never. Grab a plate and pile it up high, there's plenty to go around." Richie barely even spares Tony a second glance. He mutters, "Not hungry, man," and continues out of the room. His door slams shut. Peter shifts in his seat. The bubbly sounds of conversation has been subdued to the awkward scraping of forks against plates. Sid clears her throat and takes a sip of her water in an attempt to dispel the tension. Tony pokes the inside of his cheek with his tongue. Turning back to the table, he says, "I take it that was Richie, right?" Peter nods. He pushes his spaghetti around on his plate. "Sorry, I didn't realize he'd get back so soon." "Why are you sorry?" "I'm sorry that the poor kid won't experience Mrs. Stark's signature spaghetti." Tony's attempt at lightening the mood isn't completely futile, as it gets a few smiles around the table. Nonetheless, Peter can't shake the tension. He scoots his chair out from the table and rises. "I'll be right back." Tony's look lingers on him, but he ultimately just spreads his lips in a strained smile. "Don't let your food get cold." When he's out of prying eyes and enclosed in the bathroom, Peter expels a deep breath and lets his eyes slip shut, his hands gripping the sink. Thank God it was just Richie, he thinks, praising the Lord May and Stephen weren't the ones to interrupt dinner. If they were, things probably would have gotten a lot more stiff and a lot more complicated. "He's a meanie sometimes," Bry's sweet voice meets Peter's ears. He frowns and tunes into the conversation through the wall. Tony's voice responds, "A lot of big brothers are meanies." "He hurts Petey," Chase adds, and something akin to panic shoots down Peter's spine. But Tony already knows this. He saw the aftermath of Richie's desperation to get his hands on money to feed his addiction. Before the kids can say anything too incriminating, Peter returns to the kitchen and takes his seat. Tony looks a little troubled and Sid's staring at her plate. Nico and the twins are slightly less tense. It looks like Tony wants to say something, and Peter almost dares him to, but instead the man just sips at his water and listens eagerly to a random story that pops into Chase's head. The tension carries over rest of the evening. When everyone's plates are empty and Tony has already said his goodbyes to the kids, he stands at the door with Peter. He's looking down at him, something he can't read in his eyes. "Thanks for letting me invade your apartment," Tony says, giving Peter's arm a pat. Peter glances over his shoulder at the kids in the living room winding down with a movie. "Thank you for brightening the kids' day. I'm pretty sure they're never going to be satisfied with my plain old spaghetti after this." Tony laughs. "Well, maybe I'll just have to make it again for you guys sometime." "You don't have to," Peter says, and when the man frowns, he clarifies, "I mean, I really did appreciate it, and so did everyone else, but don't feel obligated to or anything." "Pete, believe me when I say this, okay?" Tony says. He pauses, waits until Peter's listening fully and says, "I enjoyed tonight. I usually don't like kids at all, but your sister and cousins were wonderful company." His heart swells. Somewhere in the warmth in his heart is pride. Tony looks away, then looks back. He nudges his shoulder. "I'll be in touch with May, all right." Peter wants to say, "Yeah, sure, we'll see how well that goes," but instead says, "All right. And hey, I'm only a call away." He winks. "And next time, if you're feeling overwhelmed, don't lie and say that you've got the flu. Just be straight up with me, okay? I genuinely want to help you out if I can." Peter nods with a small smile. "Okay, thank you again, Mr. Stark, really." "No need to thank me, kid."
Hello.
Chapter 11. Peter isn't sure what he's expecting when he walks into the lab. After having Tony over that weekend and having him get so close to finding him out, if he hasn't already, Peter almost expects there to be an awkwardness in the atmosphere when he shuffles in. Thankfully, Tony's head pops up from the Iron Man's suit he's elbows deep in and grins without an air of tension. Long time no see, Tony greets, wiping the grease from his hands and forearms on a stained rag as Peter crosses the floor. How was school? He throws his backpack onto his workbench and hops up onto his stool with a shrug. It was school. Tony raises a brow and turns to face him. Please, don't spare me the details. It was just a normal day, I guess, Peter concedes with a small smile, some part of his mind entertaining the idea of a father asking his son how his day went. Pretty sure I nailed my biochem test, thankfully. Ned let me skim his notes I missed from Thursday and Friday so I wasn't completely lost while I was taking it. You missed 2 days, Tony points out. Couldn't you have taken it later so you'd be more prepared? I'd rather just get it over with, Peter explains, pulling out his design notebook. And besides, biochem is like the easiest subject. Tony scoffs. Peter sends him a look, to which Tony says while shaking his head, "You're such a nerd." Says you, Peter shoots back with a playful smile. Didn't you attend MIT at 16? I nearly flunked out my first semester because I prioritized partying over grades, Tony counters. My old man couldn't have a failure as a son, so he whipped me right back into shape. Rhodey helped me stay on track too, no matter how obnoxious teenager me was. Tony chuckles to himself, not catching the way Peter tenses. Did Howard Stark whip Tony? From the little the man has spoken about his father, he got that he was a stern man who was only business-minded. Although he had never said he physically harmed him, Peter wouldn't put it past him. But maybe he's just projecting. Obviously, Peter wasn't whipped himself, but he's aware of how emotionally painful physical discipline can be, and that's only from a few backhands. He can't even imagine taking a belt. Tony notices Peter's faltered amusement and says, "What's up, kid? Something wrong?" He clears his throat and gives a convincing smile. "Sorry, got lost in my head for a second." "Penny for your thoughts." Peter raises a brow and laughs. "I'd take more than a penny for those." "Tache," Tony smiles too, but Peter can tell it's forced. The man looks back to the sleek parts laid across his desk. "I called May yesterday." Ice runs through his veins. Peter glances over and tries to mask his panic. Oh, she didn't pick up. He relaxes, pretending to look surprised. He says, "That's weird." He turns to his notebook and flips to the right page, then scans it for the holographic image to appear in front of him. Maybe she left her ringer off. Tony hums, "Maybe." Something in his tone puts Peter on edge. Thankfully, instead of doubting him, Tony says, "So, what are you working on today? Don't you have most of the suit done?" "I still need to work on the coding for my new web combinations," Peter explains. He presses a button on the hologram, which pulls up the design for the suit. If he hadn't been seeing this nearly every day, he'd be in awe. Well, he still is a little awestruck if he's being completely honest, but he pretends not to be as he explains what he has planned. Tony listens intently, throwing in a question here and there. Peter answers them all with an ease that seems to impress his mentor. The new web formula opens up a bunch of doors for new possibilities since it's more adhesive and durable, Peter says, completely in his element. I also had this idea to develop a few other web solutions that vary in their properties so I can use them for different situations. That means I'd have to reconfigure my web shooters, but it'd be a quick adjustment. When Peter finally tears his eyes away from the blueprint and sees Tony staring at him with something he can't read shining in his eyes, he scratches the back of his head and says, "I mean, yeah, that's the plan. But if you think it's too ambitious, then..." No, Tony quickly shuts him down. "I think it's great, go for it." "Okay," Peter narrows his eyes slightly. "You sure? Because I've been taking forever with this project since I keep changing things. I can just stick with the original plan if that's what you want." Tony levels his gaze with him and says, "Making changes along the way is the best way to learn and grow. Hell, I hardly ever stick to my first design. It's not a bad thing that your big brain keeps coming up with improvements and new ideas." Standing, Tony walks across the floor to a desk full of scraps and parts. He rummages through them. "And that's why you're here, isn't it?" He picks up a scrap of curved metal, inspecting it. His eyes shift to Peter. "To learn." "Honestly," Peter replies, "at the start, I thought I was here just so you could keep tabs on me." "That too." Peter doesn't miss the smirk on Tony's face. Peter stares down the washing machine like it consciously chose today of all days to break down just to spite him. Today, the day he has a mountain of laundry to do because he has been holding it off. The day he has a presentation to dress up for at school, but his one nice shirt isn't clean. The washing machine could have conked out at any point, and yet it chooses this morning after Peter lugged the armful from his room to the washer in the kitchen. Of course, knowing he could probably fix it himself, he just holds off on playing mechanic and instead wanders to Richie's room to raid his closet for a nice shirt that might fit his smaller frame. Since it's 6 in the morning and Richie doesn't get up until around lunch, Peter doesn't even bother knocking on his door. He turns the doorknob slowly, then creaks the door open, wincing at the slightest squeak. His head pops in. Richie splayed out on his bed, limbs thrown about, blanket haphazardly thrown across his form. His face is turned sideways on his dirty pillow, mouth hanging wide open as he breathes loudly. His hair, shorter than Peter's but just as brown and tousled, points this way and that in messy, loose curls. He almost sees himself in Richie's face if it wasn't for the paleness of his cheeks. Peter's somewhat pale, but Richie's complexion is similar to a ghost's. He looks sick. Peter tears his eyes away from his older brother and slips into the disaster of a room. Drawers are lying open, underwear and socks hanging out. There are dirty clothes strewn across the room, piles of trash and random shit lying on the ground and piling up. Peter tiptoes over a pizza box with 3 moldy slices and a few buzzing flies. To get around the bed and reach the little closet, Peter cautiously sticks his hands to the wall and pulls himself up. Keeping a watchful eye on his snoring brother, Peter crawls across the wall. Still stuck to the vertical surface, he reaches into the ajar closet and sifts through the shirts on hangers. Jackpot, he thinks, pulling out a collared shirt. He holds it up to himself and shrugs. It wouldn't be too big on him, he supposes. If he ticks it in and rolls up the sleeves, no one will even notice it's not his size. Well, Ned might, just because he's his friend and is, consequently, more observant than any of their other classmates. Peter slides the hanger off and gently hangs it back up, keeping the shirt in one hand as he crawls back to an open spot on the floor. He drops silently, tries to drop silently, but he lands on an old bag of chips hidden beneath a sweatshirt. The loud crunch and crinkling sound are like bombs detonating. He stills, glances over his shoulder at Richie. With a muffled groan, the boy blinks his eyes open. When they train on Peter's frozen form, confusion, followed by fury, flashes in his eyes. "Yo, you stealin' from me," he shouts, pushing himself out of bed. He tilts on his feet before managing to take 2 long strides to Peter. That's when Peter's single brain cell tells him to move. "Shit," he curses under his breath, jumping over the pizza box and scrambling to fling the door open. It hits Richie straight in the forehead, then slams shut with Richie's rage as he storms after Peter in his wife-beater and boxers. "Get back here, you fucking twerp," Richie bellows, sliding a little on the floor in his socks as Peter adroitly zigzags around the corner. Richie isn't nearly as graceful as Peter and knocks the floor lamp to clatter against the ground, the light bulb shattering. Peter isn't sure why, but he grips the shirt tight as if he's playing some high-stakes game of capture the flag. He vaults over the couch and sprints into the kitchen. As Richie's stomping in after him, Sid storms in, her eyes tired but sharp. When Peter attempts to speed past her to escape Richie's rage, she catches his shirt and yanks him back. "What the hell are you guys doing? It's 6 in the morning." Richie and Peter stop in their tracks. Neither answer, both breathing heavily. When she raises a brow, Richie says, "The fucker stole from me." She turns to Peter, locates the shirt in his grip. Without any opposition, she pries it from his hands and throws it at Richie's chest. He barely catches it. "It's 6 in the fucking morning," she repeats, venom in her words. "I bet the kids love being woken up by violence bright and early in the morning. Why can't we be a normal family who wakes up to fucking roosters crowing?" Richie and Peter exchange a look. Richie says, "What?" "We live in the city," Peter starts to say, but Sid shoves him and effectively cuts him off. "You know what I mean," she turns and takes a hand through her ratty hair. "For once, can't the day just start off normal?" She slams the door to her bedroom. Through the wall, Peter hears Bry asking Sid what's going on. His sister just tells her to go back to sleep. It's not time to wake up yet. A tense silence falls between the brothers in the kitchen. Finally, Richie sniffs and decides to be the first to leave. As he strides out of the room, he punches Peter hard in the shoulder. He rubs the area with a hiss of pain and glares at his brother as he passes. He guesses he'll just have to make do with whatever shirts of his are clean. Peter faces the washing machine after coming home from the internship. He still has to make dinner, do homework, and patrol, but he can't go to school tomorrow if he doesn't have any clean clothes. He would just rewear some clothes, but they all smell like sweat and teenage boy. He has already gotten one comment from Tony about smelling like a teenage boy, and he'll never make the mistake of rewearing a shirt ever again. Besides, with his nose, he can't last too long rewearing things before his stomach flips and turns like rocky waves. KSSHH, mission control to battle station over. On his hands and knees with the washer pulled out from the wall, Peter sits back on his heels and peers around the table. He spots Chase, his head of red curls poking out from the doorway as he lies on his stomach in the hall. His upper body is held up by his elbows on the floor. In one hand, the remote to the TV is held up to his face. Peter shifts the screwdriver to his right hand and holds it up to his mouth. KSSHH, battle station listening over. KSSHH, the enemy is inbound over. Uh-oh, Peter replies, exaggerated distress crossing his features. What's the plan of action, mission control? Chase blinks at Peter expectantly. When the teen just stares back blankly, he rolls his eyes, a habit he must have picked up from Sid, and hisses, say over. Oh right, Peter clears his throat. What's the plan of action, over? Nico emerges from the hall. Chase throws his fist up and screams, ATTAACK. On cue, Peter reaches into the washer and launches shirts at Nico. He tries to block them before giving up and just running out, his laughter echoing through the apartment as Chase scrambles to his feet to run after him. Shaking his head with a smile, Peter turns back to the washing machine. He hears Sid's door creak open, followed by her footsteps, then senses her walking into the kitchen. Peter expects her to snark at him, maybe tease him for taking so long with the washer, but she stays silent. She just opens the fridge, takes out the orange juice, and closes it. Brow furrowed, Peter looks up from the washer and studies her face. He grows suspicious when he spots the poorly contained grin she attempts to bite back. Hey, Sid, Peter says, his tone dripping with suspicion. Sid either doesn't notice or doesn't care. Hey, she twists open the juice and downs a few gulps before capping it and putting it back. She's still grinning. Why is she so happy? Not that Peter's complaining. He loves to see his family happy, especially Sid, since she doesn't show the emotion nearly as much as the others. What you smiling about? Her cheeks burn red, ducking her head so her hair falls in her face. She asks, what are you talking about? Peter makes a circling motion to his own face. You're smiling, like a lot. Her cheeks only deepen in color. She kicks his knee with her socked foot and claims, so, I'm happy. Unusually so. I'm always this happy. No, you're not.
Yes, huh? Nuh-uh.
Sid rolls her eyes in pure Sid fashion and crosses her arms. Fine, don't make a big deal out of it, but... Peter edges closer. I was asked to the end of the year formal. His brow furrows and he shoots to his feet, dropping the screwdriver. What, by who, do I know him? Calm down, Sid admonishes, looking up as Peter straightens to his full height, which, even though he's not even that tall, is still a solid foot above her head. She tucks her brunette hair behind her ear. I told you not to make a big deal out of it. Peter shifts his weight to one foot and crosses his arms. Trying for nonchalance, he says indignantly, I'm not. You are. Whatever, Peter says, brushing her accusations off. Can you just tell me who this guy is? Do you like him? What is this? 21 questions, Sid refutes. His name's Bowen, you don't know him. Bowen, Peter repeats, last name. McAllister. Bowen McAllister, Peter hums thoughtfully. Sounds like a rich kid's name. Sid gives him a look. He goes to East Side with me and Nico. He's no rich kid. Fine, not a rich kid, whatever, doesn't matter. Peter tilts his head slightly. How come I've never heard of him before? He knew or something. Or something, Sid vaguely responds. As much as I'd love to continue to be interrogated, I have homework to work on. Hold on, I'm not finished, Peter protests. I am, she flashes him a tight-lipped smile and steps around him to leave the kitchen. And then she just left, Peter rants, retelling Tony all about how Sid doesn't trust him with her personal life. They both have various contraptions and tech splayed out in front of them as they work with light AC/DC playing in the background. As Peter reconfigures a wire in the web shooter, he continues, I mean, she can't just drop a bomb like that and then not expect me to have questions, you know. I can't let her go to a dance with just anyone. Tony looks amused. She's 14, Pete. Exactly my point, Peter shakes his head. Technically still a baby. Technically a young adult. Nope, no way, my baby sister's a young adult, Peter refuses, much to Tony's entertainment. Sorry to break it to you, but she is. Tony drops a metal tool and lifts up the tech he's tinkering with to the light. What's the kid's name? Bowen McAllister. Peter shoots up straight as the light bulb in his brain flickers on, his head whipping around. Hey, can Friday run a quick search on him? That's not illegal, right? Depends on what databases I ask her to tap into, Tony muses. Without looking up, he instructs, Fry, do a basic search of teenage Bowen McAllisters in the area. Fortunately, all the information Friday pulls is insignificant and boring. The one thing that isn't snore-inducing about his file is the middle name listed on his birth certificate, Bowen Pitts McAllister. Who the hell gives their child a middle name like Pitts? Both Tony and Peter have a good laugh about that one, but it's short-lived and fades out into silence. Tony asks if Peter has met the boy. He says he hasn't. Something about Tony's silence leads Peter to believe the man feels the same about the fact as Peter does. They chat some more, work some more, and then eventually Tony breaks the comfortable silence to say, I tried to reach your aunt again, but she still didn't pick up. Are all Parkers unable to communicate? Sorry, Peter shrugs sheepishly and racks his brain for a response. I forgot to mention, but May lost her phone. That's why she hasn't been picking up. Tony frowns, she lost it. Yep, Peter fiddles with the tech in his hands and rambles. You know, 1 second it was there and the next, gone. She doesn't know where it went, where it is. He nods. She loses things a lot. How does she get called in for work if they need her? Tony asks. The gears in his brain stutter. Oh, well, they have. Email, she has to check it hourly. Tony scratches his beard. I see. Peter avoids his gaze and swiftly changes the subject before Tony can further his questioning. Hey, did you see in the news that I saved the mayor's son from that bus? If Tony notices the conspicuous deflection, he doesn't mention it. I did. I also saw how the little brat complained about how you handled him too harshly and that you and other enhanced individuals need to be better regulated. Tony scoffs. What a bunch of horse shit. You save a guy and he complains. Peter ducks his head and lets out a small laugh, rubbing his neck. I mean, I did accidentally give him a bruise. And the way he paraded that small bruise around as if it were a bullet wound, Tony rants, shaking his head. I swear he'd sue you if he could. Peter sighs with feigned disappointment. Alas, no one knows my identity. No one but me, Ned, happy, Tony lists, counting on his fingers before Peter cuts him off. No one dangerous knows my identity, Peter corrects himself. Doesn't Toombs know? I hate you, Peter groans, turning back to his project. And just for the record, Ned and Toombs only know because I let them know. Sure, kid, sure. Tony turns back to his work too, but mutters under his breath, whatever helps you sleep at night. There's a pause, then Tony speaks up again. By the way, who's Stephen? And that makes Peter's blood run cold. His entire body freezes up like it was just struck by lightning, his hand gripping the wire, dropping it to the table. Staring forward with wide eyes, Peter says on a dry tongue, nobody. What? How does he know that name? He can't possibly know, right? Tony turns in his stool to face Peter. Studying him, he says, when I was over at your apartment, Nico mentioned a Stephen hanging around. Peter's eyes dart to Tony. What Nico say about him? Shrug, said you didn't like him. He didn't say anything else, Peter asks, his panic still peaked. Tony must catch a hint of his fear because he frowns. No, why? No reason, he says too fast, and now Tony's looking at him all suspiciously again. Peter releases a breath and runs a hand through his tangled locks. He's May's boyfriend. Tony's eyebrows shoot up to his hairline. He nods. Okay, and you don't like him? Pulling his lip between his teeth and looking away, Peter shakes his head. His hands shake too, but he keeps those hidden by keeping them occupied as he continues to work. Is there a particular reason why you don't like him? Tony prompts, and Peter catches the caution in his voice. He hates it. No, he snaps, but something fills Tony's gaze, so Peter forces himself to just chill out. Sorry, I just don't like talking about him. Why? It's on the tip of his tongue, but it fizzles out and tastes like ash in his dry mouth. He shrugs and lies. It just feels like he's trying to replace my Uncle Ben. Peter peers over at Tony. Relief floods through him at the sight of the man's sympathy. For once, Peter's glad to see it etched across his face. I know I never knew your Uncle Ben, Tony says, smiling softly, but I don't think anyone could ever replace him. In a quiet voice, Peter agrees. Yeah. A silence falls over them. Tony stands, Peter watches him cautiously as he walks over and bridges the gap between them. He holds his arms open, and Peter just stares at him oddly. I believe a hug is in order, Tony says, and he motions for Peter to get up. Bring it in, Underoos. Peter blinks. What? If he remembers correctly, the last time he and Tony shared a hug, it wasn't even a hug. Tony was just getting the door for him. A hug, Tony repeats in a duh tone. You know, the action humans partake in when one wants to provide comfort for another. Peter snorts and stands. After a quick breath, he steps into Tony's embrace, wrapping his arms around the man. Warmth spreads throughout his body. Shaking his head before he lies it against the man's chest, Peter says, "You are so weird." As strange as the man can be, Peter didn't want to ever be free from the safety provided by Tony's protective arms. It's heavy breathing that wakes Peter up from a restful sleep. He blinks past the darkness at the ceiling, then frowns at the tingling shooting down his spine. His hands itch. Honing in on his senses as his slumber releases its hold on his perception of reality, his vision clears and he focuses on the strange noise. Shuffle, step, creak, labored breathing, sniff, creak. It takes a second, but as soon as he registers the last creak as Nico's bed frame dipping, Peter shoots up and frantically looks over the side of his bed like a maniac. He doesn't remember jumping down and ripping Stephen off of Nico. He blinks, and he's suddenly throwing the man to the ground, his vision red. Stephen's head crashes into the desk, and he curses. "Stay the fuck away from him," Peter shouts, hands clenching and unclenching as he towers over Stephen. When Stephen looks up and locks eyes with him, Peter points a trembling finger at him and practically roars, "Don't you ever touch him." Distantly, Peter registers Whis' cries and Nico sitting up, obliviously rubbing the sleep from his eyes as he questions what's going on. Instead of answering, Peter surges forward and grabs Stephen by the neck, clashing his half-naked body against the wall. The clock falls, the drywall splinters and cracks. His breaths come out short but hard through his bared teeth. Stephen's wide-blown eyes won't detach from Peter's as he begs for him to let him go. He only tightens his grip. Somehow, through his blind rage, Peter doesn't sense the fist aimed right at his ear. The strike knocks him off balance and he staggers, his hands releasing Stephen's throat. The man gasps for air before falling into a coughing fit. Before he has time to recover, Stephen's on him, grabbing him by the shoulder and launching another painful punch, this one across Peter's face. The door swings wide and hits the wall. Sid, flanked by the twins, crowd the doorway. "Oh my God," Sid says, and she's frozen in place. "What's going on?" Bry's chin trembles. Sid's eyes flash to Nico, and she grasps for his shirt to yank him away from the fight. With a guttural cry, Peter throws Stephen against the wall again. He throws his fist against his nose. Blood spurts out and splatters across his cheeks like crimson freckles. As he lands punch after punch, Stephen claws at Peter's face to try to get him off. Richie busts in. His eyes go wide as he takes in the scene before him, Peter beating the living hell out of a drunk and half-naked Stephen. "Shit," he hisses, lunging for Grab Whis, who is standing at the crib with his chubby hands grasping onto the railing. Richie swoops the baby from the danger and ushers the kids out of the room despite their protests. "Go, go." "Petey," Chase wails, while Bry tearfully calls out, "Daddy." Peter tunes them out. Like tunnel vision, everything but Stephen's broken and bloody face fades out. It's just him and Stephen, but he can't kill him. Flashes of that night. Was it a month ago? The night where Peter nearly killed a man in an alley. Fist reeled back and chest heaving, Peter stops. He can't kill him. Stephen deserves it. But Peter can't end his life. Stephen notices the lag and doesn't hesitate to get another hit in, then rams his shoulder into Peter's stomach like a football player. Peter hits the ground with a thump that steals the breath out of his lungs. He tries to suck in, but his chest doesn't inflate the first few attempts. In a blink of an eye, Stephen's straddling him, ready to slug him, but all Peter can register is his body on his. It doesn't matter that Peter's Spider-Man, that he has super strength and a sixth sense. In a blink of an eye, it's all stripped away. Peter's just an 11-year-old boy again. No, 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 no. He squeezes his eyes shut and braces himself. But the hit never comes. In its place, the sickening weight straddling him is tore off of him as Richie tackles Stephen to the ground and wrestles on top of him. There's something in his mouth, and then he's taking it out and stabbing it into Steven's neck. At first, Steven just blinks up at Richie in shock, then his eyelids flutter. His hands slowly lift to reach for Richie's throat, but it's as if they are fighting against gravity. Wadia, his weak voice slurs, trailing off. His body goes slack, his head hits the ground, limp, and his piercing winter blue eyes roll into the back of his head. Peter realizes with a jolt that he's not breathing. Pushing himself up to a sitting position, he sucks in a greedy breath of air, a hand going to his chest. Peter, Sid's broke voice exclaims seconds before she's falling to her knees beside him. Her hands shake as they hover over him, frazzled and terrified. Unshed tears glisten in her big brown eyes. Are you okay? He nods with a wince. Throwing his head back, he squeezes his eyes shut and holds his ribs. I'm fine. Despite his reassurance, Sid lets out a sob and lurches forward, wrapping her arms around him. Pain flares throughout his battered body, but he doesn't push her away. He doesn't push Nico or Bry or Chase away when they pile around him in a group hug. That is, not until he overhears Richie talking on the phone. 4573 W Boulevard, Queens, Richie's saying. Apartment 203B. Peter pulls back from his family's embrace and pushes himself up to his feet. Sid rises with him, saying something about being careful, but he ignores her and says, "What the hell are you doing?" Richie's eyes flash to Peter. He gives him a once-over, calling the damn police. Fear strikes his chest. But the kids. Richie hangs up. They're on their way. He steps over May's crumpled form in the hallway, a figure Peter notices when he watches his brother leave the room. He wonders if she's alive or if Steven's even alive. He decides he doesn't want to care.
Hello.
Chapter 12. The next 5 hours are a blur. Peter doesn't remember exactly what happens after Richie leaves the room, but the next thing he knows, his head, already throbbing from the potential concussion, courtesy of Steven, spins from the piercing wails of police sirens. He thinks there's a knock on the front door, too, probably from a concerned neighbor, but no one moves to answer it. Peter can't stay in the room. He doesn't remember leaving, doesn't remember stepping over his aunt's drunken form on the floor. He blinks, and he's sitting at the kitchen table illuminated by the dim lights, Sid holding an ice pack to his bleeding head. His first instincts are to push it away and assure her that he's fine, but then he spots Nico, cheeks tracked with dry tears, and he instantly forgoes everything else to stand and hug him close. One of them is shaking. Peter isn't sure who. He's pretty sure it's him. The scene changes. There are police officers, medics with a stretcher, Richie's voice, May's confused slurs as she stirs, whispers from the hall, crackling radios that take Peter back to when he and Chase were playing around while he was fixing the washing machine. Another blink and Peter's looking through the window of the backseat of a police cruiser at the sight of Steven's body being carted into the back of an ambulance. As the ambulance pulls away, it reveals the sight of May being led out of the front of the building, hands cuffed behind her as she stumbles in her platform heels and struggles to stay upright. Her head lolls from side to side. Behind her, a cop puts her hand on Richie's head, his wrists also in a pair of silver cuffs, and guides him into the back of another car. He keeps his head ducked and jaw locked. "I had to," he's saying to the policewoman, but it sounds like he's shouting it over roaring seas. A soft hand finds his and squeezes. His head turns on its own accord, and he meets the cold, distant eyes of his sister, red-rimmed, puffy eyes that have seen too much. Peter doesn't have the strength to squeeze her hand back in reassurance. He doesn't know how this will work itself out in the end. His head turns to the window again as the engine roars to life. In a third police car, he spots 3 familiar heads, 2 shorter with red hair, 1 taller with brown locks. Nico's face is all twisted up and his mouth is moving, but with the cacophony of a dozen other voices, more voices over the radios, ear-piercing sirens, slamming doors, and Sid's rapidly beating heart beside him, he can't pin down what he's saying. An officer passes by with Wheeze in her arms. Blink, another scene. A blinding white light is being shown into his eyes and he flinches back. The grip on his hand, is Sid still holding on to him? Is it for her sake or for his? Tightens. The pen light clicks off. The medic's lips straighten into a frown as she stands to her full height and pockets the light. He thinks she says something about a concussion, maybe something about shock too. He's in a small room now. He reaches for Sid's hand but only grabs at air. With no grounding force, he grips his hands together and sets them onto the long, wide table separating him from 2 serious, professional-looking men. One is noticeably tired, the other has a blank face. Neutral, like this is the 3rd time tonight that he has had to question some poor kid about an attempted sexual assault, and he just wants to go home to watch some cable TV and down a few beers. Maybe Peter is the third kid they've stuck in this room and had to go through the protocol questions with tonight. He tries to tell them what happened because he thinks that's what they're saying. He can't be completely sure since his ears feel like they're stuffed with cotton balls. I woke up and found Stephen Westcott on top of my 12-year-old cousin in bed. He was drunk. I got him off. We fought. He got the upper hand and my brother tackled him off of me and must have given him something to knock him out. Richie called the cops. My aunt, May Parker, was passed out in the hallway for unrelated reasons. They ask him more questions, but he has a hard time keeping up. His head spins, his stomach clenches. He finds his voice, but instead of answering their next question, the only thing that comes out is a croaked, "Is he dead?" The two officers or detectives, or whatever they are, exchange a short glance. The bored one scratches his peppered beard and says he's getting treated for an overdose. Peter isn't sure if it's relief or disappointment that floods him and makes him shake his head. Without pause, the officer continues, "Were you aware that your brother had hard drugs in the apartment?" Peter shrugs. Gently, the other officer says, "We're going to need a verbal response, Peter." Looking between the two, Peter rakes his shaky hand through his hair. Sort of." The officers look unimpressed, so he adds, "I knew he used sometimes." "Did you ever take any?" the blunt officer asks, taking note. Peter's brow furrows. "Why are you asking me about that? I'm here because Stephen tried to molest Nico." "Just answer the question, son," he responds in monotone. Peter glances between the two, puzzled and incredulous, but eventually sighs and contends, "No, I've never done drugs in my life." Honestly, he's not even sure if they'd had any effects on him if he tried. He metabolizes painkillers too fast for them to relieve any of his pain whenever he gets into a scuffle as Spider-Man. The officers look a little dubious, but don't push it further. Peter's glad. He probably would have blown up on them if they tried to steer the investigation away from the actual crime committed tonight. Well, attempted crime, thank God. He isn't sure if Nico even knew what was going on. Peter's fists clench at the thought of not waking up in time, of waking up after it was too late, of not waking up at all. His eyes squeeze shut as he tries to shove those thoughts out of his mind. A soft hand brushes against his. His eyes snap open and he looks to his left where Sid is sitting beside him in a plastic chair. He quickly scans the room and realizes he's in some sort of waiting room, probably in the police precinct still. The chair is hard and slippery. He sits up and tries to catch his breath. Feeling out of his body, Peter takes Sid's hand and gently squeezes. Not too hard as to cause her pain, but hard enough for him to know that she's there beside him. Peter's, "Hey, look at me." His eyes flicker to Sid's. She holds his gaze and asks, "Where do you keep going?" "Nowhere, sorry." He clears his throat and sits up again, blinking fast. Stephen's not dead. He isn't sure why he says it. Maybe Sid already knows. Before she can have the chance to respond, Peter becomes distinctly aware of the fact that neither Nico, Bry, Wheeze, or Chase are within sight. Where are the kids? Sid bites her lip and looks away. In a shaky voice, she says, "They were taken into custody of the state like us." His head is underwater, but his mouth is a desert. "That doesn't answer my question." "I don't know, Peter, take a guess," she snaps, but Peter knows better than to be offended by her anger. Hell, if his head was clearer, he'd be pissed too. Sid gives a short, humorless laugh and tucks her hair behind her ears. "They're probably being put into a temporary foster home. I don't know, I know just about as much as you do, which is jack shit. I can't." She breaks off, takes a shaky breath, and shakes her head. "What's going to happen to us?" Guilt swings low in his stomach. What has he been doing? He needs to be comforting his sister, not the other way around. Peter shifts and looks her in the eyes. "We're probably going to be placed into the foster system, too." "Will we stay together?" Sid asks, but she seems to already know the answer, so Peter doesn't respond. He just tightens his grip on her hand and tries to keep himself grounded and present. It's dark. He's on the bottom bunk of a creaky metal bunk bed, one of a dozen others. There are scattered coughs, murmurs, shuffles, creaks. The slightest movements keep him on edge. The dozen or so heartbeats in the room with him don't help. After being questioned at the station, CPS showed up and whisked Sid and Peter away in separate cars. They hugged ferociously. Sid's hands grabbed at the back of his shirt and clung onto him as if she were being sentenced to death. "Don't go," she whispered into his chest. He buried his face in her hair and promised they wouldn't be separated for long, that everything was going to be okay, that they'll see the kids soon. Sid told him he can't promise that, but he just told her to trust him. Eventually, they were ripped apart. Sid left in a silver car, Peter in a gold SUV. He isn't sure where they took her, but he hopes for her sake that it isn't anything like the group home he was thrown into. He wouldn't go as far as to call the building a home by any means. Once Peter's sure the boys in the beds around him are sound asleep, he pulls the thin covers over his head and fishes his phone out of his pocket. He types up a quick message and sends it to Sid. "How are you?" Then he types up a message and sends it off to Ned. "Some shit went down, I won't be at school tomorrow." He opens Tony's contact next, his thumbs hover over the keypad. What does he say? Does he tell Tony that he won't be able to come in tomorrow? Does he tell him that something happened? Would Tony even care? Of course he'd care, his brain berates him. Tony has showed time and time again that he cares about him, more than just as Spider-Man. He cares about Peter Parker problems too. But something holds Peter back. This is his personal baggage, family issues. He doesn't need to burden Tony with this shit. Before he can make up his mind, he gets a text back from Ned. "Everyone okay? Are you okay? What happened?" Peter purses his lips. He types back a quick response. "I'm okay, I'll tell you about it later." Just as he's sending that message, he gets a reply from Sid. "Could be better, could be worse. They stuck me with a decent enough family with a huge house. HBU." Relief floods through him. Group home, like you said, could be better, could be worse. He and Sid text back and forth, but then her response lags and Peter tells her to get some sleep. She says, "You first," but that's the end of the conversation. Even with his phone off, Peter can't sleep. His mind is racing, reeling from the events of only hours before. The sun should be rising any minute now, thankfully. Tonight has gone down in the books as the longest night in human history. He just wants it all to be over. The thought strikes him deep. He just wants it all to be over. A pang of emotion hits his chest. This is such shit and he's tired of it all. Without a second thought, he slips out from under the covers, shoves his feet into his beat-up sneakers, and sneaks out between the forest of bunk beds holding sleeping teenage boys. Well, most of them are sleeping, at least. One boy asks what he's doing, but he ignores him and continues to the window. He slides it open, then jumps out. His feet hit the ground, one hand going out to balance him from the two-story drop. Then he runs. He isn't sure when he starts to cry, but when he has been running for at least a few minutes, he registers the cold wetness on his cheeks and the lump in his throat. When he slows and rests his back against the dirty brick of an alleyway, his silent cries turn into sobs that he desperately tries to stifle. What if he never sees the kids again, his sister, and Richie's in jail, all because of him? If Peter hadn't froze up when Steven straddled him, then he wouldn't have stuck a needle in his neck and given him a lethal dose of whatever the hell was in the syringe. And May's in jail, Nico, Bry, Wheeze, and Chase's mom is in jail. Peter isn't there to comfort them, to wipe their tears away, to assure them they'll be all right, that they'll get through this. He isn't even sure where they are. Are they even together?
Fuck.
His hands fumble with his phone. Before he can chicken out, his finger presses Tony's contact, and he holds the phone up to his ear. He holds his breath as it rings. "Hello," Tony's groggy voice, thick with sleep, crackles through the speaker. Peter has to bite down on the inside of his cheek to keep himself from breaking down. His mind scrambles with words to express what he wants to say, but he doesn't even know what he wants to say. Eventually, he just gets out a choked, "I can't do this anymore, Mr. Stark. I need your help." "Peter," Tony's voice is much clearer and much more awake. "What's wrong? What can't you do? I need your help, I don't know what to do." His breath catches and he lets out an embarrassing sob. "I just need our help, please." "Where are you?" Tony demands. Peter can hear the concern in his tone and the man moving, probably getting out of bed. "I don't know."
Are you hurt?
"No." "You better not be bullshitting me right now, Peter. No sugarcoating. Are you hurt?" "No," Peter swears, rubbing a fist into his eye. "I'm not hurt." "Okay, do you have the suit on? Can I track you?" "No," Peter says, and he realizes that the suit, along with the rest of his belongings, are still stashed away at the apartment. He peers out of the alley and spots a street sign. "I'm in an alley on Market Street in Manhattan. I'm by a bookstore." "What the hell are you doing in Manhattan at 5 in the morning?" Tony asks, then immediately backtracks. Sorry, just what's going on? Did something happen? Peter wipes his wet face, but it's fruitless. Tears continue to flow down his cheeks like a waterfall. It's a long story. I'll be there in a minute, Tony says. Peter can hear an engine revving. You're not in danger, are you?
I'm safe.
Okay, he hears Tony release a deep breath. Okay, he repeats, almost as if he's trying to convince himself.
There, Peter.
Peter blinks. He looks at the phone in his hand. How long has he been talking?
Sorry, what?
You sure you're not keeping an injury from me? Because last time this happened, I distinctly remember you trying to hide the fact that you were bleeding out.
I'm not bleeding out.
You better not be. Peter hears tires screeching. He peers around the corner and spots the headlights of a familiar black Audi as it pulls up to the sidewalk. Ending the call, he shuffles out of the alley. Tony emerges from the car and doesn't even bother shutting his door before striding around the front to get to Peter standing on the sidewalk. The warm light from the rising sun casts an orange glow on Tony's face as he approaches Peter, his eyes searching him for injuries before lifting and darting between his glistening eyes. Seeing his tear-stained cheeks, along with the black eye and bruised neck Peter's sure he has from his tussle with Stephen, Tony reaches out for him. At first, he just takes Peter by the arms, holding him out and continuing to study him to make sure he really isn't bleeding out, but then pulls the wiry teen to his chest. Peter's shoulders shake with a sob at the instant relief he feels when Tony's arms are around him. Placing a hand on the back of Peter's head as Peter fiercely hugs him back, Tony says softly, "You're okay, Pete. Everything's okay." "It's not," Peter says, voice pathetically weak. They're gone." Tony tenses. "Who's gone?"
Everybody.
Okay, hold on," Tony coaxes, pulling back to meet Peter's teary eyes. "Just take a deep breath and breathe, okay?" He waits, expectant, so Peter nods and takes a few deep breaths. He didn't even realize he was hyperventilating. "Here's what is going to happen," Tony says once Peter starts to calm down. His hand on Peter's shoulder is an anchor that he's grateful for. "I'm taking you to the tower, and on the way there, you're going to tell me what's going on so I can help you." Peter presses his lips in a straight line to keep from letting out another sob and nods. Tony pats his head, then his shoulder. "Good, okay, come on." He leads Peter to the parked Audi and opens the door for him, shutting it once Peter's safely inside. Once Tony's behind the wheel, he starts the car back up and pulls out into traffic towards the tower. Peter sinks low in his seat and messes with a hangnail on his thumb. He catches the knuckles of Tony's hand, gripping the steering wheel, going white. "Okay, out with it," Tony says, not unkindly. His nerves are shot, Peter can tell, and he doesn't blame him. He did wake him up and cry over the phone. But now that he's in the car with him, he doesn't want to say what went down last night. Saying it just makes it more real. But maybe Tony can help. Like I said, it's a long story. Peter sniffs and wipes his cheeks with the back of his hand. Basically what happened was that I woke up and I found Stephen on top of Nico. Tony's head snaps to look at him, his brow drawn. "So I had to get him off, you know." Peter avoids Tony's gaze and bites at the hangnail on his thumb. "We fought, and then he got the upper hand because he cuts himself off and collects his thoughts, trying to push away the intrusive feeling of Stephen's weight on top of him." "May's boyfriend did that to you?" Tony asks, voice hard as he motions at Peter's form, no doubt dissecting the finger-shaped bruising around his neck and the blue, yellow, and purple watercolors painted on his face. When Peter just nods, Tony asks, "And he was on top of Nico?" He nods again. Tony grips the steering wheel harder. "What?" He cuts himself off short and shakes his head. His lips are set in a straight line. "Why the hell was he on top of Nico?" Peter looks out the window, hugging himself tight, fingernails digging into his arms. He forces out, "I think he was going to, assault him." His mouth is dry, sexually. His words hang in the air between them. Peter can hear Tony's heart rate rocketing. "Shit," Tony mutters under his breath, running a hand down his face. Peter gulps. Yeah. So I fought him, and Richie got him off of me, and then stabbed him with a needle and made him OD on whatever he injected him with, and then he called 911. Where was May during all of this? Tony demands. Peter sinks a little further in his seat. Passed out in the hallway, must have partied too hard to make it to her room. They pull into the tower's parking garage. Tony turns the car off and turns to Peter, looking far more stressed and angry, and he looks like he's going through a tornado of emotions at the moment. Are the kids safe? Tony asks. Peter picks at the hangnail to distract him from the fact that his life is falling apart around him. Yeah, I think. May and Richie were arrested and Stephen was taken to the hospital, so CPS split us up into different placements. I don't. Peter tangles his hands in his hair and grips the roots. His voice is thick as he relays, I don't know where anyone is. Tony's hands gently take Peter's to guide them back from tearing his hair out. Hey, look at me, he says, but Peter doesn't, his mind too caught up on the fact that his family had been taken away from him. Tony ducks to meet Peter's eyes and says, Peter, look at me. He obeys, but his chin quivers slightly. With full confidence, Tony says, we're going to figure this out, okay? I'm not going to let you guys get lost in the system. Despite the hopelessness in his heart, Peter nods. He has to believe Tony. If he doesn't, well, then what are the chances that he'll ever see his family again? Tony sighs, it's heavy and out of exhaustion. Where are you supposed to be right now? Did you run away from a foster home? Peter hugs his knees to his chest. Normally, he'd worry about his shoes on the expensive upholstery, but his mind is too fogged up with the events of last night to think about that. They stuck me in a group home. I left, but I don't think they'll even notice I'm gone. You're on file, Peter. It's their job to know where you are. Peter's gaze flashes to Tony. Wide-eyed, he asks, you're making me go back. I don't know what I'm doing if I'm being completely honest, Tony admits. I don't want you to go back, but this could technically be considered kidnapping. They need to know that you're safe, and if they don't know where you are, then they're likely going to file a missing persons report. Peter groans and leans his head back against the headrest. I don't know what to do. Tell me what to do, please. Tony shifts and rests a hand on the steering wheel. His thumb taps a short rhythm as the gears in his head turn. I'm going to make some calls, see what I can do. In the meantime, I think you'll have to go back to that group home. Don't give me that look. I don't want to send you back there, but if I get into legal trouble now, I might not be able to help you guys out as much as I could. Sorry, Peter immediately says, embarrassed for being so childish, but Tony's gaze softens. It's fine, kid. I just want to help you and your family out as much as I can, and I can't do that if I'm accused of kidnapping a minor. I understand, Peter says with a nod. Thanks for coming to get me, by the way. I know it was really early and I woke you up. If you're going to apologize to me again, don't, Tony interrupts. I'm glad you called me. You shouldn't have to deal with this shit on your own. Peter looks at his hands and shrugs, somewhat sheepish. He's been dealing with shit on his own for years. It's basically a hobby at this point. I mean it, Tony says, inciting Peter to meet his serious gaze. I know you're tough and you've seen some shit, but you really don't have to do any of this alone. I'm here whether you want me to be or not. Cappage. Peter blinks at Tony. Part of him knows that this is what he wants more than anything, an adult to take control and to really support him, but it almost feels misplaced, like he doesn't deserve it or that he doesn't need it. After all, he has made it this far without anyone giving a shit about him. Why should he trust an adult now? But he knows why. This isn't just some random adult with empty promises who flares up his spider sense. This is Tony, the one adult in his life who has been consistent with his support, which leaves the question, why shouldn't he trust him? Chapter 13. The man in charge of the group home, a middle-aged man shaped like an NFL player named Mr. Marcus, say anything to indicate he knew of Peter's disappearance during the night and halfway through the sunrise. Granted, Peter snuck back in through the same window he jumped from, so it's not like he knocked on the front door and announced his arrival after Tony dropped him off. The grating sound of metal forks scraping against plates during breakfast makes Peter's jaw clench, biting his tongue from lashing out and snapping at everyone to be quiet. Their incessant voices carry across the room. Even if Peter didn't have enhanced hearing, he'd still be able to hear the tall, white kid in the back of the room boasting about the thug, things he has done while freely using the Ensler. Some other kid finally hears what the guy's saying. Peter stabs his soggy eggs and watches, disinterested, as one kid shoves his plastic chair back so hard that it clatters against the floor. He gets all up into the white kid's face. First spit flies, then fists. Peter's first instinct is to shoot up out of his seat in the corner by himself and stop the fight before someone gets seriously hurt, but then he remembers he looks like a stick and should therefore be as strong as one. But that doesn't mean he can just sit back and watch these kids kill each other. But he's probably going to get caught in the crossfire and just make it worse. Before he can make up his mind, two men, one of them is Mr. Marcus, and the other is a guy just as big as him, tear the two apart. Mr. Marcus's voice booms like a volcanic eruption as he commands the two boys to see him in his office. Peter looks back down at his flavorless scrambled eggs and thin slice of toast. His scowl transforms into a smile when his phone pings from a text from Sid, replying to a message Peter sent a few minutes ago. They seem pretty nice. The mom made French toast. What are you having for breakfast? Peter sends her a quick picture of his plate. Sid responds not even 10 seconds later. That just looks sad. It's not so bad though, at least he's even getting food. After polishing off the plate, his stomach still growls for more sustenance, but it's fine. It's not like he hasn't ever been hungry before. He figures out the group home rules, implicit and explicit, pretty quick. Breakfast at 6:30, dinner at 6. The kids hop on the bus that takes them to Harrison High School at 7, and then they get back around 4:30. Peter, along with 2 other boys, isn't yet enrolled at Harrison, so they are instructed to stay at the group home. Peter makes a half-assed attempt to befriend the other 2 boys that stick behind, but one just stares at him blankly when he extends the olive branch. The other boy tells him to leave him alone, then walks back to the sleeping quarters. He doesn't try again after that, not that he has enough energy to. The events of last night and its consequences, coupled with the 0 hours of sleep he got, carry him to the bed he was assigned. Peter texts Sid. She doesn't respond for a while. Peter texts Ned. He asks when he's coming back. Peter texts Tony. He promises that he's trying everything he can to help. Peter isn't sure what Tony could possibly do to help his situation, but he holds on to the hope that he can trust him to take care of it. On the second day in the group home, while Peter's lying in bed when the other kids are at school, his phone dies. No big deal, he tells himself, pocketing the device and getting out of bed. Surely someone has a charger I could borrow. So without much else to do before the other boys get back, he just explores the home. He feels Mr. Marcus's suspicious gaze on his back as he wanders around the rundown building, starting at the top and making his way down. He eyes the mold in the bathroom ceiling with a wary gaze, then inspects the showers. Little dark hairs sprinkle the drains, and there's a buildup of old shampoo on the tiles. His nose turns up when he passes a toilet with putrid, questionable contents. So that's what I smelled last night, he figures. Or maybe it was just the stench of prepubescent and pubescent boys not given the means to properly wash themselves. Seriously, the bathroom's disgusting. Not only are half the toilet clogged, but the amount of mold and hair is revolting. The sinks have weak water pressure and only spew brisk, icy water. There's no soap, shampoo, toothpaste, deodorant, or anything provided. The boys have to supply the hygiene products themselves. Peter shakes his head and moves on to the lower levels. You better not be up to something, Mr. Parker, Mr. Marcus warns when Peter passes him on the stairs. Of course not, sir. Watch your tone. Behind his back, Peter rolls his eyes. If he wanted to hear some tone, he could give him some real tone. Exploring the building proves to grant Peter enough distraction to keep his mind from worrying too much about the kids, but it's not a permanent solution by any means. By the time he finishes snooping around the kitchen, frowning at the locked-up drawers and refrigerator, thoughts of where the kids are and if they're okay trickle in one by one. He imagines we's asking for Dada, imagines the twins raising hell for whoever they're stuck with. Nico's probably so confused and upset. For his own sake, Peter prays Nico still doesn't know what happened that night to make everything go downhill so fast. And Sid, as far as Peter knows, Sid is okay for now. At least he knows that. Jittery with anxiety, Peter jumps at the opportunity to ask around for a phone charger as soon as the boys climb off the school bus. One by one, they brush him off or straight up refuse to let him borrow a charger. When he approaches a boy who has shown him the slightest bit of kindness the night before, he sighs and tells Peter that he seems like a nice kid and all, but that's rule number 1. Don't let anyone borrow anything. It's how things get stolen. Peter goes to bed without an update from Sid or Tony. On the third day, Peter starts to doubt his trust in Tony. Mr. Marcus tells Peter he's enrolled at Harrison, so he gets to go to school with everyone. Apparently it's Friday. Honestly, Peter can't keep up with the days anymore. To get ready, Peter digs around in the free clothes bins for a shirt that'll fit him since he has been wearing the same one for the past 3 days. The same goes for the jeans, but at least those haven't started to smell. After tugging on a random school band shirt, Peter's out the door and onto the bus along with the other dozen boys. And school sucks. Peter wafts through his schedule like a ghost, sitting in the back of each class with his head lying in his folded arms on his desk. No one really talks to him, which he's abundantly thankful for. He looks beside him during lunch and imagines Ned sitting beside him. He pulls his dead phone out and pretends to be on it so he looks like less of a loser as he sits by himself, no lunch in front of him. because apparently lunch money is something he has to provide for himself, too. The teachers don't even talk to him. It's fine, really, because Peter still has a little bit of hope left that he'll be out of there soon and go back to attending Midtown Tech, but for all the kids that aren't leaving, he's sad for them. They don't have any teachers who care as much as his strict English teacher. They don't have a teacher who cares or notices the small things as much as Mr. Harrington does, and they don't have a teacher who is as goofy as Mr. Dell. They're underpaid, passionless adults who obviously would rather be anywhere but here. In his math class, the teacher hands out a test. She hands it to Peter, too, and asks if he could try his best just so that he's not sitting around doing nothing. She sits down at her desk and pulls out her phone, probably to scroll through Facebook while her students silently complete their tests. When Peter hands her his completed test within 10 minutes, she looks at him with annoyance, then sympathy, and then shock when she sees that it's filled out. And flawless. Bored, Peter turns and makes his way back to his seat. He hears a kid snicker and senses them sticking their foot out in the aisle, so he effortlessly steps over their foot. Just for kicks, he sends the boy a flat expression as he makes a show of stepping over their foot. The boy looks away with a guilty blush. When Peter steps off the bus at the group home, he somehow convinced himself that Tony will be there, waiting for him. He doesn't know why he purposefully got his hopes up. When he walks in, there's just Mr. Marcus, scowling at him. 7 days. 7 whole days of waiting for Tony Stark. At the end of the school day, Peter finally breaks. He leaves. He walks out the front doors of the school with purpose in each step. Instead of walking up to the school bus, he marches right past it, his shoulders squared and his eyes burning with unshed tears of betrayal. He wipes at his eyes with his sleeve, mentally berating himself for actually thinking he could trust another adult. How stupid could he be? When did any adult ever actually pull through? Tony did, his mind supplies, but he shuts that down. If Tony did, then where the hell is he, huh? His feet take him to the apartment. Pretty soon, in the blink of an eye, he's standing at the door. It's locked and taped off. Using his enhanced strength, he opens the door with ease and passes through the doorway into the kitchen. It's messy, untouched, and eerie. It's like they never even left. Peter passes through the apartment like a ghost. His head is floaty like one, too. Before he can dwell too much on the blood stains on his bedroom floor or the broken lamp or the tipped-over chair, Peter grabs his backpack off the floor, checks for his suit, packs in his phone charger, and crosses the hall to Bri, Chase, and Sid's room. He finds the dolphin stuffed animal on Bri's bed and doesn't think twice about stuffing it into his bag, too. He also takes some of their Avengers toys, then Sid's journal. He has seen her write in it a few times, but whenever he caught her, she'd slam it shut and tell him to get lost. He figures she'll probably want that back. Peter goes back into his room and decides to take Nico's Power Ranger figurine, then Wee's small blanket. With everything packed away into his backpack, it barely zips, but he manages to close it. Slinging the bag over his shoulders, Peter clips his web shooters on his wrists. He doesn't leave yet, though. First, he plugs his phone in. As soon as the screen lights up, he sees that he has a few missed calls and texts, but he doesn't look at any and instead goes straight to Ned's contact. "Can I crash at your place?" Ned's response is immediate. "You're alive, but yeah, of course, dude." 7 days prior. Tony sits in the Audi in the garage. The engine has been long turned off, the chill of the early morning starting to seep in through the cracks of the doors. The key has been turned at least half an hour ago, but Tony's hands remain clamped on the wheel, knuckles white and arms stiff. Somewhere in the back of his mind, he hears his ex-fiancee's voice telling him that he better not be late to some oh-so-important meeting with potential investors. He doesn't know what time it is, but he doesn't care, because right now, the teenager who he just dropped off at a group home for foster kids is at the forefront of his mind. The gears in his brain keep getting stuck when he tries to wrap his head around the words Peter trusted him with after he picked him up off the side of the road in the pale morning light. Peter, who was bruised and shaking and crying. Peter, who has never cried in front of Tony before, even when he was digging around in his flesh to fish out a bullet after a patrol gone bad. So, basically what happened was that I woke up and found Steven on top of Nico, so I had to get him off, you know. Tony's eyes close. He forcibly breathes out through his nose. I think he was going to, assault him, sexually. He drops his hands before he can rip the steering wheel off the car and cards his hands through his hair. He wouldn't be surprised if there were a few more gray hairs than there were hours ago. The pit in his stomach grows as he flips the words over in his mind. Peter, the boy he would call his son if it didn't freak him out so much, had to tear his aunt's pedophile boyfriend off of his 12-year-old cousin in the middle of the night, then got beat up, which led to his brother stabbing Sid pedophile with a syringe to OD, all while the other kids witnessed it all. In May, the woman Tony thought was supposed to be taking care of his protege drank herself unconscious while all of this went down. In the apartment her nephew paid for, no less. He wipes a hand down his face and scratches at his beard. His calloused hands itch to fix, but he has to fucking clue what to do. What is he supposed to do when he finds out his intern, who is more than just an intern, really, and his sisters and cousins actually have a shittier childhood than he did? For once, Tony's grateful for the father God gave him, even if he occasionally smacked him around and made him feel like a waste of time. If he thinks about it too much, he might actually get sick. How long have things been this bad? Focus, he wills himself, opening his eyes and shaking out his hands. Just focus on one step at a time, starting with locating the issue. Peter's in a group home. His siblings and cousins are all split up. Okay, good. What's the objective? Reunite the family, keep them safe. Good, great. Okay, how does he do that? His mind draws a blank, but then he's struck with an idea. At first he brushes it off, thinking it's stupid and would never work, but it resurfaces immediately after he dismisses it. Friday, he says, closing his eyes, not believing he's actually considering this. But what other solution is there? Yes, boss. How long does it take to become a foster parent? He forces out. 4 to 6 months on average. Not fast enough. What if I waved some money under some people's noses? You mean if you bribed them? Yes, yeah, whatever. How long do you think it'll take? It's hard to say, but according to the information I can access, I'd approximate about a week for all the paperwork and inspections to be complete. Tony nods. It's jerky because he's scared and angry and in shock. Do me a favor and call my lawyer. Push the call through if you have to. It's important. Right away, boss. The whiskey glass in his hand is, unfortunately, filled with water. The urge to drink until he can't remember why he wanted to is strong, but the knowledge that Peter needs him is stronger. Besides, he threw out all the alcohol a few months ago, and Pepper's standing in front of him. Even if he wanted to get blackout drunk, he couldn't. His beautiful ex-fiancée is reading out an email on her Stark pad that his fancy new set of lawyers sent earlier that morning. Her hair, long, shiny, and auburn, cascades over her shoulders like a golden waterfall. She'd tower over him even without her tall, black heels as he sits behind his desk. So they approved, Tony asks, cutting Pepper off as she begins to read off their signature at the end of the email. She tilts her head and levels Tony with a sympathetic gaze. As she holds the Stark pad to her chest, the diamond ring on her left ring finger catches the light. Tony pretends not to be affected by it. They're getting it approved, Pepper corrects. It should be official by tomorrow. Tony nods. He sets an elbow on his desk and rests his head on his hand, brow furrowed. Pepper gives him a knowing look and wordlessly rolls a chair up to the desk before sitting. As he is lost in his thoughts, his gaze remains glued to his phone. Pepper follows his line of sight and says, his phone probably just died. Tony's eyes flicker to her and she offers a small smile. I don't think he'd purposefully ghost you. He doesn't mention that Peter has tried before. Instead, he drops his arm and averts his gaze. Is it stupid? Tell me I'm not being stupid by trying to foster 6 kids. You're not being stupid. Tony runs the pad of his fingers across his lips and shakes his head. He sighs. I still don't get it. Pepper's head tilts slightly. Get what? Why he didn't tell me anything was wrong, Tony clarifies, frustrated. His brow is pinched. I thought we had a bond, like a mentor-mentee, Master Jedi. Father-son, Pepper suggests. Tony sits forward with his hands clasped together on the table. He tries to ignore the feelings of inadequacy and fear that arise from her suggestion. I thought he trusted me. Just because he didn't tell you about his home life doesn't mean he doesn't trust you, Tony, Pepper argues. I mean, he called you the other day, didn't he? If he didn't trust you, he wouldn't have asked for your help. He was desperate. So he turned to you. Pepper pauses, letting her words sink in. She sits forward and gently says, I don't have to know Peter to know that you two are close. Just the way you talk about him and how much you obviously care about him is telling enough. Tony shakes his head. He does care, so much more than he thought he would when he first recruited the pipsqueak last year, but he can't help but feel as though he has already failed the kid like every other adult in his life has. Nico said Peter didn't like Steven, Tony says, thinking back on the day he spent in the Parker apartment. It was far too small for 6 kids, not to mention the other 3 adults that lived there. He genuinely enjoyed his time with the Parkers, but he'd be lying if he said that he didn't feel as though something was way off. The subtle things that hinted at Peter basically being the head of the household, for example. Okay, so maybe they weren't subtle at all. Bry and Wheeze both called Peter their dad. Peter admitted to paying rent by himself, and he admitted to skipping out on meals to ensure the others got their fill. There was also a lot of evidence that hinted towards something being wrong. Bry saying that Richie hurt Peter, for instance, the going behind his back, the missed calls, the flimsy excuses, Nico mentioning Peter disliked May's boyfriend, the unexplained bruises, the stress, the exhaustion, the inconsistent patrolling hours, the steady decline of his grades. In hindsight, Tony fucked up. I knew something was wrong, he confesses, and Pepper just listens. I knew Peter was hiding things from me, but I didn't do anything about it. Pepper frowns. Didn't you check up on him in person at their apartment? Yes, and I still didn't do anything. He pinches the bridge of his nose, a headache forming behind his eye sockets. I shouldn't have waited for him to come to me. I should have. Should have what? Pepper prompts, raising a finely trimmed brow. You can go on and on about what you should have done and what could have been changed, but you aren't to blame, okay? When he doesn't respond, she reaches out and takes his hand. Tony. His eyes go straight to her hand, zeroing in on the ring. He can't help it. I know, he murmurs, letting himself be comforted by the only touch that can instantly calm him, a touch that belongs to someone who, within the next year, will be married to someone else. Pepper smiles and squeezes his hand before letting go. With it, all remnants of his composure start to fade. As she stands, she says, I've got a lunch date with Jack, but I'll be back to make sure everything is still in order. In the meantime, please take a break and rest, Tony. You need it. The door clicks shut. The air she leaves behind her is cold. With a sniff, Tony turns to his computer. He means to do something productive, but his fingers can't move. His mind caught up on all the little things he decided to ignore in hopes that he was just reading too into things, and Peter was actually living the high life as a normal kid with a normal hot aunt. Why isn't he answering his phone? Antsy, Tony stands and paces the room. He plucks the stress ball off his desk and squeezes it in a fist. Wheeze calls him Daddy, so I call him Daddy. Bry's sweet, stubborn voice echoes in his head. At first, when he heard of this, he has to admit that he wondered if Wheeze was Peter's son, and it was confusing Bry. In his defense, Wheeze looks a lot like Peter, the eyes, the nose, the ever-so-light dusting of freckles. Peter even acts like his father. He's not his father, though, Tony quickly realized, which was a relief. He isn't sure how he would have dealt with that if it were the case. Obviously, he'd still support Peter, but being fatherly and being a father are two different things. Right, plus, it would just feel weird if Peter became a father before Tony did. And the whole Steven thing, it twists his stomach in a sick way. When Nico brought him up, Tony was confused who the hell this guy was. A family friend, an ex-friend of Peter's, an ex-boyfriend of Peter's. He isn't even sure what Peter's into. Geez, what else doesn't he know about his kid? No, wait, stop, Peter's not his kid. Anyways, back to the whole Steven issue. The way Peter reacted when Tony asked about him was a red flag all by itself. He immediately got defensive and started asking questions. Tony should have known right then that something was off. As Tony keeps thinking on it, he realizes that Peter knew something was off about Steven. Is it true that he didn't like him just because he was replacing his uncle? Or was that a lie too? Why would he lie about something so serious, though? Tony knows Peter well enough to know that he'd never allow Steven to stay at the apartment if he had shown to be a threat to the kids before, so the other night with Nico was the first time he was ever inappropriate towards the kids, which raises the question, why did Peter dislike Steven before? He obviously knew the man was trouble. Was it purely his spider sense, or was it something else? Stomach flipping, Tony leans against the wall. His fingers interlock behind his neck as he rests his head back. In a state of desperation, Tony sends off a prayer for the first time in a long time. Friday morning comes with bright blue skies and scattered fluffy white clouds. The drive across Manhattan to Brooklyn couldn't have been longer, the road stretching further and further before finally allowing him to reach his destination. He steps out of the Audi and looks at the 3-story building through his tinted sunglasses. The last time he was here, he didn't actually get out of the car. He pulled up to the sidewalk, gave Peter a hug over the center console, then watched the teenager sneak around the side and climb up the wall like he had suction cups stuck to his hands and feet. Glancing both ways, Tony crosses the gap between the car and the front doors. He goes for his usual walk of confidence, but inside his pocket, his hand anxiously grips his papers that certify him as a legal foster parent. He technically did just about everything he needed to do. The money he slid under the table only made the process speed up tenfold. He has nothing to worry about, other than the fact that Peter hasn't responded to him all week. His phone's probably dead, like Pepper said, he reasons as he makes his way up the short stack of stairs. He looks around at the prison-like building with disdain, or maybe they took his phone away. The front entryway is drafty. Tony glances left and right, his eyes looking over top his shades, until he spots someone who looks like they know what they're doing. It's a man, probably 6'7", with the physique of a retired high school football coach. He's wearing a permanent scowl and cargo shorts with a polo. When he spots Tony approaching him, he does a double take. "Tony Stark," he sputters, face pinched in utter disbelief and puzzlement. Tony smiles and whips the sunglasses off. He tucks them into his suit breast pocket. "In the flesh, someone should have called you or emailed you about my new foster kid I'm supposed to pick up today. Name's Peter Parker." The man blinks. "You're a foster parent." To suppress his annoyance, his strained smile widens. "Yes, I'm here to pick up one Peter Parker." Finally, the man seems to snap out of his haze. He shifts and crosses his arms. "Peter Parker's not here." Time stops. Tony frowns. "What the hell do you mean he's not here?"
Hello.
Chapter 14. The window slides open. Peter throws one leg over the windowsill and tries to find his footing on the floor, but it's farther down than he anticipates and he loses his balance. His body thuds against the carpeted floor of Ned's bedroom. His eyes dart up to Ned, who whips his head around to the closed door like he's expecting his mother to come barging in. A floorboard creaks as Mrs. Leeds leans into the hall. She doesn't come closer. "Everything okay, Ned?" "Everything's fine, just dropped a textbook," he calls back, voice high and definitely not suspicious at all. The boy flashes back to Peter as he picks himself off the floor and rushes to his side. In a hushed tone, he says, "Dude, everyone thought you died or something. Where have you been?" Peter brushes his shirt off and fleetingly meets Ned's confused gaze before going to slip his backpack off his shoulders. "Group home, long story." "Group home," Ned repeats, his brow furrows. "What were you doing there?" "Wasting my time," he says brusquely. When he turns and sees Ned's expression is a mixture of concern and confusion, he adds, "Some shit went down. May, Steven, and Richie were arrested. CPS separated all the kids into different foster care placements. Mr. Stark promised he'd help, but it's been more than a week and I shouldn't known better than to trust him, so I dipped." He drops his bag onto the desk chair and sweeps his arms wide. "And now I'm here." Ned's mouth bobs open and closed, processing everything that just spilled from his friend's mouth. Holding a finger up, he says, "Can I ask why they were all arrested, or is that touchy?" Peter takes his time to think it over. It's a little touchy, no pun intended. He almost snorts, but then frowns when he realizes how messed up his humor is. "Sorry." "It's fine, don't worry about it, dude," Ned assures. He holds his arms out. "Need a hug? Hell yes." There's only a select few people in Peter's life whom he would accept a hug from, and Ned makes that list. The kids are on that list too, and Tony has recently become the newest member. Ned's embrace is comforting and familiar, but there's something about Tony's hugs that just seem more secure, like his arms are a shield, and no missile or insult or creepy old man can harm him. When they separate, Peter sincerely says, "Thanks for letting me crash here tonight." Ned nods, but there is a wrinkle between his eyebrows. "Of course, but where are you going to go tomorrow? Are you going back?" "To the group home? Hell no." He unzips his bag to take out a granola bar in the front pocket. He unwraps it with one hand and takes a bite. Chewing, he says, "I was thinking about going out to find where everyone was placed, make sure they're okay." "And then what?" Peter slumps on the edge of the bed. As Ned sits beside him, he shrugs. "I don't know," he admits, though it doesn't bother him much. The idea of taking them crosses his mind. He took care of them once, surely he could do it again. Maybe he could get emancipated, then somehow try to gain custody of them. Unlikely, but not entirely impossible. He'd just need to get a new job, considering Tony basically ditched him and probably doesn't ever want to see him again. Was the man grateful that Peter's no longer around to pester him, relieved he doesn't have to put up with him anymore? Peter absent-mindedly reads the nutrition label on the granola bar. "I don't know," he repeats. "I'm not going back into the system, though. No adult has ever proven to actually care about me." Ned's expression twists painfully. "That's not true." "Fine, no adult that's alive has ever proven to care about me." My mom likes you, Ned says, but it's a weak argument. And what about Tony Stark? Peter raises a brow. What about him? Doesn't he care about you? Ned points out, earning an eye roll from Peter. Seriously, dude, he gave you the suit, gave you an internship, and he promised he'd help you. Peter turns to Ned and says bitterly, where is he? If he cared so much, then where is he, Ned? Peter shakes his head and rests his elbows on his knees. His head ducks a little. He only gave me the suit and the internship because of Spider-Man. That's not true. Yes, it is, Peter argues. He shakes his head. He used me, Ned. He wasn't interested in me. He was interested in what he could get out of me. And damn, if that didn't hit home. Nobody fucking cares. Beside him, Ned softly says, I do. Peter glances at him. He finds Ned staring back at him, studying his face with his deep brown eyes. With a humorless chuckle, Peter says, I bet you regret that decision, though. Ned frowns. It's deep and firm as he says, stop it with the self-deprecation. I do care about you, and I'm not the only one. Peter looks away. I know, sorry. Ned sighs. A silence settles over them. Peter finishes his granola bar and holds onto the wrapper, staring at it as Ned stares at his shoes. Finally, Ned breaks the silence. How are you going to find your sister and cousins? Peter looks at him, then looks away and shrugs. He raises his brow. You helped me hack into the suit. I did. Ned doesn't seem to follow at first, but when Peter gives him his puppy eyes, it dawns on him and he immediately says, No, Peter, I'm not going to hack into Child Protection Services databases. Come on, Ned, please, Peter begs. Compared to the suit, hacking into CPS is going to be so easy. It's a government agency. Please, Peter does the puppy eyes again. Ned crumbles, shaking his head with a defeated sigh. He says, fine. Thank you so much, I owe you. But you have to promise not to be stupid, Ned threatens. You need help, Peter. You can't just run away from your problems. Peter recoils. I'm not running away from my problems. You literally ran away from the group home. Peter goes to retort, but his phone in his pocket cuts him off. With a disgruntled frown, he digs the device out. Tony's contact flashes on the screen. Ned leans over his shoulder. Dude, answer it. Peter's thumb hovers over the green button, but he hesitates. Tony lied to him. Why should he talk to him? No. What? Why not? Ned exclaims. He's probably trying to help you. I don't want to talk to him. He had his chance and he lied to me. Legal stuff takes time. Not for the Tony Stark. The law practically bends to his will. Peter starts to press decline, but Ned snatches the phone from his hand and answers it before Peter can register what he's doing. His stomach sinks. Ned, he hisses, lunging for the phone. Ned turns away and stands, holding the phone up to his ear. Ned, give it back. Hello, Mr. Stark, sir, Ned says into the speaker, ignoring Peter's tantrum. On the other end of the line, Tony's voice pauses, then says, Who's this? Where's Peter? Oh, sorry, this is Ned, he clarifies, pointedly looking the other way as Peter gives up and flops onto his bed face first. Peter's with me. Peter's with you, Tony repeats. Where are you, Ned? My house. Address. Without a question, Ned recites the address. Got it, thanks kid, I'm on my way. You mind putting Pete on the phone? Ned turns to Peter. The boy's head snaps up and he shakes his head vehemently. Ned shoots him a pointed look in return. Yeah, hold on, let me put you on speaker. He clicks the button and holds the phone out. Peter keeps his mouth shut as his glare bores into Ned's skull. Tony says, you still there? Yeah, sorry, I guess Peter's not in a very talkative mood. Why is he hurt? Ned raises a brow, whispering so only Peter can hear. He says, sounds like he cares. Peter scoffs and mouths, bullshit. Hello, Tony's rising voice interjects. Is my kid bleeding out or something? What's going on? He's not hurt, Ned assures, just pissy. Hey. I can deal with pissy, Tony remarks. In the background, a car door slams. I'll be there in 20. Am I still on speaker? Yes. Peter, you better not go anywhere, Tony demands, much to Peter's disdain. If I show you to your buddy's house and you fled the coop again, I'll be on your ass. Got it? Peter grumbles, got it. Good, see you in 20, kid. The call drops. As soon as it does, Peter snaps. What the hell, Ned? I said I didn't want to talk to him. You also said that he didn't care about you, but he obviously does, Ned fires back, tossing the phone at Peter, who catches it effortlessly. Accept the help he's giving you.
I can't.
Why not? I just can't, Ned. Peter pushes himself off the bed and cards his hands through his hair. I thought I could trust him, but then he abandoned me in that group home for a week. He didn't abandon you, Ned argues, and you said it yourself, it was only a week.
I'm not being dramatic.
Ned winces, you kinda are. Peter turns, his eyes shoot daggers at his friend. Whose side are you on? Yours, duh. Ned doesn't even hesitate to answer. I think it'll be good for you to just listen, Mr. Stark. You can trust him. Peter scoffs and rubs the back of his neck. I obviously can't. You can, Ned refutes. He pauses, mulls over his words, then says, I think you just jumped at the first opportunity to retract your trust. Peter's brow knits. What? You have trust issues, dude. Ned shrugs, not like it's not a big deal, but like it's just common knowledge. And yeah, Peter knew he reserved his trust, but it being put so plainly like that makes it seem like a much bigger problem. Ned's eyes go soft. You're scared of trusting Tony because, from what I know, all the other adults in your life are either shitty or are dead. Peter crosses his arms, ready to debate, but he finds himself grappling for words after processing what Ned just said. But what if, Peter licks his lips and shifts, what if Tony turns out just as bad as the rest? I don't think that'll happen, Ned says, then adds with an inkling of humor, but if it does, just let me know and I'll kick his ass. Peter snorts, thanks man. For you, I'd kick anyone's ass, Ned swears, staging seriousness. His face is stony. I'd kick Thor's ass after I steal his hammer and cape, and then I'd kick his father's ass. Odin.
Yeah, him.
The brief laughter between the two dies down. Peter's smile slowly slides off his face. Leaning against the wall, he says, thanks for being my friend. Ned smiles, no problem, dude, thanks for being mine. I'm sorry, is the first thing that comes out of Peter's mouth when he climbs into the passenger side of the black Audi pulled up to the curb and sets his backpack on the ground between his feet. Tony's sitting behind the wheel, dressed as his billionaire persona, an ironed suit, sunglasses, sleek watch, hair done and all. With a tap to the top of the rims, he looks over the shades and eyes Peter up and down before settling his analytical gaze on his face. Peter holds his breath, almost like he's expecting Tony to blow up on him for ghosting him and making him drive all the way to Midtown, but Tony doesn't do that. Don't worry about it, Pete, he says, and Peter watches his every movement, searching for any signs of repressed anger. Instead, he just finds frustration. Tony pulls out into traffic. For a while, it's silent, but then Tony looks back and forth between Peter and the road and says, why do you keep looking at me like that? Peter immediately averts his eyes. Hugging himself, he asks, like what? Like I don't know, like I just called you into the principal's office for blowing spitballs at your teacher. Peter shrugs cautiously. He asks, why aren't you mad? About what? I don't know, he shrugs again. Tony catches the movement and seems to dissect, which just makes him more anxious. I mean, for starters, I ran away. Tony hums, his fingers tap a beat into the steering wheel. You did do that. He says it nonchalantly, like it isn't a big deal. And maybe it isn't, but Peter can't help but feel like Tony should be yelling at him or something. This, sitting in the car silently, his knuckles loosely clasped around the steering wheel, his eyes more frustrated and concerned than angry, doesn't make sense. The silence stretches over the entirety of the car ride back to the tower. Peter keeps looking back at Tony, half expecting him to pull over to berate him or shout at him or anything, but continue driving without so much of a scolding. His danger sense isn't going off though, so he shouldn't be so paranoid. Eventually, Tony breaks the silence. Why'd you run away? Peter drops his gaze and scratches at his denim knee. At a red light, Tony turns to look at him, and he feels the man's searching eyes scanning his profile. Did you not want me to intervene? Because, if you want, I can take you back to the group home, though I might have to send you back with some February's a few HGTV interior design magazines. What's meant to get a smile out of him only worsens his anxiety. Fear gripping his chest, Peter rushes out, I don't want to go back. He doesn't, it wasn't that bad, but it just didn't feel like home. That building was a prison and the boys were prisoners. Their damning crime, a shitty home life. The light turns, he looks forward and nods. Okay, good, glad we're on the same page there, but why'd you run away? I told you that I'd help you. I know, guilt twists his stomach. Absent-mindedly picking the seam of his jeans at the knee, he reluctantly admits, I didn't think you were actually going to help me. I just thought you said that to make me happy, and once I was gone, I was finally out of your hair, you know. Tony blinks at him, his expression exudes pure confusion. Out of my, he repeats before cutting himself off, flabbergasted. What makes you think I would want that? Because you didn't come back for me. I did, it just took longer than expected, and I'm sorry for that, Tony says, leveling his gaze. I had to sign a bunch of shit, get some inspections of the penthouse, take a crash course on foster parenting, and make a whole load of phone calls to lawyers and social workers that weren't too sure about giving me the stamp of approval. I tried to call to let you know about the delay, but you weren't picking up. Peter's feet shuffle. My phone died the second day I was there, and I didn't have any of my things, so I couldn't charge it until I left. Tony frowns. You don't have any of your things. What about the suit? He can see panic start to arise in the man's features as he keeps his eyes on the road, so Peter pats his backpack between his feet and quickly assures, I stopped by the apartment and grabbed it, along with a few other things for the kids. Tony nods. He runs his hand down his beard. Good, we don't need any cops or whatever finding out your identity on top of all this shit. Guilt passes over Peter's face. Tony is swift to add, not your fault, by the way, don't apologize again. But it is my fault, partially at least, Peter says. He rests his head back against the seat and frowns. It's my fault Steven even has the opportunity to try something with Nico. He shouldn't have even been at the apartment. I half agree with that, Tony says, and Peter's guilt only deepens. Even Tony agrees that he should have done better. But then he clarifies, Steven shouldn't have been there with you guys, and that fault falls on him and May. Peter turns and gives Tony a look. Yeah, but I should have. You aren't responsible for shit, Tony interrupts pointedly. Your aunt's negligence and Steven's disgusting actions caused this. Not you. Literally none of this falls on you. You do understand that, right? Peter presses his lips in a straight line. What he wants to say is, literally all of it is my fault because if I had done something years ago then, he would have been in jail instead of roaming the streets and living with us again. But instead he just says, yeah. Tony's eyes are a little narrowed, like he's trying to see past his lie. Anyways, he says, voice firm, you're innocent. The dumbass adults in your life that have failed you aren't, myself included. Hold on, Peter starts, sitting forward, but Tony doesn't let him finish. No, I'm included on that list, he insists, but Peter can't fathom why he'd consider himself as an adult who failed him. I noticed something was up with you in your home situation, and instead of trusting my gut and doing something about it right away, I waited to be proven wrong, probably because I wanted my suspicions to be wrong. He makes a short motion with his hand before putting it back on the wheel. Not to mention the fact that I made you think I abandoned you at that dumpster home. Peter's frowning through his every word. Yeah, he was angry at Tony, but he knows his untrusting nature is illogical. If he had just stuck it out longer and had a little more faith, then Tony wouldn't have had to drive out of his way to Ned's house to pick him up. It's okay, Peter says quietly. I shouldn't have just assumed you were full of shit. I know better, I know you better. He scratches an arm. Ned says I have trust issues. Tony releases a long breath. You and me both, kid. Peter thinks he says it to make him feel better or to ease the tension, but it comes out sad. He clears his throat and in a more reassuring tone says, but you can trust me. He shoots Peter a quick glance. Just keep in mind that punctuality has never been my strong suit. Just ask Pep or Rhodey. Peter smiles too. It's a little strained, but it's not completely fake. Head turning to look out the window, he realizes they've long passed their turn. His anxiety, his stupid, illogical anxiety spikes. Where are we going? On a road trip around New York to round up a bunch of kids, Tony says, making Peter whip around to stare at him in surprise. What? You didn't think I would just pluck you out of the system and ignore your family, did you? His mouth hangs open. He grins, seriously. Seriously. Peter's grin falters as confusion filters in. Sitting forward, he asks, why? Tony raises a brow. Turning the blinker on and making right at a green light, he replies, what do you mean, why? Are you taking us all in? Peter asks. Like, to be under your temporary care, what's going on? I told you that I got all the official legal stuff taken care of to be a foster parent, Tony says, seemingly confused why the teen is confused. I did that for you and your sister and cousins. He's speechless. He can't comprehend what Tony's telling him. The man's words get lodged in his brain like taffy in gears. If that's okay with you, of course, Tony rambles when he fails to get a reaction from Peter. He looks back and forth from the teen in the passenger seat and the road in front of him. I just thought you'd like that since you seem to be comfortable with me, and the kids seem to like me that one time, and you and everyone could be together and not have to worry about being separated. But if you don't like my plan, I could always find a nice family and arrange you all to be put in their care. Or I could. No, Peter finally finds his voice. Tony's mouth zips shut, blinking back tears of relief or something similar. Peter says, I want to live with you. Tony's eyes flicker to Peter a few times, gauging his expression. You sure, because you don't have to if you really don't want to. I want to, Peter nods and swallows back the lump in his throat. Fuck. He wipes a tear away with the back of his hand, hoping Tony didn't see it roll down his cheek. Thank you, Mr. Stark, really. Tony's tender gaze lingers on him. Reaching out and squeezing his shoulder, he says, no problem, kid.
Hello.
Chapter 15. The elevator doors slide open, revealing the makeshift family to the 20,000 square footage of modern, open-layout penthouse overlooking Manhattan. The makeshift family pauses, seemingly to take it all in, as Peter can feel his nerves combining with the anxiety radiating from Tony's figure behind them. In Peter's arms, Wheeze is undeterred and occupied with squishing one of Peter's big ears in his chubby hands. Chase, who stands in front of Peter and beside his twin, gapes with wide eyes. He exchanges a look with Bry, who is holding onto Sid's hand, and they share a simultaneous, whoa. Nico is the one to take the leap and take the first step into the penthouse. Well, technically, Peter has walked this level before, but never with his family, or with the pretense of staying there for more than a few hours. Sid's forced to drop Nico's hand as he cautiously crosses the line separating the penthouse from the elevator. As soon as he does, the twins take off and jump onto the couch. The pristine, white, expensive couch. On instinct, Peter calls out, guys, come on, be good. He can't let Tony kick them out already. They just reunited, they can't get separated again. Bry and Chase's glee falters and they start to slide off the couch, but Tony walks past them towards the living area and says, it's fine, Pete, you guys go nuts. Pure, unadulterated joy fills their eyes and they climbs back up the couch and jump up and down facing each other and squealing. Peter's eyes are laser-focused on their shoes. Their old shoes, Chase's hand-me-downs from Nico and Bry's bought second-hand. There are years of dirt and bacteria and sidewalk shit pushed into the crevices of the bottoms. Tony can't just tell them to go nuts and jump on the white, expensive couch with their dirty shoes. Sid follows Nico to the expansive window and they point in awe at the view. Peter would join them, but instead he stands beside Tony by the twins, shifts Wheeze to his other side and says, Bry, Chase, at least take your shoes off. You're going to stain the couch. Tony casts Peter a look, one of curiosity, like he's putting together a puzzle, but doesn't counter his command. He plasters on a smile. This is your house, Nico asks, both hands on the window. Peter winces. There's definitely going to be some handprints left on the otherwise spotless glass. Tony takes 3 long strides to approach Nico's side. Instead of slapping at his hands and scolding him for touching the nearly invisible window pane, he says, you like it? Yeah, Nico peels his hands from the glass and says, it's huge, and you can see the whole city. The view is pretty cool, Sid adds, crossing her arms as she surveys the horizon. Rocking back and forth on the balls of his feet, Tony says, you should see the views in your rooms. Come on, I'll give you guys the quick tour. Peter lingers. He waits until everyone else follows closely behind Tony before loosely tracking behind. Thankfully, Wheeze has finally decided that his ear was boring, so now he's leaning back and messing with his backpack slung over his shoulders. The keychain dangling from the zipper drawn up to the top of the bag jingles as he plays with it. Walking backwards as he leads them into the kitchen, Tony says, so this is, obviously, the kitchen. I've tried to child-proof it as well as I could, but there's still some knives because you can't just not have knives in a kitchen, so I guess that'll be rule number 1. He pointedly looks at the twins and Nico. No knives. Chase practically rolls his eyes as he says, we know that's already a rule. Yeah, Bry chips in, Daddy doesn't let us use knives either. Peter barely even notices what Bry calls him, so used to it by now and exhausted from correcting her every time. Sid realized it was fruitless to correct her too, so she doesn't say anything either. Shoving his hands in his trouser pockets, Tony clarifies, you mean Peter. Bry nods, her attention locks onto the sleek, wide refrigerator. That's a huge fridge. You could probably fit so much food in there, Nico marvels. He goes to grab the handle to open it up, but Sid takes his hand and pulls him back.
Nico, we probably shouldn't just.
Oh no, it's fine, Tony's quick to assure. He slips a hand out of his pocket and waves it towards the refrigerator. You guys are welcome to eat whatever food is in the fridge and the cabinets whenever you want. I was told none of you have any food allergies, right?
Nico's allergic to shellfish, Peter says, and like dust and pollen since he has asthma, but those aren't really food allergies. If Nico's food allergy isn't on record, then his medical history probably isn't either. Although this is a temporary arrangement, the more Tony knows, the better. Nico opens the fridge. Chase pokes his head under his arm and peers in, inspecting the shelves as he stands on the tips of his toes. Do you have any beer? Peter internally cringes.
No, Tony says, voice taking on a questioning tone. Peter averts his gaze to avoid what he's sure is an inquisitive glance from the man. Chase makes a face and closes the refrigerator. Weird.
Why's that weird? Tony asks, and Sid and Peter exchange a look behind his back.
I dunno, Chase innocently replies, his little shoulders lifting and dropping. I thought all adults drinked it. Not all adults do. Tony gives him a straight-lipped smile. Besides, it wouldn't be very responsible of me to keep it around where anyone can get their hands on it.
Why?
You sure do ask a lot of questions, don't you? Tony ruffles his hair, eliciting a chuckle from the short redhead. Straightening, Tony announces, okay, on to the next room. They move from the kitchen to the hall, then to a bathroom in the hall, then the lab. Tony stops at the sliding doors and turns around, his hands clasped together in front of him.
This part is important, Tony says, his voice turning serious.
The kids come to a stop in front of the doors. Peter's at the back, still holding Wheeze, while Sid stops behind Nico and the twins. Leaning down to be more eye level, Tony points to the glass doors and says, "This is my personal lab where I do lots of my work." Bri raises her hand and blurts, "Iron Man work." A grin graces Tony's lips. Yes, Iron Man work. There's lots of dangerous tools and parts in there, so no one except me or Peter can go in there because it's also where Peter and I work together. Do you work on Spider-Man's suit in there? Nico asks, eyes wide with wonder. Peter would be lying if he said it didn't warm his heart in the slightest. The fact that his cousin would ask that above any of the other, far superior Avengers just does something special to his heart. Pausing, Tony's eyes flicker up to where Peter stands behind the crowd. Peter gives him a subtle shake of his head. Tony looks back to Nico and says, "You bet." He motions to Peter. Peter works on Spider-Man's suit, too. Everyone's heads turn around. The three younger kids gape in awe, whereas Sid looks at him in a way that accuses him of keeping secrets from her. Peter clears his throat. "I mean, yeah, sometimes." "That's so cool," Chase exclaims. Sid's eyes narrow slightly. "Why didn't you ever mention working on Spider-Man's suit?" Peter looks to Tony for help, but the man offers nothing but a shrug. "It just never came up, I guess." Before Sid can accuse him further, Tony turns the attention back on him and moves the tour along, beckoning them to his office, then to a second hallway where their bedrooms are. It shouldn't come as a surprise that they all have separate rooms. The penthouse is huge, after all. However, as soon as Tony shows them their doors, each with a single name on each, Peter goes still. He's never once had his own room, and neither has his sister or cousins. He subconsciously holds Wheeze closer to him as Tony takes them past Bri's room, Sid's room, Chase's room, Peter's room, Nico's room, and lastly, the very last two down the long hall, Wheeze and Tony's. Tony explains how he made Wheeze's room the one closest to him, because he wants to be able to wake up and tend to him if he were to wake up in the middle of the night crying, even if babies his age don't tend to quite so often anymore, according to the book he read in preparation about babies. It's probably said to relieve or assure Peter that Wheeze will be taken care of, but all he can think about is the 3 rooms in between his and Wheeze. He can only think about how Nico's room is a door down, but what if those seconds it takes to get from his room to his is long enough for something terrible to happen? And what if one of the kids has a nightmare, wakes up alone, tries to get him, but they get lost down the long hallway? Chest tightening, Peter says, "I'm going to go get a glass of water." Nico, Bri, and Chase don't pick up on the strain in his voice, but Sid and Tony both send him similar looks of concern. "You good?" she asks under her breath, and Peter just nods. "Yeah, just thirsty, be right back." Taking Wheeze with him, Peter turns and walks briskly out of the suffocating hall and into the open layout kitchen. His hand shakes as he opens the cabinet to grab a glass, then turns the sink on and holds the cup under the running water, then turns it back off with the same hand.
He downs the cool liquid and wills his heart rate to slow. Distantly, he hears Bry ask, "Why's there only one bed in our room?" "It's just your room," he hears Tony respond. "Where's Chase and Sid gonna sleep? In their own rooms." There's a pause and then Bry asks, "Why?" Peter sets down the water glass and leans against the counter, letting his head fall against Wheeze. He makes a gibberish noise and pats his face. He isn't sure how long he stays there, recollecting his thoughts. All he knows is that Wheeze is starting to get wiggly in his grip, so he goes to the living room and sets him down on the carpet to crawl around and release some energy. His big, blue eyes find the window pouring in light from the afternoon sun. Without hesitation, he crawls his way over to the window. Peter trails after him and squats down beside him as he leans his forehead against the glass. "It's big out there, huh?" Peter murmurs. Wheeze tries to climb on him, so Peter picks him up from under the armpits as he adjusts to sit with his legs crossed so the baby can sit in his lap and still look out the window. Peter rests his chin on top of his head and points at a jet in the sky, leaving a trail of white clouds. "Look, a plane, do you see it?" Wheeze looks at his finger, so Peter taps the glass and says, "Plane, Wheeze." He grins, a gummy grin with his small, sparse teeth poking out, and grabs at his finger before trying to stuff it into his mouth. From the hall, he hears Sid's voice. "Maybe I should go check on Peter." No, it's okay. You can just get settled in your room, try to come up with some ideas to decorate. I'll go check on your brother," Tony says, and Peter expects Sid to argue, but he hears her quietly give in before the sound of Tony's expensive shoes clacking against the floor approaches him. He senses Tony standing in the kitchen, stalling, and then releasing a shallow breath. His footsteps continue. "You can see the Empire State Building from here," Tony says in his forced casual way that actually just means that he's trying to mask his anxiety. Peter looks at the man from over his shoulder. Tony's trying to smile while simultaneously analyzing him. "Pretty cool," Peter says, even though he has seen the Empire State Building from this window every time he has set foot in the penthouse. Tony shifts, he glances over his shoulder, then sighs and sits on the floor beside Peter. Surprised, Peter looks at him with a raised eyebrow. "You good, cuz if this is all too much," Tony waves a hand around vaguely. "I get it." "I'm good, I mean it is a lot, but," he gives a firm nod. "Yeah, no, I'm good." "You sure you can talk to me?" "I'm sure." "Okay," Tony tilts his head. After a moment's hesitation, he reaches out and suggests, "Here, I'll take the little guy, let you get settled in." Reluctantly handing Wheeze over, Peter asks, "Do you even know how to hold a baby?" "PFT, of course I do," Tony remarks, rolling his eyes as he holds Wheeze. Awkwardly, Peter starts to reach out to adjust Tony's grip, but the man holds up a hand and says, "I got it." They stand. Peter keeps a watchful eye on the 1-year-old with a somewhat malleable skull as Tony shifts to hold him on one hip, his grip sturdy but unsure. "Have you ever held a baby before, Mr. Stark?" Peter asks, unable to keep the amusement from his voice. Tony opens his mouth, closes it, then admits, "I've read about it." "Well, experience is more important than knowledge when you're dealing with kids, especially babies," Peter says, letting out a soft laugh. Noted, Tony looks down at Wheeze as if he's analyzing a formula. He looks back at Peter and says, "Oh, hey, I was thinking we should go get your stuff from the apartment, load everything up in the back of a van and haul it back here." Peter gives a tight-lipped smile and grabs a hold of the backpack straps wrapped around his shoulders. "I actually packed basically everything in my backpack already." He tugs at the straps. "Plus, there's probably nothing left in the apartment. Chances are everything either got repossessed, thrown out, or looted, so," he shrugs. "Oh," Tony's brow furrows. In his arms, Wheeze grows fascinated by Tony's beard and starts to grab at it. Tony visibly looks like he's forcing himself not to flinch back at what must be at least a somewhat painful attack on his face. Gently peeling Wheeze's fingers from his beard, he asks, "Should we go shopping then?" Peter thinks about the fact that he hasn't gotten a paycheck in a week and all the things he's probably going to have to pay Tony back for. Besides, he's worn down to the wire from this past week. The last thing on his mind is shopping. "I'm tired," Peter says, turning him down politely. "The kids are probably tired too." Tony nods. "Right, well, I'll let you guys get warmed up." He starts to turn, but then turns right back around and asks, "Actually, could you take a census for what everyone wants for dinner tonight?" Peter shoves his hands in his jeans pockets and subtly lifts his shoulders. Anything will be fine, we're not picky. Tony raises a brow. Well, I quite frankly have no idea what to prepare, so go ask anyways, will you? With a smile, Peter relents. Okay, yeah, will do. They both start towards their own ways, Tony to the couch to occupy Wheeze, and Peter to the hall to track down his siblings and check out his room, and Peter calls over his shoulder, let me know if you need any help with Wheeze. Tony scoffs, thanks, but I think I can handle a baby. As soon as Peter's out of sight, he hears Tony mutter under his breath, what the hell am I supposed to do with you now? I assume you don't have the motor skills to play catch, do you? The first dinner in the penthouse goes surprisingly smoother than Peter anticipated. Granted, they've all already had a dinner together before, with the same spaghetti recipe and everything, but this time they're all under the roof of the Avengers Tower using silver cutlery and plates without a single scratch or stain on them. They're sitting beneath a light fixture that could pay off rent for the next month or so. Well, if Peter had to pay rent still. He's not entirely sure what's going on. He knows you're not supposed to pay rent when you're in foster care, but it seems like the least he could do for barging in on Tony's luxurious life. Bri and Chase end up smacking each other with spaghetti noodles, which winds up ending the night in Peter dampening a washcloth and wiping the marinara sauce off their faces, off the table and off their clothes. Peter frets over a stain, so Sid says something about grabbing dish soap and cold water, but then Tony stops them and assures them that a little stain is no big deal and that he'll just buy them new shirts. But it's not Christmas, Bri says, confused. Which in turn makes Tony confused too. It doesn't have to be Christmas for you to get a new shirt. After Tony convinces them not to worry about the stain, that he'll get them all new wardrobes since they came there only with the clothes on their backs, he sends them off to clean up for bed. They never truly had a set night routine, but even then it feels otherworldly. Sid gets ready for bed, then pops in to make sure that Bri and Nico have both brushed their teeth with the toothbrushes set up in their ensuite bathrooms attached to each of their rooms. Meanwhile, Peter carries Wheeze with a bounce in his step and corrals Chase to his bathroom to get ready for bed. The 5-year-old's energy zaps the rest of Peter's as he attempts to get him to brush his teeth. He ends up having to set Wheeze down on the bed, physically pick Chase up, carry him to the bathroom, spread toothpaste on the brush, and then stick it in his hand before Chase even entertains the idea of practicing good dental hygiene. Finally, once everyone's ready for bed and Wheeze is in his crib, Peter ventures back out to the kitchen to clean up. He stops short when he spots Tony closing the dishwasher and pressing a button that makes it whir to life. Peter starts to back out of the kitchen, but Tony straightens and looks up before he can get far. The man's eyes lock on him. Hey Peter, did you need something? Oh no, sorry, I was just… He throws a thumb over his shoulder as he stutters his way through a response. I was just going to help clean up, but it looks like you got it, so thanks. By the way, I could have gotten it, but yeah, I was just going to head back to my room since… Tony wipes his hands on a towel and leans against the counter. Unable to listen to Peter's ramblings any longer, he says, it wasn't a big mess, it's fine. Peter nods, he crosses his arms, unsure of what to say or do. It's annoying really, since he has known Tony for like a year now and he has no reason to be awkward around him again. He has spent multiple afternoons working by his side in the lab, and he has even been stitched up by the man after patrol's gone wrong. Nothing has changed, not really. Why can't he just act normal? Tony sets the towel aside and tilts his head, studying the teen. How are the other kids doing? They haven't been gossiping about me behind my back, have they? That earns a small smile. Nah, they seem to like you still. I wouldn't worry about the twins and Nico talking bad about you. Are you implying that Sid doesn't like me? Peter laughs at the underlying seriousness and worry behind Tony's tone. No, I'm just saying that you already have those 3 wrapped around your finger. Sid likes you, but she's wary, you know. Understandable, Tony says, scratching his beard. Any tips for me to get on her good side? Peter counts off on his fingers as he advises, give her space, make delicious food, and don't be an asshole. First of all, language, Tony says pointedly, eliciting an eye roll. Secondly, noted, now run along, isn't it almost your bedtime? It's like 8 o'clock. Exactly, growing boys need their beauty sleep. Peter trudges off to bed, but when he's out of Tony's visual, a smile graces his lips. It doesn't linger for very long, though. With the lights off, Peter lies in bed on his back, eyes boring into the ceiling. The door is cracked, allowing a sliver of golden hallway light to stream in. After realizing the room is practically soundproof with the door shut, Peter has no choice but to leave the door ajar. The silence is piercing. It isn't complete silence since the door is cracked open, but it's still eerily quiet. Unlike his room back at the apartment, he is the only one sleeping in his room. The loud rustles of the bedsheets of Nico's restlessness doesn't keep him awake, and the whimpers from a sleeping wheeze don't have him peering across the room, inhaling deeply through his nose to decipher if he needs to change a diaper or not. He's too far from Whee's room to hear if he needs him. He's too far from Chase to hear if he is jumping up and down on his bed in favor of going to sleep. He's too far from Bri to hear if she has a nightmare. He's too far from Sid in case something happens. He's too far from Nico to hear if someone is trying to take advantage of him. Peter grips his bedsheets and darts his eyes to the cracked door. Friday would alert him if someone was hurting Nico or any of the kids, right, but what if it was Tony who was causing the harm? Not that he thinks Tony would ever do that, but what if? Surely Friday would alert someone, but Tony programmed her so she'd probably keep quiet. Peter sits up, he's just being paranoid. Then again, if this happened once already, then he's not being paranoid, just prepared. But his danger sense isn't even flaring up. But maybe it's because all the rooms are soundproof and he can barely hear what's going on. Friday, Peter says, chin pointed to the ceiling. Is everyone sleeping? No, Wesley Parker is the only one who is asleep. Peter nods. Is everyone okay? Friday's robotic voice, if possible, goes soft. Yes, Peter, Brianna, Nicholas, and Chase are all in Nicholas's room. Sydney appears to be in good condition. Everyone is okay. Okay, good. Relief washes over him. You tell me if they weren't okay, though, right? Even if, he cuts himself off short, then continues. Even if it would get Mr. Stark in trouble. Certainly, Friday replies without hesitation. Boss has programmed me to look out for the children's best interests and for their well-being. That does not exclude anything caused by his own doing. Why do you ask, Peter? No reason, he quickly says, then clears his throat. Just checking. He lies back down. Also, would you mind if you didn't call them by their full names, except for Chase? It's just kind of weird, I guess. Of course, I will now only refer to them as Wheeze, Sid, Nico, and Bri. Do you or Chase have shorter versions of your names that you would prefer? No, just those four, thanks. It is no problem, Peter. The silence that settles over his room isn't as heavy and unsettling as before, but it's still a little unnerving. It's not the only thing that keeps him from drifting into sound sleep, though. The mattress is soft and molds to his body, unlike the mattress he used to sleep on that had a permanent dip in the middle. The blankets are much too insulated and keep the heat in more than the thinner blanket he had slept with for years. Even the pillows are different. He's used to having to fold his arms under a flat pillow to support his neck, but this pillow is fluffy and seems to cradle his head. It's just all too unfamiliar. A soft knock on his door alerts him of the fact that he's not the only one struggling with falling asleep. Sid pokes her head in through the crack of the door and finds Peter's form sitting up in bed. She flashes a sheepish smile and whispers, "Can't sleep either." Nope, Peter leans over and flips the switch on the lamp beside him. Light floods the room. Scooting over, he pulls the blanket open and says, "Wanna come in?" Wordlessly, Sid walks in, leaving the door just slightly ajar, and climbs into bed beside him. She pulls the blanket over her legs and leans against the wall the bed is pushed up against. For a while, the two siblings just sit there, Sid looking around the room, Peter studying her. She doesn't seem upset, thankfully, but she does seem to be on edge. Finally, Sid asks, "How do you actually know Tony Stark?" Peter blinks. Noticing his questioning gaze, she clarifies, "He wouldn't go through the trouble to foster you and all of us just because you're his intern. People just don't do that." Peter looks away, trying to come up with a reasonable explanation, but Sid cuts his thoughts off short. "Don't laugh at me because it might sound a little ridiculous if I'm wrong," she cautions. She pauses, looks between Peter's eyes. "Are you Spider-Man?" Honestly, he's not too shocked. He's surprised he even kept his alter identity from her for as long as he did. Unable to lie to her, he sighs and admits, "Yeah." "I knew it," Sid whispers, grinning. She leans her head back against the wall and beams at the ceiling, making Peter laugh at her. "Did you really think you could keep a secret that big from me?" "I should have known better." Peter pulls his knees up to his chest and wraps his arms around his ankles, a hand holding his wrist. His smile falters when he sees a twitch in Sid's lips. "Haven't seen Spider-Man in the news lately," she points out, turning her head to examine his face. "I've been," Peter shrugs, "busy." In other words, words he won't say out loud.
He has been busy staying home during the night to make sure the kids were safe from Steven. Who knows what would have happened to Nico if Peter was off parading around the city in his red and blue spandex. He knows what would have happened had he not been there that night, and it plagues his nightmares. He doesn't explain, but he doesn't need to. Understanding fills her eyes. You know, she says, tone turning cautious, Steven's going to have a trial once he's out of the hospital. Peter's nose wrinkles at the suggestion in her voice. No. Peter. I don't want to talk about this, he says firmly. It's been years, I'm over it, it's fine. There's no statute of limitations for child sexual assault in New York, Sid says, and Peter's whole body tenses. Hands clenching into fists, he says evenly, I know that, Sid. Your testimony could help keep him behind bars, Sid persuades. She sits forward, pleasing eyes locking onto Peter's angry ones. Don't you want him locked up to finally face some justice? I don't care about me, Sid, Peter snaps. She flinches back. I want him locked up, okay? I do. I want him to face the consequences of what he did to Nico. Sid's brow furrows. What about for what he did to you? He didn't do anything. Bullshit, she hisses, her own temper rising. I might have only been 8, but I still remember that you couldn't sleep for weeks, that you cried in your pillow every night, and that when you told Aunt May, she kicked him out for cheating on her with her 11-year-old nephew. Stop, Peter shouts, a hand carding through his hair and gripping the roots. I fucking get it, okay? I get it, just fucking stop. Sid falls silent. She leans back, pulls her bottom lip between her teeth and sighs. Sorry. Peter covers his face with his hands. He rubs his eyes, then wipes his hands down his face and exhales deeply. Staring forward, he says, Shit, Sid, I'm the one who should be sorry. He glances at his sister sitting beside him. I didn't mean to yell, He plays with his fingers, shrugging. I don't want to make it a whole thing. It's been 5 years. I get it, she says softly, offering a small smile. Past is past. Yeah. A beat of silence. Then Sid pushes herself out of the bed. Peter watches her as she turns and crosses her arms, staring right back at him, reading him. I think Tony would believe you if you told him. He isn't like Aunt May, Sid says, and Peter immediately mentally shuts that idea down, telling his childhood idol that some man touched him. Yeah, no, not happening. As if she can read his mind, which isn't completely improbable, actually, she says, he can help us with the trials and stuff. She breaks off, then gives a tight-lipped smile. He can help us keep Steven in jail, and with the whole May mess, and with whatever the hell is going on with Richie. Peter nods, biting his lip. I'll try to talk to him about Richie. I'm not making any promises about May or Steven, though. That's fine, Sid says. I can bring it up instead if you want, or we could do it together. The corner of his lip lifts. How about we deal with it in the morning, yeah? Yeah, okay, she starts for the door. On her way out, she says, Night, Peter. Night, Sid. She doesn't close the door behind her, thankfully. Peter settles back under his covers and reaches out for the lamp. As the light flickers off and the room is plunged into darkness, he hears Sid whisper to herself, Holy shit, my brother is Spider-Man. Hello. Chapter 16. It doesn't take long before there's a whole interior design crew lugging desks, lamps, dressers, and other random bedroom furnishings and decorations through the penthouse to the hallway of spare rooms. Well, they're not exactly spare rooms anymore, since all but one are occupied by the kids. After the first couple nights, the twins have gotten used to having their own rooms, especially since they each hold the power to decorate however they please. Peter isn't sure how he feels about it all. Tony gave him a magazine to look through, like he did with the other kids, and told him to circle anything he'd like for his room. Everything was so expensive. A single desk with a chair were nearly as much as what he spent on monthly rent at the apartment. At the end of the day, after everyone else gave Tony back their magazines with different objects circled, Peter gave his back with nothing but the simplest desk set marked. Tony rose his brow and said, That's all you want. I already have a bed, was Peter's response. I don't really need anything else but a desk to do homework on and stuff. Chase asked for a trampoline in his room. Nico asked for a big flat-screen TV, and you just want a desk. With a spinny chair, Peter pointed out. Tony eventually accepted it, but as Peter's watching the workers flood the penthouse and bring things in for his siblings and cousins' rooms, he realizes that Tony went behind his back and bought him a few things anyways, when a few people bring in more than just a desk and chair. While Peter's sitting on his bed working on some homework he missed, he watches the people in matching green shirts bring a futon, curtains, a dresser, and a much bigger desk than what he marked. It's one of those desks that forms an L shape and has a few cabinets underneath. The only thing that they move into his room that he marked is the chair. At least Tony didn't completely ignore his wishes. With his door wide open, he can hear all the movement and chatter from the hall and everyone else's rooms. Wheeze is chilling out in his lap as he does homework, but even he is getting distracted by all of the excitement. When Wheeze tries to crawl off the bed, Peter decides he can take a break from all the academics to see how everyone's rooms are looking. Peter, Sid calls, spotting him step out of his room. Carrying Wheeze, Peter makes a detour to her room first. He talks a step in and looks around, studying the new decor. Band posters cover one wall, twinkling lavender lights are draped along the ceiling, and there are some plush bean bag chairs set up next to a TV stand where a gray-shirt person is setting the TV up. "Ha," he utters, taking it in. Sid, unable to mask her smile, asks, "Pretty cool, right?" "Yeah, no, it's awesome," Peter agrees. He watches the woman setting up the TV brush past him out the door and into the hall, then turns back to surveying the area while his sister looks at him expectantly. He nods to a poster. "I didn't know you liked the Arctic Monkeys." Sid shrugs. "I mean, they have good music." She sits on the dark purple duvet spread over her bed and says, "But I mainly just wanted the poster because the design looks cool." Fair enough, although now that he's thinking about it, he isn't actually sure what kind of music Sid even listens to. His eyes skim over the rest of the posters, trying to learn more about his sister, whom he thought he knew well, but then wonders if the rest of the posters were picked for aesthetic reasons as well. Feeling like a terrible brother, Peter quickly reads the room. The little purple accents is her favorite color, purple. Last time he checked, it was green. For everything they've gone through together, you'd think Peter would know something as simple as her music taste and favorite color. What else is he missing? Sid leans her elbows on her knees and props her chin on a fist. Eyes narrowed, she says, "What?" "Nothing," he sniffs and turns, flashing her a smile. It looks really cool. Did you pick everything out?" Basically, she leans back on her hands. "But I was having some trouble, so Tony gave me Pepper Potts' number because he doesn't know anything about what teenage girls like, so she helped me pick out my color scheme and stuff." "Mr. Stark gave you Miss Potts' number?" Peter asks incredulously. He's barely ever spoken to the woman and they've known each other for more than a year. Also, why is Tony just giving out her number, and isn't she engaged to another man? Sid gives Peter an odd look. "Yeah, why's that weird?" "I don't know, I mean, it probably isn't, I don't know." "What does that mean?" Peter shrugs, bouncing Wheeze once in his arms. "I guess I just didn't think she and Mr. Stark were still, like, talking." Sid sits forward. "Why wouldn't they be? If she weren't his sister, he'd think she was working for the press." Glancing behind him to make sure Tony wasn't about to make a sudden appearance, Peter explains, "The last time I spoke to Ms. Potts was when she and Mr. Stark were dating. When she broke things off, Mr. Stark mostly stopped talking about her. Obviously, he didn't ignore her altogether. She does run his company, after all." "Weird," Sid remarks, scrunching her nose. "I guess that would explain why Tony looked a little sad when he brought her up. Do you think he's still in love with her?" Peter chuckles. "Okay, I didn't come in here to gossip about our foster dad's love life. I'm going to go check out everyone else's rooms. You want to join?" "I'm good." She grabs a remote on her bedstand, lies back, propping her head up on her pillow. "I think I'm going to start the Vampire Diaries since we have Netflix now." "You have fun with that," Peter says, turning and walking out into the hall, then knocking twice on Nico's open door before stepping inside. Nico's room, like Sid's, is all decked out compared to the plain, hotel-esque layout it had before. Like Tony mentioned, a huge TV is mounted onto the wall opposite of the wall the bed is pressed against. It covers the majority of the wall, which is no small feat. Nico's admiring a tall stack of Xbox games on the floor in front of the giant screen. There has to be at least 50 different games spread out in front of the 12-year-old, who has never once played a video game in his life. "Wow, that's a lot of games, buddy," Peter says, trying to sound excited and not, whatever feeling that's stirring in the pit of his stomach. Nico looks up and says, "Mr. Iron Man said I could get anything I want, and everyone at school plays Xbox, so I asked for one. Look, he got me Minecraft." He scrambles to show Peter the case, then holds it to his chest. "Could you play it with me later, please?" "Yeah, of course," Peter immediately agrees. He's only ever played video games at Ned's house, so he does recognize some of the games scattered across the floor. One title in particular, Grand Theft Auto V, catches his eye. Leaning over and gently setting Wheeze down to sit by his feet on the floor, Peter snatches the game and flips it over to observe the back.
The 17+ rating in the corner draws his attention to the warning: blood and gore, intense violence, mature humor, nudity, strong language, strong sexual content, and use of drugs and alcohol. Yeah, no way Nico's playing this. What other games did Tony buy? Did he even look at what he was purchasing for the 12-year-old, or did he just buy every Xbox game with a good rating? Tucking the game under his arm, Peter kneels beside Nico and searches through the assortment, flipping each one over to read the rating and warnings. "What you doing?" Nico asks curiously, and Peter, distracted, mutters, "Just checking these out to make sure they're okay." Why wouldn't they be? He sits up and leans over to look at the pile accumulating in Peter's arms. Are they broken? No, just bad. He ends up having a stack of 10 games that have ratings far too mature for Nico. Unsure of how to confront Tony, if he even should, Peter just tells Nico that they're not good, hefts Wheeze back up into a free arm and carries them back to his room. He sets Wheeze down on the middle of his bed and sits beside him, letting out a heavy exhale. Tony really doesn't know what he's doing, does he? The on-edge, tingling feeling that Peter had when staying up to ensure Stephen wouldn't try anything during the night lingers even now. It's a different feeling. Instead of his spider sense triggering his anxiety, he's just anxiously listening and waiting for the shoe to drop, for something to go wrong. He can't sleep. But what else is new? The door is still cracked. He prefers it that way. For a while, the sliver of light and sound sufficed. Lately, though, he has picked up the habit of leaving his room once or twice a night to peer into each individual room, just in case. Just in case what? It's like a nervous tick. If he can't sleep, he's either monitoring the hall or listening for signs of trouble in the penthouse. Is someone breaking in? Is it Stephen? Are one of the kids having a nightmare? Did the sheet on Wheeze's tiny mattress come loose and is suffocating him? He probably checks on Nico the most. The image of the monster that tormented his own nightmares towering over his cousin makes his heart beat against his chest harder than a bass drum. Because he knows what it's like to wake up, scared, confused, and smothered by the weight of an older man on top of his frail frame, with the darkness of the night clouding his eyes and the stale breath filling his nostrils. At first it begins with just poking his head out of his door to peer down the hall. Then, convinced the soundproof walls are hindering his ability to hear danger going on inside the rooms, he progresses to going up to each door and pressing an ear to them. Now, on night 6 of being in Tony's care, Peter routinely cracks their doors open to see for himself that they're all okay. Sid catches him once and sits up, asking what's wrong as she rubs at an eye, but he just tells her to go back to sleep and that it's nothing. She must have forgotten about it, because she never grilled him about it the following morning. Peter nearly gets caught by Tony, but jumps up to cling onto the ceiling upside down before the man can walk out of his room and trudge to the kitchen. Peter doesn't risk any chances and quickly returns to his room once Tony is out of sight. But Peter does get some sleep. It's not enough for someone his age, but it's fine. He's busy making sure the kids are safe. That's his #1 priority. And besides, finals are coming up since it's nearing the end of May, so he's busy studying. He would be busy patrolling too, but he hasn't felt comfortable enough to leave the kids alone at the penthouse. He trusts Tony, he really does, but he just can never be too sure. They're in a new environment, and the world seems to be crumbling under his feet with Richie's upcoming hearing and all the legal shit with May, not to even mention the whole Stephen mess. So he falls back on the one thing he can control and that he is familiar with, which is watching the kids. And if it's keeping him sane and protecting his family, then why should he stop? Oh, by the way, I think you forgot to turn off the automatic weekly payments, Peter says the next day while he and Tony are working in his lab after school. Like always, Peter's working on a project, reconfiguring the eyes of his mask to optimize his vision while still blocking the sun rays that blind him mid-swing, while Tony's doing his own thing and checking in on Peter every once in a while. Peter meant to bring up the fact that Tony's still paying him for the internship a while ago, but he keeps forgetting. It's understandable that Tony would forget to stop the payments. Too, he has recently become the foster parent to 6 kids with little warning. Peter has made sure not to spend any of the money that shows up in his bank account so he can pay it back without any debt. Tony looks up from the paperwork scattered across his workspace, paperwork that he had to shield from the teen's snooping gaze when he first waltzed in after school and threw his backpack on the ground beside his stool, and throws Peter a confused glance. What? Peter, not looking up from the little wires he's splicing, says, "The payments for the internship. I'm still getting the $500 deposited into my bank account every week, but don't worry, I haven't blown it all." Why wouldn't you still be getting paid for the internship? Tony asks, brow drawn. Peter looks up from his project to shrug. Just because you're living here now doesn't change the work you're putting in, so why should it change your pay? Because, Peter says, a tad too indignantly. He sets his tools down and turns on the stool to face Tony. I mean, you're providing food, housing, and a whole bunch of extra stuff, he explains, referring to the kids' extravagant requests for their rooms that Tony has fulfilled. Peter's pretty sure if one of them asked for the Statue of Liberty, Tony would find a way to have it relocated to right outside of the tower. The work I do in here should make up for everything you're doing for me and the others. The 500 on top of all of that is just too much. Tony turns too, he crosses his arms. That's not how this works. Then how does it work? Peter asks, thoroughly confused. Because from my angle, it looks like my family and I are gaining a lot from being in your care, but you're losing a lot. Tony's frown deepens. I'm not losing anything. Where is this coming from? I'm just stating the truth, Peter says, turning back to the wires but not touching them. A moment of silence passes between them. Tony lets out a long breath through his nose. If anything, I'm gaining more than I'm losing because I gain not only the smartest, bravest kid in the world, Peter scoffs under his breath, but his sister and cousins too. I've had the most company I've ever had since inviting the Parker crew into my home. I thought you liked to be alone. Sometimes lonely people just say that to try to convince themselves that they're okay with being alone. Peter gnaws on his bottom lip. Shooting Tony a glance, he says, can we at least negotiate a new salary? I feel terrible leeching off of you. You know, Ned called you a sugar daddy when. Shut up, holy shit. Tony throws a pencil at Peter, eliciting a small laugh as he effortlessly catches the projectile. Peter sobers up, but seriously, Mr. Stark, it's not like I'm paying for rent or groceries anymore. I have no need for such a large paycheck for essentially having fun in the lab. You can put it away in savings, Tony suggests. For college or for a car, there's no reason I'd need a car in New York. That's just extra money spent on gas and parking and… Then put it towards college, Tony levels. Don't feel bad, got it? Peter frowns. He twists the pencil in his hands, then taps it against the desk. Feeling bad is only half of it. The other half is feeling. Peter isn't sure exactly what the other half is. Like he's being pitied or like he's being patronized. Does Tony not think he can make his own money? The man doesn't know everything, but he knows enough now at this point to grasp at the fact that Peter Parker is poor with a capital P. But that doesn't mean he's incapable. Tony, who had turned back to his paperwork, peers over at the teen when the tapping continues. Pete. It's just that you're doing way too much for us, Peter blurts, turning to Tony more fully. With the nearly non-existent rules, the whole room decorating situation, and the money, it's too much. A hint of annoyance flickers in Tony's eyes. It isn't. It is, Peter presses. You ordered the entire menu off of a 5-star restaurant yesterday. Sid mentioned liking some band, and you tried to buy out the stadium for a private concert, and Chase has a trampoline in his room. You're going overboard with everything. You know, you could just say thanks, Tony says with a small scoff. That does it. Peter grips the pencil tight in his fist and snaps. I know we're a bunch of dirty, poor kids from Queens, but we aren't your charity work. Tony's irritation falters and morphs into a mixture of frustration and confusion. Peter, you guys are not freaking charity work. Then why the hell are you throwing all these new, shiny, extravagant things at us? Because I'm trying. Tony stops. He takes a breath and lowers his volume that had started to climb, then speaks slower. I'm trying to be a good guardian. I want you guys to be happy, and too, I don't know, I want to be a good foster dad, but I don't even know how to do that because my own father was shit. Peter's anger dissipates. Oh, my old man couldn't have a failure as a son, so he whipped me right back into shape. Tony's words from a month ago surface among Peter's thoughts. He remembers worrying that Howard Stark beat Tony, and now that worry, while not proven, comes back at full force. Tony told Peter before that he's trying to break the cycle. If this is how he's trying to do better, then Peter has been selfish to accuse him of having ulterior motives. Shit. Sorry, Peter mutters, ducking his head and internally cussing himself out. I am thankful for everything you've done and everything you're doing. He waves a hand with the flick of his wrist. Forget I said anything. No, this is good. I need feedback. Tony sits forward. Fire away. It's fine. I was just being selfish and ungrateful. Nope, nah, tell me what's wrong. Mr. Stark. Constructive criticism time. Tony speaks over Peter, who sighs in defeat and looks away, shaking his head. He taps the table with his palm, then absent-mindedly slides his hand back and forth across the surface. In a timid voice, he admits, it's just a lot. When Tony purses his lips, Peter quickly adds, "But it's fine, like I said, I'm just being ungrateful. You're trying hard, and that's more than I could ask for." "You're not asking for anything," Tony counters, not unkindly, just in a way that's pointing out the obvious. "I was given everything as a kid, never heard the word no unless it was from my father's mouth, so I learned not to ask him for anything. I'm not trying to excuse my terrible guardian skills, just—" "They're not terrible," Peter cuts him off. Tony pauses and looks the teen in the eyes with something he can't place, but it reflects something vulnerable. "You're doing a good job, Mr. Stark. Really, I'm just having a hard time adjusting." Tony's frozen in place, taking in Peter's words, then he nods, smiles. "I appreciate that, Pete, but I know I have lots of room for improvement, and I could honestly probably learn a thing or two from you since you were practically raising these kids." The mentor becomes the mentee. A gentle smile graces Peter's lips. "I wouldn't say I did a great job either." "Nonsense," Tony rolls his eyes. "These kids behave better than the kids of some of Stark Industries' business partners. You know Oscorp, Norman Osborn's son, is constantly in the paper for raising hell, and he had adults raising him, not a teenager. Weren't you also constantly in the tabloids raising hell?" Tony pauses, eyes narrowed slightly. He mutters, "Touché. But still, you must have been doing something right. I mean, they're all happy and healthy. Mostly, at least," Peter says, then adds, "But I didn't raise them on my own. For a while before the twins and Wheeze were born, Richie was the one who was trying to take care of everyone." He looks away and goes quiet at the mention of his brother who is in jail for protecting him. For all the hell Peter gives Richie, he really isn't a bad person. He tried to take care of baby Nico with Peter and Sid also needing care, when he himself wasn't getting nearly enough support. Peter knows what he went through, having to be the one to raise the twins and Wheeze, so he doesn't hold any grudges against Richie for falling into addictions and substances to find any sense of control or comfort. Peter's surprised that he hasn't fallen into those habits too. Credits his ability to abstain to Uncle Ben's wise words when he was smaller. "With great power comes great responsibility." The phrase still plays at the back of his mind when he feels like giving up Spider-Man, but he knows that he was given powers for a reason beyond the accidental spider bite. And although he didn't have the spider powers when he took on the responsibilities of being a primary caretaker when he was yet a preteen, he saw his ability to calm the kids down as a power. And he was smart, too, so he could fly by in school without studying, so he had the responsibility to use that time to look after his family. But school never came natural to Richie. He crumpled under the responsibility and handed it off to Peter, and Peter can't even be mad at him for it. He can be mad about bringing Cherry over to the apartment and displaying inappropriate behavior in front of the kids, and for being physically rough while he's drunk, but he can't be mad about his inability to thrive in an environment as toxic as cancerous as theirs was. "I've been meaning to talk to you about your brother, actually," Tony says, ripping Peter from his thoughts. He studies the teen's profile as he continues. "As your foster parent, I'm kept up to date about all the legal shit that's been going down with everyone, Richie, May, and Steven. May's hearing is put on hold for the moment, and Steven's is too since he's still in the hospital, but Richie's hearing was the other day." Peter straightens. "What? Why didn't you tell us?" "I didn't even know until this morning, to be fair," Tony defends himself. "The system's overflowing with kids and cases. Although I'm frustrated they didn't tell me until today, I'm not surprised." Peter licks his lips. Is he?" "He's in jail," Tony confirms, voice grave. "He pleaded guilty to an account of assault and to the possession of illicit drugs, which gave him additional time for child endangerment." "Fuck it." Peter rests his elbows against the desk and closes his eyes, his hands shielding his face. "How long is his sentence?" Tony hesitates. 10 years. "That's such bullshit," Peter mutters, shaking his head as his arms fall to the table. "He was protecting me. He tackled Steven off of me because I couldn't move and he wouldn't stop. How was that assault?" Tony shakes his head sadly. "He non-consensually injected him with drugs and nearly caused an overdose." "He was just protecting us," Peter emphasizes, voice tight. He grips his hands together and blinks back angry tears. "I shouldn't have froze up like I did. If I hadn't just laid there, Richie wouldn't have had to step in." "You can't blame yourself for—" Peter whips around. "I'm Spider-Man. I literally fight bad guys all the time. I've been in much more dangerous situations, like on the edge of a building, on a bridge, in the street. This happened in my bedroom and I—" He stops. Tony's staring at him, his gaze piercing. Peter wipes a stray tear and catches his breath, reminding himself where he is and who he's with. "Sorry," he murmurs, wiping his other cheek this time. Tony doesn't look away from Peter. It's like he's searching for something, and it makes him feel vulnerable and in the open. "Can I ask you a question?" Tony eventually says, and Peter wants to go to his room and hide under the sheets and forget about everything, but instead he nods. Carefully, Tony asks, "How long have you known Stephen?" Peter rubs his hands together before interlocking his fingers. "He and May met when I was 11. He moved in with us for a while, then May kicked him out when they broke up about a year after he moved in. Stephen and May got back together like 2 months ago. And he was living with you guys again." Peter nods stiffly. "Yeah, I mean, he and May were gone a lot, but yeah, he moved back in." Another moment of silence falls between them as Tony seems to wrestle with his thoughts. Before Peter can say something to diffuse the tension, Tony says, "Remember when I asked you why you didn't like Stephen, and you told me it was because you felt like he was trying to replace your Uncle Ben? Was there another reason why you didn't like him?" It's like a fist is squeezing his heart. He gave off weird vibes. "How? I don't know, Mr. Stark. Why are you asking me so many questions about him?" Peter snaps, not wanting to think about the man for another second. Tony sighs and sits forward with his elbows on his knees. "I'm just trying to get a better grasp on the whole situation, and it still feels like you're holding back on me. I've told you once and I'll tell you again, you can talk to me." Peter looks away. Treading carefully, Tony asks, "You said you believed that Stephen was going to sexually abuse Nico. What led you to believe that?" Air isn't entering his lungs. "He was on top of him," Peter hears himself say through the cotton in his ears. "Did he ever try anything with the other kids?" "No," Peter immediately shuts down. His eyes flash to Tony. "I wouldn't let him. I knew that as soon as I'd found out that he touched one of them, he was out. He just didn't want to believe that it was actually going to happen." Tony nods slowly. "So you knew he was a predator?" Peter nods before he can stop himself. With a tight jaw, he says, "Yeah." "How did you know?" "Oh my God," Peter's sharp voice blurts. "What do you want me to say? That he raped me? Because he didn't get that far because I was scared and pissed the sheets, and he was so disgusted that he left me alone. Is that what you wanted to hear, Mr. Stark? Because you obviously can't just let it be, you just have to know everything." For 3 agonizing seconds, Tony's shocked into silence. His brow is drawn and his mouth is slightly ajar, but Peter can't look at him because he can't believe he just said that out loud. Before Tony gets a chance to utter a single word, Peter shoots out of his seat and grabs his backpack, slinging it over one shoulder on his way to the lab doors. HW doesn't get too far. "Peter, wait." He spins around, coming face to face with Tony. Nostrils flaring, Peter spits, "What do you want?" Hurt flashes across Tony's face. "Do you want to know the details? How I tried to tell May, but she got mad at me and called me a whore and said I stole her boyfriend," and his rant is cut off by Tony desperately wrapping Peter into a bone-crushing hug. Not expecting the contact, Peter's tipped off balance and has to take a step back to catch himself. Tony keeps him upright. He can feel and hear the man's heart beating wildly in his chest. At first he's as straight as a rod in Tony's hold, but then he melts. The strong sense of security he felt in his arms from the night he called him to come pick him up after he ran away from the group home comes back full force. Before Peter can hug Tony back, the lab doors slide open and someone yanks the two apart. Blinking, Peter finds Sid standing between him and a confused Tony, her eyes sharp as a blade. "What are you doing?" Sid demands. Tony's eyes flickers to Peter's, confused. With a sigh, Peter reaches out and tries to guide his sister from her protective stance to his side. "Sid, it's fine, he was just hugging me." Still glaring at Tony, Sid asks, "Why?" "Because," he explains, using a little bit of his spider strength to reel her in before she could bite their guardian's head off. "I told him about Stephen. He was trying to comfort me." Sid finally riles her gaze from Tony to look at him. Her brow furrows. "Oh. Sorry," Tony blurts, drawing both siblings' attention to where he stands with his palms out. "Should I have asked? I didn't think, was it okay that I hugged you? Should I have not done that?" "It's fine," Peter assures him. "Really, I'm not going to fall into a million pieces because you hugged me." Sid butts in, "You should have asked." Peter nudges her. Tony, still looking guilty, nods and lowers his hands. "Okay, does anyone else know about this? Because I should probably hire some lawyers or something and start to build a bigger case against Stephen so he stays in prison for life. Otherwise, I think I'd probably kill him myself." Sid turns to Peter, who just wants everything to stop. He wishes he didn't have to deal with this shit. "Can we talk about it later?" he asks. Tony immediately nods. "Yeah, no, of course, whenever you're ready."
He smiles, but it's a pitiful smile that makes Peter wish he kept his mouth shut. It's been years, after all, and besides, Stephen didn't even do anything. Sid, and now Tony, probably would beg to differ. Whatever happens, he just hopes it doesn't turn into a big deal. He's exhausted. Chapter 17. What about extra limbs? Is that how you crawl around on walls? Sid, look at me. Does it look like I'm using extra limbs? Well, no, Sid replies with a small frown. Reclining back in the beanbag chair to better meet her brother's eyes that blink down at her, she sets Wheeze on her stomach. He lies his head against her chest and fists her brown locks in his chubby hands. But could you imagine how cool that'd be? You could move like 10 times faster. It'd also make fighting a lot easier, Peter adds, starting to mentally sketch out some vague blueprints for a new project. Maybe he could run the idea by Tony tomorrow in the lab. You could hold like triple the knives. Peter shoots her a weird look. Spider-Man doesn't use knives. What in the door left ajar pushes open as Tony leans in. His eyes immediately go from Sid and Wheeze on the beanbag to Peter hanging upside down on the ceiling. Somehow, the teen's face isn't as red as a ballon and his veins aren't bulging out of his forehead. Tony gives Peter a questioning look as his eyes dart between him and his sister lounging below. Peter tilts his head, confused, then says, "Oh, it's okay, she knows." Tony makes an ah sound and leans against the doorway. Do any of the others know? Nope, gracefully, as if he has done it 1,000 times before, Peter flips to the ground, and I'd like to keep it that way. Sid lifts Wheeze off her chest and sets him on her lap as she sits up. If the twins or Nico found out, they'd tell everyone and their dog that their cousin is Spider-Man. Smart move, Tony comments. He pushes off the doorframe and crosses his arms. Anyways, we need to talk. He's looking straight at Peter. There's this moment of intense staring, as if he's trying to telepathically communicate with him. While Peter is fully aware Tony isn't a telepath, he realizes what Tony's referring to within seconds without a single word spoken. A ball of anxiety winds up in his stomach. When Peter doesn't say anything, Tony adds, about Richie. Sid stands, leaving Wheeze to sit contently on the beanbag. Crossing her arms indignantly, she looks between the two and says, I'm part of this conversation, right? Because he's my brother, too. It's moments like these that remind Peter that his little sister isn't so little anymore. While he does respect her, he'd normally try to shelter her from the messiness of the world around them, but she's right, Richie's her brother, too. And she isn't a little kid anymore, as hard as that may be to swallow. Peter slings an arm around her. Without waiting for Tony's response, he says, of course. They're in Tony's office. Apparently, this conversation calls for a more private and professional setting. Tony sits behind his desk with papers laid in front of him, papers that Peter has definitely seen on the man's workbench while he was working on projects in the lab, while Peter and Sid sit across from him in 2 chairs pulled up to the table. Wheeze, who's getting squirmy and should probably eat soon, is perched on Peter's lap and chewing on the strings of his sweatshirt. Basically, Tony waved enough money under some people's noses to do a private retrial, or whatever you want to call it. Whatever the legal term is, Richie's getting a second chance. Peter couldn't be more grateful for the billionaire sitting across from him. Not only has this man handpicked Peter to fight alongside him in Berlin, but he also provided him with some suit upgrades and a chance to be on the Avengers team. He turned it down, wanting to maintain at least a semblance of normalcy, but he was able to join the Avengers in a minor battle after the Homecoming fiasco, which he still purposefully avoids thinking too much about. Sure, Tony was overbearing and overprotective the whole time, but he still gave Peter the opportunity to work alongside certified heroes. Not only that, but he also gave Peter a sense of security when his home life was, and still is, honestly falling to pieces. The internship, then the money, and now the fostering and legal help. It still feels like too much at times, but his heart is full. He can't ever repay Tony for everything. That doesn't mean he won't try. The terms of the retrial are on the basis of testimonies and substantial evidence of Richie's innocence, which, as Tony claims, won't be too hard. Sid immediately says, I'm in. Peter wants to say the same with the equal amount of confidence, but he finds himself holding back with apprehension. But he shouldn't even be questioning testifying for Richie. He's his brother, his blood, and he protected him. Peter swallows and says, me too. Tony gives them both reassuring smiles and folds his hands over the documents. The trial is this Thursday, so we've got 3 days. I'm going to call the best of the best lawyers, and we'll build a case that'll likely result in your brother getting a year of jail time, maybe out 6 months early with good behavior. Also, I'll offer to pay for Richie's rehab if he wants it, but that's where my help ends." He sits back, looks between the two Parker siblings. Sid's the first to speak, and although Peter can't scrape together his thoughts, he resonates with her words. "Thank you." Her voice is slightly choked, like she's trying to keep her emotions in check, but can't help the trickle of overwhelming gratefulness and relief that seeps through. "Yeah, thank you, Mr. Stark," Peter says, reinforcing Sid's sentiment. "I mean, wow, really, thank you." He lets out a small chuckle and scratches the back of his neck. Richie's gonna be so confused when he sees Iron Man helping him and his family. Tony smiles. Hopefully he accepts my help. There's a chance he could turn it away. "I don't think he's stupid enough to do that," Sid remarks. "When's this lawyer coming?" "Tomorrow we'll have to skip lab time." The last part is directed at Peter, who shrugs. "That's okay. Yeah, he loves being in the lab with Tony, but this is important. The extra limb idea can wait until Richie's retrial is over." Tony picks the documents up and taps them against the desk to straighten them out, but before he can speak, the door creaks open with a little redhead peeking in. Chase's big green eyes blink at the group before they land on Peter. "Petey, can I have a snacks?" He grips the doorknob and rocks the door back and forth as he awaits an answer. "Yeah, buddy," Peter replies. Chase lingers. "Can I have a sandwich?" With a smile, Peter says, "Sure." He turns back to Tony. "Is there anything else we needed to talk about before I go?" Tony glances between Chase and Peter. Hesitantly, he offers, "I could make the sandwich." "It's fine, I know how he likes it." He stands with Wheeze in his arms and follows Chase out of the office. On his way out, he hears Sid's voice through the door. "Okay, be honest, does Peter has extra limbs? Because he said he doesn't, but I could see that being something he'd be insecure about." A short laugh from Tony brings a smile to Peter's face as he's dragged to the kitchen. Bri and Nico emerge from the living room at the sound of rustling in the kitchen. Nico sees the sandwich Peter's preparing and asks for one as well. Bri asks for a snack too, only her request is for ice cream. "I don't think we have ice cream," Peter says, sliding Nico and Chase a plate with a sandwich on each. Nico's a peanut butter sandwich with the crust cut off and sliced diagonally, and Chase's a turkey and cheese sandwich with the crust horizontally cut in half. Nico and Chase dig in. Bri climbs the other stool at the counter and pulls her little body up until she's sitting on her knees with her palms flat on the table. "No, we got ice cream. I had some this morning." Peter pauses, eyes narrowed. He asks, "You did?" "Mr. Tony told me so," Bri says, nodding. "I didn't want pancakes for breakfast, I wanted ice cream." "She cried, so Mr. Tony gave her ice cream," Chase butts in, his mouth full of half-chewed sandwich. Peter sticks his tongue into the inside of his cheek. The M-rated video games and now ice cream for breakfast. Maybe he needs to enroll Tony in a Parenting 101 class. He's crawling around the floor at Peter's feet, tries fruitlessly to pull himself up using fistfuls of the teen's jeans. Frustrated, he looks up at Peter with his big eyes and says with a clearly dissatisfied face, "Dada." "Come on, you got it," he urges. "Pull yourself up, little man." Weez tries one more time but falls back on his bottom. His face starts to twist. Before he can throw his head back and start crying, Peter heaves out a sigh and scoops him off the floor. Peter takes Wheeze to the couch and lies down with the baby on top of his chest. He wiggles up to get all up in the teen's face and pats his cheeks, babbling. It's a nice distraction from the conversation he, Sid, and Tony just had. Nico, Chase, and Bri, who has somehow managed to sneak a popsicle without Peter noticing, join them in the living room to watch Power Rangers, but Peter ushers them back to the kitchen with their food until they are finished. Chase stomps, but Mr. Tony lets us eat on the couch. "Kitchen," Peter repeats, brow raised, daring him to challenge him. Chase lets out a huff and follows his siblings back to the kitchen to finish his sandwich. A minute or two pass before they start finishing one by one and rejoin Peter in the living room once more, this time without plates or popsicles in their hands. Nico curls up on the chair, and Bri lies flat across the floor with her elbows propped up on the floor. Chase squeezes in the space left on the couch that isn't occupied by Peter's body. With Wheeze content with playing with Peter's hair, Peter's able to unwind and let go of everything weighing down his mind. Richie's trial, May and Steven's trial, too, and even something as trivial as finals coming up. Just as he's finding the calm, Sid's footsteps approach. Her finger pokes his forehead. Peter cranes his neck and watches as Sid perches right above his head on the couch's armchair. Tony needs to talk to you. His heart sinks into a pool of dread in his stomach. About what? More trial stuff that doesn't exactly pertain to me, she vaguely replies, but Peter gets it. Damn. I'll take your spot, Sid says, lifting Wheeze from under his armpit so Peter can get up. When he hesitates, she fixes him with a soft expression. We can trust him, Peter. He wants to help. I know. She raises her brow, then let him help. That's easier said than done. Peter returns to Tony's office. He nudged the ajar door open silently, his eyes going to Tony sitting at the desk with his head in his hands, unaware of Peter's presence. The man looks stressed beyond his years. A pang of guilt in Peter's chest alerts him of the fact that he is the reason Tony's stressed. Peter and his fucked up life and his stupid past. No, Tony wants to help. Or is this just some PR stunt that'll make the front cover of the Times the next week? He can see it now. Tony Stark takes an orphan intern and his family and gives them a new shot at life. Peter shakes himself out of his thoughts and strides to the desk. Upon hearing his footsteps, Tony looks up. The creases in his forehead immediately smooth out as he schools expression into one of neutrality. Lowering himself into one of the two chairs across from Tony, Peter tentatively says, "You wanted to see me." A small amused smile breaks out across Tony's face. You say that like I'm your principal, and I just called you into my office. I mean, I did get called into your office, and you are an authority figure, so. Tony's smile falters after a beat. Anyways, I just told Sid about this, but May's trial is in 2 weeks. A few days after that, we have Westcott's trial. Peter's heart dips low in his stomach. Tony seems to notice the reaction, but he gently continues on. When the lawyer comes for Richie's case, we might as well start building a case against May and Westcott, too. Sid already said that she'd be willing to give a statement for the case against your aunt. Peter's jaw clicks as he looks away in thought. Is Sid's word enough? Does he have to say anything, too? Yes, May was a shitty guardian. She didn't pay the bills, she didn't clean up after herself or her children, she didn't have a steady job. She let a known predator into her house around her own kids without a second thought. She was always drunk, high, or passed out. Peter isn't sure if she ever changed a diaper in her entire life, which is really saying something because she has 4 kids. Yes, May wasn't a good guardian who protected or cared for the children in her care, but at least she was there. That's something Peter can't say many others did. His parents died and May didn't have to take him and his other 2 siblings in. She was young and newly married, not even thinking about having kids yet, and yet she took her niece and nephews in. For a little while, she seemed to care for them. She put up with Peter's phase of silence after the shit with Stephen when he was 11, and then the rebellion and attitude phase when he entered his teen years. If May asked him to buy some milk, he'd use the money on the counter for a new jacket for Sid instead. If May was hungover with a killer headache, he'd be sure to play his music loud and create as much noise in the kitchen as possible. So no, May wasn't a good guardian, but she still put up with him. If it weren't for her, they'd most likely all be split up in the foster system, never to see each other again. And another thing, she's the mother of Nico, Bry, Chase, and Wheeze. Who is Peter to throw her behind bars? But she deserves it. Does she? She's broken, especially after Ben's death. She just needs help. Torn, Peter looks up and meets Tony's eyes. Maybe this is the type of help May needs. Maybe this will be good. The kids don't need a role model like May in their lives. But is that better than the lack of a maternal figure? Fists clenched, Peter says, "Okay, I'll testify." You won't need to testify for this case, you'll just need to give a statement. The other kids will be asked to give a statement too, but they don't have to if they don't want to, Tony tells him, a soft expression set on his features. It isn't pity, thankfully, but something else. That soft look doesn't stay for long, it shifts, and the deep crease between his brow returns. But you'll probably have to stand as a witness and testify before a jury for Stephen's trial, swear on a Bible and all that. Peter's fists, once clenched, are now twisting his jeans at the knees. If he wasn't keeping his strength in check, he'd probably tear right through the denim. There's a flurry of emotions, thoughts, and flashes that even that name elicits, and Tony's staring at him. He's watching him as if he can see it all etched into his features despite Peter's efforts to keep his face emotionless. "I'm not ready," the child in him screams. He squashes the voice down and mentally berates himself. If he doesn't testify against Stephen, then he won't be put away for as long. He'll have more chances to do what he was going to do to Peter and Nico to other kids. What kind of hero is too afraid to do the right thing?
The kind of hero who is also too weak to push a man off of him, despite having the physical capabilities. He physically feels ill thinking about what Steven was going to do to Nico had he not intervened. It's branded into his mind with scorching orange metal. He can't let Steven get away with what he wanted to do to Nico. Pete, Tony pries, ducking his head a little to try to catch Peter's eye. You don't have to do anything you don't want to, but I think I'll do it. Tony's expression doesn't change. He looks down, seems to internally debate his next words, then looks back up and says, maybe we should talk about what happened before rushing into testifying. I said I'll do it, Peter repeats, harder this time. And there's nothing to talk about. You know what happened. I don't want to have to talk about it again. Please don't make me talk about it again. Tony's jaw clenches. Okay, his eyes scour the teen's face. But I'm here for you, he raises a brow. Okay. Peter gives a jerky nod. Yeah. I mean it, Peter, Tony persists. I've said it before and I still mean it as much as I did then. If you ever want to or need to talk, I'm all ears. Judgment-free zone, remember. Peter nods again. As much as Tony's words are touching and as much as they tease him with a paternal presence, he just wants to stop thinking about Steven. It has been years and the man isn't a current threat. The calm and safety Peter got a taste of is being ripped from under his feet every time someone mentions his name. It's too bad he's practically guaranteed to hear Steven's name multiple times over the next few weeks until the trial is over. For all the hell Peter gave Tony, his new desk really is nice. It's got a place for his overpriced textbooks, his leisure books, and his thousands upon thousands of worn-out notebooks. The wood is sleek and smooth, and the way the paper glides across it is just heavenly, if paper sliding across wood can be described as such. Don't even get him started on the space on the desk. He could be working on homework for 3 classes on one side, then turn to the other side of the L-shaped desk where his mountains of designs and schematics for his new internship project are all laid out. Right now, the desk is handy for the studying Peter's cramming into his evening. Immediately following the after-school internship lab time with Tony, Peter still isn't sure if it's still technically an internship because of how messy everything is. Everyone sat around the dinner table covered in 2 main entrees with multiple sides. Peter gave Tony that look again, the one he gives the man whenever he's going overboard, but Tony was adamant that feeding the growing kids wasn't going overboard. He didn't mention anything about Peter's metabolism, but he didn't need to for Peter to know he was thinking of it. Anyways, after dinner, Peter sat down to help Nico with some of his homework, until Tony came across them and shooed Peter off so he could work on his own homework while Tony helped Nico, that is. Now Peter's sitting at his luxurious desk, homework finished but studying far from complete. Finals are in 2 weeks, and if it weren't for all the information Peter felt that he was missing from his absences the other week and his lack of attention in class, he would be excited about the upcoming summer break. Instead, he's bogged down by cramming everything he can into his head. He's really wishing he could just absorb all the information by smacking his head into a textbook hard enough. In a fit of frustration, he already tried that method. And it isn't that Peter doesn't know the material. It's just that the little things are getting in his way. He knows there's a vocabulary section on the biochem final, and even though he performed all of his labs flawlessly and could carry out and balance an equation thrown at him, not knowing the exact definition for a term that has virtually nothing about what they've covered in class is what's going to kill his grade. If he doesn't study, so he's studying. He FaceTimed Ned about a half an hour ago to rant about how stupid vocab sections on exams are, and somehow they wound up talking about conspiracy theories that have been going viral. It doesn't help that Peter would rather do anything than cram, so he barely even notices when he and Ned get off topic. I'm not saying every bird is a government surveillance drone, I'm just saying that it's probable that there are some out there, Peter says to his phone propped up on his magnificent desk. Ned pulls a face. I don't know. That entire conspiracy is based off of a satirical movement that only gained traction because people on social media that it was funny. Okay, sure, Peter says, but the entire conspiracy about lizards replacing celebrities is so much less believable. Ned looks offended. They're only replacing the celebrities in the Illuminati. How does that help your point? It just does. You should ask Mr. Stark if he knows anything about it. He's probably friends with some lizard replacements. Peter makes a PFT sound. Please, if that conspiracy was real, don't you think Mr. Stark would be a part of the Illuminati too? I guess you're right. A smile lingers on Peter's lips as a lull in the conversation takes over. He taps his pencil against the desk and sends the open textbooks a dreadful glance. Ned's voice tears his eyes away from the workload. "Speaking of Mr. Stark," Ned says, and his slightly apprehensive tone has Peter sitting straight at attention. "He's basically your foster dad right now, right?" Peter clears his throat. Yeah." Ned pauses, something passes in his gaze. "Are we ever going to talk about why you and the others are staying with him? All I know is that something went down, some people are in jail, and now you guys are living in the Avengers Tower." Peter winces. He didn't forget to fill Ned in, but he also was hoping he could avoid it altogether. It was stupid to think he could just graze by and act as if nothing happened. Rubbing an eye, Peter says, "It's a long story. May's boyfriend tried to attack Nico, but then Richie and I got involved and he ended up knocking him out, and since he's 19, he's being charged with, I still don't know exactly. And May was arrested for, child endangerment or something." Ned's face reflects pure shock. "What?" "Yeah." "Hold on, back up," Ned says, but Peter really doesn't want to talk about this again, especially since he's going to have to when the lawyer comes, so he says so. "Ned, I'm sorry, but can we not talk about it right now?" Peter says, genuinely apologetic. He's his best friend, he deserves to be in the loop. Part of Peter still doesn't want him to know the extent of what he's been keeping from him, but the other part wants to let Ned in. Right now, both parts are exhausted. And as much as he'd love to just talk with his friend to relieve his stress and pretend like the world around him isn't as shitty as it is, he really needs to continue studying. Ned must sense this in Peter because he gives a soft smile and says, "Yeah, no problem, dude. Sorry for bringing it up." "It's fine, I get that you'd want to know, just," Peter sighs, "just later, there's still a bunch of legal stuff going on." Ned nods, "I get it. Well, I mean, I don't get, obviously, but yeah, do what you need to do." "Thanks, man." They chat for a few more minutes, then both agree that they should study. Not even 10 more minutes into his mind-melting studying, there's a soft knock on his cracked door and it pushes open slightly. Before he can turn, his hand shoots up and catches a protein bar. His quizzical look shifts from the protein bar to Tony standing in the doorway. His brow raises at Peter's reflexes, and when he sees the question in his gaze, he simply says, "Food is fuel, kid." The wrapper crinkles as Peter turns the bar around in his hand. "I already had dinner. It's just a snack to help you stay focused while you study." Tony taps the threshold, then says, "I'm going to go make sure everyone's in bed. Have fun with your books, but don't forget that you also need sleep." Peter leans back in his chair. "Make sure everyone has brushed their teeth and—" "I got it handled, kid." And then he's gone. Peter stares after him, even in his absence. Tony has it handled, he said it himself. He's an adult, he knows what he's doing. Peter's instincts lure him towards the hall, but he keeps himself planted in his chair. Why does he feel like he's being lazy, like he's neglecting the kids? He's just letting Tony get them ready for bed. It's not like Peter's up and leaving. But he should probably just make sure Chase brushed her teeth with toothpaste and not just water, because he does that a lot. He should also brush Bry's hair so it doesn't dry all crazy and knotted overnight. Oh, and... Nope, Tony's got it handled. He doesn't need Peter. With everything going on, Peter feels as though he has been neglecting school. To be fair, if he's able to continue to pass every class while missing a good handful of days, sleeping during class, and rushing to complete homework, then neglecting school isn't that big of a deal. Still, he feels like a bad student and even a bad friend. He's been treating his friendship with Ned like similarly to his schoolwork. The boy constantly assures him that it's fine, that he understands that Peter isn't ignoring him and that he's just stressed and busy, but nothing he says fully erases the guilt that has settled over Peter. "Bro, don't worry about it," Ned says at lunch while they're both working on study guides for finals. "I can't even imagine the stress you're going through right now. But I've basically been ignoring you." "No, you haven't, and even if you have been, it's fine." Peter doesn't deserve a friend as kind and understanding as Ned. No one does, really. "Maybe when you're free next, you can come over and play video games with me," Ned suggests. "My mom misses you." That brings a small smile to his face. "Yeah, for sure. It'll probably have to be during the summer, though, when all the legal shit is taken care of." "Speaking of," Ned says, "isn't your brother's hearing soon?" "It's today, actually," Peter replies, flipping his study guide around and folding the crease in the corner.
Mr. Stark's picking me up during fifth period. Are you going to have to, speak to the judge? Peter shakes his head. No, Mr. Stark's lawyer came over the other day, and Sid and I both gave statements about what happened that night. We all 6 of us are going to be there for when Richie's sentence is reduced. It'll be the first time we get to see him since everything went down. Ned's brow furrows, but what if his sentence isn't reduced? It will be, Peter says firm. Mr. Hendricks, the lawyer, is pretty badass. His track record is ridiculous. He shifts. It also helps that Tony Stark is involved because no one wants to go against him, He tends to get his way. Ned smiles and nods. True, does he know that Tony Stark's vouching for him? No, but he'll find out today when he sees him in the courtroom. And he does. Peter anxiously waits to get called down to the office during fifth period. Then he anxiously waits in the car ride to the courthouse with each of his siblings with him. Happy drives the sleek van carrying the whole crew to the building, then walks behind the group while they all head up the stone staircase. Tony leads the way, and Peter and Sid walk alongside each other. The nerves practically radiate off Sid to the point where Peter could sense it even without his spider sense. He takes her hand, gives it a soft squeeze when she looks over at him with fearful eyes, then says, "Hey, it's all going to work out." She gives him a strained smile in return. "I hope so." They meet the lawyer at the door of their courtroom. He shakes everyone's hand, even Nico's and the twins. John Hendricks gives Wheeze, who is in Peter's arms, a small wave. After the greeting, it's all business. "We can't converse much before the hearing," John says, "but I wanted to make sure you guys know how this'll all work, since we didn't have the time to talk about this when I visited." He gives a brief yet helpful rundown of the hearing. The judge is going to ask for opening statements, which will include John's discussion of the evidence he'll show, and how that evidence proves the judge should rule towards the reduced sentence. The evidence will include the statements Sid and Peter gave. Then it'll be time for closing statements. During this time, John is going to sum up the evidence and ask the judge for a specific decision and ruling, which is, again, the reduced sentence. The decision will be made either in court or after a short recess. John's optimistic the judge will rule in their favor, without the need of a recess to mull over their evidence and arguments. Let's get this show on the road, Peter thinks as he and the rest file into the courtroom. Unlike the movies, the room isn't filled with people and reporters. It's just a few empty rows of seats that resemble church pews, an empty jury stand at the side, and at the front of it all is the lifted judge's desk, mallet and all. The judge is a chubby man with a bald head that reflects the annoyingly loud fluorescent lights. Well, annoyingly loud for Peter, at least. Not everyone has heightened hearing. Richie's in here. He's sitting towards the front at a desk and chair in front of the pews. Next to him, John takes a seat. Peter always thought the orange jumpsuit would fit Richie, but it just feels out of place. It hangs on him oddly, almost like he lost even more weight, and it just makes him look like the criminal that he isn't. He might be a drug addict and a shitty person sometimes, but he isn't guilty. He is a hero. Tony lightly nudges Peter's elbow with his own. With a jolt, Peter looks away from where his brother hangs his head and looks up at Tony. "Sorry," he mutters, realizing he stopped on his way into the room. Tony gives him a comforting smile and follows behind. They all slide into one of the pews in the middle. Sid first, then Nico, Bry, Chase, Peter with Wheeze, and lastly Tony. Bry spots Richie and stands up on the seat of the pew, grabbing onto the back of the one in front of us. "Richie," she whisper shouts. Sid reaches across Nico to take Bry by the arm and gently guide her to sit back down. As she does, Richie's whole demeanor changes. He straightens, then turns, disbelief swirling in his dull eyes as he scans his family sitting a few rows behind him. Nico waves. Peter can't tell if Richie's happy they're there or not. He also isn't sure what to make of the look on his face when he realizes who the man in a Tom Ford suit at the end of the row is. John leans over and asks if Richie needs a bottle of water before they begin, tearing his gaze from the family to his new lawyer. He mutters that he's fine, gives them one last glance, then turns back to the front as the judge begins to speak. Peter settles into the pew and releases a silent but heavy breath. "Here we go. I told you there wasn't anything to worry about," Tony's saying as the group of kids follow him out into the lobby. 4 months isn't even that long," Sid says, bright smile on her face. She's holding Wheeze now. During the hearing, Peter couldn't stop bouncing his leg, so he had to pass the baby off. Tony offered to take him, but Wheeze isn't too familiar with him yet, so he reached for Sid instead. He's happily dozing against her shoulder as they linger in the lobby. How long did they say he'll be in rehab? Tony's grinning too. Everyone is. Peter can't believe how well that went. He's so used to everything going wrong. Mishap after mishap, disappointment after disappointment. He doesn't know how to feel right now, other than complete and utter happiness.
He's enrolled in a 6-week program, Tony replies. If you guys want, you could visit him while he's there every once in a while. It's a bit of a drive, but I'd be willing to take you. And that right there, Tony Stark. Peter's so incredibly happy, and he can't believe that Tony's still hanging around him and his family, much less helping them. In a swell of gratefulness, Peter steps forward and wraps his arms around Tony in the second hug they've shared that week. Tony, while taken back slightly, doesn't hesitate longer than a second to return the gesture. He pats Peter's back as the teen says, "Thank you so much for everything, Mr. Stark. Really." Nico steps forward and wraps his arms around the two. "Thank you." That triggers the other three to join in on the group hug, their thankfulness turning into gleeful laughter. Usually Peter would feel claustrophobic from all the contact, but this is his family, the people he'd literally die for. All he feels is love. Sid, who is giving the group a side hug since Wheeze is occupying her other arm, is the first to break away. Peter realizes why as soon as he registers the footsteps approaching them. After Sid releases her hug, the rest slowly follow. Peter turns and spots John approaching them. Like the rest of them, he's sporting a triumphant smile. "Great work, John," Tony says, and the two shake hands again. "It was my pleasure." John's eyes are crinkled. He turns to Peter. "Before you go, I was asked if you would spare a few minutes. Richie wants to talk to you." Peter's heart squeezes in his chest. He isn't sure why it brings him anxiety. Maybe it's just because it's the unknown. What does Richie want to talk about, and why him specifically? Sid steps up to Peter's side and nudges him with her shoulder so he'd look down at her. "Go talk to him. Tell him we're all happy for him, too." He nods, glances at Tony, then follows John out of the lobby and down a hall. "Is this allowed?" Peter asks as he trails behind John, nervously rubbing his hands together. John gives a little laugh at that. "If it wasn't allowed, Mr. Parker, I wouldn't have come to fetch you." "Oh, right, sorry." His cheeks redden. Obviously, the lawyer wouldn't blatantly ignore the rules of the court, and he's a damn good lawyer, Tony's words, so of course he would stay within the lines. Peter's taken to a room where a guard of some kind, a police officer, is standing at the door. John stands on the outside and motions Peter in. He obliges. It's empty. He clears his throat and sits at the vacant desk with 2 chairs, resting his hands on the table. He glances behind him at the sound of metal clanging. Richie's brought in then. A police officer has one hand on his bicep, though it isn't a tight grip. Peter and Richie make eye contact as soon as the older boy emerges from the hall, but breaks it off within seconds. "Thanks," Richie gruffly says when the officer lets go of him. She starts to leave, but Peter speaks up. "Are the handcuffs really necessary?" The officer pauses. Richie does too. His brow furrows, but then he looks up at the officer for a response. She looks between the two of them. Peter wonders if she sees any resemblance, if they even look like family anymore. "I promise I won't strangle my little brother or try to escape." It takes a moment for Peter to realize it's a joke. Well, sort of. He sees the wavering smirk on his brother's face and wonders if he remembers that he did strangle him once. It wasn't that serious. He could still breathe the whole time, but it did scare Peter when his hands were around his neck. The officer looks to Peter. Then she moves forward and says, "There's cameras set up in this room, and we're going to be standing right outside the door." "Yes, ma'am," Richie says. He watches her unlock the cuffs, and once she's walking out of the room with them, Richie rubs his wrists. The door shuts. Peter lifts his eyes from the table to look at his brother, but then looks back down. Richie's voice brings Peter to look at him again. "Is everyone staying with Tony Stark?" Peter nods. "Yeah, we were in foster care for a little over a week, but he managed to get us all together under one roof." He expected that question. He expects the next one too. "How does he know you?" Peter sits back. These are easy questions, ones he has rehearsed and prepared. He didn't actually expect to talk to Richie today, though. "I interned for him for a while. We grew close." He thinks back on all the times he and Tony would goof around in the lab, then back even further before they were even at that level. He remembers being an annoying kid that Tony felt obligated to look out for because he had recruited him for a personal fight in Berlin, then how he realized he needed to be more involved after the homecoming fiasco. Peter still shudders thinking about that night, about the ash, the sand, the fire, the collapsed building, the sharp wind cutting through his homemade suit, but he doesn't regret it. It brought Tony closer to him. It's the reason why he sees him as a father. "He's the one person I felt like I could trust after all the shit went down, so I called him. He's been helping out ever since." Richie nods. It's a jerky movement, like he doesn't know what else to do. With a sniff, he sits forward, letting his hands rest on the table as he folds them together. Is he a good man? Peter doesn't even hesitate. Yes. When Richie doesn't seem sold, he continues. He's good to us. In a little over his head, but yeah, he has good intentions. Again, Richie gives the awkward nod. He runs a hand over his hair and scratches at his scalp. I heard that May's trial is next week. Peter waits as Richie pauses, wondering where he's going with this. I hope she loses custody of you guys. She doesn't deserve it. He isn't sure why it's surprising to hear Richie say that. Maybe it's because Richie didn't help out around the apartment for the past 4 or so years, or maybe it's because he never seemed to be bothered by their living conditions. He never once stood up to May about her lack of support, about her drinking. Peter clears his throat again. We're all giving statements. The lawyers don't think she'll get custody. Richie seems satisfied with that. He says a firm, good, but moments after it's uttered, he falters. The silence between the two settles until he speaks up again, almost after a full minute has passed. When Stephen's trial, something in Peter's stomach twists at the tightness in Richie's voice. There isn't an exact date yet. He just got out of the hospital. Do you think you could ask Tony Stark or his lawyers, I guess, if I could? He stops, swallows dryly, then makes eye contact with Peter. If I could testify against Stephen too. In that moment, Peter recognizes a certain type of brokenness and hurt that he never saw in his brother before. It's something Richie never let him see because he barely ever looked him in the eyes, and now he's sober. It's a deep, gut-wrenching hurt that only someone who understands can see it. Peter's shoulders lower, his eyes flicker between Richie's like he's making sure what he's seeing is correct, then asks with devastation, you too? Richie rolls his bottom lip between his teeth. He looks away. 6 months. Peter barely contains his gasp. Richie. I hated you, still do sometimes. Richie sniffs. He can't look at Peter again. I know it's not your fault, but I thought I was protecting you and Sid. I thought that if I just took it that he'd leave the rest of you alone. But then you got him to leave after one time. He raises one finger for emphasis. It slowly falls. He looks away so far that his whole upper body isn't facing Peter anymore, and he realizes it's because tears are gathering in his eyes. And I realized that it was my own fault that he didn't stop because I was just letting it happen, and I didn't try to stop it or tell anyone like you did, and you were younger than me and so much weaker and... Mr. Stark will help you. Peter can't breathe. He's going to throw up. But Richie looks like he's going to fall apart. No, it looks like he is falling apart and he doesn't know how to put the pieces back together. Like he doesn't have the strength to. Peter swallows around the lump in his throat and says with conviction, he's already going to help with rehab, but I know he'll also make sure that you get your chance to testify against Stephen for what he did to you. Richie's face does something that Peter's never seen it do before. It twists like he's trying with every fiber of his being not to cry, but then he lets out a sob. It shatters Peter. Richie stands. Peter meets him halfway. As soon as the two wrap their arms around each other in the first hug they've had in at least a decade, the door opens. The officer looks like she's about to storm in and restrain Richie, but Peter sends her a hard look. Richie's grasping onto Peter like he's drowning. His sons are hoarse and ugly and desperate. I'm so sorry, Peter whispers. He does all he can to hold back his own tears. He has to be strong for his brother. Richie's grip on his tightens. His hands fist the back of Peter's shirt, his face pressing against his shoulder. Peter can feel the wetness from his tears through the clothing. He can't form any other semblance of comfort other than whispered apologies. The car ride back to the tower is silent. Happy's always quiet when he drives, so that's normal, but what's abnormal is how everyone else keeps quiet for the most part too, even the twins. Peter opted to sit in the far back this time. That hasn't stopped Tony from glancing back with worried looks. Thankfully, Tony waits until they're back and all the kids are going to their rooms to play or watch TV before approaching Peter. He's in his room. He's standing in his room, unable to move, his mind railing. Tony walks in, his mouth moves. Peter's eyes flicker up from his mouth to the concern shining in his eyes. He doesn't remember falling, but he remembers the pain in his knees. He remembers Tony trying to catch him, then hugging him on the floor. The man gathers Peter up in his arms and holds him against his chest, telling him to breathe, asking him if he's okay, asking him what's wrong, asking him what he can do to make it better. Peter tells him about his talk with Richie. He starts with a tearful confession that he treated Richie like shit, and how he ignored the signs and how he didn't even think about Stephen doing anything to him, but it makes sense.
He blamed Richie for suddenly no longer helping out around the house, for being short-tempered, for abusing drugs. He must have been 14 when Steven started molesting him, and he did it for 6 months. It must have gone further than what he did with Peter. He must have thought he could get away with it again. Richie was 15 when he started dating and having sex with Cherry, who was 21 when they met. In between gasps, Peter admits to being the worst fucking brother. He thought what Steven did to him was bad, but it's nothing compared to the hell he put Richie through. Peter's being dramatic. Through all the snot, tears, gasps, and rambling, Tony holds Peter together. Peter doesn't remember falling, he doesn't remember hyperventilating, and he doesn't remember calling Tony dad, but he does remember feeling like no matter how hard he's hit, he wouldn't break again. Not while he's in his arms. Chapter 18. It follows him like a cloud of thick gray smoke. It sticks to his skin, to his clothes. It rests on his shoulders when he sits at the barstool in the kitchen at breakfast the morning after the trial. His arms are weak against the weight pressing down on him as he forces a few scoops of cereal down. It infects each bite and turns the low-sugar, organic cereal into an ashy mound of mush on his tongue. It plagues his thoughts, clouds his vision. Guilt. But it isn't unfamiliar. He doesn't tell Sid about his conversation with Richie. He considers it and reasons that she should know because it directly impacts her, and Richie's her brother, too. Richie also put up with Steven's torment for her sake, not just Peter's, so he deducts that she has every right to know. But then he realizes she doesn't have any right to know. Peter didn't have the right to know either, because no one has inherent rights to know anything so personal and traumatic about someone else. It's up to Richie who gets to know his story, if he decides to tell it at all. So no, he doesn't tell her. Sitting there in the kitchen with Tony flipping celebratory sprinkle-filled pancakes for the others, Peter wishes he didn't tell Tony about Richie's confession. It wasn't his story to tell. But in the heat of the moment when his emotions were wild and overflowing, he couldn't stop the words from erupting like a volcano. He doesn't even remember half the things he said, but he knows he said too much. That just adds more guilt to the weight on his shoulders. Obviously, Sid notices. When does she not pick up on Peter's mood shifts? From the corner of his eyes, he catches the little inquisitive look Sid sends Tony, her own brown eyes making sharp cuts to where Peter's sitting with his head ducked. 6 months. Peter can't wrap his head around it. How could he have been so selfish to not even notice that his own brother was violated? How could he have been so narcissistic to feel bad about his own trauma when his brother had it 10 times worse, and Peter treated him like shit? He and Richie were sharing a room when Steven moved in the first time. Sid and Nico shared the room that Richie would later kick them out of when he turned 17. Peter and Richie shared the room that Peter later shared with Nico and Wheeze. At the time, May was either pregnant with the twins or would soon be pregnant with them. Peter doesn't like to think about that, of course, because that would mean that there was a good chance that Steven was Chase and Bry's father. He holds fast to the fact that May was engaged in prostitution at the same time, so the twins might not be Steven's at all. It doesn't help that Steven, though blonde, has ginger genes. Peter never met his family, but he did see on Facebook that Steven's mother has red hair. But that doesn't matter right now. Steven never touched them. That he knows of. Steven hurt Richie, and Peter can't help but wonder if it happened in the room they shared. Is that why he moved rooms? Peter can't help but wonder, oh God, did it happen while he was in the room? You okay, Peter? Tony asks, brow pinched in concern as he turns away from the pancakes on the stove. You're looking a little pale, bud. Nausea rises in his throat. His spoon plops back into his unfinished bowl. I'm fine. Sid gives Tony a pointed look, but turns back to feeding Wheeze spoonfuls of gross green pea mush. Tony releases a heavy sigh and turns away, too. He flips the pancakes before transferring them to a plate that he slides to Nico. The preteen pours a generous helping of syrup over his pancakes. No fair, Chase whines, pouting with his bottom lip stuck out. How come Nico gets a lot of syrup, but I don't? I don't like syrup, Bry chirps, taking a bite of her pancake and doing a little happy dance in her seat. Tony takes the syrup from Nico before he can empty the whole container on his plate. That's way too much sugar, Nico. You're going to be bouncing off the walls at school. That makes Nico laugh. I'm not going to the dance tonight, Sid announces. Peter picks his head up. That's tonight. What dance? Tony asks at the same time. Peter ignores Tony's question. He definitely mentioned it before and sits forward despite his inner turmoil churning in his stomach. Why aren't you going anymore? Sid shrugs and stabs what's left of her pancake with her fork. Bowen has the flu, and I didn't really have a nice dress anyways. It's fine. The gears in his head turn. He completely forgot about the dance. Are you sure? Yeah, besides, I don't think dances are my thing.
She plops the last bite into her mouth. After swallowing, she adds, I was just going to go because Bowen asked me. Tony snaps his fingers. Bowen pits McAllister, that kid right. Heat crosses Sid's cheeks and she sends Peter a look. You had him look him up. He shrugs and looks back down at his cereal. Even the sight of it makes his stomach perform more somersaults. Tony lifts his wrist, sleeve pulled back to reveal his watch. Looks like we're running low on time. Why don't you guys go get dressed for school so you're ready when Happy comes up? Okay, Chase says and climbs down from the chair, followed by Bri and Nico. Sid takes her time and collects the plates before dumping them by the sink. Once it's just the two left, Peter hunched over his barely touched bowl of organic cereal and Tony, scraping the remnants of syrup and pancake scraps off the plates. Tony says, you should stay home. And let him wallow in his guilt and thoughts. No thanks, I'm fine. Tony turns after rinsing his hands off in the sink. He leans back against the counter and studies Peter. Wheeze makes incoherent babbles. Like he's offering an explanation, Peter says, I can't miss any more school. Finals are next week. I don't care, Tony replies, taking the teen by surprise. If you need to stay home, you can. I'm fine. Peter. I said I'm fine. He raises his eyes and meets Tony's, daring him to challenge him again. He doesn't. Instead, he holds Peter's gaze for 3 solid beats, then sighs. With a pointed look to his untouched breakfast, he says, okay, well, at least take a protein bar. I don't want to get a call from the nurse saying that you fainted. The thought of eating makes his stomach do a flip. I'm not hungry. You can't just say I'm not hungry. You need to eat an adequate amount for your metabolism and… You're not my dad, Peter all but shouts. Silence immediately follows his outburst. Tony's eyes flicker over his shoulder and he turns. Why didn't he hear him walking up behind him? Happy stands there, frozen, eyes a little wide as they flicker between Peter and Tony. They settle on Tony and offer a silent apology. With a sniff, Peter slips off the barstool and trudges off in the direction of his room. Behind him, he hears Happy's soft voice saying, he's just stressed with the trials, I'm sure. I know, but he's right, Hap. And that hits Peter right in the gut. But he had said it himself, didn't he? He's the one who told Tony that he isn't his dad, never mind the fact that he used to pray to God that he would look at him like a son one day. How childish was he to even think, to even want, a man as powerful as Tony Stark to be his father? Even before he met the man and before the spider bite, he'd lie in the bunk bed above where Richie slept, where Richie was taken advantage of, and wish the Iron Man on his bedroom posters would come and take him and his siblings from the drunken, may her perverted boyfriend. He should know by now that all his father figures wind up dead or turn out to be a pedophile. Who would want to be his father anyways? Who's want to claim Peter Parker as their child and take care of him and his emotions and his issues? He isn't a perfect son, just ask May. He talks back, he snaps sometimes. He's too much of a mess to be wanted anyways. Tony's a genius, so of course he'd see that. But he still took him and his family in, didn't he? It was done out of pity. Surely that means he cares about him, more than just as a mentee, right? It's all charity work. Head pounding, Peter throws on some clean clothes and picks up his backpack. He keeps his gaze on his feet and his jaw locked when he passes Tony on the way to join the others in the elevator. Have a good day at school. Let me know if you want Happy to come pick you up early. Peter ignores Tony's text. He needs to focus on reviewing with the class so he can pass the final. You're being mean, Sid says that afternoon after school. Peter's lounging on a beanbag chair in her room doing homework with Wheeze sitting in the other one. She's lying on her stomach across her bed, textbook open in front of her. Peter hasn't spoken to Tony since that morning. Tony asked how his day was, if he had too much homework to join him in the lab, but he brushed past him. It didn't go unnoticed by Sid. Nothing ever does. Prior to her out-of-the-blue statement, she and Peter had been working on homework with no tension. There was silence, but the good, calming kind. Wheeze was even being quiet. Peter turns his head to look at his sister. Her pencil works away at her notebook paper, writing out simple algebraic formulas. Frowning, he says indignantly, I'm not being mean. Why are you ignoring Tony? She counters. She doesn't use an accusing tone, but a curious one. He helped Richie get only 4 months of jail time and is paying for his rehab. I thought you'd be more happy. I am happy about the outcome of the hearing, Peter says. He sighs, the sound obviously giving away his frustration. It's nothing, Sid, I'm just being stupid. Just when he thinks she'll drop it, she says, I heard you crying last night. He stiffens, waits for her to continue. I didn't hear what it was about, but you seemed pretty upset, she explains. Tony was there for you, wasn't he? I'm not mad at him. It seems like you are. He breaks off with another heavy sigh. It's literally so stupid. I just said something and he agreed with it, and for some reason it made me upset. Sid finally brings her nose out of her homework and looks over. Brow furrowed, she asks, what you say? He chews on the inside of his cheek, then reluctantly admits, I yelled at him and told him he isn't my dad. Sid's eyes narrow. Okay. She tilts her head, her feet absent-mindedly kicking behind her. Why did it upset you that he agreed he isn't your dad? You know what? Peter shuts his book and gathers his folders, tucking them under one arm and scooping Wheeze up with the other. The baby gives a whine of protest but doesn't otherwise put up a fight. I'm going to go work in my own room. John comes by the tower after dinner to gather statements from each of the kids and to build a case against May and to start one against Stephen. Tony suggests they just focus on May. Peter's exhausted. He just wishes everything was over and done with. He doesn't want to deal with any more statements, testimonies, legal jargon, or court. He just wants to sleep, preferably for an entire year straight. Everything will be fixed by then, right? John's not wearing a suit. He's in khakis and a button-up, his hair not too meticulously combed back. His briefcase is open on the kitchen table. Peter cleared the table after dinner, even after Tony told him to sit down and let him take care of it. He talks to everyone as a group first, explains that he'll pull everyone aside one by one and ask them questions about their time in May's care. Peter's first, he volunteers, he just wants to get this over with. The questions are expected. He answers them with ease. He tries not to hold back when answering the incriminating questions, a guilty conscience threatening him for helping this lawyer put the mother of his cousins behind bars. It may have a job, not exactly. How did she pay the bills? She didn't. Who did? I did. What did you mean by not exactly? She was a prostitute. Did she let strange men into the apartment? Yes. Did she let Stephen Westcott live in the apartment, knowing he was a predator to the children in her care? Yes. How would you describe her as a caregiver? She wasn't a caregiver. What would you call her instead? An alcoholic who was unconscious for the majority of her children's lives. Was she abusive? No. Did she ever physically abuse you? No. Why did you hesitate? Because New York law permits physical discipline. So she was physically disciplining the children in her care, just me, but it was just a couple times. How often was she home? She was gone most of the day, but if she was home, she was probably sleeping. The questions drone on until he finally gives a final statement. Sid is next. Meanwhile, Peter heads to his room, straight past Tony, and collapses in his bed. He's awakened by Chase poking his cheek. His bloodshot eyes crack open, blinking against the lights of his room that he didn't bother to shut off. Bri, who is standing next to her twins, says, Wakey, wakey, daddy. Tony's in the doorway. Peter sits up, rubs his eyes with the heels of his palms. Don't call me that, Bri, please. John wanted to debrief everyone over May's trial, Tony speaks, his tone gentle. But you're obviously exhausted, so go back to sleep. I'll give you a rundown tomorrow. I'm F. Peter, Tony says it's firm but not unkind. He nearly pleads, go back to sleep. It's okay, you two out. Let Peter get some rest. Bri and Chase look to Peter. With a yawn, he nods. I'm going to lie down some more. You guys can go with Mr. Stark. The two each give their older cousin goodnight hugs before scampering out the door. As he lies back and pulls the covers over his tense shoulders, he hears Tony get the light. He hesitates in the doorway. Then he turns and trails behind the twins. I'm in over my head. For once in my life, I'm at a complete loss about what to do. I thought he was opening up to me and finally starting to actually trust me, but now he's acting like I'm the enemy. Tony smacks the table, not loud enough to draw the attention of any of the other patrons, and leans back against his chair. His eyes wander around the venue, a small mom and pop cafe he and Rhodey frequented years ago, back when Tony was still with Pepper and Back before he was entrusted with taking care of 6 Parker children with more trauma than he can keep track of. There are only a few other customers occupying the dozen or so round tables, mostly consisting of folks old enough to be Tony's grandparents. He's just glad the shop is still open after all this time. The amount of traffic they pull in is in no way enough to keep the lights on, and Tony knows it's usually his tips that keep the place up and running. Since taking in the Parker clan, he hasn't had time to come back and have lunch with his certified best friend. Until now, because everyone's at school and he finally doesn't have a mountain of paperwork to sift through while nursing a headache. The headache's still there, though, lingering behind his eyes like an annoying hangover. It brings him back to, has it already been 6 months, to 6 months ago when he gave up alcohol for good. The last thing he wants to do is break his longest streak of sobriety since he was in college. But this whole situation is tempting him to order something with alcohol in it instead of a strawberry lemonade. That's partially why Rhodey's here. Tony has his number on speed dial when his temptations start to get too loud. Rhodey's also there because they haven't met up to talk in person in a while, and because Tony needs something akin to guidance. Therapy, Rhodey would argue, but he knows his friend well enough to dispel that notion. Sitting across the small circular table with a thick white tablecloth, Rhodey tilts his head slightly and says, "I'm sure he isn't treating you like the enemy." Tony lifts his hand and runs the pads of his fingers over his chapped lips with a raised brow. "What would you call ignoring me, doing the opposite of what I say, and shouting at me?" Something similar to amusement fills Rhodey's gaze. Threading his fingers together on the table and leaning forward, he says, "I'd call that being a teenager, especially one who has been through some shit and is in the middle of figuring things out. A lot is going on. He just had his brother's hearing, and he's already prepping for his aunts and then her boyfriends. It's understandable that he'd be struggling." "The other kids don't seem to be struggling so much," Tony comments. He read somewhere, probably on some mom blog, that you shouldn't compare kids and their ability to cope, but it's nearly impossible to compare when there's 6 of them and all but one seems to be coping well. I mean, they don't really listen to me, but they don't hate me. "Peter doesn't hate you." "You don't know that?" Tony plops one of the melt-away mints set out in the middle of the table in a glass dish into his mouth. You're supposed to suck on them, but he takes a loud bite. It cracks in half, and he chews the rest into a fine grain. You haven't even met the kid or any of them. As Tony's grabbing more mints, Rhodey reminds him, "I want to meet them, Tony, but you always say it's not a good time." Chomping on 3 mints, Tony says, "To be fair, it's always a bad time. Like you said before, there's a lot happening. Maybe when it all dies down, I can introduce them to their foster uncle and foster." He trails off, unsure how to label what Pepper would be to the kids. Foster dad's ex-fiancée doesn't have as good of a ring to it as foster uncle does. Anyways, I don't want to overwhelm them with new people when they're still trying to process all the legal shit. Focusing on all that legal shit probably isn't that great for them, Rhodey advises. They need a break. When's the last time they did something fun or relaxing? Tony pauses. Does watching Power Rangers before school count? Tones. Okay, so you might have a point, Tony relents, showing his palms. But what am I supposed to do with them? I don't know what kids like to do for fun. Rhodey lifts one brow. It's not rocket science. Unfortunately. His friend isn't amused. Have me over for dinner or something. Just a new face can break the monotony that is dealing with the justice system. I can bring over some board games, make it a game night or something. Tony runs a hand over his face, then scratches his goatee that could use a fresh trim. Do kids even play board games anymore? Rhodey smiles. My nephews like to play video games. I can bring some of those over, too. He chews on another mint, but this time he keeps it into 2 halves so he can roll them around in his mouth as he thinks. Nico will probably participate in just about any activity. Weez is a baby, so he wouldn't be able to play any anyways, and neither of the twins have a very long attention span. Sid will probably also be a willing participant, but the only factor that Tony is unsure of is the kid he knew the longest, Peter. Would he accept the attempt to distract himself from the egregious court issues, or will he shut himself in his room? Either way, it's worth a shot. Tony offers Rhodey a smile and says, "It's a date, platypus." Who's Rhodey? Can I see a picture? He's a close friend of mine, Tony replies as Bry and Chase follow him to the elevator. And you're about to see him in 3, 2, 1. With a soft ding, the elevator doors spread open, revealing the man Tony saw only yesterday. Like at lunch, he's wearing a pair of casual jeans and a form-fitting marine t-shirt. There's a navy blue tote bag in one hand. Tony hasn't known the twins for too long, so he isn't sure how they react to new people. He watches them as Chase ducks behind his legs while Bry takes a bold step forward to peer into the bag. "What you got?" she asks, holding her hair back as she stands on the tips of her toes to take a peek. With a friendly smile, Rhodey opens the bag wider for her to see. "Lots of fun games. Do you like Candyland?" "I like candy." Rhodey laughs. "Well, I think you'll like the game, then." He looks up at Tony, and they share a silent exchange before Tony decides to introduce the 2 kids at his side. Well, the nosy kid in front of him and the shy one hiding behind his legs. Honeybear, meet Bri, he points to the little girl, then lays a hand on the little boy's shaggy head of red hair. And Chase Parker. Kids, this is Iron Man's dear all-friend Rhodey. Feel free to call him Old Man. Rhodey sends him a look. Come on, man, I'm not that much older than you. You've got more grays than I do. That's because you're bald. Rhodey looks down at the twins and points an accusing finger at Tony. Is he this mean to you guys, too? That earns a laugh from Chase and a giggled no from Bri. With a crinkled-eye smile, Tony says, See, I'm only mean to you, it means you're special. Rhodey rolls his eyes. He walks further into the penthouse, setting the bag on the coffee table and scanning the area. Where are the others? Tony, with the two little rascals following close behind, steps into the living area. He motions to the long table a few feet away. Well, the baby's sitting in his high chair and devouring all of my multigrain Cheerios, and the others are in their rooms waiting for the dinner bell. Rhodey crosses his arms. Don't ring it just yet. Tony glances at him with a question in his eyes. Before he gets the chance to even ask it, there's another soft ding from behind them. He doesn't even have to turn to know who it is. He'd recognize that click of heels against expensive marble anywhere. He shoots Rhodey another look, one that's less curious and more damning, but the Colonel just shrugs innocently. As if he didn't invite Tanya X over for dinner with his foster kids without him knowing, as if she wasn't one of the most pressing reasons he was tempted to screw open a Balvenie whiskey. Tony turns. As stunning as always, Pepper struts in, black evening dress and high heels and all. Her pinned straight ginger hair flows over her sharp shoulders. Her emerald eyes find Tony's. She smiles. It steals the breath right out of his lungs. Who are you? Bri blurts, stepping up to the tall and slender woman and craning her neck to see her. A softness that makes Tony's heart flip crosses her face. I'm Pepper, a friend of Tony's, and you must be. Bri, she grins wide, showcasing the missing gaps in her teeth. So this must be Chase, she guesses, her eyes flickering to the boy who yet again has stepped behind Tony. Chase nods. It's very nice to meet you too. Pepper lifts her left hand to tuck a strand of hair behind her ear. Tony's eyes watch the movement in slow motion, locking onto her ring finger. Her empty ring finger. 1,000,001 thoughts race through his mind all at once. The last time he saw her, which would have been that business meeting in Hong Kong 2 weeks ago, she was definitely sporting the heavy, dazzling diamond ring her lawyer fiancé had proposed to her with last spring. Pepper catches him staring and tries to cover it with a tight-lipped smile that silently says not now. Tony wants to talk about it right now. He'd very much like to pause their dinner plans and sit down and ask where the hell the giant rock on her slender finger went and if Brock did something if he needs to kick someone's ass. He wants to hear if she broke his heart or if he broke hers, and he wants to know if any of it had to do with him. He has to know. But she's right, it has to wait. Rhodey's sturdy hand on his shoulder reminds him where they're at and what they're doing. Snapping a quick smile to his face, Tony says, I'll go fetch the rest of the Goonies. Go ahead and seat yourselves at the table. Tony slips out of the room and into the hall, immediately having to place a hand on his heart and take a few deep breaths. He has a heart condition. For crying out loud, Rhodey has to give him some kind of warning for these kinds of things. Before he can even get within 5 feet of Peter's door to knock, it opens and the aforementioned kid's head pops out. His eyes, his tired, bloodshot eyes, scour every inch of Tony's face with worry lines creasing his forehead. What's wrong? Tony blinks and it takes a second for him to realize he's surprised because this is the first time Peter has willingly spoken to him since his outburst the other morning. Too bad he looks like a worried mother, though. Nothing. Why are you okay? Peter steps all the way out of his room, letting his door click shut behind him. His hair is all messed up, but his jeans and hoodie are thankfully not as rumpled. He'd like Pepper and Rhodey to think he is able to maintain at least the smallest semblance of order around here. Your heart is beating really fast. Tony can't say he expects that answer, but he guesses it does make sense, given the Spider Kid's freaky hearing abilities. His door was cracked open, too, so he could probably hear it thudding against his rib cage past the soundproofing of the room. I'm fine, kid, Tony promises. Everyone gets heart palpitations when they unexpectedly get a visit from the love of their life. Peter looks behind Tony. Ms. Potts is here. Yes, and she's hungry, so let's round of the rest of the rodeo so we can sit down and scarf down some spaghetti. Sound good?
It's a rhetorical question, so he doesn't wait for a response before walking up to Nico's door and knocking. When the door opens, both Nico and Sid appear, notebooks with colored pencils on the ground left discarded inside. Like Peter, these two are also dressed as they normally would. For Nico, a pair of sweatpants and a green shirt that he wears too often that the housekeepers can hardly run it through the laundry fast enough. And for Sid, black leggings and a sweatshirt. But Sid has done her hair in a neat braid down her back, instead of letting the loose curls frizz out around her face like a lion's mane. "Rhodey's here," Nico asks, his excitement visibly bubbling. "Yep, and a surprise visitor." His gaze shifts to Sid. "I have a feeling you two will get along." Excitement flickers in her expression too, though it's far less palpable than Nico's. "Is it Pepper?" "You'll have to see for yourself." Pepper's face lights up when Sid enters the room. She places her plate down to free her arms to reciprocate the hug that Sid doesn't hesitate to give her. Tony watches the interaction with surprise. He'd be lying if there wasn't also a hint of jealousy somewhere in the surprise. From where he sat at the table, plate full in front of him, Rhodey says, "Okay, I see how it is." Sid and Pepper laugh as they break apart. Sheepish, Sid says, "Pepper and I have been texting for a few weeks. She gives really good advice." The surprised Tony felt morphs into pride. He mentally pays himself on the back for giving the girl Pepper's number. Maybe Sid has been going through the emotional ringer too, but she's been going to Pepper rather than himself. For a moment he wonders if he should have gave Peter Pepper's number too, because he's obviously not doing a great job being there for him. Sure, they hug sometimes, but it isn't whenever he walks into a room. Plus, the last hug they shared was kind of a catch since Peter collapsed into a heap on the ground and broke down in sobs. Tony still can't get the anguished sound to escape his mind. As Tony fixes the twins' plates, he keeps an eye on Peter helping himself, making sure the boy gets enough food on his plate. He's a smart kid, brighter than any other teenager he knows, but he doesn't seem to care too much about being smart with his food intake. Tony doesn't know exactly how enhanced his metabolism is, but he knows it's fast enough to warrant extra surveillance. Peter turns to go sit at the table, but Tony stops him and grabs a slice of garlic bread to add to his calories. Peter barely even reacts, which is better than a bad reaction, Tony supposes. He'd much rather not get an earful from a teenager in front of the two people he actually gives a damn about their opinions on him. Chase practically swipes his plate away from Tony and runs to the table to sit in the free chair beside Rhodey. On his other side, Nico, then Sid, then Pepper. Across the table, Peter sits, then Bry, then Tony. Wee's high chair is at the corner pulled up beside Peter. Tony isn't sure how to start a conversation with this crowd, much less with the moody teenager that has almost completely refused to talk to him recently. Thankfully, Rhodey takes charge by asking for all the kids to go around in a circle to introduce themselves so he can try to memorize them. And after that, the conversation just naturally takes off. Too bad Peter remains quiet for the majority of it all. Tony knows that both Pepper and Rhodey notice, so every now and then one will ask a question directed at him. Peter is anything but rude, so he'll answer, although they're mainly short. The other Parker kids have no problem talking up a storm. They talk about each other, about themselves, and about their days. Tony's an active participant in it all. Pretty soon, everyone's telling stories over empty plates. Rhodey tells a story about War Machine saving Iron Man. Pepper tells one about reaching into Tony's chest to fix the arc reactor, back when it actually had a purpose other than charging his suits. Pretty soon, it'll also be the case for nanobots for his nanotech suit, but he has yet to actually manufacture it yet. Tony tells a story about catching a bunch of people that were free-falling out of a plane. Sid's story is about a rude substitute teacher that her class tormented into leaving, and Nico's is about the time Sid punched a kid in the face for tripping him. She laughs when she realizes she isn't being glared at and everyone else is, too. Chase and Bry both talk about random things that might not have actually happened, but they're entertaining all the same. And Peter just says that he doesn't have any stories to tell. Tony knows that even without the Spider-Man tales, Peter's packed with loads of experiences and stories, but he doesn't push. Instead, he thinks one up for him. "Hey Pete, remember that time in the lab when you accidentally made chloroform and thought it would be smart to smell it?" A smile, then a clipped laugh. Tony smiles to himself as Peter vehemently defends himself. "To be fair, you mislabeled the chemicals, so I didn't think it was chloroform when I smelled it." "He let you into his lab?" Pepper asks, a gasp in her words as she looks between Peter and Tony. "He doesn't just let anyone in his lab." "I'm surprised I'm allowed in there," Rhodey remarks. Tony raises his brow from across the table and says, You've got one strike left, and then your privileges are taken away, remember. Eyes alight for the first time in days, Peter asks, wait, what were the first 2 strikes for? Tony throws himself into a whole story that Rhodey has to interrupt to fix every few minutes. It's full of laughter that even pulls Peter into the fun, and honestly, that's more than what Tony hoped from Peter that night. After everyone has had their second helping of both spaghetti and garlic bread, they decided to break out the board games. Candyland comes out first, per Bry's request. Tony hangs back to put leftovers away into Tupperware containers. While he's cleaning a pot crusted with spaghetti sauce, Pepper enters the kitchen, empty glass in hand. The 2 ex-lovers exchange a short, polite smile as she refills her glass at the filtered tap. It looks good on you, you know, Pepper says, breaking the silence between them. Tony turns from the sink and looks at her leaning against the counter as she clarifies, fatherhood and responsibility. It looks good on you. She takes a long sip of her water, giving Tony time to process her words and then generate something sarcastic and arrogant to respond with. I can pull anything off. She smiles and looks away, shaking her head. The silence from before falls over them again as Tony turns back to the sink to clean the dishes. He expects her to head back to the living room where everyone is playing Candyland, but she stays. He decides it's now or never to ask the burning question that has been plaguing his mind all night. What happened to the ring? He asks, his voice forced into nonchalance as he rinses the pot, getting it polished. Pepper lifts her slender hand and examines her bare fingers as if she hadn't known it was gone until Tony mentioned it. A rueful smile graces her lips. Things didn't work out. Tony takes note of the way she strains to keep the same casual air. He turns. She's still smiling that odd, almost sad smile that doesn't reach her eyes. He figured the ring was gone because of trouble in paradise, not just a simple cleaning, but having it confirmed brings on more intense emotions of hope, longing, and empathy. Do I need to kick the fancy lawyer's ass? He asks, only half joking. Pepper's smile widens slightly in appreciation. It was mutual. She looks down, frowns, and covers it up by taking another sip of her water. Once she brings the glass down from her lips, she swirls the water around mindlessly. Neither of us seemed to be all that into each other after a while. We worked well together, but there wasn't a spark. She looks up at Tony. There was something missing. Tony's hands still. He bites his tongue before he can say something too forward or inappropriate, like, I know how that feels. I felt something missing the entire time you weren't with me. Or was it me? He has already made a mess between the two. He doesn't need to make it worse. And who says she's even talking about him? Clearing his throat, Tony says, thanks for coming over. The kids seem to really like you. He glances over at the living room where everyone else is. His gaze shifts between Rhodey then each kid. It lingers on Peter, who is holding Wheeze in his lap and is smiling wide. His chest aches. He turns back to Pepper. You even got Sid on your side before you two even met, which is impressive since it took her ages to warm up to me, but I can't say it's surprising. He sets the pot onto the drying rack. You win over everyone you meet. The forced, tight-lipped smile that Pepper wore is replaced by a genuine grin. She sets her glass down and rounds the counter to stand beside Tony, a warm look in her expression. Rhodey told me you've been having some trouble with the kids, mostly Peter lately. She leans against the counter and watches as the group in the living room explodes into cheers and celebration as Chase wins, Rhodey hefting him high into the air as the boy giggles with delight. Not taking her eyes off of them, she says, I think you're doing just fine. Tony shakes his head. She doesn't see the episodes only Peter can calm Nico down from, the tantrums only Peter can control. She doesn't see how, whenever Tony asks someone to do something, they wait for Peter's approval. She doesn't see the way it has weighed Peter down and screwed with his brilliant head. The way Sid still doesn't fully trust Tony to be alone with Peter, or the way Peter yelled at him the other day. She only sees the bright eyes and the fun, but Tony supposes if he were truly doing a bad job, their smiles would be less genuine. I don't know what I'm doing, he admits softly, hoping Peter's ears don't pick up on his voice. Pepper reaches out a hand and squeezes his arm. No first-time father does. She must know what the word father does to him. It squeezes his heart in an iron fist and flashes him back to a cold, lonely childhood. She's one of the only ones, other than Rhodey, that know about Tony's fears of becoming his father. And yet, she says the word with confidence. Chapter 19. The end of the school year doesn't bring as much relief as Peter was hoping it would. Now, he just has less to worry about, which means he's thinking more about the trials coming up, which isn't good because thinking about the trials only makes him snap at Tony more, and that just builds his already sky-high guilt. But he's working on it, the guilt, specifically the guilt surrounding Richie.
No matter how advanced technology is, especially in the tower with Tony's lab doors open to him, there just isn't any possible way to go back in time to undo what happened. All he can do now is try to make it better the only way he can think of, fixing his relationship with his brother. The desire to fix is something he knows he and Tony share. It isn't always the healthiest jerk reaction, but mending a relationship broken by circumstances neither Peter nor Richie could control is something he needs to do for the betterment of both parties. As far as Peter knows, Richie has no one. He doesn't have any friends, and Cherry, his gut twists at the thought of her, is out of the picture, hopefully for good. And now May, who wasn't even there for Richie in the first place but was supposed to be his guardian for the past decade or so, is awaiting trial. Richie needs someone right now. He has needed someone for a while, but Peter was too blinded by his own responsibilities and conflicts to notice. With his eyes open to his brother's past trauma, Peter is hypervigilant to check in on the kids to ensure they haven't been keeping similar secrets from him, too. Sid is obviously annoyed, the eye rolling and huffs, but maintains her patience and assures her brother that nothing happened to her. He considers texting Pepper. Tony gave him both hers and Rhodey's numbers after they left the other night, to see if Sid ever told her anything since they're apparently close, but he refrains. He seeks out the twins, too, who, when he questions them in Chase's room, somehow rope Peter into spending the next 2 hours playing cars with them. And by playing cars, he means building makeshift ramps to launch the little Hot Wheels off of into a pit of discarded cars. He approaches Nico afterwards. The preteen is in his room, playing a video game that Peter deemed age-appropriate and has thus allowed him to keep. Seriously, what was Tony thinking when he bought half of those games? It's some Super Mario game with a plethora of cartoon sound effects that he swears he can hear from every corner of the penthouse when he's playing it. "Hey, buddy," Peter says, a tentative smile thinly playing on his lips. Nico turns back to the TV. Peter sits on the floor beside Nico and watches him play for a few seconds, then says, "Can we pause the game for a little bit? I want to talk to you." "Talk to me about what?" Nico asks innocently. He's still playing. "About Mommy." Peter places a gentle hand on Nico's knee, drawing the boy's eyes to his older cousins. "About Steven." He watches for a strong reaction, a flinching reaction that Peter used to have whenever the man's name was spoken. There is none. Nico just sighs, frustrated that he has to pause his game, then sets the controller down on the floor and turns to Peter. "Why do you want to talk about Steven?" "I just want to make sure that he didn't do anything to you." Peter shifts so he's sitting his legs crossed like a pretzel, and so he can face Nico head-on to keep his attention from straying. Serious conversations are never easy with him. He either gets sidetracked or loses interest. Peter won't let that happen this time, though. "You remember that night where Steven woke you up and the police came?" Nico's brow furrows, but he nods. "Steven didn't wake me up, you did." "What do you mean?" "You were yelling," Nico recalls, voice as casual as if he was talking about the weather and not a traumatic experience. Perhaps it wasn't for him. "And then you were hurting Steven, and then he was hurting you." Peter blinks. He hasn't even considered Nico not knowing what was going on. It was so blatantly obvious to him, Sid, and Richie, but they all knew about Steven's pedophilic actions. And Nico didn't even wake up until after Peter ripped Steven away and was attacking him. "Do you know why I was yelling at him?" Peter asks, not sure if that was ever cleared up. Nico shrugs, then reaches out and starts putting the game discs on the ground into their cases. To reel him back in, Peter taps Nico's knee. "We're still talking, Nico. Did anyone ever tell you why we were fighting?" He sits back and looks around the room, his attention span slipping, but manages to answer. "Sid said that Steven was a bad guy and that you were protecting me." He nods, hesitates. "Steven never hurt you before, right? Like he never touched you or did anything that made you uncomfortable?" Nico frowns. "No." Relief washes over him. He didn't think Steven ever did anything before that night, but it still alleviates some of the lingering anxiety. Undeterred by or oblivious to the overwhelming relief rolling over Peter, Nico snatches up his controller and turns back to the TV. "Wanna watch me play? I'm getting really good." Peter shifts to sit with his legs folded to his chest, his smile feeling less forced. "Course." Despite sleeping in past noon, Peter's eyes sting and feel heavy. He rubs them with a fist as he rolls out of bed and drags his feet across the floor to his bathroom to mechanically wash his face and brush his teeth. A weird taste, kind of like the taste of raw flour, has settled on his tongue, so he tries to scrub it off with his minty toothpaste. Spitting the foam down the sink, he looks up and makes eye contact with a boy he barely recognizes. Obviously, he knows it's him. It's a mirror, after all. but something about the way he's standing with his shoulders hunched, the way his hair is grown out past his usual length and curls around his ears, is foreign and unfamiliar. He straightens, rolls his head to his shoulders until he hears a satisfying crack. The silent drawers open on a smooth track as he searches them for scissors he swears he saw just the other day when he had to cut a tag off his new dress shirt. It's in the last drawer he checks. With practiced hands, he slips his thumb and fingers through the handles and lifts the twin blades to his hair. The sound of his hair splitting between the blades brings him back to an apartment that smelled of freshly baked snickerdoodles. His bare feet hang over the edge of the stool, his hands grasping the sides of his seat as his aunt's gentle hands hold his head in place while she fondly scolds him for wiggling around. "Do you want me to cut your ears off?" she teases. Another boy older than Peter, but still with baby fat in his cheeks and jeans that pool at his ankles, says his ears are too big for his head anyways. Peter shrieks and claps his little hands over his ears. His aunt laughs and ruffles his curls. "No one's cutting your ears off, baby." The scissors in his hands, bigger now, with more calluses on his knuckles, and with his fingernails ripped to the cuticles from his anxious biting, delicately snip the hair around the curve of his ear. He tries to catch most of the hair, but some fall to the floor around his socked feet. By the time he has finished, he's nitpicking his appearance in the mirror. He fishes a razor from one of the drawers and spreads shaving cream over his jaw and upper lip. The water he splashes over his face cools his skin and soothes the razor bump where the blade caught his skin just under his chin. He didn't have stubble, his hair's not thick enough or dark enough, but there was some peach fuzz. Now, as he dabs his face with a hand towel, the smoothness of his skin provides something close to pleasure. With one last look at himself in the mirror, he pushes off from where he leans against the counter and turns, flipping the light off behind him. "Hey, sleepyhead," Tony greets when Peter lumbers into the kitchen in search for a glass of water. The man sitting at the counter, nose in a newspaper. Do people even read newspapers anymore? The voices of the others in the living room alert him to the fact that someone else is here, as in, an adult. With a quick glance past Tony, Peter sees that it's just Rhodey. He's perched on the end of the couch with Wheeze on the ground, pushing around Chase and Bry's cars while Nico and Sid lie on their stomachs facing each other with the game Battleship between them. On the TV, Power Rangers plays. Peter turns back to the cabinets and reaches up for a glass. As he's pouring himself some water from the filtered tap, papers held up by magnets on the fridge catch his attention, papers that certainly weren't there yesterday. He realizes with mixed emotions that they're report cards. His and Sid's are the only ones with actual grades on them, the other threes having the S for satisfactory and so on theirs. Peter stills as he blinks at them, all A's for him, of course. Sid's report card is full of C's with 2 B's, still they both hang there high and proud. "Cut your hair." He turns, the newspaper he was once holding up as he sipped his coffee is now lying flat on the table, his full attention on Peter. He nods, it needed a trim. "You did a good job," Tony comments. He makes a little swirling motion with his finger. "Turn back around, let me see the back." Peter obliges. "Not bad, you cut your hair often." "Often enough," he replies, then backtracks when he hears the attitude in his own voice. "Yeah, I've done it for a few years. I wasn't always great at it, though, especially when I did it the first few times." That earns a smirk from Tony. "No. It was pretty bad," Peter confirms, a laugh in his voice. In the living room, Sid must hear her brother's voice because she pushes herself off the floor and looks over at them in the kitchen. "Hey, you're awake." "I'm awake," he affirms, jaw stretching in a yawn as he covers his mouth with a closed fist. Rhodey calls out a greeting, so he waves back. Nico looks over too. His eyes light up as they flicker to Tony. "Ice cream time." "Let Pete wake up some, we have time," Tony says. "I'm sure he doesn't want the first thing he eats today to be sugar." "I don't mind," Peter replies, brow furrowed. "What's the occasion?" Tony turns back to him and waves a hand towards the fridge. Specifically, the papers pinned up on display. "We're celebrating everyone's academic successes and the end of a school year." Even though I got a bunch of C's. Sid, who is approaching the kitchen, buries her hands deep inside her sweatshirt sleeves and crosses her arms across her chest, and says, "C's get degrees," Tony says, which must be some kind of inside joke because Rhodey makes a sound that's half snort and half laugh. "Anyways, you made it through the school year and passed every class. What more reason do you need to celebrate?" Richie's reduced sentence comes to mind.
which also brings up the negative emotions that have been keeping Peter swamped lately. He brushes those aside and focuses on the good, though, which is the fact that Richie's only staying in jail for 4 months and is getting the help he needs. Maybe there will be more cause for celebration after May and Steven's trial, but the idea of holding off is a daunting one. What if things don't go the way he wants? May could try to fight for custody, and Steven could plead not guilty to the allegations, because that's all they are, allegations. There's no proof he did anything at all. Positives, think of the positives, he urges himself and directs his eyes to the report cards hanging behind him. Focused on the printed grades, he says, "What are we waiting for? Let's go get some ice cream." He avoids Sid's curious gaze and plasters on a smile when he turns back around. Tony doesn't notice, or if he does, he doesn't let him know he does. "You heard the man," Tony says, downing the rest of his coffee and standing. "Let's get our ice cream on. You guys ever been to Frosty Freeze over by Central Park?" They haven't. Tony drives the van, Rhodey sitting shotgun with everyone else piled in the back in their respective seats, and Peter swears the man has never driven while so distracted in his life. He's sure there have been plenty of distractions before, but there is no possible way any of them can top the chaos that is driving with all 6 of the Parker crew. The drive to the courthouse was relatively calm, and even then it was happy driving. Now though, Tony's at the wheel, and he has a whole van full of kids excited for ice cream. "I want chocolate," Bri shouts, her short legs kicking the back of Rhodey's seat. Chase grips the sides of his car seat and lifts himself to press against his seatbelt. In the same excited, shouty voice as his sister, he exclaims, "I want sprinkles." The stressed look on Tony's face is nearly comical. There's a line between his eyebrows and he looking back and further between the road and the kids in the rearview mirror. It's like he's afraid of the kids tearing apart his $1,000 leather upholstery if they don't get what they want. "You guys can have chocolate and sprinkles, just wait to tell me what you want." "I don't want chocolate," Chase argues. "Can you guys be quiet?" Sid groans, but her voice goes unheard as Nico sings loudly in a loop beside her as he looks out his window and bops his head. "I scream, you scream, we all scream for ice cream. I scream, you scream, we all scream for ice cream. I scream, you scream." Bri's kicks only get more and more powerful. Rhodey turns to Tony with a "kill me now" look, which makes Peter snicker to himself because he knows the feeling all too well. The singing eggs wheeze on to screech like a banshee. Sid cups a hand over his mouth, but it only makes the baby angrily flail his limbs. Peter's plan was to just sit back and let Tony and Rhodey handle the situation, since they're the adults and Tony obviously needs to learn how to control the kids if he's going to be their authority figure. But this is going on for too long with no hope for an end. Perhaps he can learn by watching from the master instead of being thrown into the deep end. Whoever can stay the quietest the longest gets an extra scoop of ice cream. He doesn't even have to raise his voice too high. The kids instantly tune in when he speaks up. Bri immediately stops kicking Rhodey's seat, and she, along with Nico and Chase, all hold bubbles in their mouths. Sid sends Peter a thankful look. Still, not everyone is taken care of. Wheeze is still kicking and shrieking, so Peter unbuckles and reaches over the seat in front of him to make faces at him. Wheeze's big blue eyes latch onto his exaggerated expressions and his fussing dies down. It doesn't go away completely, so he reaches for the baggie of organic Fruit Loops ripoffs, opens it, and puts it in the baby's lap. That finally brings the car to serene silence. As Peter sits back in his seat and buckled back up, he catches Tony's eye in the mirror. The man mouths, "Thank you," and Peter just nods in return. Needless to say, the rest of the drive is far less chaotic. When they actually reach the ice cream shop and get out, though, Chase, Bri, and Nico bicker about who won the quiet contest. Peter, expecting the argument, simply says, "It's a tie, so everyone gets an extra scoop." He turns to Tony, "If that's okay, of course." "Of course it is," Tony replies, though Peter isn't sure if it's because it actually is okay or if he's just scared of what the kids will do if he doesn't agree. At that, the 3 younger ones, not including Wheeze, who Sid is pushing in a stroller, race off down the sidewalk to the shop. Sid picks up the pace to meet them, but she's holding Wheeze so she can't go too fast, so Rhodey pats Tony on the back and jogs ahead. That leaves Tony and Peter. At first, they don't say anything, the tension from their argument the other day still hanging between them, but then Peter's eyes lock onto Rhodey holding the door open for the kids. He watches him ruffle Chase's hair as he passes by. Tony, as observant as always, says, "I felt like one person supervising 6 wasn't fair, especially if you guys teamed up against me." Peter hears his words as, "I can't handle 6 kids on my own, so I called for help." He gets it, though. In the past, he himself had wished he could call Ned to help him out a few times. Ned would be more than willing to help, of course, but he didn't want to bother him.
Besides, it felt like it was his responsibility and no one else's. He supposes that has changed now. Coming up to the door, Peter asks quietly so Rhodey doesn't hear, does he know about Spider-Man? Tony pauses. Rhodey, who has been holding the door open for quite some time now, decides to let it fall shut behind him and follow the others inside the shop before they can wreak too much havoc. Slipping his hands in his pockets, Tony shrugs, not my secret to tell. Peter nods. Did he tell Pepper at least? He saw them talking the other night, and the absence of her engagement ring didn't fly under his radar. If there's something going on between them again, then he wouldn't put it past him to share with her. He isn't even sure if he'd mind if he did. Though, Tony says, directing Peter's attention back to him, Rhodey, like many others, is under the assumption that our friendly neighborhood Spider-Man is gone on sabbatical. That's fair, Mr. Stark. Hey, it's fine, we don't have to talk about your alter ego, Tony assured him with a soft smile. You should wait until everything's cleared up and you're on a regular sleeping schedule again. I don't want a repeat of you getting shot or pummeling a guy in an alley. Shit, he forgot about that. Both of those instances, actually. On instinct, he lifts a hand to brush over his abdomen where the bullet punctured his body. I feel like I'm letting people down. Take care of yourself first, then worry about the rest of the city, Tony advises gently. He motions to the door. For now, let's focus on ice cream, yeah. Yeah, okay. A smile tugs at Peter's lips as he lets Tony open the door for him. The day everyone's been dreading, well, one of the days that Peter has been dreading, finally arrives in the form of a rainy Monday with the sky so dim and dull that it paints everything like a black and white movie. The outfit he wore for his brother's trial makes a reappearance. Stiff jeans, scuff-free shoes, and a button-up. None of which he had until moving in with Tony, of course. He begins getting ready for the day by practically forcing himself to his bathroom to wash his face and brush his teeth, his sluggish legs fighting against the gravitational pull of the warm bed he's leaving. As soon as he's dressed and ready, though, his exhaustion switches off like a switch, and he suddenly can't stop biting his nails or bouncing his knee. Each of his family members are seated around the table as they chow down on the breakfast feast a personal chef prepared while simultaneously avoiding to stain their nice clothes. Sid offers to make him hot chocolate, something he'd oftentimes make himself on bad days, but Peter declines and tries to hide his nerves better. Nonetheless, he still manages to knock over the maple syrup when reaching for his glass of water. Careful, Petey, Nico says when the bottle makes a loud thud and draws everyone's attention to him. Tony reaches over to set the bottle upright. Shooting the teen a glance, he says, hey, today's going to go just fine. Afterwards we can have a movie night or something, how about that? Encanto, Bri cheers, then starts to sing while flinging her dirty fork around. We don't talk about Bruno, no, no, no. Chase slams his head against the table. We watched that yesterday. How about Power Rangers? At Nico's suggestion, Chase just groans louder. Sid lightly smacks his shoulder. Let's decide after the trial, Tony decides. He clasps his hands together with his elbows on the table and looks Peter's way again. His eyes pointedly flicker between his plate and his face. With an internal sigh, Peter stabs his fork into the eggs on his plate. His jaw clicks with each bite and his jaw feels weirdly loose, like he suddenly doesn't know how to chew anymore, but it's probably because he's focusing too much on it in an attempt to distract himself. As long as he clears his plate, Tony won't be constantly breathing over his shoulder. Somewhere under the annoyance of having someone care enough about his well-being to actually make sure he eats a proper amount or else he'll throw protein bars and trail mix bags his way, is deep appreciation. The trip to the courthouse is like the trip to the ice cream shop, though Peter doesn't interfere. It's partially because he knows he should let Tony learn how to placate the kids, and partially because he would probably just yell at them if he opened his mouth. So he stays silent and stares out his window. John greets everyone inside like they did for Richie's trial. He gives them a quick rundown that Peter barely keeps up with. Then they sit outside the courtroom. Sid, Nico, Bri, Chase, Peter, Wheeze, Tony. The prosecutors, including John, are seated at their desk. The other desk across the aisle is vacant. It takes 5 minutes of sitting without anything going on before the side door opens and May Parker, accompanied by a sheriff and her state-issued defense lawyer, stride in. Chase immediately sits forward. With his hands on the seat in front of him, he leans his lips against his knuckles and murmurs, "Mommy." Peter places a hand on Chase's back like he's reminding him to stay put. Nico and Bri have physical reactions, too, though Nico sort of just freezes whereas Bri stands up to get a better look. Tony beckons Bri over to him, and he whispers to her that she needs to sit down and be respectful.
There's a promise to watching Kanto in there if she behaves, and she finally sits down. The bailiff stands, his mallet slams against the wood and jolts Peter's senses. All rise for the Honorable Judge Gordon presiding. It begins, the monotone voices sound muffled to Peter's ears as if he's underwater, his eyes locked onto May. She is hollowed out, he notes. Her eyes bags are heavy and dark, her cheekbones steep enough to cast shadows in the pits of her cheeks. When he looks at her, he can't even see the woman who was married to his uncle and graciously took him and his two siblings in. Aunt May is gone. He doesn't cry like Bry, Chase, Nico, and even Sid do when it's announced that May Parker will be sentenced to 10 years with parole and has given up her rights to custody without a fight. Sid folds in and catches her face in her hands with shaking shoulders. Nico wipes his tears with the back of his hand while Tony tries to gather the twins, while holding Wheeze before they could run after their mother. Peter just stands, says, "Fuck that bitch," and leaves. Tony finds him leaning against the wall in the men's restroom 10 minutes later. He must have tried to give him space. Peter could hear his footsteps follow him and then pause outside the bathrooms, but ultimately decided to make sure Peter wasn't. He wasn't sure. Dying, crying. He has no reason to cry, though, because that woman in there wasn't his cousin's mom, and she sure as hell wasn't the woman who loved him. She was a shell of a human being, hollowed out by heartache, grief, and alcohol. This is what he wanted anyways. This is what John prepared them for, and it's what he'll congratulate them for when they leave. He'll shake Tony's hand with a bright grin and Tony will thank him for his services. Peter turns his head, which is leaning against the wall, to look at Tony. "Sorry for my language back there." Tony doesn't comment on it. His hands slip into the pockets of his dress pants as he watches Peter carefully. With a slight incline of his head, he says, "You do realize that the wall you're getting intimate with is probably covered in a billion germs." "I can't get sick." "Not even a cold?" Tony asks. Peter, suspicious but relieved at the casual topic, doesn't deviate from the conversation. "I still get congested sometimes, but I haven't run a fever or anything since the spider bite." "Must come in handy during flu season." "It does." There's a lull. Peter can sense the subject change before it comes. Tony takes another step forward. His feet are positioned shoulder-width apart, his brow drawn. He hesitates with his mouth open before he says, "You're allowed to be upset, kid." Peter limply shrugs his shoulders. "Why would I be upset? We didn't want her to try to fight for custody. It's easier this way." "Still, she's your aunt. You lived with her for years." Peter looks straight forward, not really seeing. Swallowing past the lump in his throat, he says, "That wasn't my aunt." The line between Tony's eyebrows deepens. "It'll get easier." "Yeah," Peter turns to him. "When?" "Soon." The firm confidence in his voice is almost enough to penetrate through his anxiety and hopelessness. Almost. Is that before or after Stephen's trial? A heavy sigh is pulled from Tony's lips. Matter-of-factly, he admits, "I don't know." Peter shakes his head. "I'm so tired of all this trial shit." "I get that, it's almost over." The optimism in his voice lures a breath of relief, or maybe just out of acknowledgement from the teen. The exhaustion etched in Tony's features doesn't go unnoticed by him. Obviously, all the trial charades and preparation have been an absolute shitstorm for Peter and the kids, but Tony's feeling the repercussions too. He has probably put more hours into it than Peter is even aware of. Somehow, the man still manages to stay upright. "Come on," he says, slipping his hands out of his pockets. "I left Happy in charge. Well, I told him he's in charge, but I think we both know Sid is more responsible and equipped to be in charge than he is." Peter's eyes slip closed. For a moment, all he does is breathe. Then he opens his eyes and pushes off the wall. "Yeah, well, she's more equipped than you are, too." Ouch! Tony places a hand on his heart, mock offended. When Peter scoffs, the man's face breaks out into a grin. "There he is," he says, clasping a sturdy hand on his shoulder as Peter steps past him. Chapter 20. Electric currents, running water, even breaths, soft heartbeats. Rushing wind, raindrops, soft thunder. The buzz of his bedroom light seeping into the otherwise dark hallway. If he closes his eyes and listens hard enough, strains just a little harder, then he'd hear the squeals of tires grasping for traction on the slippery roads far beneath the tower. He'd hear the cries of a newborn baby in the hospital down the street. The heated argument between a man and his husband in the apartment building next door. The revving of an engine. The drunken laughs of customers at a nearby bar. He hones in on the noises from the rooms displayed in front of him. Their doors are closed, but he can still hear their steady heartbeats through the nearly sound-proof walls. Peter's head turns to Nico's door when there is a shuffle. Sharp inhale, long exhale, silence.
He's so concentrated on the kids' rooms that he doesn't hear the footsteps behind Tony's door until the doorknob turns and the door clicks as it's pushed open. There's no time to move or act natural. Tony pops his head out, eyes immediately going to Peter standing in the middle of the hall, hair a mess and pajamas perfectly ironed, evidence he hasn't yet laid down in his own bed yet. Knowing he doesn't have the energy to come up with any excuses, and knowing that there's no way he could come up with one even if he had a full night's rest, he just blinks back at Tony, waiting for the man to move. Surprisingly, Tony doesn't look confused. Sleep weighs his face down and created a crease on the left side of his face where he was lying against his silk pillow. Stepping out from behind his door, Tony lets it hang open and abridges the gap. He stops in front of Peter. A sigh escapes his lips, and he looks over his shoulder at the kids' rooms, then back at Peter, who avoids his eye. Tony lifts a hand, makes sure that he moves slowly and within the teen's peripheral, and places it on Peter's shoulder. The kids are safe. His hands ball at his sides, not angrily, just in frustration. I know. He lifts his gaze to Tony's. How'd you know I was out here? For a moment he entertains the idea of Friday reporting Tony of his every little movement, but then Tony says, I've caught you checking up on them before. I was just going to grab a glass of water. I didn't know you were up. I was kind of hoping you wouldn't be. His calloused hand departures from Peter's shoulder, his knuckles barely brushing against his cheek before Tony lets his arm fall to his side. Heaven knows you need the rest, especially for tomorrow. Well, today, technically. Peter purses his lips and gives a stiff nod. Right. It's almost over, kid, Tony says. The end of the storm's just up ahead. It's smooth sailing from here. When Peter doesn't respond, he adds, I'm not going to catch you lurking the halls at ungodly hours anymore, right? Peter gives him a meaningful, silent look. Tony returns it with his own. You did a good job, he speaks. You protected them, you gave them a sense of security, but it's not your responsibility anymore. You can rest now. The last 4 words hang between them in the darkness of the hall, then Peter asks, would it be weird if I hugged you? Not as weird as you asking if it'd be weird if you hugged me. Tony opens his arms. Come here, kid. Peter steps into his arms and smiles softly against the shoulder of Tony's black cotton shirt. I just feel like we've been hugging a lot lately. I dunno. Hugging's normal. I wouldn't know. That's sad enough to break an old man's heart, Tony says, and Peter snorts. When they separate, Tony gently pushes him towards his bedroom. Get some sleep, seriously. Yes, sir. Peter slips back into his room, but he doesn't shut the door all the way, keeping a hand on the handle. He stands idly in the entrance, listens as Tony's sluggish steps retreat back to his own room, then his door shuts, and seconds later his bed springs creak under his weight and drops his hand. He ducks his head and shuts his eyes. They're safe, he whispers, taking a deep breath, clenching and unclenching his hands. His eyes open and he looks at the sliver of space between the door and doorframe. They're safe. He nudges the door shut until it clicks. His knee won't stop bouncing. It's squeaking. The uncomfortable wooden bench he and Tony are sitting shoulder to shoulder. Surprisingly, Tony ignores the incessant squeaking. He has thrown torn-off pencil erasers at the back of his head when he bounced his knee in the lab in the past. Now Tony sits silently beside him as Peter chews his nails until the sharp taste of copper greets his tongue. It sounds like he's underwater as he listens to the voice of the judge, then Stephen's defense attorney. He stares at the back of the man's head and pretends he has heat ray vision, and he's boiling his brain into soup in his thick skull. His eyes dart to Richie, who is sitting a row in front of him with his hands cuffed and an officer beside him. His brother is glaring daggers at Stephen, too, though his glare makes it seem as though he isn't pretending he's melting his perverted brain, but like he's imagining driving a hammer to it until it bleeds like ground beef. Peter has seen Richie angry before. This anger, the anger that is flaring his nostrils and shining in his eyes but keeps him tense like he'd flinch if Stephen tore his eyes from the table he sat at and looked over his shoulder at him, is different. It isn't addiction-fueled. It isn't guarded. It's vulnerable and raw. He has never seen someone so murderous while simultaneously terrified to the bone. Calls Peter B. Parker to the stand to testify against the defendant. The prosecutor, a tall blonde woman with a voice that demands attention, says, pulling Peter's eyes from his brother to the front. Stephen's spine straightens like he didn't accept to hear his name and turns in his chair. Peter avoids his stare. Tony offers an encouraging smile, but it also seems to silently tell him that he can back out if he wanted to. For a split second in that moment, Peter wants to just go home to the kids being babysat Pepper. But then he catches Richie's eye. His brother is turned around too and is giving him a firm look. It doesn't say, "Are you sure you're up for this?" like Tony's. Instead, it says, "Let's destroy this motherfucker." Peter stands. His legs are stiff, and he feels everyone's eyes on him as he takes his place behind the witness booth. The room is more filled than the past 2 times he was in court. This is a story of a child molester/rapist. Of course, the press would want to pick this up. Tony's donning sunglasses and an inconspicuous suit, and only the back of his head is visible to the others, so there shouldn't be any news of Tony Stark attending the trial of some random guy named Stephen Westcott. If there is press about it, Pepper has their PR team on speed dial. After swearing on the Bible, the prosecutor gets started with her questions. Peter sits on his hands to keep them from giving away his nerves. A lot of the questions are easy. How long have you known Mr. Westcott? How do you know Mr. Westcott? How often would you interact with him? There were some that came less easily. They were about the night Stephen was put in custody, about the new charges of predatory sexual assault of 2 minors. She asks if he knew about what he was doing to his brother, or if he knew about the child pornography stored on Stephen's laptop. How many times did Mr. Westcott touch you? Where did he touch you? How old were you? The questions end. The prosecutor gives Peter a tight-lipped but confident smile. "Thank you, Mr. Parker. That's all my questions, Your Honor." She sits. Stephen's defense attorney says, "The defense has no questions, Your Honor." Peter nearly collapses into his seat beside Tony. The man turns to him with pride gleaming in his eyes as he squeezes his shoulder. "You kicked ass, kid. Don't let Pep know I said a bad word in front of you." The humor softens Peter's anxiety. "Thanks, it wasn't so bad." The hard part is yet to come. Peter knows this, and when the prosecutor calls Richie to the stand, after the defense has some old guy to defend Stephen's character as an outstanding man in society, his heart rate picks up. This is the hard part, this being listening to Richie's testimony, to how often Stephen would crawl into his bed while Peter was sleeping soundly, to how he'd find any way to touch him without getting caught. How many times had Peter sat with his family and blissfully ate sugary cereal while his brother was being groped under the table? "More times than I could count," Richie says in response to the question of how many times Stephen had touched him. Peter screws his eyes shut as Richie recounts the threats Stephen whispered in his ear. "He said he'd do the same to my other siblings. He told me that my aunt would kick me out if she knew. He held a knife to my throat. He stood over Peter's bed while he was sleeping until I begged him to come back to me." The last one hits his gut harder than any criminal he fought while playing hero on the street. Beside him, Tony's heart beats wildly. "God damn," he mutters under his breath. Peter swallows thickly. The taste of stomach bile bubbles up his throat, but he keeps it down. At the end, the prosecutor asks, "Are there any final statements you'd like to make, Mr. Parker?" Richie's eyes lift to Peter's, stay there for a few seconds, then flicker to Stephen. "Yeah," he says, sitting forward and poking his inner cheek with his tongue, his mouth open in a malicious smirk. "You deserve to rot in hell, you piece of shit." "Thank you, Mr. Parker," she says, her voice taking on a warning tone with her brow raised. Stephen shoots up from his seat. "He's a liar. Put me on the stand. I'll tell you what really happened." "Order," the judge bellows, slamming her mallet. The sound reverberates around in Peter's skull, along with Stephen's fury. Stephen sharply turns to Peter. Tony's hand shoots out to take his arm as Stephen shouts, "You both wanted it. You're both whores, just like your aunt." Peter's throat closes. Richie stands. "You shut the hell up, motherfucker." He's pointing his finger at him like a weapon. "And don't even fucking look at him or else I'll fuck you up." The officer yanks Richie's arm and cuffs him back up, dragging him out of the room while the judge calls for order. The side door slams shut behind Richie and the officer, but Peter can still hear him shouting as he's hauled down the hall. Stephen's face is red, his fists on the table shaking and white-knuckled as he argues with the judge. "Hey, Stephen," Peter calls, and Tony's grip on his arm tightens. When Stephen turns, Peter flashes him his middle finger. "I hope they kill you in jail." "You guys did not say that," Sid says, eyes wide. She's lying on her stomach in bed, her forgotten phone in her hands. The screen is darkened from inactivity. Where he sits on the purple beanbag, Peter fights back a smile. Mr. Stark wasn't too happy. "Screw that, the prick deserved it." Sid pushes herself up and sits with her legs crossed, tossing her phone to her pillow. "Was it worth it?" What was the look on his face? "He looked like he was about ready to murder me and my wife and kids." "Did he even look embarrassed at all?" Sid asks, her amused tone turning subdued. "Did he show any remorse while you and Richie were giving your testimonies?"
He sees Stephen's ducked head in his memory, and he sees his jaw clenching as Richie relayed, in more detail than necessary, what he did to him. He saw a flicker of anger and a twitch of his lips. No remorse, regret, or guilt. No, Peter eventually says, looking at his hands in his lap. But I don't know if that's better, because then I might have tried to convince myself he was worthy of forgiveness. Sid tilts her head. Do you really think you could have forgiven him if he was sorry? Peter shrugs, maybe down the line. Everyone deserves a second chance. He meets Sid's narrowed eyes, except for people who aren't sorry for screwing up their first chance. And pedophiles, she adds, matter of fact. They're the only kind of criminal who is hated by literally every other type of criminal. He nods. He isn't sure if he actually hopes an image takes it upon themselves to kill Stephen, though. Even as Spider-Man fighting the worst of the worst villains, he vowed to never kill anyone. He'd knock them out, sure, but he made sure he didn't orphan any kids out there or widow any spouses. Peter shifts and sits up. He notices a loosely tied braided pink bracelet around his sister's wrist. Friendship bracelet. Confusion pinches her brow, then she follows his line of sight and lifts her wrist. Oh yeah, Pepper taught me how to make them while you and Tony were at Stephen's trial. She lowers her wrist. Do you think Pepper and Tony will get back together? I think you've asked me that question before. Yeah, but this time Pepper isn't engaged anymore, and she and Tony are clearly on speaking terms again. Peter considers it, then shrugs. I don't know, hopefully, Mr. Stark deserves to be happy. Sid makes an amused noise. Why do you still call him Mr. Stark? You've known him for however long you've known him, and you're living with him. I don't know, Peter replies, resting his elbows on his knees. I guess I've just always called him that. It started out as a respect thing, but now it'd just feel weird calling him Tony. You can't call him Mr. Stark forever. Peter rolls his eyes and sits back. Yeah. He smiles when Sid rolls her eyes back, only with double the attitude. Nodding at her wrist, he says, Do you think you could teach me how to make one of those friendship bracelets? Normality has been a stranger in Peter's life lately, so when he and Tony work side by side in his lab, Tony on an SI project, and Peter on one he started before everything in his life got appended, it's almost weird. They've worked in the lab since he moved in with him, of course, but today just feels more different because it's even more normal. There's no trial hanging over his head, no burning secret on the tip of his tongue. Peter has to consciously relax his shoulders and muscles every few minutes as the soft AC/DC plays overhead. Maybe normal will be normal again, and he won't have to focus on uncurling his toes or unclenching his jaw. Even though there's a nagging feeling of unease at the base of his skull because he's there and Tony's there and he's working on a Spider-Man project, it feels nice. Pass me the pliers. Without looking up from his work, Peter shoots a web at the pliers across the table. He's been wearing them under his sleeves more often, maybe as a way to ease himself back into being a neighborhood vigilante, or maybe because he misses the feeling of the cool metal against the thin skin of his wrists. With the pliers in hand, he kicks off from the floor, his chair gliding across the floor with his arm extended. Tony takes the pliers. Peter rolls back to his workbench without pause in his concentration. Thanks, Peter sticks his tongue out and tilts his head, trying to untangle a thin black wire with tweezers. When he straightens to take a frustrated breath, he catches Tony looking at him from the corner of his eye. He looks over at the man with a furrowed brow. What? Did he miss something? Maybe he said something he didn't catch. Tony nods to his web shooters. You've been wearing them again. It sounds like a question, almost. Peter rubs one, his thumb trailing over the sleek metal and then the threads of the blue friendship bracelet Sid helped him make. Yeah, I'll probably get back to patrolling sometime. It comes out sounding like an empty promise. Eventually, I don't really know when, but the crime rate in New York is up, so. That's the NYPD's responsibility, Tony says. I know, but I mean, I want to patrol again. Peter pulls his sleeves over his shooters. Soon. Tony's lip quirks. Your new suit is where you left it. Peter nods, pulling his lip between his teeth, thinking, imagining the familiar feeling of reinforced nylon covering his body head to toe that has become unfamiliar with time. Okay. Their silence returns, but only for a few seconds. After Peter turns back to his project, Tony says, I'm proud of you, kid. Peter pauses, lifts his gaze, meeting Tony's sincere one. A fluttering in his stomach makes him smile. Thanks, Tony's stool squeaks as he turns in it. The pliers clank against the metal work desk when he sets them down, then wipes his hands on his jean-clad knees. Peter reads his actions as the start of a serious conversation and sets his tools down, too. I've mentioned my father before, right? Dread swirls in his stomach, briefly, but I gathered that he wasn't the greatest man. Oh, he was a great man, Tony replies, making Peter's brow furrow. Ask anyone. Captain America himself was friends with him back in the day. He scratches his beard, a conflicting look in his gaze. Anyways, good man, less than average father. He wasn't really present in my life, but when he was either too distracted with work or mad at me for something stupid I did for his attention. That sucks, it slips out of his mouth. Peter worries it came out unsympathetic, but Tony lets out a butter chuckle. Thanks. Anyways, the point is, I don't want to turn into him, but I also don't know what the hell I'm doing. Tony's looking straight at him again. I don't want to be too authoritative or aggressive, but I think I'm being too permissive because I basically just let the kids do whatever they want. That's pretty fair, actually, and impressive. He didn't realize Tony was informed about different parenting styles. Have you been doing some research? Of course, he says, and although Peter's voice was joking, Tony's is completely serious. And that's honestly what makes his heart stutter, because why the hell has he been gatekeeping his family? Peter was so adamant to continue being their parent when they have a new one who is an actual adult with money and resources and a fully developed brain. He thought by keeping the role of authority among his family would be best for them, but Tony is what's best for them. Who is he to deny them the opportunity to have an actual father figure? He remembers dreaming of having Tony as his father before they were even that close. When he was recruited and got the suit, he'd be lying if he said he didn't hold on to the hope that Tony would see a genius in him, a mini version of himself that he could teach and mentor. And now his family has been gifted his dream. He has been gifted that dream. You want to hear something fucked up? Peter looks down at his hands and picks at his cuticles. Instead of mentioning his language, Tony just says, "What?" Peter sniffs. He tries to smile, but it's forced and awkward. Sometimes when I'd work with you in the lab before everything, you'd ask me what I'm working on, and then you'd tell me that I'm doing a good job and that you're proud of me. And I used to imagine that you're like my dad. Embarrassed but trusting Tony with this, Peter ducks his head and continues. And that I lived in your penthouse, and that I didn't go home every day to an apartment where I literally could not relax enough to fall asleep. Peter shakes his head and gives a hopeless shrug. Isn't that fucked up? Which part? Tony asks. The part where you couldn't sleep at home because you were on edge 24/7. Because, yeah, that's fucked up. Peter shakes his head. The part where I pretended you were my dad. Tony sighs. He wheels his stool over and leans his elbows on Peter's workbench, catching his gaze and holding it. I'm sorry that every father figure in your life didn't stick around. Peter looks away. He doesn't even remember his dad, and he barely even remembers Uncle Ben's voice. The one man he'd rather forget is, of course, seared into the back of his eyelids. Tony gently but firmly takes Peter's arm. I'm not leaving you. You don't know that, Peter says just above a whisper. You could die. You're Iron Man, you do dangerous things all the time, and you've got a ton of enemies. I probably have more enemies as Tony Stark than I do as Iron Man, Tony corrects, half joking, but he turns serious again when the teen doesn't crack a smile. I promise I'm not going anywhere. You and your family are stuck with me. Please drop by the archive and comment to let the creator know if you enjoyed their work.